like that. Woo!
What's good, everybody? Welcome to the Pull Up Show. My name is BJ Matthews, aka B Jizzle. Before we get started, follow us on the YouTube page, the Pull Up Basketball Podcast. Like, share, subscribe all of our YouTube videos by hitting the notification bell by the subscribe button, as well as you can go to our Cash App right there in the ticker. You know what I'm saying? Cash App, $ BJ Matthews, our PayPal at Broderick Masters. Y'all can see there in the ticker. I will put that comment, the link inside the comment section after the video is complete if you guys want to support the show. Also, hit the like button, subscribe to the show, share with your friends, family, all basketball fanatics, and get the information out there. Let's get it popping. All right, so we back with our second live today. This morning we talked about the situation with our players and load management necessary for today. Is load management less necessary to do in this time and age? And we had a good discussion. We had a lot of good people that come in and talked about it. And now we're on to the next subject of the night, which I really wasn't going to waste too much time doing. And ironically, it revolves around load management. And that was the game against the Clippers and the Cavs tonight, where the Clippers just got destroyed by the Cavs 99-122. And 5 of our guys were out today, including Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, John Wall, Marcus Morris, and Reggie Jackson. All 5 of our guys are out for today's game. And basically, we're playing without our starting 5 players. Salute to my man, plays for keep. What's good with you, man? Basically, the Clippers called in a sick day today. LA, what's good? What's good with your brother? Stay on the grind. Always play for keep. Always, bro. Always, little bro. But anyway, man, the Clippers decided to call in some of our players sick, take a sick day today, a sick leave. And it was expected, you know what I'm saying? They've already established this type of behavior all year of, sending our guys out for back-to-backs. I obviously don't like it. I don't like, seeing it. It throws our game off. It throws our, consistency off. Doing this time and time again, I hate it, right? So got to do better. But right now it is what it is. I think people need to understand, like, this is what the cards are going to be dealt for us right now. And I don't see it like changing until the playoffs or probably towards the end of the season. We got 2 more back-to-backs left. And this is the plan they've been doing, man. And obviously it's been hurting a lot of our, situation with our seeding. It's been hurting our place in the standings. It's just been hurting us, period, bro. Like, I mean, I don't understand the strategic sometimes of the Clippers, man. Like, if you want to do back-to-back, hold guys out, can y'all just do it for games like, when we actually need it and we can actually somewhat still get a rhythm? Because as I look at the Clippers' 2 main guys, Kawhi Leonard has played 27 games this season and PG's played 36. And we're somewhere in the 40 range. I think the Clippers are 28 and 25 right now. So that essentially makes them, they played 53 games? Make sure I got my math right. Let me see. Clippers are 28 and 25, so they've played 53 games. They just lost about an hour ago. So 28 and 25. Damn, let me know. Yeah, we're gonna talk about it, man. You got destroyed. I mean, it was kind of expected. Now, back to what I was saying. Kawhi Leonard's only played 27 out of 53 games this year, and Paul George played 36 out of 53 games. And now they both dealt with injuries, but most of it has been load management. I mean, going to Kawhi at the beginning of the year, right after he came back for the first 3 games, he sits out to the game in OKC over knee stiffness. Now, you guys understand Kawhi came off of a torn ACL, and anytime you have an ACL tear, it's very common once you get back to playing activity, you've been out for so long, to experience knee stiffness. Well, what did the Clippers do? The Clippers keep Kawhi out for almost damn near a whole month, entire month. because they wanted to be precaution. Now, people, of course, were, calling for Kawhi to retire and all this crazy stuff. I knew that wasn't going to happen. I just said to myself, okay, we got to get over this this little, stint. So he's out for a month. He comes back for a few games, and he gets out again for over a sprained ankle. He's out for 2 weeks. And then after that sprained ankle, he starts playing more and more consistently. They take him off his back-to-back restrictions, take him off his minutes restrictions. And you've been seeing since December till now, Kawhi Leonard's numbers have been going up exponentially, where he's starting to play in close games. He's starting to have this high efficiency. He's starting to, look like somewhat of the Kawhi Leonard we see in the past and know and love. And right now, he's about 80%, in my opinion. And that's a scary sight, knowing that he hasn't even found his real niche yet, but he's looking the way he's looking. So encouraging, but they're still keeping these guys out for back-to-back games, which is hurting us, not helping us. What's good, Young Africa? What's good, brother? Hope you feeling better, bro, after that situation last night, man. I hope you feeling much better. Missed you this morning, man. LA said, I'm not mad at them doing this if we go undefeated the rest of the road trip. Well, that's just it. We got 4 more games. We got the Bulls, we got the Bucks, the Knicks, and the Nets, on this road trip. So we'll see what happens. Now PG, he's been experiencing knickknacks. He's been experiencing hamstrings, his hand, all types of stuff from Paul George. He's been experiencing, which is weird because if y'all don't know, Paul George hasn't been the type to always be injured. Up until he got to OKC, after his second year in OKC, he was presumably pretty healthy. Other than having that nasty leg injury in the Olympics, Paul George has played multiple games, like the majority of the games every season with Indiana, up until his first game in OKC. So it wasn't until he got with the Clippers that you started seeing him miss more games and low management, things of that nature. And it's very understandable to see that the Clippers have taken this low management to a whole nother level. Because now you're seeing not just Kawhi and PG, they're doing it for them too, but they're also doing it for John Wall as well, which I don't get the least, because John Wall he's been healthy. I mean, he's been not playing for the last year and a half, so he should be the most freshest player on the team. And we've heard and seen John Wall be able to play. He said he was willing to play games, but they're keeping him out because of what they want him to do. And I also wanted to bring this point up before I go into the game. It doesn't make sense for them to trade John Wall. Number one, I'm not sure if they could even trade him as if he's on the injury report. I don't know the specific rules about trading players who are on the injury report, but I'm not so sure why they would choose to move him now rather than let him finish the season because of that. And on top of that, they had a plan for John Wall coming into the season that he was going to play. He was going to be on a plan for back-to-back restrictions and minute restrictions, and he was going to be his best in the postseason. So they obviously had plans for John Wall to make an impact on this team, right? LeBron still in his feelings. Oh yeah, man. I don't know if he's not playing tomorrow, and neither is AD. And also, man, the Philadelphia Eagles are your NFC champions. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Bubba from Philly. Fly Eagles Fly, my Eagle companion, the person that, you know what I'm saying, roots for the Eagles like I do. So, the Eagles are going to the conference championship, or they're going to the Super Bowl. So, yes, sir. NBA player agent, welcome to the show, brother. He said John needs to play. He needs to play. He wants to play. Matter of fact, I'm gonna play this video because you're a new person in here. So I want y'all to hear the video of what John Wall had say about 2 months ago about how he felt about this low management. So here we go.
Where do you feel like you're at right now as far as the recovery process? Because obviously the team is looking for a couple months to be where they want to be. What does that mean for you?
First of all, I'm gonna kill the boys. I'm not like, there ain't no recovery process for me. It's just the program, the plan they got for me. Like, I was fully healthy last year, I just didn't play because of the situation. So I'm not like on the recovery process. It's like different from why but just from the medical staff and the coaching staff. That's the plan they got for me, and I'm just sticking to whatever script they have for the longevity and long-term picture. But I feel great. Other than me shooting free throws like Shaq, that's pissed me off. But other than that, I feel good. Like I got my speed, I got my rhythm. Just coming in, just trying to play the right way, push the pace for these guys. Like I said, just try to get us fast break points and push the pace and keep the flow going in our game. I think a lot of times we start off kind of slow and get stagnant there. We just get to playing one-on-one, and which we try to get away from and try to keep the ball moving from side to side.
Let's get ready for Hoop Jab.
So that made me think a little bit deeper. I'm like, they would be stupid to move John Wall after all this they promised him. They said they were trying to work him in to be an integral part in the postseason. Why would you be so quick to move him unless you're looking to get something back very big for him? You know what I'm saying? And like you heard the man say he's fresh to play, and I've been saying this all year. He's fresh and he's ready to play. That's a dangerous sight to see a healthy John Wall play. So I just don't understand why they would even, move him, honestly. But, the way the Clippers are moving right now, I don't know what to think. I don't know what their plan is. I don't know, what they're trying to do. Like, they're just making all of us confused. If you're going to have Paul George and Kawhi sit out for back-to-backs, why don't you do it for the game that they actually, can sit out? I think if they would have going to do that, they might as well have sat them out for the Atlanta game and let them play the game against the Cavaliers, because the Cavaliers are a better team than Atlanta, and they just beat the living hell out the Clippers. They had us at a point, we had a G League lineup in with Jason Preston, Moses Brown, Musa Diabate, Amir Coffey, and Aviska Zubac. 4 of those 5 guys play in the G League on 2-way contracts. So right when I seen that, I was like that the Clippers are just, throwing in the towel today. They promote a sick day for their main players. And I'm tired of seeing it, man. There ain't no reason why Paul George is Paul George hurt or not. I looked at the, injury report. It said, right hamstring soreness. I'm like, you just played yesterday, nigga. You just played yesterday. Now your hamstring is sore again. Like what happened? Like the plane ride, tighten it up. I don't know what is going on. They just putting injuries out there for these guys to, basically write them off, man. Like it's sad. It's a sad sight to see that all these players, man, and it's not just Kawhi and PG, but all these players have been dealing with not playing a lot of games. Like you look at Zion Williamson playing 29 games, Brandon Ingram playing 17 games. Who else? Desmond Bane playing 28 games. Right? Steph Curry playing 34 games. Klay Thompson playing 38. Like, a lot of these players, man, are just not even playing the full capacity of the season to even say that they're, like hurt all the time. Like, they're just sitting these guys out for games. Right? Clips want John Wall fully healthy for the team he's traded to. I don't think John Wall, and that's stupid. If they trade him, that would be retarded. That would be dumb. So what was the point of having this plan out for him to basically be a big intricate piece in the postseason? Because again, y'all saw what we had last night, like on the floor. That's why I was telling Showtime yesterday. I said the whole reason of our success is because Kawhi and Paul George are mainly there. When they're not there, and John Wall ain't playing. Reggie Jackson, he's been bad outside the last 4 games, but him not playing, and then Marcus Moore, like that's pretty much our offense. So I was waiting to see what, guys like Terrence Mann, Luke Kennard, Amir Coffey, those guys were gonna do without those pieces there. And this is what I was trying to tell a lot of people. And I'm not going to get too close to talking about T-Man right now. I'm going to give him more time. But I said I want to see him against this stretch, against this tougher competition, where he got to face guys like, Darius Garland tonight. The Bulls, they should have a good game against the Bulls tomorrow or on Tuesday. But when they face the Bucks and when they face the Nets, I want to see what he's going to do against those teams. I want to see how he reacts because today he only had 4 points. I think he played 18 minutes, but he wasn't. I mean, from the start of the game, he was just like that. Cleveland Cavalier defense is different. You know what I'm saying? So you're not going to get off on the offensive end, but you had none of your guys playing. This was a game for a Terrence Mann or for Amir Coffey, so those players to step up and actually make an impact, and they're just not those type of players, man. I think Amir Coffey has it in spurts, but I mean he's not much in the rotation where he can't really have an impact like that, right? So that's why I say, like, you got to keep these guys who can actually, put the ball in the basket. Guys like John Wall, who games like that he would have destroyed the opposition and pretty much put it up against Darius Garland. He would have went at him. That's what we need. We need our point guard to go at these killers. Like when we get to the playoffs against Jamal Murray's and Steph Curry's, the De'Aaron Foxes and who else in the West? And CJ McCollum. These guys in the West, man, who are looking to kill you you got to go back at them. If you're not going to go back at them, you got to at least slow them down the offensive end. You can't have it where these guys are getting off and you're not going back at them. That's just two detriments at the same time, right? So we'll see what happens. But the game was just a blowout, man. I mean, the Cavs just, destroyed us, from the start, man. And I think we got to a point. I think we scored 33 points in the first half. At that point, I turned the TV off. I mean, 33 points just shows you that we can't score a lick, right? I told y'all a couple weeks ago, like our offense was one of the worst in the league. It wasn't our defense that was the problem. It's our offense. Like there were spurts today when we had like Diabate, Zubac, and Moses Brown the game against Jared Allen, Evan Mobley, that we're able actually to have good stretches on defense. But the problem is you don't have no offense outside of Norman Powell and Brandon Boston, who are who's still new, and Amir Coffey, who's streaky. I mean, they didn't really have no offense on the floor, right? So yeah. Embiid toward Jokic asked him back now. He said it's I think Embiid is definitely a better player than Jokic. So that didn't surprise me. I've been telling people this over the last year. Embiid's been better than Jokic. I thought Embiid should have won the MVP last year, but they gave it to Jokic because of those stats, man. Those it's all about what the computers say now. It's not about you as an individual player and your impact. Is about how your stats look in the computer system. What they could have did was play PG against Atlanta when they play Kawhi for the night. Yeah, I would have been up for that. I think PG should be playing both games. He shouldn't even be on no back-to-back restrictions, bro. Like what you mean? He got right hamstring soreness. What the hell? But if you were going to keep him out, yeah, you should have played PG against the weaker team and play Kawhi against the better team. But even then, bro, like it would have still been a lot because you don't have John Wall and you don't have Marcus Morris, you don't have Reggie Jackson playing. So you still would have had like problems. Like those other role players had to step up majorly. Amir Coffey, Brandon Boston, Norman Powell, those guys would have to step up dramatically. You said Lakers got robbed. Yeah, they got robbed, man. I was actually looking at that game and I was like, yeah, LeBron had a reason to be upset on that last play. But here's the thing though. I wanted to see him they actually win. They had 5 minutes to win that game. They had 5 more minutes. So I mean, yeah, the refs missed that call, and that was actually a call that should not have happened. But you still have 5 minutes to win that game. So, but I think the solution to the refs because the refs have been messing up a lot, and I've also seen them actually been that they've been, constantly, trying to, pull their weight around by, what I'm saying, basically, um, teeing players up and throwing them out of games. I think they're getting annoyed with the bullying from the past previous years from the players. Them, talking to them crazy. I think they're starting to get back at them with these technicals. They call it technical on everything now. It's not even a discussion. Even if you look at the ref wrong, they'll throw a technical. So I think the refs are just looking to fight fire with fire. But I think, for calls like what happened last night, I think you gotta put those refs money, their pocketbook on the line. You gotta actually fine them for guys, stuff like that. Because the ref was literally right under the basket when what's his face drove. LeBron drove to the basket. So those are the type of calls people look at and say, well, yeah, he's getting paid off to, do what he wants to do. Right. So, but yeah, he had a right to be upset, man. But, still got 5 more minutes to close that game out. So yeah. He said because Brown was going to miss those 2 free throws. Maybe he might have, wouldn't be the first time, but you still got to give him the opportunity to at least knock him down. And you got to call a foul's a foul at the end of the day. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. A foul is a foul. Bruce said, young Africa's still crying. And if Hartley said my Cavs needed that win, yeah, I mean, that's what I said, bro. Like we had too many guys out. Like we weren't gonna win. And then Spider, I knew he was gonna play because every time he plays the Clippers, he seems to, come out on the, wrong end of things. So I know he wanted his revenge against us. But yeah, I knew the Cavs were gonna win that game decisively. He said T-Man couldn't hit my parlay with 10 points. I mean, that's not him, bro. I mean, I've said it before. It's not who he is. It's not who T-Man is, especially against good defenses and good teams. Bruce, what's up, man?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. I mean, I didn't watch the game, so I'm good.
Yeah, I couldn't watch no more than half the second quarter.
I told you I was not gonna watch this because I knew it was gonna be a beatdown.
Yeah.
I mean, NBA teams have scheduled losses now. It seems like a lot of teams have scheduled losses. Okay, we're gonna take the loss, just like the Lakers have won tomorrow.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, you just lost a game, and obviously it was a missed call, but you could play tomorrow. But okay, I mean, that's the new NBA.
Hell yeah. Who the Lakers play tomorrow?
The Nets.
What? And LeBron sitting out?
LeBron and AD is sitting out.
Wow.
AD just came back and he's already sitting out. See, I told you, the ankle, he's keep looking at the ankle. I tell you, the ankle is not good.
Yeah, bro, that's retarded. And you telling me that, I think I saw a stat that LeBron and KD ain't played since like 2018. That is crazy.
They haven't did what?
LeBron and KD haven't played since 2018 against each other.
Wow.
I mean, they're playing the All-Star game against each other, I guess.
That's crazy, though.
Yeah, man. But did you watch the game, OC?
I watched some of it. I was watching the football game.
You guys are so Nice.
Bruce wasn't watching that.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of it, but once I knew that we didn't have our guys and they had Mitchell back, it was over with.
Mm-hmm.
Why would I waste my time watching a beatdown?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody in the Cleveland was playing.
Yeah, everybody. Even Ricky Rubio played.
Yeah.
Bro, the Cavs, man.
Cleveland wants a better position. So, sorry, go ahead.
No, the Cavs, man, I think they have one of the best starting fives in the East. Like starting fives.
They got one of the better starting fives in the league.
Yeah. Them and the Sacramento Kings, in my opinion, got the best starting five.
Sacramento Kings. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you talk about
They got a good starting five now.
As far as like what
they don't got no like pop out at you superstar like that, but they do got a nice starting five.
And Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes.
Yeah, I mean, as far as when I look at starting five, like each one of those positions, they can feel like De'Aaron Fox is the explosive point guard, the all-star point guard. Kevin Huerter is the shooter, sharpshooter. You got Harrison Barnes, who's the mid-range shooter, mid-post, all that stuff. You got Keegan Murray, who's a slasher at the three, and then you got Domantas Sabonis, who's like a hell of an offensive skilled big man. That's a hell of a starting five.
No, I agree with that, BJ. They do got a nice starting five.
First
you
round.
Wouldn't think it when I still agree with that too, Bruce. But I'm just saying. But when you just
depends who they face.
Right.
If they face like the Timberwolves, I think they can beat the Timberwolves. If they face the Suns, that will
They
be
can beat the Timberwolves?
Yeah, they can beat the Timberwolves.
Who's gonna guard Anthony Edwards?
I mean, you can't stop 80, and you can't stay in front of De'Aaron Fox. So they got to guard. They got to guard him too.
Well, they're gonna put Edwards on Fox. That's what
that ain't gonna work.
Edwards not a good defender like that. He getting better, but he ain't no defender.
Well, he said he's the best defensive player. So
yeah, that dude. Have you seen Fox dribble with the ball, bro? When I saw a video of Fox dribbling the ball, I thought they sped the video up.
Last year, you were big on Anthony Edwards, right?
I'm still big on him. I'm just saying he can't stay in front of De'Aaron Fox.
Okay. I mean, who they got who's gonna stop Cat?
You ain't gonna stop Cat, but I mean, I think Sabonis will. I think Sabonis is that type of center though, that he'll make it hard for Cat. He'll make him work.
But you have the Frenchman guy.
Cat can stop his.
Gobert.
Come on, man.
Okay.
Him?
I mean, they've been playing better, so I see.
No, that guy. 2021, Bruce. You saw what happened. Yo, Africa, it's good for you to join us.
Wagwan, brothers. Wagwan.
I'm sorry for your loss. Sorry for the funeral. So.
Oh man, for the robbery, right? Robbery. It's okay, Bruce. You know, you should get insurance, Bruce. You should have insurance.
Some players
report verified. Whatever I knew, Bruce.
Some players play overtime, but others don't. But okay.
Who doesn't, Bruce? You talking about LeBron James who dropped 7 points in overtime?
I've seen that in the finals.
Huh?
I've seen that in the finals. I've seen that in regular season. Yeah.
I know you ain't seen Paul George in the finals. I know that, Bruce. I know that.
I've seen Kawhi in the finals and win it.
Take your shots. Take your shots. Look. You've seen a lot, but what we have not seen is a superstar take it to the rim and blatantly get fouled right in front of the ref.
That has happened a lot.
Oh man, we've seen that.
That's not the first time that happened.
No, we don't. We've seen that.
That's not the first time that happened in the history of any NBA. Come on, man.
No,
That's
no,
not
no,
the
no.
first
A
time
Don't
that
act
happened.
like it's
superstar. Did you hear what I said?
unprecedented now.
A
Don't
superstar.
act like it's unprecedented.
A
Oh,
superstar. We don't see that. A superstar, three
Yes,
players
we
collapsing
do.
on the
Yes, we
on
do.
defense, right?
Yes, we
Fouling
do.
him right in front of the referee. This is a guy, right, who takes it to the paint, leads is top 3 in paint scoring in the league this season, who takes it to the rim more than anyone else in the NBA, right? Up with guys like Giannis who are in their prime, right? And who only gets 5 free throws a game. You kidding me? I'm really
oh
starting
my
to
God.
think
Everything
there's a
LeBron said, you're
conspiracy.
repeating.
I'm
Oh
really
my
starting to
God.
think
LeBron
there's a
just said that.
conspiracy against LeBron James and the LA Lakers when it comes to the referees. I really am. I'm going to
Oh
believe it.
my
I
God.
really
You're
am.
repeating
I'm starting to think
every
that.
words
Yeah.
of
You took
LeBron.
notes.
I'm starting to think that.
Dang. You
Nope, nope.
I just heard LeBron say that last night. I was like,
Yeah.
okay. And now you're repeating the same thing.
I'm really starting to believe that, and this ain't just coming from LeBron. There's many media platforms out here, YouTube, that have stated that there are certain
Yeah,
conglomerates,
LeBron.
ownership in the NBA that have come together since as back in the day, as 2011, when it comes to trying to hold LeBron back and conspiring. We're talking about ownerships conspiring with referees to try and hold this man back. Hey, this has been reported, but it's okay. I know y'all don't believe it now, but it's all good. It's all good. It's quite evident
Come
to
on,
me.
bro.
The
that I'm
NBA is holding
Come on,
the
bro.
NBA, ESPN holding LeBron back. Okay, that's the first time I've ever heard
Hey
that.
man,
That would
Hey,
never happen.
huh? That well,
That
why
would
not?
never
Why not?
happen.
Once
'Cause
LeBron left to go to
that's their
Miami,
golden ticket.
no.
They do
Well, once
for him.
LeBron
They
left
don't
and
go
went to
against him.
Miami, there was a lot of people that were mad at that for LeBron to take the ownership and power in his own hands to begin the player empowerment era. A lot of owners salty about that, talking about how dare you, nigga,
That was
walk up
11 years
and
ago.
take your own career
10
to your
years
own
ago.
hands. Huh?
10 years ago.
Come on,
10 years
Yes,
ago.
and
Young Africa, listen.
essentially it's been happening for 10 years, Bruce. That's what I'm trying to say. Why are you laughing at me, Jay?
Well, I want to hear your thoughts of the
Hey,
Clippers, the Clippers game, as well as
hey.
what do you feel of when you were watching the game, or did you watch the game?
The Clipper game, I
Or
watched the highlights of the game. I ain't trying to watch no game with no Paul George and Kawhi, bro. But what is evident to me, watching the highlights and watching and having already watched the Clippers with no Kawhi and Paul George, right? And then these last 8-9 games where y'all offense has been great, I come to realize something. And what I've come to realize is that the Clippers are not a good team. And I've been fooled. My eyes been lying to me. When it looks like it's a better team, really, the only thing that y'all got is a better player added to your team, and that's Kawhi Leonard, right? Now, Kawhi Leonard, what does he do for y'all offense and for your team as a whole? He obviously makes you a better defensive team, same as Paul George, right? He makes you a better team just by automatically being on the court and putting players in their natural roles, right? And having their roles more outlined clearly for when they play the game. But when it comes down to what he's done and why y'all look so nice the last 10 games or so, you know what it is that Kawhi Leonard, being such an efficient player, being such a high offensive threat and executing at a high level on offense, rarely taking a bad shot, rarely turning the ball over on multiple positions. You know what he does? He makes what y'all do, being an ISO heavy, one-on-one, break your defender down and get to the rim or just cook and
That's
get
not
buckets.
what we've been doing.
He does that at an elite level. That's what y'all do. That's all y'all really do, right? And if you break down your
that's not
matchup
why
and the
we
defense
winning
collapses,
lately.
you kick it out to the open shooter. If
Young
he ain't got
Africa,
the shot,
stop
he
talking
shoot
about the
passes it to
Lakers,
the
man.
other open shooter. If he ain't got the shot, he swings it back to PG, who does the same shit all over again. Like that's really all y'all do. But what
Stop talking
Kawhi
about the
allows y'all to
Lakers.
do is do that at a high level, at an elite level the last 10 games. But I'm gonna tell you this: when you come across good teams like the Cavaliers, who that shit will not work on, even with Kawhi and PG, when you come up against a really good defensive
We already
team
beat them
in the
this
Western
year.
Conference, where that first ISO move ain't gonna break down the defense, and if it does break down the defense, they will understand their rotations and rotate to the right player where they will make you pass to the guy they want you to pass to, and he gonna miss the
sound
shot, or at the
emotional.
very least not beat y'all. That's what I seen from the Clippers, which shows me y'all ain't winning no championship. Y'all most likely not even going to get to the conference finals because of this offensive flow in y'all team, BJ. That's what I see. That's what
All I hear is Young Africa is hurt. You know,
Yeah, he
he's
sound
still crying.
emotional.
No.
You know, he's just wipe your eyes and I don't know what you're talking about. Okay.
What you just said
you
was
know what I'm talking
completely
about? What? You
contrast to
heard
the
me,
way
Bruce.
we've been
What's up?
playing for the last 9 games.
Hmm?
What you just said is completely contrast to with the way we've been playing. The way we've been playing on offense is moving the ball. That's why we've been clicking like that. It ain't been no ISO heavy.
And Lakers do
Open
ISO heavy. I don't know why he's on the Clippers. You need to stop talking about the Lakers. All I see is LeBron ISO.
No, that's definitely not what you see. And LeBron
Oh,
ISO
okay.
is different to everybody
LeBron
else
ISO
ISO
is
in that
different.
he
Okay.
no. It definitely is. The different levels of isolation. First of all, he doesn't just go ISO to look to score. He looks to break down the offense. If they're giving him the shot and the score,
Yeah.
he will do that. But at the end of the day,
I'm sorry.
you tell
I
me,
haven't
OC
seen
Love,
Kawhi do that.
how y'all been played? When you talk about this ball movement,
seen
what kind of
Kawhi
ball
do that.
movement?
I haven't
I
seen
do
Kawhi
cutting
do
off the
that.
ball. Do you
I
see a
ain't
lot of
seen that.
slashing? Do you see a lot of off ball movement, or is it just swing, ISO, swing? Like, what do you tell me, bro? You tell me.
ISO layup, ISO dunk, ISO 3-pointer. Oh, who does that?
No. See. I'm trying to talk basketball right now.
See?
Bro.
See?
I see what you're
I'm
trying to say.
talking basketball.
See it. No.
But you gotta keep it
You tell
real,
me.
though.
You
You
tell me.
lying
I'm
up
talking
here.
about the Clippers offense. Well, what have you seen in the last 10 games, OC Love? What you say?
I see the ball moving from one side to another side.
Thank you.
Okay. What else? That ain't an offense. See, I'm asking you, brothers, and you can't. That ain't an offense,
I
bro.
just answered.
Swing ain't an offense. I don't know if y'all know that. It ain't an offense, bro. Just
Swing,
pass around the
swing.
key until you see.
Swing. Kawhi getting to his spot, and then he's posting, and then they give him the ball. He goes to work.
Anytime he draw a double team, they're kicking it out and flying.
Yeah.
Okay. I said that. So what essentially
No,
what y'all
you
telling
said
me and what I said,
ISO.
I'm saying that your best players have the ball in their hands. They ISO individually, break down their matchup, right? They do that, and either they make the defense choose whether to collapse on a guy like Kawhi, Paul George in the key, driving, and they collapse. And if they do, swing, open three, bam, right? And you've been hitting recently. But that ain't an offense. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Wait. That has happened before, man. When one player doesn't have it, he gives it to the other player. What are you talking about? When one player doesn't have it, he cannot force it. He passes it to the other player.
Okay, so PG has it right. Between the legs, bow, blazes through his defender. Okay, if no one comes to the rim, he goes up, dunk, layup, windmill like he did. Okay, that's nice. He goes screen and roll, Zubac, they collapse, they drop coverage on him, bounce pass to Zubac, right? Zubac either gets the dunk, bricks the dunk, whatever he does, layup, miss the free throws, whatever happens.
Are you giving Clippers
outside of this, and hitting Kawhi in the post, we can break the game down, bro. I ain't even trying to hate. Outside of Kawhi getting hit in the post, right?
Like it.
He gets doubled. It sounds like hate because I'm just bringing up the flaws of the Clippers, right? And so at the end of the day, outside of the Kawhi with the ball in his hands in the post, right? Double comes to him. He hits the open man, and then he has it on the wing too. Bam, through the legs, breaks down his defender, dunk. What is the offense that y'all run when this is happening? So when PG and Kawhi got the ball, niggas are standing around, right? There's a nigga in the corner, there's a nigga on the wing, there's a nigga at the top of the key, right?
Young Africa.
See, y'all don't want to answer my questions. Go ahead.
Young Africa.
Go ahead.
Why so salty?
Exactly, bro. Hey, when I break the game down, niggas think I'm salty, bro. I'm just letting y'all know. At the end of the day, I'm salty because my Lakers lost, right? And they got robbed, right? And I've been seeing it happen all the way through. Andre B knows when his man Embiid fouled Westbrook and they call that shit too. That's what I expect from superstars, right? They get the preferential treatment on the calls at the last play, except my nigga LeBron James. So when it comes to y'all team, right, and y'all act like y'all all good, y'all act like y'all coasting. What this game shows me getting blown out.
We've been playing so bad. We reached the 4th seed. But we've been playing so bad. We reached the 4th seed.
You know what it proves? You know what it proves at the end of the day? When y'all score 99 points against Cleveland Cavaliers without your two best players, y'all don't have an offense.
We had
y'all look like ass when it comes
we had like
to
five. We had 5 people out. We had like 5 guys. All of our scores were out. Yeah.
Okay. Is that the excuses we talking about?
Young Africa, you would not like the Bulls, man. The Bulls had only Michael Jordan to score and create. I don't know. What are you talking about?
Morris,
hey man, I thought your starting point guard was out there.
Reggie Jackson
I saw your starting center. I saw your starting small forward or / power forward Nicholas Batum out there. What are you talking about? I saw Luke Kennard up in that bitch. What are you talking about?
He played like 15 minutes. Stop it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
enough to get more than 2 points, nigga. Well, that's on him, bro. So I don't want to hear all that. Y'all had enough to score more than 99 points. I ain't asking y'all to beat the Cleveland Cavaliers, but at least score more than 99 points and not look sorry on offense to the fourth quarter garbage time when y'all score like half your points, bro. Like, come on, man. Jeez.
Let's see the Lakers.
Let's see Lakers score like 25 points in a half.
Young Africa. Let's see the Lakers tomorrow against the Nets without AD and LeBron. Let's see the Lakers tomorrow against the Nets.
Yep.
That's gonna be bad.
At the end of the day, at the very least, we run an offense. Y'all don't even run an offense outside your best player doing whatever they want to do, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all.
All teams are like this. Every team is like that, man.
No,
every team is like that. Okay.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You saw a team in the Cleveland Cavaliers today who run an offense, bro. So don't tell me about every team is like
their best player was there.
Okay. And so that's why I asked y'all, and y'all ain't answered the question yet, bro. What is the offense when y'all have your best players in there? What is the offense?
The best player offense is the offense.
You sound so
salty. Exactly. That means no offense, man. Thank you.
What are you talking about? When the best player doesn't play, team's gonna struggle. Every team is like that,
man. I'm asking you what y'all do with your best players, Bruce. Why you gotta twist it up? I'm asking you what y'all do.
I'm answering your question.
So when I got a few points to make. So once I saw this report, I was like, okay, this game is over before it started. Like when I saw the starters out there, I was like, man, this is not gonna be good. So I was like, okay, we're gonna lose this game. We're gonna chalk it up. But I gotta say this, Young Africa, when we didn't have Kawhi and Paul George last year, how many games did we win?
Okay, so we talking about last year now. So okay, y'all won a couple games, made the playoffs. Okay, BJ. Okay. So
would it be fair to say like we have pretty much the same group of players: Luke Kennard, Terrence Mann, Reggie Jackson, Marcus Morris, those same guys, Norman Powell, those same guys from last year? Is this to say that we're this bad? Is it like a little bit too far fetched? Because we've proven like for an entire season we can still play with our guys. It's just a matter of fact, like it's been so up and down and so inconsistent with rotations and stuff like that. It's kind of taking a toll on us.
Did Reggie Jackson play?
At the end of the day, I could ask you what y'all ran last year that was so impressive and different. Because at the end of the day, y'all came up short in the playoffs because of the inability to break down defenses, the inability to make shots in the playoffs. That's the whole point.
We didn't go to the playoffs. We lost the play-in championship to Minnesota.
Okay. All that, Bruce. Technicalities, right? We're talking about the offense and how the team runs, but you got that, Bruce. Okay.
Yeah, Paul George didn't play that game, remember?
Yeah, we had the position we were in. We shouldn't even been in that position to win 41 games without your two best players playing throughout the majority of the season. You tell me a team that's done that in NBA history.
No, I'm not.
I can't even think of one.
Wow. You know what I'm saying? You can't think of one. Like, I mean, you can't think of a team that's done that.
You better than that, BJ. You better than that, bro.
No, that's
that's a serious question. Because you had a question. I got a question for you. Like, what team could you say have done that in NBA history?
Take the two best players from any team in the history of basketball and see how they do.
Yeah.
Any team in history.
You're not winning 40 games.
What did y'all do though? What, y'all made the play-in? Is that what we talking about right now? Is that what we're talking about, man?
No, I just want you to tell me there's a team out there that can win without their two best players and go to the playoffs and win. Name one.
Go to the playoffs and win, but you didn't go to the playoffs.
No,
just
you
like
said,
Bruce said. What we talking about, man?
Y'all made the play in, so like you expected them to do more. So you tell me.
No, I didn't. See, y'all taking it everywhere else but where I took it to. Even BJ trying to be slick, but he knows the very questions that he knows.
I'm asking a serious question. I'm asking a serious question. Like,
I ask very serious questions.
That's a serious question. Like, if I think of it, I can't think of any team that's ever been able to still have that amount of success without their two best. Like, let's look at some of the teams, the Warriors. When they didn't have Steph and Clay, they won like 20 games in that season. Like, when you talk about LeBron and Anthony Davis, the last couple of seasons, they've been missing games, and the Lakers didn't even make the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? So what?
Most of the season.
Yeah,
okay, so that means that they have a great supporting cast, right? PG and Kawhi pretty much have the best supporting cast or role.
But that goes against what you said.
History is what y'all telling me, right? Not just in the NBA and NBA history. They got one of the best role players. No. That's what y'all telling me, right?
No, that's what the results are telling us. That's what the results are telling us. You're saying like the Clippers ain't that good, which I don't see. Where does that come from?
I set y'all up nicely with that. So hey, first off, there ain't no excuses this season. They got one of the best complementary pieces of all time, is what I'm hearing from y'all, right? Which NBA history ever without their best two players won 41 games? We're in the playing with a chance of making the playoffs. None, right? We talk about the championship Warriors, right? Losing Klay Thompson and and being in the lottery, right? Getting Kuminga and Wiseman back-to-back years, Moses Moody and shit like that, right? But yet the formidable Clippers, they ain't never won shit. They had a team that won 41 games, damn near almost beat the playoffs with no Kawhi, no PG, which means that when they out one, there is no excuses. Now y'all coming up here telling me we had 5 guys out. No excuses for one when y'all men's is out. And when they are in there ain't no excuse for Kawhi and PG. That's
But
why
we didn't put that out there. You did. You said you said hold on. You said that we were. You said we weren't good. You said that. We didn't say that. You did.
No. OC Love co-signed it, talking about NBA history. You co-signed that, saying that they ain't no team that
you
does that.
With that. You led with we trash, right? You led with
no.
Yeah, you led with that.
Y'all walked into that.
Came in with that.
It's on tape. Y'all walked in with that into that one. But I asked you a question. I didn't even get to the role players and how good they played with no Kawhi. Y'all brought that up, right? But I asked y'all just simple questions. What is the offense when y'all best players in the game? I'm not going to judge a team off of the Cleveland Cavaliers with no Kawhi and PG, right? But when Kawhi and PG is in there compared to when they're not in there, glaring holes, right? Glaring holes. And so for me, I asked y'all, what is the offense when y'all best players in there? What is it? Huh? What do you say, OC? You taking shots?
Young Africa.
What?
Young Africa. I saw the Bulls with only Michael Jordan. 90% of the time, he has to score. Okay.
No, he didn't, bro. No, he didn't. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
90% of the time, he has to score. Okay.
Okay. All right. I mean, you have Dennis Rodman and Longley. You don't know those names. Rodman, Longley.
I know Luke Longley, the big ass center. I know him. Hey, so you're just gonna not mention Scottie Pippen too? So Scottie Pippen
was not a scorer, man.
Huh?
Scottie Pippen was not a scorer.
He's still hey. Oh my god. Hey, so he's scoring 21 points a game in
21 points.
Season. Yeah,
not all the time. He wasn't always doing that. Stop it.
Okay.
Oh my god.
He was between 18 and 20, 21, 22 for the championship season. So you telling me that ain't scoring? What the hell is scoring?
18, 19, 20, 21. Which one is it?
Okay.
What,
18, 19, 20, between 18 and 22, man. He's scoring those buckets. Okay.
With Jordan there?
Yeah, with Jordan there as a second option.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you didn't watch
the Bulls. There was a guy called Horace Grant too, right?
You didn't watch
the Bulls.
What
about the times he was hurt too?
Oh, see how y'all want to switch it up. And there was also a guy called
That's not switch it up. Right? It's part of it.
Giving y'all doubles, right? It's part of it. All right, so keep the same energy for LeBron James when he ain't got no AD, Bruce. That's all I gotta say. I don't like niggas that don't keep the same energy. So he had Horace Grant, right? Okay, he had those niggas.
What did I say about LeBron not being there? I've never said anything about LeBron not being there. It's you who cannot give when the best player of a team are not there. The team's gonna struggle. Every team, even the Lakers. That's why. That's my point. I never said that the Lakers gonna win the championship without LeBron. I never said that.
You the only one think LeBron can overcome that. You the only one.
Man, I have seen bad calls from other team, and the players are pissed, but they still play overtime. LeBron has to run on the floor crying like he lost the championship. Right. Are you kidding me? It's so dramatic.
You gotta admit, Young Africa, that was weak.
It's been happening all season. That was.
But I get you. I get the frustration.
Being frustrated.
I get the frustration, but you on the knee, like you gotta admit, Young Africa, when you on your knees like that, it makes you look very, very bad, and other opponents look at you as being weak.
Let me just give you the stats, right? Let me give you the stats.
Here we go.
Let me give you the stats, right?
It's not manhood.
LeBron James
not manhood.
takes 16 2-point shots a game. 16. Most of those are in the restricted area, right? Most of those are in the restricted area. And he gets, out of those 16 shot attempts, he gets 6 free throws a game, yeah? You know how many niggas like Giannis be getting, niggas like Joel Embiid be getting? They take less shots at the rim, right? They be taking Giannis, right? He gets 13 free throws a game. You know how many he takes at the rim? LeBron takes 17 shots. You know how many he takes? 18. He takes one more shot, and nigga gets damn near over double the amount of free throw attempts, right?
How many times a game? How many times a game?
Now we can go to Embiid.
So you telling me
today, bro, because of the stats, right? So Embiid, he also takes 18 2-point attempts a game. And how many free throws does he get? He gets 12 free throws a game. But LeBron James, right, nigga, that I guess the whole NBA who takes 16 shots at the 2-point shots a game, only getting 6 free throw attempts. I guess the league be playing all NBA elite level defense. Most of those possessions they playing LeBron, right? I guess so.
I hope you as emotional for your mother and your family. But
so.
okay, go ahead.
I guess so. It's how I live life, Bruce. That's how I live life. Go ahead.
For LeBron?
So you said Joel Embiid shooting how many free throws in Africa?
12 free throws. Giannis 13 free throws.
So is this something like you saying the NBA likes Joel Embiid more than LeBron?
I don't even think they like Embiid like that. They just push certain guys. This is what's evident. They be pushing certain guys. By the end of the day, there is an organized effort to not give this man called LeBron James calls.
Wait until LeBron pass Kareem. We're gonna hear all week the LeBron week. Wait until LeBron pass Kareem. You're gonna see they hate LeBron.
They didn't help shit. It's evident that they're not helping nothing, bro.
Okay.
They're getting it the hard way, out the mud, as they say, BJ. LeBron James taking it to the rim.
Wait until LeBron pass Kareem. You're gonna see how much they hate LeBron.
He gets 3 free throws. That means he gets 3 calls a game. Hey, BJ, you tell me, the man who goes to the rim more than most in the league, only getting 3 calls a game to the rim, bro? And that seemed normal to y'all?
Well, I mean, BJ. I think there's the only reason I say I just asked the question. I'm like Joel Embiid. They do not like Joel Embiid. I don't know. Refs, as much twirling he does, he ain't a very likable person to lead. That's number one. So I don't think there's no agenda for him to get calls and LeBron doesn't get calls. Giannis, I don't know about how much they really love Giannis. I mean, I see every time I keep staring around, people are reluctant to give him the best player in the world title. I mean, I don't think he's as loved. I think Jokic, if you had Jokic, you have a point, but the guys you name, bro, like they're not really all that well liked in the league either.
It ain't about well liked. It's about the referees and their intentions. Come on, man. If you look at certain ownerships and what has been reported out here in the YouTube streets and the media, there are certain owners that have always had it against LeBron James. And if it's ridiculous to y'all, there's evidence yesterday in a game. There's evidence when it comes to many games throughout this season, not just this season. Y'all don't
Young Africa. You lost the championship yesterday.
One day, when this comes out, y'all remember these words today.
Comes out what? What are you talking about?
When the conspiracy against LeBron James comes out.
Wait, Young Africa, you said don't get into conspiracies, Bruce, right?
Yep. Right? I'm being fast. Hey, this is all I know, right? In the middle of his prime, right? 2009, 2010, he goes to Cleveland, right? The last year of Cleveland, the last season in Cleveland, he goes to the rim. He takes 15 2-point shot attempts, right? 15 twos a game. And he has a career high or equal close to his career high of 10 free throws a game, right? So he comes into the league after his first season, his second season, he gets 8 free throws, then 10, 9, 10, 9, 10. So he averages a pretty much 9 point something for the first 5-6 seasons of his career, right? Then he goes to Miami Heat. He doesn't want to come here when I get cooking, but he goes to Miami Heat, and everything changes in Miami, and he goes down to 8, then he goes down to 7, then he goes down to 6. Did you know since 2011, this man's been steadily going down? LeBron James been going down, but this is what's been happening, man. But y'all be mad. It's all good. It's been going down.
Go ahead. What's up, Ozzy?
I'm mad at the facts. It's all good.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Can you think of a time in history where they conspired against the poster child of the league?
Wilt Chamberlain, nigga. That's all I need to tell you.
Oh my god!
No, they try to protect the golden child. They usually protect him.
They did.
Because he's the money maker. He's the money maker. He moves the needle.
They changed the rules for Wilt Chamberlain to lessen his dominance in the league. That's what they did.
No, you said conspire. That's totally different.
Yeah, that's the same shit. They conspired against Wilt Chamberlain.
One person I would say they conspired against was Kobe Bryant. I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, that's the guy I think of. But even him, Kobe got his calls. Like, he was going to. Shit. Kobe would get to the line. He would score the ball. Like, usually what I notice with refs too, they will usually give, and this is playing, they'll give you calls if you don't complain. Now I know it's easier said than done. But if you a nigga that just complains over every single call, like
they don't like that.
They don't like that, and they usually won't give you the calls that
So
Like
They
Kawhi
usually
Leonard
won't give you the calls.
getting 11 free throw attempts a game. Then if they don't respect
There's
that
call,
he
well,
complaining.
but you gotta remember too, like
It's
Lucas.
11.
But
He
there's
guards
a lot of
foul.
calls they don't give him either. That's why he's constantly complaining. He'll get a call here, but he'll still be complaining about the call before because he like refs say they don't want to keep hearing your ass keep complaining. They get the
they
refs
don't
are
even
tired of
give
this shit.
Kawhi calls. They
Hey,
don't even give Kawhi calls.
I want to say this though.
They definitely don't get PG calls.
Oh hell no, I don't get PG calls.
Yeah.
They be killing that dude. What up, Bubble? What you got?
I was gonna tell Young Africa, if there's somebody who referees really hated, it was Iverson. Because I mean, one referee came out and wrote a book behind the whistle. I think it was Tim Donaghy or somebody like that, and he
Allen
said
Iverson.
right, and he said that every time Iverson played, he could bet like 9 times out of 10 that he was not going to get a lot of calls, and a lot of referees a lot of referees agreed to what he said. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's certain plays that Iverson got a technical because a referee said he went from here to there and got the crowd down, so he got a technical. And there's a lot of plays where he used to get fouled a lot. Like he used to take a lot of beatings, and he'd only take 3 free throws the whole game. So if you really want to talk about somebody who's getting conspired against, bro, it was Iverson, bro.
Now
okay,
LeBron
so-
is not gonna get calls because he talks too much now.
Hey, first off, they meant to do their job no matter what happens on or off the court, right? They meant to call what they call, see what they see, right? But at the end of the day, Andre, if you could believe that Iverson, and I agree to a certain level, he was called differently. If you can understand that Tim Donaghy comes out and said there's an actual conspiracy behind the scenes to actually call games a certain way and actually have outcomes of games a certain way, so we can't go to believe that this still occurs to this day, and it's hard to believe that when it comes to LeBron James or anybody else, it's hard to believe.
LeBron's
it's
Mr.
not-
Likeable though.
It's not hard to believe. I mean, it was a missed
Everybody
call.
praying.
It was a missed call, bro.
It looks only
call, that's all
it
it
looks
was.
bad. It looks bad. Like my only such thing is it looks bad because he was right under the basket. Like he's right. He's literally looking at him. But the thing about this, what I think they need to start doing is find these refs
Fine, right.
who
Yeah,
actually
what
make bad calls.
Hey,
But I
watch
don't.
the game,
agree with
BJ?
that.
Oh, go ahead, my bad.
I watched the game. I mean, I think that's the way to kind of stop some of this, you know.
I agree.
But I think LeBron is very likable amongst the league that I don't feel like refs would purposely out him because he's such a likable person.
It ain't it ain't their
Exactly.
fault, but they work for people that there are interests within the NBA. But I'm gonna leave that alone.
Man, you
So what about
stretching it,
no, it ain't no
Stretching it.
stretch. But if you can't believe that, then you don't obviously know the underworld of the world, let alone the NBA itself. And so, BJ, what about the call against AD when it was boxing out Malcolm Brogdon? Was that shit a foul too?
Oh God.
You remember that? You remember that play?
Yeah, I remember that.
That could go either way.
Nah, but then there was a call that Jaylen Brown got. I think it was who was it on? One of their point guards. I don't know, Patrick Beverly, but he barely pushed him, and Patrick Beverly flopped.
And that was like 5-10 seconds after he took the shot. That was a late whistle too on that play. Like, this is what I'm saying, man. That game looked very suspicious, bro. I'm not asking y'all what it is or making y'all have to say anything, but there are certain games where it's red.
So you are into
it's going
conspiracy
a certain way,
theories.
and they call it a certain way because they got to, bro. And that's evident when you call in soft, wishy-washy fouls on AD and Jaylen Brown and calling Pat Bev for call 5-6 seconds after the shot, but then you're not calling something right in front when you're calling it that soft, BJ, and you're calling it on any kind of
Weren't
contact.
you against conspiracies?
Come on, bro.
Weren't you against conspiracies?
Young
Man.
Africa,
Bro,
Young Africa, is LeBron your GOAT?
bro, he is my GOAT. He is. He is my GOAT.
You think he's the best player in history?
I do.
Okay, so why can't he win that game with them being up like 7-8 points with 6 minutes?
He still should have won that game. I feel like he did all he can to win that game, scoring 7 points, assisting on buckets, and being responsible for half the points in overtime of Lakers, whatever it was, 17, 16 points that they had. He had 7 points, like 2 assists, he grabbed rebounds, and he did all he can.
7-8 point lead with 6 minutes to
He
go.
had Hey, at the end, you talked about overtime. See, I switch it up. So you switch it
No,
up constantly.
before
But at the end of the day,
overtime,
you
they had
said,
a
no.
6-point
Your
lead
question was
before
about overtime. I answered the question about overtime. You got to move the goalposts like you've been doing on LeBron's career, his whole career,
I ain't
by having
moved
to
the
move the goalposts to
goalposts.
talk about
It's
the
actually
6-7 point
happened.
lead at the start of the fourth quarter. If you watched that game, you would have saw Westbrook
I
sell
did
the game
watch that
and be
game.
the sole reason why we lost multiple leads throughout the game, bro. Westbrook
When-
played a horrible.
I don't remember
game.
I've ever seen a
Horrible.
superstar
Horrible.
run on the floor, do a tantrum,
Okay.
and they go into overtime. Never.
Yeah,
I've
it was
never seen that.
that
That should
was
have been a
Yep.
demonstrative act when he did that too.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
because
Demonstrative
that's
act?
what I
Okay.
was looking more towards that. Like, you know, if I'm an opponent, if I'm Boston, I'm looking at this nigga. He broken. That's how I'm looking at him. You can't that you can't Africa. You can't show that type of
You talking about a
that
conspiracy?
discipline in that moment. You got to show a
talking
little
about
bit
a
more self
conspiracy?
control.
You
Go
talking about
ahead.
a conspiracy against him? What he did after that call wasn't called, that's considered a demonstrative act.
Hey, if y'all go to FYF Sports, you know, shout out to Lamana from FYF Sports Debates, right?
Oh God.
He had a report multiple weeks ago
FYF Sport,
about an email he received from an inside source in the NBA that has evidence, you know, from where I'm gonna report the news that I heard,
Now
right? And
you're
this
a
is all
conspiracy
allegedly,
That's a
right?
lie.
This is with capitals
spam.
allegedly,
You
right?
mean a
Allegedly.
spam? You mean I'm
Hey,
spam?
hold up. It's allegedly. It ain't a lie. Hey, how's it a lie when you even heard what I'm about to say?
I didn't say a
bro?
lie. I said a
Y'all
spam.
that salty, my niggas. Y'all that salty that you don't want to hear what I heard and reporting on what the news that allegedly occurred. This happened after they investigated the Phoenix Suns owner, Robert Sarver, from the racism stuff. They found a hidden file on his computer, right? While they were looking for a lot of things during the investigation about his time in Phoenix Suns, and they found a hidden folder, and I forget the name of the folder, but they found it. They clicked on it, and they found multiple emails of ownership conspiring against certain individual player like LeBron James when it spoke of and they spoke of him with referees and how they should call games and how games should be called. And this ain't just with some of the referees. This ain't all the referees. But
That email came from Nigeria.
And this email had the initials of certain league owners, and it was forwarded to many people in the league. And there were certain league owners that were not meant to receive the file. And one of the owners was the Miami Heat ownership, and his initials were on that, and that was
oh my God!
whoever the guy
Did
was.
that email ask for
So you can go up and look up on the FYS Sports. You can look up. It was a live stream. He put his name on it. He said, "I can't tell you the source, but at the end of the day, this is fully facts in terms of what I seen, received, and was told by someone in the NBA." Now, it's facts in that he believes the source. The source has told him multiple things in the past that have come true. And so, if it's so hard for y'all to believe, since 2011, league owners and referees have been conspiring.
Every time LeBron loses, it's
verifiable. And it's evident in his free throw attempts. They've been going down since he got to Miami, and ever since that, they've been going down his whole career. And we're talking about a man who gone nothing but go to the rim his whole career and doing it more recently, and he's still getting.
But don't you think though? But young Africa. So are you telling me? Well, I got a double-sided question. So you're telling me that the NBA doesn't respect LeBron anymore?
It's not the NBA itself, but league ownership. Yes, league ownership never respected LeBron since he took player ownership and player empowerment in his own hand. They saw what he did when he left Cleveland and go to Miami and brought Chris Bosh with him. They saw that, and they knew the ripple effects in the future. If you think just from that move alone that ain't gonna rub certain owners the wrong way, y'all tripping, bro. Y'all tripping. And there are consequences for shit like that. This nigga ain't winning. He ain't gonna dominate the league and win like this and set the precedent for other niggas to get to do what they want to do. Hell nah. Nah.
They hated LeBron so much that he won 2 championships after Miami. But okay.
Yeah. With all of that, he won 2 championships. With the league trying to hold a nigga back. Yeah, he did that.
What about all the moves he was able to get though? Like also that, Africa, he got all those free agents and also people in trades and stuff. What about all that? He got Kyrie Irving, he got Anthony Davis, he got Kevin Love, he got pieces. Russell, we got pretty much whatever he wanted, and then some. So what about all that?
LeBron went on Richard Jefferson podcast and said that
of LeBron James.
Richard
He as an individual was able to behind the scenes get those individual plays. And when you say why am I mad over one game, this ain't one game, bro. We lost multiple
Full-blown
games
apologies.
this season from the referees, bro. Multiple games. And multiple, I can talk about 3 or 4 different games where when you talk about games lost off individual calls at the end of the game, you're talking about the difference between being a top 6 seed right now and being in the out of the play-in. Or you're talking about at the end of the season when you count these games up, being in the playoffs and at the playoffs. That's the reason why niggas salty over here. Shit.
The referees made AD miss all those games. The referees made AD miss the free throws.
See?
The referees made
LeBron jack threes and missed threes.
Master deflector, Bruce. Master.
Right.
Yeah.
The referees made you. The referees made you leading Indiana by 17
Look at the
points.
niggas, right? So they take it to the rim. He jacks too many threes. They say, LeBron, why don't you take it to the rim? He takes it to the rim, gets fouled. Niggas say, hey, man, refs miss calls, nigga. Win it in overtime. Nigga can't win with all you hater ass niggas, man. The standard is ridiculous. Nigga takes it to the rim, gets fouled, and niggas are like, yo, stop crying, win it in overtime. That's the crazy talk that y'all be on, man. Y'all be wild.
Is it that time of the month?
What you would hold the goat to.
Nah. You be holding them to standards that no human can reach, my nigga. That's the shit that you all are, man.
Oh my God.
Stop apologizing.
It's crazy, man.
You set up the standards and you don't want us to hold them to the standards. You set it up.
Oh, okay.
You guys, LeBron fans, set up the standards, and then we are trying to hold him to those same standards.
Hey, what up, Breezy?
Because LeBron said keep the same energy.
Yeah, I hear. Yo, salute the pedal, salute the channel. Shout out to BJ. What up, y'all? What's up, Breezy? What's good, bro? What's good? Chilling, man. You know, I just pulled up. No pun intended, right? I just pulled up to see what's good with the pull up.
Yes, sir.
It was good, you know what I'm saying? I hear Young Africa with the soliloquies. I'm not debating any of it, you know. Honestly, you know what I mean? I like hearing him talk basketball. Shout out to the page. I like hearing y'all talk basketball. But
it takes too. He make me laugh.
Yeah, but you know, for the life of me, I kept counting to see what he was going to talk about tomorrow, and why AD and LeBron decided not to play. I mean, what happened? Did they not make the trip? What happened? Did somebody called it? Like it's something happening? Like what's going on with them?
What's happening? Africa? What's happening, bro?
What happened? Where they go? Like.
Yo, hey, first off, I know you smiling, Breezy. You happy they ain't playing first of all, right? That's a dub for y'all. It should be, right?
No,
Breezy?
I'm surprised. I'm actually surprised. I was
surprised too.
I felt like you know, LeBron and AD and Thomas Bryant, and then y'all got Rui, and you know what I mean. Y'all still mad at Westbrook. You know, I heard here and there, and now I'm hearing this and that about the Lakers or whatever. But what I didn't understand is, after last night and all the uproar about LeBron not getting the call, I seen him upset about it in a post-game interview. It seemed like he just like, you know, he's just skipping the game. Like he don't want to play. Like he ain't got that fight. He just mad. He vexed. And I thought he probably was going to try to take it out on the Nets. We ready for all that, but he decided not to play. And what I would to add to the conversation y'all was having while I was listening, I always want to see the players decide who win the game, never the refs. You know,
right?
So I think that's where the love of the game, the love of basketball is at, where the players decide the game, not the refs. Not to say that the refs should miss immediate vital calls right in front of them. You know what I mean? They got a job to do, but you want to see the players win it. You know what I mean? But the refs do have a job to do. So respectfully.
No, that's real.
Yo, so Breezy, let me ask you this. So with the call that happened with LeBron last night, obviously it was a foul. Obviously he was upset. What would you thinking LeBron should have done in that instance when all that, you know, transpired? What were you looking for LeBron to do? Honestly, I thought his post-game interview he articulated in the most professional way possible, and the main question is, when you say anything about the refs, you know, you could get fined. He said exactly, and then the interview ended. So there's a, you feel what I mean? I say a tension between the players and the refs and how they call games. You know what I mean? It's like they want to speak on it more, but they don't want to get fined and looked at as the bad guy.
But I think they be vexed sometime about it. But they try to play through it. It could be a physical sport, and then you want to call it even. I like to look at the free throw stat at the end of the game to see if there's a disparity. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah, Andre B. I don't like Joel Embiid because all he do is go to the free throw line. I think he's friends with those guys. I think he grew up around them. I think he sent them a card for their birthday. I think they know each other from outside of work. I
Bro,
think
shut
they
the fuck up.
invited him to a barbecue. I think Joel Embiid invites everybody to a barbecue. It don't matter what your occupation is. You understand what I'm saying? I don't like it. I like to see superstars score the ball like Kevin Durant. He don't need the refs. The refs is just there, you know what I mean? Just doing their job for real.
What about this, Breezy? Free throw discrepancy yesterday between the Lakers and the Celtics of 20 to the Lakers and 40 to the Celtics on the Celtics home court. How about that, Breezy? How about that?
Hold on. Damn. That's the 12 for 42.
Nah, the one below that. The one below that.
20 for the Lakers. 20
I thought CJ was the.
20
oh
to 40,
my
39,
God.
my nigga. 20 to 39.
Nah. As a Brooklyn Nets fan, I experienced a lot of this disparity of more free throws going to the opposing ball club. You know what I'm saying? So, I kind of feel that pain. You know what I mean? I can't cap on that, bro. Like,
hey, and look at the points in the paint, my nigga. We had 62 points in the paint. They had 44. These niggas jacking more jump shots and got more free throws than us, my nigga. What are we doing out here, bro? Like how does that make sense, bro? That's crazy.
Yeah. Again, I'm joking, but seriously though, like I really like to see the players win the game, and the refs I don't call that calling it fair, like 15 and 20. You know what I'm saying? So the disparity really is between free throws. Wow, it's 19. That's incredible. You know what I'm saying? 19 more points the Celtics had from the free throw line. It's hard to beat a team that when they got the refs. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I don't know, man. I don't know what that is, man. That shit different, man. I don't like to see that disparity when games is, and then the game is only decided by 4. So it's like, I don't know, 19 points to damn. They score more free throws than
the Clippers have
the Lakers attempted.
But you still got to play the game.
Yeah,
look
but
at these niggas, they still gotta play the game. If that was your team, OC Love, you ain't talking that shit today, bro. You ain't talking that shit today.
I agree with you being frustrated. I agree with LeBron being frustrated about the no call. But what can he do about it?
He can go in overtime and score 7 points, get 2 assists, carry the offense, and still lose, nigga, because the refs already made their minds up, nigga. What are we talking about? Jaylen Brown got how many free throws in overtime as well? How many of these points did he score in overtime?
He was aggressive.
He was aggressive. He was. So some players get rewarded for their aggressiveness. Others get no calls for their aggressiveness. That's what we on, right? That's what we on.
Come on. You stretching it now.
Okay.
You stretching it.
No. You got the facts right in front of you, man. You denying it is what you're doing right now. OC.
I'm not denying nothing. I've seen the disparity and all that.
Nah. Hey, if this happened to Kawhi Leonard, I know, Breezy, these niggas ain't talking about suck it up and just keep playing, nigga. Nah, they're holding these referees accountable. They're talking about how officiating
numerous games with the refs doing us like that, man. That's what I'm saying.
But hold on. But yo, shout to the pull up, man. But realistically, I was listening earlier, and y'all offense weak, bro. Facts. Yeah, y'all can't contrast y'all team to the Brooklyn Nets or the Lakers because we score the ball better than y'all. Period. You know what I'm saying? So y'all got good defense, but on offense, y'all, you know what I mean? Y'all miss the water fell off the boat, man.
So who on the Clippers? Ben Simmons score better then?
Stop it. You ain't just see the hold on, slow it down. You ain't just see us win without Ben Simmons. I'll prove it to you.
I'll answer your question and then you answer mine first. Who on the Clippers score better than Ben Simmons score better than?
Nobody, bro.
He scored better than Moses Brown, nigga. What's your point, bro?
I don't know about
ridiculous statement.
That's Africa. Moses Brown can give you 10 points.
Moses
10
Brown,
points.
look at the basket. Moses Brown, look at the basket.
Where you going with this?
You cannot be talking about the Clippers offense and your offense is give Kyrie the ball. Ben Simmons is under the basket and he's looking for Kyrie.
Hold on, no. This is what I'm trying to tell you. I feel you. Slow it down, though. Tread lightly. These waters are dangerous, and I
have a boat. I have a boat, brother. I have a boat.
Hold on. All right, cool. All right, shit. I'm in the kitchen. Now that being said, watch these pots clank. All I'm trying to tell you is this. Right. All I'm trying to tell you is this, bro. Canola oil. All I'm trying to tell you is this.
I don't use canola oil. I use olive oil and vegetable oil.
But you ain't the one cooking. Hold on, let me cook. Hold on.
You're not cooking because you're using canola oil. You're taking time.
Yo, Pete, all I'm asking you to do, listen, all I'm asking you to do is pay attention to players that play to see if the refs let them win and players that play with heart. Kyrie Irving is in a different level when it comes down to why they play. Ben Simmons is not playing the same way Kyrie is playing because Kyrie is playing with a purpose. He's a man on a mission. Now the difference is Mamba mentality. Hold on. The Mamba mentality. I said all that to say that we found a way to win without Ben Simmons. Let's get straight to it, right? So now that being said, we won last game without Ben Simmons. Kyrie Irving had 9 assists. We don't need Ben Simmons to come over there and make pretty assists. We don't need it. You in the air, you dunk the ball, or you sit, or you don't play, or you sore knee, or whatever you doing, but you not in the way. Kyrie tried to win with him, couldn't win with him. Kyrie tried to win with him and said, nah, you know what? This ain't gonna work. What? You know what? It worked with Clax. Clax done stepped up his production. What we expected from Ben Simmons, we getting from Nick Claxton. Slow it down. We don't need nothing from Ben Simmons. He could sit there and wear the best outfit. Hold on. Listen. We don't need Ben Simmons to do nothing but wear the same outfits he been switching and wearing. We don't care about if he get minutes. We got Day'Ron Sharpe playing harder than him. We ain't got Day'Ron Sharpe saying that he more talented than him, but he played harder. When the last time you seen Ben Simmons with 3 offensive rebounds? Your boy, they double day. They did that in 13 minutes. So what we talking about? You talking about Ben Simmons like he? Hold on. Let me say this last thing, my guy.
Friday?
Hold on. Listen. No. That's not Friday. That's double day. They 4 for 7 behind a 3. He don't really get minutes. He just crushing the G League 18 and 12. Now that being said, once he get minutes since Ben Simmons out the way, watch he put in work. Now that being said, he had 3 offensive boards and 13 minutes. And the significance of me repeating that is the fact is that one of the things that we lacked that we thought we would get from Ben Simmons on a regular basis was off rebounds. And he get defensive rebounds, but he never hardly for the most part get offensive rebounds. And when it come down to defense, he be in front of players, but he don't never contest for the shot. I'm telling you all of the reasons that you can't have Ben Simmons represent the Brooklyn Nets for winning because he's not part of the recipe of what we cooking. Now that being said, I hope you know this. Next game we going to play the Lakers, and they decided to not let AD and LeBron play for whatever reason. But I'm telling you, we found the way to win without Ben Simmons. So, I mean, whatever you want to say, whatever you want to say, bro.
Turn the stove down, man. That oil is getting smoky, my nigga.
You know what? I know BZ from New York because his response sound like an actual story, like a rap story. All my Brooklyn niggas from New York talking just like him, man.
I thought I was gonna snap my fingers. Spoken word, man. Spoken word.
I was like, that was like a poem.
But Bruce, you gotta get him back though.
I don't need to get him back because he did not answer anything. He just turned around trying to use pretty words. So I just let him go.
Listen, I said we found the way to win without Ben Simmons.
Who did you beat last game?
Said all that to say we won without Ben Simmons.
Who? Who did you beat? Who did you beat last game? The Knicks.
Yeah.
The Knicks, really? The Knicks.
Hey, the Knicks been playing well this season, Bruce. They've been playing well.
Yeah. Okay.
What's up, nephew?
We got my Uncle Big Tone in here, man. He be back to tear some shit up.
Big Tone. You know, Lakers getting robbed. You know what time it is.
What's up? Hey,
F. You know what it is, Big Tone.
Africa.
Yo, keep the same energy, Big Tone. Keep the same energy. Remember you talking about Jimmy Butler and that call. Was it against the Nets? I don't know who it was. He was talking about that Jimmy Butler call at the end of the game. I just Africa. Keep the same energy. Come on, man.
Africa.
What up?
Please stop. Just stop.
Tell them.
That's all I'm gonna say, man.
Break it down to them to these brothers.
I can't, man. I'm so sick of breaking down with you Lakers and
Oh,
LeBron. I'm just gonna just stop, man. Please.
What? How come
Y'all
I
Laker
stop Big Tom?
fans, you LeBron fans,
Speaking
you
facts.
see what you want to see. Come on, man. You do things that benefit you. You call out stop it, man.
What?
They did like 4 calls against Grant Williams on LeBron, and he never touched LeBron.
Oh,
but it's funny. It's funny. You ain't see that, did you? I bet you $1 billion right now. You ain't never see them bad calls, did you? No, you ain't see that. But you saw that last obvious call. Because again, I'm gonna show you how I told on my stream and all. I'm gonna show you how mad, how funny and mad Ghost was when they didn't get the call. This nigga was so mad, so emotional, that everybody on the panel was agreeing with Ghost. Ghost, we agree with you. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear that shit. You do know we agreeing with you. I don't want to hear that shit. They got that Boston. He just went straight into Black Panther mood. That Boston. Bro, y'all got to calm down, man. This is not the first time these referees made bad calls, man.
Thank you.
I've been telling y'all all year. Not just
the
Boston and Lakers. I've been telling y'all all year, bro.
Yeah.
These referees been calling horrible calls across the board, not just against Miami, not just against Lakers, not just against Nets or Clippers, across the board, bro. So for LeBron to get put on this act because he wants somebody to feel sorry for his ass, and he the last person. So stop it, man. They've just been horrible across the league. And then I guess what is a protest or something? Because it sure ain't low management because y'all ain't had no back-to-back. Now, Pete and repeat gonna set out for the tomorrow Nets game. What's that, a protest or something? Because now, I can say something might be wrong with AD. Now, I seen the way he played the other night. Something wrong with AD. Something wrong with AD, bro.
Yeah.
I'm just giving it. I'm getting
out. He's just playing through injury.
LeBron might be just doing it just because he's still pissed off. But he couldn't even small ass Broderick. He couldn't even. I mean, come on, man. So and then when he was going up the court, he all but needed 2 canes to get up the court. So I don't know what's going on with AD. Y'all might have brought him back too fast because y'all need these games. But I think y'all brought him back too fast, and it might be more serious than what y'all leading on. But stop it with all these fouls, please. Come on. I know you mad after. Don't worry, because I'll be too. But I don't think I would be this mad where I ain't gonna just move on, man, and talk about conspiracy. Because if you're gonna talk about conspiracy, conspiracy against the Lakers, man, say it throughout the NBA, bro.
No, it's against LeBron James specifically.
It ain't against
LeBron
no,
James.
bro. Stop it. Look, you're a fan. I'm not even here to convince you. But I told y'all even before this bull crap happened.
Yeah.
These referees been horrible all year across the board.
You know something? Unc been saying, and I've been on his streams. Unc been saying there have been games countless games that he have been going through this. So he's been consistently talking about the bad calls. I've seen it, and it's just like it's been a change like throughout. I don't know how long it's been, but the refs have just been acting like this for a while, man.
For a while, bro.
For a while,
across the board. The only thing I'm gonna tell you 2 things. One thing is make it so dramatic now. One, it was just straight out. Look, Stevie Wonder, Ray Charles, and he dead and gone. All of them could have seen that was a foul. That was number 1.
Fact.
Number 2, it's so dramatized. It's so, I need therapy because it's fucking LeBron. Because if it was anybody else, the media and everybody been already moved on by now.
Yeah.
Facts.
So
No,
stop,
it'd be the
man.
same
Yes,
shit.
yes,
If it was Steph Curry, if it was
Africa,
Kevin Durant,
no,
if it
that
was
shit-
Giannis
if it was
Antetokounmpo,
all
it'd be the same
them,
shit.
the media would have been already moved on.
No, they
that
wouldn't.
was a
No,
bad
Yes, they
call.
would've.
Oh,
You know what would have
Steph
happened? They
Curry
would have
should
called
got
the
that
foul.
call, or
They would have
Giannis should
called
have
the
got
foul.
that
Yeah,
call.
they would have called it for
That
Curry.
was just bad. But on to the next. And in other news, but because
Ain't no other news. LeBron James is the news, Big Tone. You gotta accept that.
No, that's your
See,
problem
now
right
that goes
there.
against what you
Right
been
there.
saying.
Right there, LeBron James is the news. See what I'm saying? So
He's
how
the
you
news.
gonna
When it
argue with
comes to
somebody like
basketball,
that that's in the
he's
cult?
the news.
That's
He is the news.
cultism, bro.
He is
That's
the news.
cult mentality that you talking,
Hey,
bro.
man.
How you
I
gonna
told
say
you
he is
that.
the news
So
and now you saying
ain't nothing we can
Hey,
say.
it's a separate
It's just-
issue, OC Love. That's what you don't
it's just
understand.
nothing-
It's an
ain't
issue
nothing
with the
nobody can
ownership
say.
and the referees, OC
I
Love.
know.
It ain't got
See?
nothing to do with the media. It's the
Ain't nothing.
referees and the
No,
ownership.
LeBron pretty much
But
50% on the
Young
media. bro.
Africa,
Stop
Young
it.
Africa, what
Stop
Young Africa, what real reason? Let's think about this real though. LeBron James is the face. He's the face of the league already. He's the most talked about player in the NBA. He's the captain of the All-Star team. He's the most richest player in the. He's the golden face of the league. What logical reason would
That's
you
all true.
have to have? What logical reason would you have to make an enemy out of him? And what what referee would have that big of an agenda to go after LeBron James?
That great question and great breakdown, because he is the richest player in NBA history in terms of active player. He is the face of the league. He does have many supporters when you talk about the media itself. But at the end of the day, who would create an enemy out of him? Who would want to diminish LeBron James? Who would be salty at an active billionaire? You know who would? Other billionaire niggas that own the league, right? And have multiple teams. And when LeBron leaves Cleveland and moves to Miami and messes up the cash flow, messes up the structure of power in the NBA, and now puts the power in the players' hands with these one-year deals, being able to leave in free agency and go to a team that you know is set up for you to win, and you know has another star player that you don't have to wait for a general manager to get your shit together and get a team around you. When you do that and then you are victorious, you know what that does? Gives incentive for other players to do it. So what did the owners do when they see a young brother like called LeBron James do that in the NBA? They come together at the table that they've been sitting on and say, we can't let these niggas do what they do.
Young brother?
Africa.
Did you called LeBron James. When they do that, they can't let him do what he wants and provide a context and a precedent for other players. So what do? We come and conspire with the referees.
Y'all know this, nephew. Y'all know this. All this shit is because he didn't get one goddamn fair.
No. This has been reported, Big Tom. This has been reported, and this has been an all season long thing for multiple seasons.
But
about
Africa,
if you want to be real,
you wasn't doing all this ranting about the owner sitting down all before that call.
Look, this. Hey, first off, I've been saying that. I've been saying LeBron ain't getting calls. I've been saying that.
Who y'all just beat prior to the Boston that y'all just lost? Who y'all played before the Boston? I think it was the Magic, right? Was it Magic?
Spurs, yeah, Spurs, yeah.
Now I didn't hear all this against LeBron and all that. I didn't hear all this conspiracy against LeBron when y'all beat the Spurs. All I heard was we back. That Sumo Rumo boy, is a good fit.
Selective hearing.
Yeah,
you got selective hearing, Big Tom.
Hold on. AD back. Sumo Rumo go fill in good and all that when y'all beat the Spurs. That's all I heard. I ain't hear no conspiracy. The man is holding us back. The man is on Afro, and he taking that young billionaire from. I didn't hear all that when you beat the Spurs.
I've been saying that, but you know it's all good. I've been saying that, and then there was a podcast that came out recently that verified a lot of what I've been feeling, thinking, and seeing.
Who's this hold on. Who's this podcast, Young Africa?
Can't say verified.
Look it up. It's called FYF Sports, and you should look it up and look up the context that he came with. FYF Sports and how he has inside information from the NBA.
FYF is a Laker, and he's a Laker guy.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay,
no, he ain't you know what FYF stands for? Hey, don't do that, Big Tom. Don't be smearing brothers. Don't do that. Hey, he's a college coach. He coaches basketball. He has
He
integrity.
is
He
a
knows plays
Laker
in the
guy,
NBA. Okay, you can
Africa.
diminish what you want,
I'm not
but when he
diminishing
comes out with
nothing.
the report,
He
and
still
says
can
he
have.
got inside
He still can
information.
have his report. He still can have his theories.
Yeah.
He still can have his conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
He is a Laker guy.
Conspiracy theories.
Now,
Okay, it's
he might
conspiracy
not
theories,
be
right?
a LeBron
Okay.
guy,
Okay.
but
And you realize that this
FYF is
information,
a Laker guy.
this information originates from when LeBron was in Miami, Big Tone. This ain't about Lakers, nigga. This is what you don't understand and you don't want to hear. This ain't about the Lakers. This is
Okay.
about an individual player being conspired against by the referees and ownership in the league. If you can't understand that, then you just don't want to understand the game, bro.
Well,
Hey, young
Hey,
Africa,
hey.
young Africa, I got a question. Young Africa. Yeah, I got a question. I got a question, young Africa. So is this why you missed the show this morning? You was looking all this shit up on the internet, deciding it?
Exactly.
Hey, look at these
Exactly.
niggas.
Well, hey, in Africa, I'm old enough to know about all the conspiracy. And one thing I know, if they don't like LeBron the way you say they don't like LeBron, just like they made Kyrie bow down on his knees, they'll do LeBron the exact same way if they want to. So stop it, bro. Stop it. Stop it. LeBron is a quarter on a major dining room table to these.
How they gonna make LeBron James bow down? So you're talking about they're gonna diminish LeBron to make themselves feel good.
Get the call.
So the face of
you
the
had
league,
5 minutes.
Hey, hold on.
You had 5 minutes to win,
the face of the
and
league,
you didn't win. He gave up. So as the leader goes, the rest of the player went. They gave
and he
up.
scores 7 points and gets 2 assists in overtime.
Hey,
carries the
on
offense,
to the next
and their
tomorrow,
calls are
bro.
still held against him, and that's what happened. And they don't lose.
On to the Nets tomorrow,
played
bro.
overtime. He still dominated. They
That's
just couldn't
right.
get it
He
done.
still
But at the
did.
end of the
That's
day,
right.
yeah,
And
they
he
couldn't
still
get it
got
done.
the
But at
L.
the end of the day, yeah, okay.
On to
But
the
at the
Nets
end of the day,
tomorrow.
on to the next one. Exactly.
There you go.
Because it
On
ain't your
to the Nets
team.
tomorrow. 'Cause
You
all
be
this
talking
shit
like
you
that. Because I
talking ain't gonna
remember
make sense.
not long ago
Ain't
you
nobody
talking
gonna
about
change
Jimmy
your
Butler
mind.
got fouled at the rim, and you were salty at that too. So you don't keep the same energy.
Hold on, Africa. Hold on. Yes, I was
He ain't
salty.
talking about no conspiracy.
Hold on for a minute. Yes, I was salty, but I sure ain't said the man was trying to get rid of Jimmy and the Miami Heat and conspiracy theories said that Jimmy came over undercover and then come on, man.
Now you say
I
that
was mad because it was a foul. They didn't
Miami
call
Heat. We never get called. You talk about how the team
Yes,
as a
I
whole
do.
don't get
That's
called.
it.
The referee. Oh,
It
so
counts.
it's different, right? When it's
Africa.
LeBron James.
No,
Keep
we
the same
all
energy.
said
So I'm trying to tell you.
Africa.
Keep the same energy.
Africa, we are telling you that the ref is yes, but we ain't going through all this conspiracy. We just said we getting bad calls.
Exactly.
And as eye test, you can see that. But we ain't going to all this conspiracy. Come on, man. There's a difference. Yes, and I'm gonna say it again because I know they're gonna make some more bad calls against Miami.
Facts.
Yeah, they're
I
gonna
mean,
make some more bad calls against the Nets. They're gonna make some more bad calls against Clippers. They're gonna make some more bad calls against Lakers.
Okay.
They're gonna make some bad calls against the Sixers.
Betting just became legal in America. You're gonna be seeing a lot of sideways shit happen, and y'all better be ready. But let me tell you this: when it's your favorite team, don't get salty, right? Keep the same energy. So BJ,
What you mean when it's my favorite team? I'm gonna get salty. If I see them calling
that's the double standard.
I'm not, hey, Africa, I'm not telling you don't be mad about the bad call. Anybody say don't be mad about the bad calls?
We all agree.
And we agree. You acting like ghosts now. Everybody here agree it was a bad call, bro. It was a effed up. That was outright 100%. Hey, I'm even willing to go up to the line with you and say, boy, that's pretty much, that was some rigged shit right there. I can even almost give you that. But we're not going to go into the conspiracy and, they sit down at the table and one little older young Negro who against a cabal who worth $800 trillion and he only worth a measly ass billion to them. He gonna change everything. Stop it, man. Stop it.
Yo, can I ask a question?
You tell me, BJ.
Just stop
you tell
it,
me,
man.
so we can
What
keep
you
it
got?
there. We can leave that alone. They're gonna eventually come out with that, and then you can remember this conversation, Big Tone, and just give it up. Just shout me out one time on your stream when you hit the big time. That's all. I gotta.
You talking to somebody who knew and been going through this shit before anybody on this goddamn panel was born. So even if or when it come out, it ain't gonna shock me, surprise me, and I still probably ain't even gonna talk about it. Cause the only thing I'm gonna say is what's new.
Okay.
That's what I'm gonna say. What's
Okay,
effing new?
Got a question
That's
for
what
you,
I'm gonna
DJ.
say.
Fact, DJ, statistically.
Hold on. Let BZ say what you got, and then you can ask me. What's up, man?
I wanted to ask, who's up next? We believe next man up. That's how I go with the Nets. Like, who's next up after AD and Braun? Who y'all got? You know what I'm saying? Toscano. Who's their replacement? Like,
Yeah, that's a good question.
Hey, first off, hey, how did the Nets believe in next man up, man? Y'all been looking for that.
We tore Africa. We tore them well. We tore them well.
Now it's next man up. Y'all were the top heavy team talking about KD, Kyrie, and all that. Now it's next man up. That's what it is. Okay.
All right. So that's hilarious. That's he ha ha.
Yeah. We tore them well.
That's a barrel of laughs.
Yeah,
okay.
We tore them well. Next man up. Cause nephew, y'all ain't never ever mentioned nothing about next man up mentality, bro. Don't start it. But it's good. Hey, hold on. I'm with you, bro. That's good that you have that mentality. I'm with you.
No. What I'm saying, listen, what I'm doing is going off of what the coaching style is. That's what the coaching style is. You feel me? This is what I'm watching in the post-game interviews. This is not just my opinion I'm pulling up with. Shout out to my guy for the pull-up. I'm pulling up with facts. You feel what I'm saying? This was Jock Vaughn saying. This was JV saying in the interviews.
I wonder where he get that from.
Listen, I ain't saying he ain't get it from nowhere. He a student of the game, of course. But that being said, that's what it is with us, and we learned how to win without Ben Simmons. Those first 4 games, we was trying to run the pick and roll, and we found out that what we wanted Ben Simmons to do, we do with Nick Claxton. Look at Nick Claxton production in these last few games, man.
I'd rather Ben Simmons was with y'all or without y'all. Y'all could win anyway. I'm sorry. Ben Simmons never gave nothing to y'all, even when he was with you. So stop saying that you learned how to win without Ben Simmons, because Ben Simmons never done nothing when he was with you. So that was an easy task.
But hold on. But it's easy to say that when he not on your team, because we watching him and depending on him to be aggressive. He averaged 12 drives a game before he got the contract. After he got the contract, he averaged 5 drives a game. You feel what I'm saying? His production is different. So case in point is he not in the lineup because of whatever reason, and we won without him. We know how to win without him because Day'Ron Sharpe played harder than him. He may not have the quote unquote talent like him, but he got more heart. You know what I'm saying? He played with more heart than him.
My point is, all I'm saying to you,
that's not hard.
That's not hard, bro. You trying to make it like Ben Simmons was that hard to replace.
Yeah, he don't got much heart.
That's all.
We made a replace 6 points, 5 rebounds.
But
5 assists, my nigga. Well, what we replaced?
But listen,
triple singles.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a quick question. But you knew all this and you still traded for him.
Nah, we didn't know all of this. We didn't know all of this. You think we knew all of this?
Wait, you said hold on. You said he was averaging like 12 drives a game before he got the contract, and after he got the contract, he started averaging 6 drives, and he got the contract when he was in Philly.
Nah, I'm gonna keep it real with you, and this is me saying this for me. I wasn't with nothing. I wanted to keep KD, Kyrie, Jarrett Allen, Karis LeVert, and Spencer Dinwiddie. I wasn't with none of this. Just for the record. So that being said, once I seen that, I'm just vlogging it now, but they not doing exactly what the fans is doing. This ain't no, the Nets fans want this and this is what the front office is doing. It don't work like that. You know what I'm saying? So that being said, listen, I think Ben Simmons is not the best part of this trade. I think it's Seth Curry. You feel what I'm saying? I think Seth Curry is the best part of this trade. Everybody talking about Ben Simmons this, Ben Simmons that. Seth Curry is the one that stepped up and is really playing good basketball. Kyrie and Curry played a year in Duke together. You seen them hug Coach K the other day after we beat the Knicks. You know what I'm saying? That's what. Like, we spread love in Brooklyn. We giving hugs out to college coaches. One of the best to ever do it.
I don't think that was no surprise though, nephew.
I keep waiting for you to say Smack, give me my shit.
Yeah, I don't think that's no surprise. Everybody said Ben Simmons ain't what y'all thought it was. Because in the beginning now whether it was you directly, but the rest of the Nets fans thought Ben Simmons was the greatest thing since water. Oh, we ain't got Ben Simmons. Oh, we ain't wait till Ben Simmons get on the floor. Can't nobody beat us. Oh, wait till Ben Simmons. Wait till Ben Simmons. Now all of a sudden, we doing good without Ben Simmons. So, you know, you might not have said that, but one thing is for sure. The other Net fans was saying
honestly, not even that bad. I thought he'd be better than what he's doing right now. I gotta admit that.
Yeah, I did too. I'm not gonna lie, I did too.
You didn't think he was gonna get 6 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists.
That nigga been trash over the course of I don't know how many games. That nigga been trash. Hey, Bubba, you was right. You guys, y'all fleeced the Nets on that one.
Listen. Yeah, I'm telling you that. Hold on. To add to that, again, it's not as a Nets fan, right? Listening to y'all perspective, we got to deal with that shit. But the real shit is that Seth Curry is like that. Him next to Curry, it means something. Hitting big shots in the fourth quarter, they play. You know what I mean? They got experience as teammates. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that.
I like Curry for y'all.
I like Curry.
They playing good basketball together. Watch they stats together. But the other day they had 62 together. Kyrie had 30 and Seth Curry had 32. He was 7 for 10 behind the arc. This shit like everybody talking about Ben Simmons. Nah, fuck that. Look at Seth Curry. Look at what Seth Curry is doing. Look and pay attention to what he's doing. He's not the best part of this trade. He got the biggest contract, whatever. The best part of this trade is Seth Curry next to Kyrie Irving because they played the year together in college. Trust me, bro. They want to win together. We're going to win without Ben Simmons, man.
Unless they hate each other, bro. So it's not... Come on, nephew.
Jimmy Butler be messing up locker rooms. Don't do that, Big Tom.
Jimmy Butler messed up what locker room? Yeah, any perfectionist.
I heard he was a player, Big Tom.
Yeah, any perfectionist will mess up. Hold on for a minute. Any perfectionist will mess up a locker room when you're around a bunch of lazy ass motherfuckers who don't win. yeah. So he always gonna be the bad guy. Let me start it with. And I told you,
hold people accountable.
If they don't play for Miami, I don't. But I'm sick of y'all with the Jimmy Butler hate shit. So now I am going.
No, I'm just saying. I heard he was making maneuvering around.
When he was a rookie, when he with the Bulls, he was with the rookie, and shit didn't work. That just didn't work out. He had a work ethic like no other. Didn't nobody understand Jimmy Butler. Okay, they got rid of him from the Bulls. Now, by his work ethic, he goes to Minnesota. Now he got a bunch of lazy, trifling ass motherfuckers in Minnesota.
Tall, fast niggas.
But even though his work ethic and the lazy and trifling motherfuckers that there was in Minnesota, he still took them motherfuckers to a playoff that they hadn't been in over 10 years. That's Jimmy Butler. Okay, now he goes to the Sixers. Same shit. His work ethic. Embiid, lazy. The other boys, lazy. But in this case, him and Embiid got tight. Now, why Embiid didn't take up his work ethics, I don't know, but that's a whole nother story why. Now, it's still in the locker room. Jimmy is the bad guy. Why? Because Jimmy gets up 3 o'clock every morning, work out, go get his players. Come on, man. Let's get on this court, man, to do our perfection. Everybody laugh at him. He's a hard head. He wants to win. Now they're talking about him. Oh, he's the bad guy because he has a work ethic. Okay, what they do to the Sixers? No, fuck you. We don't want you. We want Tobias Harris. So what they do, they keep Tobias Harris and who the best fit for him? The Miami Heat. What he do? He come right into the Miami Heat. The Miami Heat already have that work ethic, already have that perfectionist in their organization and that team, and don't take no shit from no diva shit. What he does, he fit right in. And what he do 3 out of the motherfucker, 3 years out of 4 years he been there, he go to a finals and 2 Eastern Conference finals with role players. So don't try to tell me that Jimmy is the problem in the motherfucking locker room. And lastly, have you ever heard out of the Miami? Hold on. Have you ever heard?
You turn the stove down.
Hold on. That's right. Have you ever heard out of the Miami locker room that Jimmy is a hothead, that Jimmy is a problem, that can't nobody be with Jimmy? Fuck no. You know why? Because he came with the right organization, with the right mentality, that had the same mentality that he has, and understood him and understand him. That's why he fit right in with the Miami Heat, bro. So y'all gonna stop this shit with this Jimmy Butler hate, man.
No, I respect
that. Is that why Jimmy called us all bitch lessons?
Jimmy Butler hate, bro.
No, hold on.
No, bro. Hold on. Let me finish. You can rebuttal. I'm sick of Mookie. I'm sick of all of y'all. A joke is a joke. I know a joke when you play with a player, you know. But no, this is seriously hate with Jimmy and Bam. And I'm getting sick of that shit. And I'm gonna start calling all you motherfuckers out. Because this is seriously hate against that man. And you ain't giving him his fucking due. Because here's the deal. Fucking KD could not have done what the fuck Jimmy just did in 3 years. Being with the Miami Heat, with the players he had, the fucking G leaders and role players, and took them to a final and 2 motherfucking Eastern Conference finals. KD couldn't do it. Kyrie couldn't do it. Kawhi couldn't do it. None of these motherfuckers could do it. I guarantee you. So stop it with this Jimmy Butler hate shit. Don't try to slide talk with Jimmy Butler. No, he ain't perfect. He got his ups and downs like any fucking player. But give me his motherfucking flowers, nigga. Because that's something what niggas don't do.
Hey,
all right, listen, man.
Okay.
Listen, man.
Soliloquy. I like that soliloquy, Big Tone. That's okay.
Yeah, man. He can have. Listen, man. Give him two. What do you want, man? Dandelions, whatever, man. You know what I'm saying? He deserves his flowers.
Sunflowers. Sunflowers.
I'm gonna tell you.
Sunflowers, man.
I'm gonna tell you like I tell him. Give me cookies. Give me ice cream. Give me everything, motherfucker. Because he deserves it.
Big Tone, I got vitamin gummies for you.
Yeah, because one thing about it, KD or Kyrie damn sure didn't do nothing. Jimmy
Breezy about to pass some edibles to Big Tone, get it.
And Jimmy didn't have superstars, nigga. KD
Hey, Breezy, you gotta get him.
Breezy got some edibles in his pocket.
Yeah, look, man.
Bullshit. Talking about the Nets and KD and all them niggas. They ain't do nothing Jimmy did.
Don't burn your food.
Hey, everybody gonna call me crying, but that soliloquy got Big Tone in tears up in this motherfucker.
No,
we ain't gonna call that shit out, BJ.
There's a difference between a legit hate, bro. I'm sick of that Jimmy Butler hate.
Yo, look, listen.
Nigga, don't try to switch it up. And if you don't, if you don't like him, that's cool, bro. I ain't mad at you because you don't like him. That's cool.
Nah.
Each his own. But
listen, I'm not
keep jumping on Jimmy, bro.
Nah, I'm not saying that I don't respect Jimmy. I'm saying I respect Jimmy handle, especially. Listen, I respect Jimmy handle, but at the end of the day, when it was a one-on-one situation, we had Wasabi Watanabe guarding them one-on-one. You know what I'm saying? He missed the shot. Now I'm saying now you don't blame that on him. Hold on.
Everyone gonna stop no Jimmy. Nigga, sit your ass down.
Hold on. I'm just saying on any given listen. No. Listen, on any NBA night,
Jimmy boy,
Wasabi Watanabe couldn't win the game for you.
Yeah.
Go ahead and burn your food.
Offensive stop.
You better not go to Miami now with Big Tone.
Yeah.
February 15th.
That motherfucking bullshit. Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Don't go to South Beach.
He ain't do nothing. Look at his stats. Look at that nigga stats against mine. Hey, you know what these niggas do, man? You know what the Nets fans do?
Go to dessert.
It's the same way they did with the boy. What's the boy name? What's the other boy name who tapped in that last shot with Miami? What's the boy name?
You talking about Royce O'Neal?
Now this motherfucker.
You like this?
Hold on. This motherfucker was 1 from 9. But he had 6 points or 8 points. Hold on. He tapped in a lucky ass tap in. And you know what these motherfuckers say on the Nets fans? Oh, he shut down, Bam. He shut down. This bitch had a tap in. And he said over that motherfucker bragging about he shut down the whole Miami Heat. He had 1 tap in. Come on, bro.
Hey, Big Tom,
hold
was that
on,
a foul against the
Can I-
Brooklyn Nets against Royce O'Neal? Was that a foul on Jimmy Butler on that last
hold
play?
on, hold on. No, can
Oh
I?
Lord. Here we
Oh,
go.
hey, hold on. There was
Was that a foul?
that's something I also wanted to bring up. I'm gonna interrupt. There was a play. There was one play. There was a play I think against the Heat when they was playing the Nets that Jimmy got fouled and it was obvious.
That was the last play. That was the
The
last
Yeah,
play.
at the very last play, and I remember going on Big Tone's show saying that was an obvious foul. So I just wanted to bring that up that these refs have been doing this.
that was against
They've been
Breezy
doing
Nets.
this. They've been doing this
Can I
all
rebuttal?
year.
And
Can I- can I-
let me
can I
close and
rebuttal?
do your rebuttal. Let me close the rebuttal. And yes, that whole day, of course, because the game was just over. So that whole day we can talk about it. But after that day, what happened? We moved the fuck on to the next game. It was what it was.
Oh, no. Don't skip over the day because it's still 24 hours. Where I'm from, it's still the same day, Big Tom. I'm going to be talking about that shit. Don't be sliding off. You were
Okay,
saying that
well,
was
you
a
just
missed
go-
call.
I didn't
Y'all
say you-
lost the game.
Hold on.
And then you talk about how the refs don't give you calls all season.
I didn't
like
say you can't talk about it. I'm just saying I'm talking about that situation. Now you go ahead, Breeze. Now you go ahead and talk what you was gonna say.
Okay.
Well,
Royce O'Neal,
again,
Breezy. Royce O'Neal, good defense, right, Breezy? Good defense.
right. Again, the matchup, and I say this out of honor. Bam and Clax, this is what the commentators were saying. This is two players, and it's not a lot of players that can do it in an association that can guard 1 through 5. But these are the two players, and I'm saying that Nick Claxton won that matchup. Hold it down. And I'm also saying when it came down to Royce O'Neal, yeah, to the Brooklyn Nets, a hero is nothing but a sandwich. I mean, chopped cheese, how you like it, onions and peppers. Hold it down. Listen,
That show
hold it
you.
down. Hold it down.
That,
Hold it
yeah,
down. Hold it
that
down.
show
Hold
you.
it.
Right there show you how
Did you
low
found
your
a
Hold
bar
it
is.
down.
Hold on.
Listen.
No, nigga. I didn't even get that in. That's right there show you how low your bar is. So
Yeah,
a
hold it
motherfucker,
down. Let me-
Hey, let it finish the sandwich. He didn't even get through the whole
a
filling. Big
motherfucker,
Tom.
hold on for a minute. A motherfucker ain't got to do nothing all game. Then he come in the fourth quarter, just do a tap in, and he the greatest player in the whole game. That's how low these motherfucking bar is, bro. But go ahead enjoy yourself. Go ahead, finish.
Yeah, listen, what I'm saying is
What else
Royce
you
the right choice, Rolls Royce. His mama named him Royce O'Neal. I'm saying hero, the smaller guard, not even the you know what I'm saying, the one you can't have, it's the circle one, know what I mean? He's that kind of hero, know what I mean? Just the small.
How many points did Hero had that game?
Hold on. He was 8 for 21. Let me save you the time, Big Tom. He was 8 for 20.
Did Hero had that game?
He shot terrible. Know what I mean?
He shot terrible. Hold on for a minute. Royce was 1 for 9. What in the fuck are you talking about?
I ain't say we need Royce for offense. You need Hero for offense.
Royce the choice. Royce the holy horse. And all this.
Rolls Royce.
Right, exactly.
Oh my God. Again,
listen.
bar is so low.
The players'
I
choice
accept
and
it.
some shit
Rolls
like
Royce. So
I can't. But the bar is so low. Go ahead, nephew. Finish.
Listen, what I'm saying is he is the bigger guard. He's like a power guard. He left the 3-point line where him and Hero was at the same time, went to crash the boards. You see what he did.
And Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan Kenobi push Kyle Lowry out the way, enable Royce to get the tap in.
Wasabi Watanabe.
Yeah, Obi-Wan Kenobi, that's what the fuck he is. Because even he ain't do shit. Obi-Wan Kenobi, motherfuckers, he ain't do shit.
You playing great. You get in that paint.
I mean,
it's a physical sport, man. Bam is a physical player. You know that. For Miami, it's a physical team.
I said you won. But I'm just letting these people on here know, all my nephews on here know how low the bar is. That a motherfucking player can be 1 for 9, 1 for 100, coming in the fourth quarter, don't do shit, and all he do come in and get a lucky tap in, and he the greatest player since water. That goes to show you how low the bar is with these motherfucking teams.
Nah, good coaching.
Yeah,
that's I believe in you. You've been cold the whole game, but I believe you in the last play.
Oh God! There you go.
Coaching, that confidence, that bond they building.
All you doing is prove my point, nephew. But keep talking. Go ahead, because all you doing is prove my. Hey, just like I told you, with all that bullshit you was talking when y'all did that 12-game run shit. Now look at you. You humble yourself.
No,
yourself. Oh no, you humbling yourself.
I had humble pie.
You might be talking a little more shit because you want
vanilla icing on a humble pie, man. It was good, man.
These dreads are humble pie. I know goddamn well.
Yo, man.
I know it don't take much. It don't take much.
Listen.
It don't take much.
Niggas say vanilla ice on the humble
Y'all niggas crazy, man.
This motherfucker, boy, that's how I know the bar is. But I'm gonna tell you like this, bro. Yeah, y'all play. Hey, look, like I told you, like I even told B, even though he another cat motherfucker. Hey man, that's good that y'all winning. Don't get it twisted. Shit, I ain't mad at y'all because you winning, but I know it's limited. I know the organization, so I know it's limited. See? Yeah. This ain't no motherfucking sprint. This is a marathon. See? Yeah. I know the organization, bro.
Yeah. So what you do? What you trying to say?
That motherfucker at the end, motherfucker, y'all ain't gonna do shit.
Yeah, I totally disagree. I totally disagree.
You better.
Listen,
what kind of fan would you be if you agree with me?
Can I tell you why?
What kind of fan would you be if you agree with me?
Oh, now I don't know. I'm a big fan though. You know what I'm saying? So hold on. Let me just tell you why. I'll make it quick. I'm gonna just pull up and say this real fast.
Take your time. I want you to get everything out.
Mamba mentality is why Kyrie is there, why he's here, why he's proving that he could be the number 1 option, 2 option, or 3 option. He showed you when he was playing next to KD early in the season when we went on this big win streak. Don't ever call put little in 12-game win streak in the same sentence, knowing damn well the Miami Heat ain't got a 12-game win streak this season. So yeah, now that being said, I feel like when
they got a winning organization.
Listen, everything we still moving forward. We're trying to win now. You gotta realize you're talking about winning organization. We saw Mark come from that cloth.
Hold on.
We come from the cloth of winning organizations with the Spurs.
Okay, but first of all, bro. First of all, hold on. First of all, see, we still can talk even just as a couple of months ago, just last year. See, you still can talk it because it was just a couple of months ago. See, so we still on a winning streak until somebody dethroned us. It's just like Boston. Even if Boston was 0-50, they still would be the best team. Why? Because they won the Eastern Conference Champion. And until somebody dethroned them, they're still the best team, whether you like them or not. And which means I can't stand them, but I gotta bow down. They're the Eastern, whether I like it or not. They're still the Eastern Conference Finals champion. You understand what I'm saying? And just like Miami was number 1 seed last year. So until this season is over, the 82 games is over, bow down, nigga. Bow down. All that 12-game shit ain't mean nothing until you end where you end up at the 82 games. So bow down, nigga.
That's a nasty cramp in the quadricep, like you said in 300 Spartan. I mean, hold on. Listen. What I'm saying, we won in those in this season.
Hold on for a minute.
That's facts.
Who was the number 1 seed and who was the Eastern Conference Finals champion?
Bro,
now, it don't take long. You're taking too long. See,
the Boston Celtics won the Eastern Conference Finals.
Right. And who was the number 1 seed?
It was the Celtics. No, it was the Celtics.
Oh, it was Miami.
Miami, but they did. Yeah, okay. Sorry, it was Miami.
Until you dethrone first and foremost, because it always starts with the end of the season. Until you dethrone Miami, because we still got 35 solid games across the board to go. Until you dethrone Miami from the number 1 seed, shut the fuck up and enjoy them little bit of wins that you're getting right now.
You mean little? Why you call that little? What's so little about it? It's more wins than Miami.
Because
y'all lukewarm.
Now hold on, y'all done went from 8 in front of Miami. Now you're only 2 games in front of Miami.
Y'all never been in 4th place. What you talking?
Bruh, I'm gonna say this again because you only take out what you want to take out. You done went from 8 games in front of Miami, and now you're only 2 games in front of Miami.
You can't stop y'all from playing good from basketball, bro.
I know you want to take out what you want to take out, and that's fine.
Listen, I respect your handle.
That's
I know
fine.
y'all. We can't stop y'all from playing good basketball. We could just stop y'all from beating us. That's why we won last game.
And let nephew or whoever else take it. Until you dethrone Miami from the #1 seed, and until you dethrone the Boston Celtics from the Eastern Conference Finals, bear down, nigga, and enjoy this little win that you're enjoying.
That was in Miami. We got margaritas after that. We went and we took pictures with flamingos after that game. What you talking about? We took pictures with flamingos after we got that win. What you talking about, man?
Man, that's young Africa, little brother. They talk the same way.
I was just about to say, y'all really got the same energy. Y'all got the same energy, man.
They do.
Y'all got the same wordplay.
Hey, we got margaritas after the game.
We only played them one time. Hold on. And nephew, DJ, we only played them one time, and we play them 3 more times.
February 15th.
I'm gonna be tuning into those games too. Be definitely watching those games.
So I'll say it again because a lot of y'all like repeat. That's why I tell Mookie them. Y'all love repeat. So I'll say it again. Start with the ending of the season. Until you close out in front of Miami, whatever your record will be, if you're in front of Miami, bear down, nigga, because we still the #1 seed. That's #1. #2, until whoever it is win the Eastern Conference Finals, whether I like them or not, and I'll say it again, y'all know I can't stand them of Boston Celtics, but I gotta bear down, bro, because they're the Eastern Conference Finals champion. So until somebody win that, nigga, bear down. These little wins that you're talking is good. Now hold on, don't get it twisted. Your wins are good, but like you always do, you always go above the fray, bro. Y'all just, I swear to God, but I'm loving it. I need y'all to keep that energy, man. I swear.
Celtics not gonna win.
Because what flamingos last forever, baby.
Listen, flamingos, yes, sir. Them flamingos.
Yeah, man, y'all lukewarm, man. Y'all lukewarm, man.
Them flamingos beat your ass 3-1 last year. So I understand. Hey, man,
he has flamingos and you have rats, man.
It was a good game.
Exactly. What you rather have, flamingos or rats, motherfucker? Hey, man, look, I'm good.
Stop it. Brooklyn known for many things. Right. It ain't rats, though.
Yeah, but that's all right, though. But hey, man, look, you supposed to enjoy your wins. Don't get it twisted. You supposed to
big wins.
Just not go, like you did when you was on that 12. Your team better than every motherfucking body in the motherfucking NBA now. Y'all do too much, bro. But I can tell you from experience. I would tell nephew B, and like I told Landon, from experience, you setting yourself up for a mighty fall, bro. You setting yourself up for a mighty fall. Your organization, especially y'all two organizations, who ain't never win nothing since the 19th century.
Hold on. Can I just say this last thing?
Y'all got a lot to prove, bro.
Hold on. Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
You pull up with the audacity. I will not have it though. You pull up with the audacity to say y'all the 2023 champions. How dare you? You guys are in 16.
And I hope that it make you mad.
Hold on for a
minute. I hope that it make you mad. So go ahead.
Yo.
I hope that it make you mad.
Yeah,
that's my intention.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay, now we here. Now I'm looking at it like, how dare he, knowing that Hero was part of the offense, for him to take 21 shots, and you see what we did to him. He only hit 8 out of 21, so therefore they're going to do the same thing next. Hold on, let me finish. They're going to do it next game. So again, hold on. Listen, I'm going to tell you what my point is. My point
just lost to the Hornets tonight, and that don't mean shit.
I mean, I'm just saying we got your number like a telethon, bro.
You mean a lot, Big Tone. Don't do that.
We got your number like a telethon. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, bro. We just beat y'all 3 times last year, and you got our number because you beat us 1 time this year so far?
Yo,
Okay,
man.
you got that number.
February
Go ahead,
15th.
finish what you're saying. Yeah, you got
What
that
I'm
number. But go ahead.
what I'm saying is, y'all spoke
Lord,
without honor about
Boy.
Nick Claxton, and he showed you that he's just
Without-
as
Yeah,
good
yeah,
as Bam.
Yeah,
Now
nigga,
that being, hold
let me
on.
tell you something. No, you ain't. I'm cutting your
What
ass
was his
off
name, Breezy?
anytime you
Nick-
put Bam in
Nick
your
Slap-
mouth and
Slaps
try to
him?
put
Is that what-
Claxton with some goddamn Bam, boy. Smack your goddamn self. Right
Clax
now.
nice.
Smack yourself.
All right,
That will
Clax is
never.
fine. February
Now,
15th.
yeah, the young man is playing very well. Yes, he is. But I dare you put him with a two-way player like Bam. So stop it.
I'm just saying that
I know
matchup he
you just
won. It
saying.
was
I
close.
know you just saying.
I ain't saying he better
No,
than
yes,
Bam
you are
career
saying
wise.
he
I
better.
would
Stop.
know.
Don't back
This
up.
season, no, this
Finish the
season
story.
he's playing just as good as Bam as a recent. Since KD got injured, these last 4 games in the stretch ain't nowhere to back up. I'm going straight forward. Shit, what you talking about? He averaging a double-double. I'm talking about 29 last game. What Bam had? What you talking about? I mean, shit, you want to take it there? Let's take it there. What Bam had these last 5 games?
You do know Bam averaging
Clax,
23,
bro,
24
Clax is
points a
finishing
game.
at the rim. He's leading the league in field goal percentage. He's like, I'm not saying he's leading the league in dunks anymore, but he was at one time. And not only that, he's leading the league in field goal percentage, like
Okay,
74%. So again, what conversation is
hold on.
Bam in? He's leading in two.
He's a
Hold on,
big
he's
guy,
leading
right?
in 2 statistics. He's leading in blocks and field goal percentage. What we talking about?
Yeah. So he is considered a big guy, right? Center, power forward, whatever you want to call. Who's leading the lead in paint points?
I'm not sure. I'm
Yeah,
not, but I know it ain't.
Zion
Clax.
Williamson. Zion.
Yeah, you're a motherfucking lying no sound, nigga. You
It's
still trying that
Zion.
Zion shit, nigga.
Nah, it's
Bam,
Zion.
Bam got
you
a
know
1,000
damn well
points.
Zion.
Bam got 1,000 points in the motherfucking paint, nigga. The fuck
I'm
is
talking about
wrong
average.
with you? Now,
I'm talking about average.
Hey, I don't want to hear that shit,
total.
nigga.
Nah, I'm talking about average. You talking about total.
Add the points up, nigga. Who's leading in points?
Nah, we use
You
the
gonna
average.
fucking take your narrative, little nigga. But I keep telling you.
You can have that. I ain't even what I'm mad at.
But then he's the percentage. He got the inside threshold. How you gonna say he better than Bam when Bam is the top scorer in the paint?
Because he blocking dunks. He protecting the rim. He blocking dunks.
Hey, Bruce, this is the new NBA. So
Bro, he's blocking dunks. They're trying to dunk on him, and he's blocking it clean.
I know. I need to accept it. Don't worry about
Bro,
it.
I've seen him block like 2 dunks in 2 games, and Bam is not in these conversations.
Right.
Who was trying to dunk? Who was trying to dunk? Small people.
Hold on for a minute. Who dunk on Bam? I'm waiting.
No, I ain't saying nobody dunk. I'm just saying what my guy Clax did.
You see where I get him? You say he leading in block dunks. Who the fuck dunked on Bam? Because obviously you're not giving Bam stats. So who dunked on Bam?
Yeah, man, I don't know who dunked. I don't know who
You're
dunked
gonna
on
deep tone blood pressure.
That's what
I don't
thought.
know.
That's
No,
what
but I
the
don't
fuck
know
I
who
thought.
dunked on Bam. I'm
Nigga,
saying
pick
I
his
seen.
Come on,
You
bro.
said who did he
You
block?
pick
I said
his
Embiid.
man. Stop it.
Bro, he blocked Embiid. Like that's nothing to sneeze at, bro. Like he blocked Embiid, like 1-on-1, no sneaky coming from the side, 1-on-1, a clean block. It was clean.
Hey, have you ever watched? Hold on, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. Have you ever watched Bam and Embiid play?
Yeah,
Bam,
I seen him.
Okay, Bam blocked Embiid shot before too. So now, what the fuck do that mean?
A dunk? Like, did you see the play I'm talking about, Big Tone?
No, he came from the backside. Now, a block is a block. It is what it is. What, bro? Do you? No,
oh no, hold on. Oh, no, listen. Hold on. Listen. Hold on.
BJ, hold on for a minute, real quick. Nephew BJ, please.
Yeah. What's up, Mom?
Save this stream. That's all I want. Nephew, paste this stream. That's it. Let them finish. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Listen, all I'm saying, listen, I'm just
nephew at the end of the season and at the end of the postseason. Please write this down. That's all I want you to do, nephew, for me. That's all I want you to do. Okay, now go ahead, Breezy. Finish.
I just want to say this last thing. I'm gonna land a plane saying this. Again, to get back to what we were discussing prior. look, it's good to see a center get a clean block. It wasn't a foul. It wasn't nothing for the refs to do. You know, you let them play in those situations. Both times they let them play in both of the block dunks. So for him to ask for depoy is because he's playing good defense on the ball, not just a player. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm just saying that to say, you know, he's a good defensive player without fouling.
That young man is a very good player. And I don't think nobody on here is disputing the fact that that young man is playing good right now. He sure is. He sure ain't nobody knocking the fact that he playing good right now. But bro, you really sitting here with such venom as if he's the only motherfucking center who ever blocked a center in the NBA. It's amazing to me. It's just so fucking amazing to me that you are really spewing such venom as if Claxton is the only person blocked. A big man don't. I can't. I need you, nephew BJ, to save this. Oh my God. Please
I'm saying
save this.
the production we needed him to have when KD got hurt, he stepped up and did it. I said it all to say that.
First of all, bro, he was doing it with KD. I said,
yeah, he doing more of it now that KD. Now we waiting for KD.
We agree with you. You motherfuckers in such I don't even know the word to use right now. That you can't even accept a compliment. You are on such a high note because this boy's playing. Even when we compliment you and agree with you, you still gotta get away to spew your goddamn venom of this young man playing good. And we sitting here agreeing with you that he's playing good. I swear to God, this is truly the new NBA that I have to get used to. I have to.
Right.
I have to. We are literally sitting here agreeing with you. And you are still trying to convince us that this young man is playing good.
All right, just agree that y'all gonna lose on February 15th, and I'm done.
No, I ain't gonna agree to that, but we'll see.
Oh shit!
I can't. This is you right now. You remind me of old nephew Gustav. We agree with him, and he just wouldn't accept.
Brothers just be questioning the sincerity when it comes to you talking anything but Miami Heat, Big Tone. That's all, Big Tone.
No, can't nobody question my sincerity.
Oh no, Young Africa, man.
Hey, when I give, hold on for a minute. Hey, you know me. Everybody on here who been listening to me now. If I tell you I don't like a motherfucker and I call him a bum motherfucker, I'm sticking to it, ain't gonna change it.
Real.
But when it's real, it's real. Nephew B, what I do? I say Embiid should be the goddamn MVP and Joker was overrated. And he know I don't care nothing but no Sixers, but I'm not gonna lie. Now I'll have fun with players and I'll have fun with teams, but I'm not gonna lie on teams. So if I'm telling you I like that young man's play, I'm telling you that young man is playing good. And I mean it. Now it's up to him if he want to question my sincerity. I can't stop that. But anybody who's been listening to me know when I give you credit, it's sincere credit. The young man is playing good, just like, and he know, and B know, I do not like no goddamn Sixers. But I'm not gonna lie on Sixers or Embiid. I'm not gonna lie on Claxton and Nets. You playing good, bro, but you go too far. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. Y'all guys. Now maybe it's that happiness that you need to keep convincing them. I get it. I'm old school. I'm old. This shit is new to me. I be the first. This shit is new to me.
Hey, I see you, BJ. Chilling in the shadows, BJ. Right? You might think all of this Miami Eastern Conference is going to distract us from the fact that the Clippers just got handed another L, a capital L, BJ. We ain't
I was gonna let you slide. Till you open your mouth. What that ass whooping we kicked, you guys are still 13 in the West. You ass
I don't
niggas.
know who it is. Somebody got an echo.
I'm just saying, don't think this talk about Bam Adebayo and Nick Slapstick is gonna make us distracted from the fact that hey, y'all got an average offense, like I've been trying to tell y'all, and you disagree from the start. But we ain't gonna forget when the best players are out, it shows evidently by y'all can't even crack 100 points against the Cleveland Cavaliers, who are great defense, no doubt. But y'all just disorganized, you know.
Yeah, Africa. Why? If we average, what are y'all?
Huh?
We're average. What are y'all?
I said your offense. I said your offense is average. I said your offense is
then
average.
what are y'all?
This season we've been below average. We've been below average. We've been below.
No, y'all been trash. Y'all been trash.
Call it what you want.
Y'all been
trash.
trash.
I want that same base.
Y'all been outside. Y'all been outside of my house with my dumpster. Y'all been trash. That's what y'all been.
And you can understand. I can understand that. You can call us that. I wouldn't even accept that. But I want the same energy for your Los Angeles Clippers, BJ. I want the same energy though.
Already did. No, go. What? OC? What's up?
No, go ahead, BJ.
I was saying, man, I said low management has been a bad decision by our team, and I don't like it that Kawhi and PG sitting out all these games. I hold my team accountable, but you and them Lakers, y'all niggas ain't going nowhere near the playoffs, so I wouldn't be talking all this trash that you trying to talk.
First off,
worry about us.
We're going to the playoffs. Don't worry.
They ain't even
the
going
refs
to
don't rob
play
us
in.
every other
You talking
game.
about playoff? You giving them too much credit.
Right. They're not even making the play in. Right.
Hey, Big Tone. I better not see you niggas slide. I
So
better not see the Miami Heat slide with all that talk, Big Tone. Hey, if Jimmy Butler go down, y'all ain't making no playoffs either, Big Tone. So don't get comfortable on your chair up in there.
No, He's gonna make the playoffs. He's gonna make the playoffs. They'll be in the playoffs.
Y'all players get injured. Y'all about to slide too.
Stop that shit.
We are one. You know what? We are one means. We are one injury away from missing the playoffs.
Stop that shit.
We are one injury away from missing the playoffs, bro. That's what
you see how I don't make no excuse?
Don't do that.
That's with or without Jimmy. That's with or without Bam. You see how I don't make no excuse?
No.
Yeah, I never saw Jimmy or Kawhi cry.
Right.
Exactly.
When calls don't miss. I thought LeBron was having a seizure, man. I was like, what? Man, what the heck is he doing? Like he lost a championship, man. He was crying for the Celtics championship.
I ain't never seen Jimmy Butler or Kawhi win MVPs either. They don't know what it takes to go deep down to carry a team to the promised land like the man LeBron James.
Wait, Kawhi? Kawhi doesn't know?
That's what LeBron is playing with right there.
Wait.
What's on the screen? Well, LeBron is playing with right there. That's a picture of Russell Westbrook's game right there on the screen right now.
Don't try to talk over that now. Stop it.
Don't be
talking
mad.
fast. You talking fast because you done said some dumb shit, and now you try to talk fast over. Kawhi got two MVPs.
Go ahead.
You said Kawhi ain't got no MVP. Now Kawhi got 2 championships and 2 MVPs.
Nah,
so stop
talking about regular season. Regular season.
Regular season. Okay.
You know the one you need to earn when you have to play over 82 game stretch, Big Tone. You got to play most of those games. You know what that is? A sustained amount of greatness, not just a nice 2-3 weeks, nigga. That's what I'm talking about.
You know, LeBron has 6 LVP, loser, valuable player.
Yeah.
6 LVP.
Exactly. Things that you wish your best player had. How many times Paul George made the finals, Bruce? How many times? So he got about 11 LVPs, right? Yeah.
Paul George didn't have a super team.
How easy work.
Paul George didn't have a super team.
Logic. How easy work.
Hey, Paul George didn't have Dwayne Wade, Kyrie Irving, Kevin Love, Chris
He had all that. He had Carmelo Anthony.
Anthony Davis.
He had all
You're Africa. You're Africa. Look at the screen. Now you can't. This was a poor image of a nigga that is supposed to be the face of the league. You know what I'm saying? That ain't no king. Fuck out of here.
That's your goat.
That's your goat.
That is the greatest. That is the greatest disgraced and dishonored by the referee.
He is the greatest
not making an evident call. That's what that is. That's what that is.
The greatest actor in the NBA.
You don't get treated like other superstars in the game. You don't get disrespected like other superstars in the game.
Hold on. How the hell he don't get treated like other superstars as the face of the league?
Not by the referees. I'm talking about the referees in the game, BJ. That's what I'm talking about.
Stop that
cap. Fuck out of here.
Stop that cap, man.
And
I told you the facts. Y'all just deny it.
Here's what I do know, Africa. Here's what I do know.
Hey.
Them 10 times going to the championship, them 4 MVPs, them 4 championship rings, all them player score, all that.
Assist
Now that motherfucker help him this year from getting out the fucking 13th spot. So all that shit you talk about what he is right now, that nigga is in the 13th spot and going down further.
Well, sadly for you, Big Tom.
100 MVPs, 100,000 points. That don't mean shit right now.
I know. Hey, sadly, Big Tom, in life, right? In life, when people talk about body of work and they judge a being, whatever it is.
Hold on.
See, about to cut me off because I'll be cooking. Hold up, Big Tom. No. Hold up. When you talk about how you judge a man, how you quantify a man, how you contextualize a man's career, how you define and judge a man. You know how you do that? By the body of work. Now, if a man rolled up to you, Big Tone, and messaged you by your 75-year-old ass, that is kind of disingenuous to your whole life, right, Big Tone? Because who you are today don't define who you've been, who you are, and where you're going, Big Tone. Which is why you can't define a man by his worst day. You can't define a man by his worst moment. You got to define a man by what he's shown you, what he's been, and what that means today, Big Tone.
This guy is trying to be
Your African recited this shit this morning. I'm telling you, your African recited this shit this morning. That's why you missed the show, nigga. That's why you missed the show this morning. Yeah.
All that shit you talking don't mean nothing because he is still playing right now. Now, when he retire and he's done, then we can give him all them accolades. But as of right now, and he is still playing on that goddamn court, he is a bum.
Oh, a bum. Really? A bum is a bum. Oh, so what's Jimmy? If he a bum, what's Jimmy Butler, nigga? What's Jimmy Butler?
Right now, because Jimmy in the 6th spot and he in the 13th spot, Jimmy is better than him right now.
No, yeah, that's some dumbass logic right there.
Well,
okay,
it can be dumb. That's fair.
Now, that's some dumbass logic. That's gonna backfire on your ass right now. Because you know what? By that logic, hold up. By that logic, I got Ben Simmons better than Jimmy Butler. I got Nick Claxton better than JimmyUtler. I got Kyrie Irving better than Jimmy Butler. By your logic, Big Tom. And that's the dumb ass logic.
That's right. That's right. Because they're in the what? Yeah. They're in the 2nd and 3rd seed, right?
Yeah. Joel Embiid better than Jimmy Butler. Hey, I don't put Tyrese Maxey above Jimmy Butler. Drew Holiday above Jimmy Butler. I'm gonna put Chris Middleton above Jimmy Butler. I'm actually gonna put Evan Mobley above Jimmy Butler too. And Evan Mobley better than Bam Adebayo.
Let's not be sensitive, man. Let's not be sensitive.
You're in your emotions. Take a breath.
No. Your logic has got you salty.
Let's not be sensitive.
Let's go with the logic. Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna stick with my logic. Okay. Here's the thing. You said Ben Simmons, all the people that you named that's in front of me, right?
Yep. Tyrese
and guess what? I'm going to agree with you and not even going to get mad.
Okay. Yeah, but that's how empty the logic is. Anyone that's watching basketball couldn't agree with that. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
What you think I'm going to get mad?
You just agreed on some dumb shit. What you did.
If you're going to use my logic, then I'm going to stick with my logic and say, you know what, Mr. Africa? You are right.
No.
So that means, yes, it is. As of right now, they are better.
You so salty. You sitting there saying, no, I'm not right.
The better record. We can take that. And I'm not even going to get emotional or mad.
See, Big Tone rather be wrong and stay ignorant than acknowledge that he is actually not right, which means you're wrong, Big Tone. Which means you're wrong. We are one stupid ass family, if that's what it is. When we're going to go with some dumbass logic, right? We are one ignorant nation, is what we're gonna do when we talk about. I'd rather be wrong than acknowledge that I'm actually wrong. I'm actually gonna say I'm right when I'm wrong. No, don't do that. Don't do that, Big.
I know you in your feelings, my brother.
Don't do that.
But ain't nothing you can do, brother.
It's okay. Okay. So don't check Breezy when he tells you Nick Claxton better than Bam Adebayo. Don't be mad at that. Just accept it.
Hey, just accept it. Nick Claxton, hold on. If he said Nick Claxton is better than Bam because they got a better record, guess what I'm gonna say, Alpha?
You say you crazy. That's
you're right. I'm gonna say you're right, Breezy, because he do have a better record.
You heard that, Breezy. You heard that. Hold that in the clip, Breezy.
Wow.
See that? You see that? And guess what, Alpha? I didn't even get emotional or mad.
Nah. He gonna catch you at the right time.
I didn't even get emotional or mad because if it's based on the record, then I gotta step back. You right, Young Breeze. Paxton is better than Bam because he got a better record than Bam.
I wanna ask BJ something too. You know what I'm saying? I'm asking Tony and BJ actually because you talk about systems and you hear all of this hype about Ty Lue and how good of a coach he is. So I wanted to ask BJ his perspective on that. Just contrasting to Miami and what they doing, saying that's a organization that got a good system or whatnot. So that being said, what's up with Ty Lue? You know what I mean? And I'm saying that in contrast to what we doing as far as style, like he mentioned the other day, as far as preparation and how there's no excuses when it's a back-to-back. He said, I seen Royce O'Neal, Nick Claxton taking an ice bath. Professionals do what is necessary to stay ready for the game. You ain't got to get ready. You stay ready, that type of thing. So again, he's coaching with a style where he wants the players to be professional and not make excuses on why we lost, but reasons why we win. You feel me? So, I'm asking BJ, like,
better than Ty Lue?
No. I'm saying he's bringing a different style of coaching that was once there. Like what the coach prior was doing, he's not doing that. He's bringing in his own system, and he developed a lot of relationship with these guys already because he was the assistant coach before a lot of these players got there. You know what I mean? In an old interview with the same one he was talking about firing Kenny Atkinson, Kevin Durant even says Jacque Vaughn could be the head coach. But again, he's watched Kenny Atkinson and Steve Nash get the head coach, call before he did. And I just think he's ready and bringing a new coaching system. So I'm saying all of the hype about Jacque Vaughn that I had before he became coach, he's backing it with what he's doing right now. Is Ty Lue back? Is Ty Lue backing all of the hype around his name as a coach? Is what I'm asking.
No. I mean, Jacque Vaughn hasn't done anything.
No, I'm saying like what he's done thus far. You know what I mean?
What has he done? Has he made the playoff? Has he won a round? Has he won a final?
No. But what I'm saying is we could go off his record off of what he's doing without KD. He's 3-6. Yeah, we got Kyrie Irving doing incredible, amazing stuff. But it takes more than one player to win a game. And again, I'm saying that to say, again, Ben Simmons averaged 12 drives a game before he got the contract, and then he didn't play or whatever, or he did play 1 year or whatever. Case in point is he with the Brooklyn Nets, and he's not doing that. So we had to find a way to win without him, and the coach was faced with that. These are the challenge that JV as a coach is faced with as a head coach, and he's adjusted. The adjustments that we need him to make without Kevin Durant being on the floor, just being there in support, he's been pulling up. There's a stretch of home games we have that we got that I imagine he's going to be there for. He was there at the Knicks game. I imagine he's there when we play LA.
Did
him
you see
being there on the bench helps us.
What about the job Ty Lue did last year? Without most of the time Paul George and Kawhi.
Nah, yeah. What you say?
I said, what about the job Ty Lue did last year?
Who, Kyrie?
I said, Kawhi. What about the job Ty Lue did last year?
Oh, I mean, that's what I mean. Last year is last year. You feel what I'm saying? The only reason why I'm saying is because we got a new head coach. Like, and I'm just asking, as a head coach, we see the difference between Nash and Jacque Vaughn. So again, like Willie Green, he got his shot with the New Orleans Pelicans. You know what I'm saying? And you could say with that roster, he's doing well.
What's the difference? Steve Nash got you 1-2 away from the conference finals, right? Has Jacque Vaughn done that?
Nah, he ain't do that. But I'm saying he's making adjustments for us to win the game. He's calling timeouts. He's calling challenges. And that being said, everything isn't to what Young Africa said. It's not just you just play that good at the end of the season. You develop this chemistry that you want to go into the playoffs with in the beginning, the middle, and the end of the season. It's an 82-game season. You play 82 regular games, and then you got 16 playoff games. You feel what I'm saying? if it's like that, if you sweep everybody or more. So I'm saying that to say you play way less playoff games than you do regular season games, and you have to develop that chemistry before you get there. And I'm saying with the roster that we got, JV had his hand changed, not implementing or making Ben Simmons instrumental in us winning, and he's made that adjustment with our roster. He said he want to take more threes. We was 22 for 40 last game. So because Kevin Durant not there, we became a team. Now I'm saying I don't give y'all too much sauce, but I'm telling you, man, we know how to score the ball. And when you look at 22 for 40, we probably had the best. We shot the best that night in the whole league. It was 55%. You know what I'm saying? So, we got a team.
Man, Jack Vaughn hasn't done anything. You already praising him? Come on, man.
No, I'm not saying he didn't do anything. I'm saying he's making the necessary adjustments without KD in the roster. I'm saying he is doing something. And what I'm saying, without your superstars, you guys don't always have Kawhi Leonard or Paul George. Is he making the necessary adjustments for the guys, that's in the rotation without a trade, or, I'm saying, on the roster, maybe not in the rotation? Is he doing what he's supposed to do with these players for y'all to win games? You feel me? I'm not trying to slice you, talk to enough like that.
Tonight there was no players. All the players there was it was not only Kawhi and Paul George that were missing. There were Reggie Jackson, Rocco. There were other players missing.
All right. I mean, it's just hard to be sympathetic. Now, I mean, we played against the Pacers without KD, Kyrie, and a lot of other players that started. And I'm saying we won a game. Cam Thomas came off the bench and shot over 50%, had 33 points.
I mean, you had Nick Claxton. You should have won, man.
Nick Claxton wasn't even there. Nick Claxton, he wasn't even at that game. You know what I mean? He wasn't there, bro.
Look, man. Congratulate to the coach. So far, he's doing good, bro. You understand?
Yeah, thank you.
But
you're talking like Nick Claxton is
when you talk to people, especially like me, I can even say Africa, who got there, bro, he got to show that he can get his team to the promised land. Because what he's doing now, see, y'all don't want to give Nash credit. You just want to blame Nash because, he was a bad coach. But Nash did get his, like Bruce said, Nash did get his that Brooklyn team tore away from what was that, the finals or the Eastern Conference finals?
The second round.
Yeah, tore away from the Eastern Conference finals. So until he do that, all this, he making the right timeout. He doing. See, Nash did that too, because that's why y'all got to.
No.
Nash did do that. How did you get a pull away from the East Conference Finals if Nash didn't do that? Because obviously you had to win. Obviously you had to win to get there, right? So that means Nash did that.
Nah, Breezy, don't do that, bro. Don't do that.
Yeah, but hold on, I get it, because it was Nash. He didn't have nothing to do that. That was all KD. But if it's this dude, doing the exact same thing Nash did, or rather with or without KD, and get there, it's the coach who get the credit. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. All right, so let's slow it down. Let's slow it down, because I don't like the duck smoke. Hey, I don't like the duck smoke. So hold on, let's stay there.
You setting up a karma.
No. I don't like the duck smoke. So let's take it there, right?
No,
so look,
we're gonna take it there because
all right. So let me say this.
Reiterate.
All right, so look,
you there to the second round, a toe away from the Eastern Conference Finals. So until that young man do that, your coach, right now, he just he playing, he doing the right time out. He winning some games, and we're gonna see. Now
February 15th. Look, I'm saying this again. What's impressive to me is the adjustments. We hold him to the same standard we hold Nash to. My argument is the assistant coach experience. I think that there should be some level of experience as an assistant coach before you become a head coach. That's just my opinion. But that being said, again, you got a guy like JV who wants the job. They asked him in an interview why you didn't leave their office. He said, I wanted to finish what I started. He got a purpose to be here. He want to win here. Some people just do their job and go home. This is what he eat. drink, live, breathe.
Let me ask you something.
He loves what he does.
Now he started from assistant coach. Is that what you're saying, right?
I'm saying he was assistant coach
It's
of
a
the
yes,
Brooklyn
it's
Nets.
a yes or no answer. He started
Yes.
from assistant coach right now. Okay, and Nash never coached, never did nothing outside of just playing, right?
To my knowledge.
Okay, so Nash comes in, no experience, no nothing, and take your team all the way to a tour away from the Eastern Conference Finals. Isn't that an achievement for never being assistant coach or nothing? That's not no type of achievement. That's not no type of credit. You're not gonna give him nothing because obvious if he got all the way to the second round and a toe away from Eastern Conference Finals, he had to make some type of right adjustment.
All right, so
somebody help me here.
let me ask one question. Let me ask you one question, Big Tone. Did you ever see a coach hug a player the way that Nash hugged Kevin Durant in that Milwaukee Bucks series?
Yes. Man, I've been watching. I've been watching.
Let me jump in. Let me jump in.
I've been watching the NBA before everybody on here was born.
I think something just popped up in my head. Here's the thing. Here's the thing that Nash did. He got them to the conference semifinals his first year, and had Kevin Durant, like we said, took a step back from that 3-point line, they would have made it to the conference finals and possibly would have got to the NBA finals.
Right.
So that's what Nash had under his watch. I think what's going on with this guy Jack Vaughn is the Nets players have supported him more than he supported Steve Nash.
Yeah, that's what
I think Steve Nash has had to coach against that. When in reality, Jack Vaughn, it was really about getting Steve Nash out of there more than Jack Vaughn as the coach.
Yep.
It's not so much, Jack Vaughn is a great coach. It's the fact that y'all got Steve Nash out of there.
Yep.
So it's about that's what it's been about. That's all it's been.
Yep. But you got, whether you like Nash or not, right now Nash is better than John Vaughn because Vaughn has to show that he can get his team a foot away from the Eastern Conference Finals.
Okay.
See, whether you like that or not, brother.
I respect that.
Whether you like that or not.
I won't change the energy of us having something to prove. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, again, like I said, I see the banner and I think why. And my thing is this: y'all gonna have to face us in the playoffs if we go in there. Like
one game at a time, bro. One game at a time.
Right. I don't see y'all getting past us, man. I don't. Man.
Oh my God!
I don't jump over. So you can talk that to other people.
I'm saying your banner say your banner is wild spicy.
Yeah,
I thought it was kind of
number one. I'm hoping I'm getting every last one of you fans mad. That's number one, because that is my intention. And number two, well, actually number one, I honestly believe it, and until they prove me wrong, they just prove me wrong. But as of right now, I honestly believe it. I don't give a fuck what you think or what nobody else thinks or anybody. I believe that. And number two, yeah, I'll put it as number two. I'm hoping that every last one of y'all with the other teams is really mad, because that's my purpose. Getting you angry as hell.
I mean,
I already succeeded because you voiced your anger.
I mean, and again, my thing is, hold on, can I say this? Can I just?
Might be mad, but they didn't voice their anger. So I really got my point across because you voiced your anger. But go ahead.
Right. Hold on. Let me say this in the Triple C Cool Karma Collective way. Again, far as pressure, we make love to it. Me, Angry Wild. I got a guy named Kyrie Irving. I mean, we call him Kyrie Swerving Irving. Had 21 points in the fourth quarter. When the pressure is there, we know what to do. When it come down to shots being made in the fourth quarter, we are the ones making the shots. Jimmy Butler was the one missing the shot. You feel me?
Okay, let me say it again. You had Kyrie for 5 years now. This is the 5th year. Jimmy been there. This is his 4th year. And already that bum, his name, Jimmy Butler, the bum who can't make no final shots. already been to a final and 2 Eastern Conference. Yeah.
I ain't calling him no bum.
Hold on. But at least Kyrie is making shots in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, it's comical now.
Yeah, it is comical. It is comical. Because you putting all that fourth quarter shit and Kyrie, and remember, he got KD with him. Oh, hold on. And he had Harden.
Kyrie
Jimmy
got a
had
ring, though,
summer league guys.
He got a
And
ring,
already in 3 years, Jimmy been to a finals and 2 Eastern Conference finals.
Okay. So we giving out participation trophies. We talking about
all that Kyrie.
Wait, Young Africa.
Y'all be switching it up. It's amazing
Young
how
Africa.
y'all give some players credit. We ain't doing that, Big Tom. It's amazing how y'all give some players credit for making it far, but other players zero credit for making it far.
Wait, Young Africa. Bro, Kyrie.
Hold on,
Dudes making
real quick, please.
finals appearances, but we don't give praise to brothers that made it to many finals appearances. It ain't no praise. They lost. See, I like the narrative.
Young Africa.
And then you bring up a guy like Kyrie.
Bro, let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick.
Go ahead, Baba. Go ahead, Baba.
Get it done. And y'all get mad at a man comparing him to Jimmy Butler.
Young Africa.
Teams that they're on, not no 8 teams that LeBron was on.
It all counts, though. It all counts. You can't.
No, it don't count because we're talking about the teams that they're on. You try to do his whole career just to make your point because he's fucking up this year. See, that's what you want to do.
Hey, let me.
I'm talking about after.
Hey, let me say this.
Go ahead, Andre.
LeBron ain't fucking up. Hey, I didn't know 30 points, 9 rebounds, 7 assists fucking up, Big Tom. That's amazing.
Go ahead, Andre. Go ahead, Andre.
Wait, Young Africa, we keeping the same energy. Just like y'all said, Embiid ain't make it to the second round his whole career. Kyrie Irving hasn't made it to out of the second round in about like 5-6 years. So we're keeping the same energy. That's all. Energy y'all keep on Embiid. We keeping the same energy on Kyrie. He hasn't been out the second round since 2016.
And we talking about with the one team. We're not talking about when he used to play for Cleveland. We're not talking about when he used to play for Boston. We're just talking about the one team that he's on, the one team that Embiid is on, the one team that Jimmy is on, and the one team that LeBron is on, which is the Lakers, since they got there. Now, LeBron got the edge because whether you like it or not, Bubba, whatever you want to call it, goddamn it, they won. So we can say LeBron did something, whether we like it or not, how he got it. So don't try to go through LeBron's whole career, goddamn it, Africa. Talk about since he been with the Lakers. That's it.
Oh yeah,
that's all
mission
we talk.
Complete. That's all I gotta say. Mission complete with the Lakers.
Okay, but that's fair. But see, again, that's fair if you want to say that, Africa. But you always have this thing. You want to put his whole fucking career into it.
And you want to define a man in year 20 by championship, start him in their prime standards. If you're gonna do that, then hold your man Jimmy Butler to the same standards.
If that motherfucker still playing, I don't give a fuck if he in year 40. Cause see, when he win, the greatest thing since water. When he lose, is he in year 40? No, stop it. We just not gonna let you get away with that shit.
No. It's context, Big Tom.
There ain't no context, my ass. It's pick and choose. It's pick and choose. That's what it is.
It's context. It's a fact that he is in year 20. It's a fact that he's having the greatest year 20 individual season of all time.
That's fair. As an individual, that's fair. But he damn sure ain't help his team. Because his team is 13.
Well, his team ain't helping him either. You already know what Anthony Davis been doing out here. You already know what Russell Westbrook. Hey, you saw the same game I saw yesterday, Big Tone. You saw what Russell Westbrook was doing out there, selling the game off, playing individual ball. Hey, did you see his entry pass to AD when he threw that shit off the backboard?
Unfortunately.
Hey, hold on, Beezy, Stern, you got some background noise, Beezy. You got to mute your mic.
Yeah, you got to mute your mic. I knew it was somebody
in Times Square right now, just stunting out here, Breezy.
Yeah, I thought I wouldn't. I knew I wouldn't.
He's at LeBron's house. He's at LeBron's house.
That shit sound like a video game. That shit sound like a video game.
Yeah, I knew I wasn't going crazy because ain't nobody else saying nothing at first. I'm like, okay,
that's the sound of LeBron crying. You know.
Man, stop it, Bruce. Stop it, Bruce. Stop it, Bruce.
But yeah,
Stop it.
we talking
I know
about
you Clipper fans been crying for a long time.
Since each player came to their prospective teams, what they do.
Since it's a team game, why you blame in one player if it's a team game, Big Tom? You talk about team, right? So how you gonna put all on LeBron?
Hold on for a minute.
You talk about team.
Hey, Africa, do you ever hear them motherfuckers blame Gabe Vincent, Max Strus? Who did they blame? Who the only name they call?
Hey, they call out a few players. They call out Jimmy Butler first, then they call out Bam. They call out Tyler Hero sometimes.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
It's always Jimmy. It's always Jimmy. Then they call. Then when I shut them down with Jimmy, then they say, oh, I forgot. Bam played for y'all too. Yeah, Bam didn't do this.
Okay.
Yeah. Come on, man. But we are talking about what they have done. My whole thing is this with Breezy. He's bragging about what Kyrie is doing in the fourth quarter and all this shit in the last game or last couple games or what the fuck ever.
This season, he leading the league in fourth quarter points this season.
And that's fair.
Okay.
And that's fair. All we saying is, hey man, that's good. That's cute. That's real cute. But we know the history of the Brooklyn Nets. So don't expect people who know the history of the Brooklyn Nets to be fazed by that shit. That's all I'm saying. Respect that.
Yeah, no, I do respect that.
Yeah.
I pull up to kick up dust. Yeah. I'll be kicking up dust.
And that's fair because that's what you're supposed to do. Because as you can see with my Miami Heat 2023 that's what I do. That's what I do, kick up dust. So that's fair. I'm with you on that. That's fair. But you got to understand you're going to get some backlash just like I know I'm going to get backlash. But I'm ready. You know me. I'm definitely ready for this.
I just need to understand, Big Tone. Is that we are one injury away from missing the playoffs, or is it we are one piece away from being a championship team? I can't understand.
Hold on.
You are one cry away. One cry away.
Hold on for a minute. In Africa, in all honesty, that is a fair question. Now I'm gonna ask it because here's the thing: the difference between that question and the reality. The reality is we already proven that we can get to the next level with the injury without Jimmy, without Bam.
Okay.
See, we proven that. So you asking me one injury, whether it's Bam, whether it's Jimmy, hell, whether it's both of them. That organization right there, this Miami Heat thing. Okay, y'all injured. Set y'all ass down. Go up there in your room, look at TV. Next two, get up.
What about one piece away? Maybe you're one piece away.
Oh no, I always told y'all we can use one big guy. We don't need no superstar. That bullshit. I leave that to you, motherfuckers. We don't need no superstar. All that. All we need is one two-way player. At least he got to be at least 6'10". I don't want to take nothing less than 6'10" two-way player. He ain't got to be no superstar, but he got to be a two-way player. That's one. That's all. That's all I'm saying. One. Now, I'll say it again. If we get him, we get him. If we don't, we don't. I'm not going to sit and worry and all that bullshit like the other Miami Heat fans talk every other game, talk the bullshit. No, it is what it is. Come February 9th, we see what we got. Even the trade that don't trade, then from that point on, when it's over with, goddamn, we got to go with what we got. And I'm still going to believe in my team. Period. Come up short, they come up short. We've been there before. It ain't nothing to it. But I believe. Let me give you the quote. Let me give you the quote that Eric, the coach, Eric Spoelstra just said on the post game when we just lost to the Hornets. And it's simple. The reporter asked him, Coach, y'all, inconsistent, whatever. And he simply said, look, we got enough to be great. All we need to be is consistent. So you know what that means, right? That coach believe in everybody on that motherfucking on that bitch. All we need to do is be consistent. And what I keep telling y'all all the time when y'all come on my streams, if we make them, can't nobody beat us. That's all he's saying. Because we got enough. He didn't say, well, we need a trade. It'd be good. We might come with some pieces.
Sound good.
No, it don't make no difference. No, that's a coach who know what he got. Ain't no sound good, motherfucker. Remember, he had them same players last year and went all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals and was a shot away from the finals. So that ain't no sound good, nigga. That is not no sound good. That's a coach who knows what he got. Now, rather his ass make the right goddamn transition, subs and shit is a whole different story. But he know what he got. You don't say that if you don't know and believe in what you got. You don't say no shit like that. No coaches do. That ain't no sound good moment. That's a coach who believe in what he got, bro, and truly believe that he got enough. But that enough that he believed that he got to be great, we have to be consistent. No matter, just like LeBron. LeBron have to be consistent. AD have to be consistent. KD have to be consistent. Kyrie have to be. Kawhi, Embiid, they have to be consistent. It goes for the same, everybody across the board. But the difference is when a coach believe in you, he believe in you. How many coaches said that though? And see, that's the difference. Y'all got to look at this shit now. Every coach don't say that because every coach can't say that. That's all. And you can take it how the fuck you want to take it. Sound good? Oh, he's just saying it. That's all on you. I expect it. I don't expect nothing less. But he been there. And he been there with role players, and you niggas watched him with role players just 3 months ago. Come from a shot away from the goddamn finals with a motherfucker with role players. And what he believed and where he took. That's all it is, bro. That's all. So I'm gonna stick with my coach, and like I say, I'm gonna stick with Jimmy. I put that up there. I put that banner up there, basically because of Jimmy. Jimmy told Pat Riley he went in his office, and this ain't no me thing. He literally went in Pat Riley's office and told Pat Riley. Now you can say it sound good, Jimmy just being motivated, and you can say whatever you want, but this is what he did. Coach, we gonna win the East. We gonna win the championship this year. So I'm just going with my leader. I'm just going with our leader, bro. Whether they come up short or whatever, I'm going with my leader. That's all. Ain't you going with LeBron? If LeBron said that right now, would you go with LeBron or you said LeBron crazy? Be honest, Africa.
Oh, I'm riding with Brown, but he ain't saying that. He's saying we need to make moves. That's what he's saying. He's being honest.
If he said it or not. All I ask you, nigga, stop always trying to overdo shit. All I ask you is if he said that, would you ride with your leader?
Oh, yeah. If he said we got enough, okay, we got enough. Okay.
Nephew B, if MB said that, would you gonna ride with MB, ain't you?
100%.
There you go.
MB gave you nothing to believe in that nigga, bro. Stop it.
If Kawhi said that, what you gonna do?
We're gonna ride.
Case closed. And I'm gonna close it with Breeze. If KD said that, what you gonna do?
I'm riding with KD, man.
He said, what you want me to do with Claxton, Royce O'Neal, or Edmund something?
No, I'm just telling you that
he had to walk that back though.
That's my reasoning for putting that up there, and I wouldn't be mad if any of you put it up there if your leader went into the president's office and said that exact same thing. That's all I'm saying. I would not nail one of them.
Okay.
You think he said it with the exclamation point?
Yeah,
he probably he said it with
voice.
Period. That's the way Jimmy said it because he came right back. Because he came right back and said it to a reporter.
You saying he whispered that shit like real?
So obvious, Jimmy ain't joking with it. He really believed that. So it is what it is. Whether we come up short or whatever, bro, I'm just gonna ride with him because he believed it. Why not believe it?
I respect it. I respect it, but he actually gotta compete versus the Brooklyn Nets to do that. So.
That's easy.
That being said, we wanted a better team. We wanted a better teams when it kind of clutch games.
In Africa, if that's all we gotta do, and Nephew B, if that's all we gotta do is go through Brooklyn, shit, that's easy work. Yeah, Jimmy was right. Oh, that's a done deal.
That ain't no easy work, Big Town. Don't do that, Big Town. That ain't no easy work.
I mean,
oh, that's a done deal. Shit, Jimmy was head on, baby.
You talking about all those points Bam got? Ain't none of them in the fourth quarter. You know what I'm saying? He go cold.
It don't have to be fourth quarter. It won the game. What's your point?
We're gonna say February 13th, man.
You funny, nephew. Well, that's why I told. Hey, nephew, let me give you a little heads up, man. Motherfucker came on my stream, bro. Motherfucker came on my stream and tried to put you down, talk about you run and shit because net lose and all that. I'm just gonna let you know, nephew. I don't play that shit. I had to defend your nephew, which I'm gonna do every time. I told that motherfucker to fuck off my stream. One thing oh yes, sir. One thing Breezy don't do, no, you ain't gonna come on my motherfucking stream live. Now we can have difference of opinion, but one thing you ain't gonna do, come and put down the nephews, bro, that I respect and know that they don't do that. You come on my motherfucking stream live. No. One thing nephew Breezy don't do is run. We can have our different opinion and everything. But one thing you ain't do, win, lose, or draw. You don't run.
Will Brooklyn win a playoff game this year? Will Brooklyn win a playoff game this year?
Will the Clippers win a playoff game? Hey, Bruce, see all this talk about everybody else except the team that got their ass handed to today. See how they be ducking the smoke? Hey, at the end of the day, Clippers got destroyed, just like BJ put destroyed by the Cavaliers. And so I got a question for you, Bruce. What do you see in this team outside your blessed players having to be superheroes up in this, like Superman and Batman up in this bitch? They got to do some wild things.
Can I answer your question, Young Africa?
What impressed you about this team to make you believe that you're going to do anything in the playoffs, Bruce? Anything?
I didn't see Kawhi on the floor. That's impressed me. I didn't see Kawhi crying.
See, that's what I asked you. What
didn't see Kawhi. I didn't see Kawhi having a seizure.
No. Kawhi don't love the game like LeBron. First of all, you know that by the nigga taking 2 games off. You play one game.
So Kobe did not love the game when he lost. When he lost, he didn't cry. He didn't run on the floor.
It ain't about that. I'm talking about playing the game. LeBron plays. Like Kawhi don't. That's why you know that Kawhi don't love the game like LeBron James. He don't love it like that. No, he don't. No, he don't.
You have no way to.
I can most definitely say that.
Okay. I mean, Kawhi has to cry on the floor, put his knee on the floor, holding his hand.
Hey, OC Love, see all them guys underneath Kawhi? They're the dudes that been carrying him all the way through the season, bro, getting wins outside when he ain't playing, right? And when he does play, you know what he does do? He lifts those guys up. But he has been disappointing all them players that he's meant to lead by not playing. Paul George having one good game and then chilling. This is why I know the mentality of the Clippers organization ain't ready to win a chip, because y'all think y'all can just.
What's the excuse for LeBron tomorrow? What's the excuse for LeBron not playing tomorrow?
Get to cooking Kawhi and the Clippers.
What's the
LeBron
excuse?
James is the next thing that come
out. You ain't started
cooking.
What
I'm trying to tell you
ain't
is that
nothing.
Kawhi Leonard, a guy who thinks he can half step through the regular season, right? Paul George, a guy who's never done it in his career before, thinks he can half step through the regular season like he a champion. That been there, done that type of dude. He ain't never done it, never been there, never done it, right? And you talking about all these other role players that have come up small in the bigger moments in their careers, guys like Luke Kennard, guys like Marcus Morris, these kind of guys. And you telling me that y'all can half step through the season, act all cool and chill, too cool for school up in this, and y'all gonna walk into the playoffs and just start dominating and slaying everybody.
That clutch check is good, man. Bro. That LeBron money is good for you, man. Man, the way you defending.
Exactly. Y'all tripping, man.
Stop apologizing.
Trip. Exactly. See, hey, when I hear with the facts, y'all know, silence up in here. Because y'all know.
Silence. We just
we letting you talk, motherfucker, because you said the same dumb shit over and over. So we're not letting you talk.
Nah.
Thank you.
The way I just hit him with the exclamation point, Big Tone, is why they quiet. Point. You know what I mean? Exclamation point.
No, I let you finish, man. I don't want you to have blood pressure.
Down, y'all know what I'm saying is true, which is why there's silence. Just silence. OC, you ain't got nothing for that. Bruce ain't got nothing except hopes, dreams, wishes. Wish to be, what could be, what
Young Africa, we had a president like this, so we already know like this. When somebody is saying BS, we just let them talk. We had a president like this, man.
Yep.
Okay. Hey, thank you for mentioning me with the presidents of America. That's the weight of my words, the significance of my words. Brother, you know what that means to me, Bruce? No matter whether people agree, disagree, they gotta listen. That's what you're telling me. And thank you, because
make LeBron great again. Make LeBron great again.
The only thing I know
LeBron great again. Make LeBron great again.
LeBron trumps Kawhi when it comes to LeBron versus Kawhi. That's the only Donald.
See, LeBron trumps Kawhi. Here you go. LeBron trumps. Kawhi.
quick
Thank
with
you.
it. Big
LeBron
Tom,
trumps
you see
Kawhi.
that? LeBron
LeBron
Kawhi.
trumps.
You see the play on
Correct.
words, Big Tom? You see that?
Yeah.
Y'all
I know you see
crazy.
that.
Grab him
Make
by the
LeBron
booty.
great again, man. Make LeBron great again.
Hey, make
That's
LeBron
what. That's
great
the way
again.
LeBron.
That's funny,
Hey,
Bruce.
put that
That's
picture
funny,
up
Bruce.
again.
That's funny, man.
Put that picture up again, PJ. Look like you got grabbed by the
That's
pussy.
funny, Bruce. Man, make LeBron great again. Man. That's
Grab
funny,
by
Bruce.
the
That's funny, Bruce.
grab him by the booty.
Hey, man.
Boy,
Hey,
they
at the end
on
of the
you
day,
today. Africa, they on you, bro. They on
hey,
you
at the end of the
tonight,
day, it's a
man.
damn shame that you know what I mean, that LeBron James can't get a call out here, Big Tone, blatant fouls and can't
Stormy.
get a call.
Oh my God! It's just one game, bro.
Man, it's a damn shame.
Man.
It's not just one game. Hey, Embiid fouled. Hey, ask Andre what Embiid did to Westbrook on the last play. That
LeBron is gonna get that Kareem championship. He
there's
cannot win the
multiple games this
Celtics one. He cannot win the Celtics championship, man.
And it wasn't just one foul call. They called a bad foul on the AD as well when he was
God.
boxing out Malcolm Brogdon. They also called a foul 5-6 seconds later after Jaylen Brown went up. They called a foul on Pat Bev. Like it's a very suspicious game. But that's all good at the end of the day.
fouled him.
I know.
Pat
No,
Bev
that
fouled
was
that
no
man.
foul. But it's all
Just
good.
like
Okay,
he-
so
LeBron got
OC, look.
fouled, he fouled him too.
Hey, LC, look, it's normal to call a foul like 6 seconds after the play and watching the guy, and after he misses the shot, then you call the foul. Like that's normal.
Unc been saying, they've been calling bad calls all season.
No.
They've been
So
doing that. Come
it ain't
on.
okay.
Yes.
Then. It ain't okay, OC. Look, we gotta call it out. We gotta hold.
Okay. Yeah. Now that's fair. But
that's
that's just it. That's just it. Don't wait till it happened to your team and the person you like to make then you want to call it out. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Call it out whenever it happened.
I did.
I did. I didn't
I
say
called
it
it out
just
when
happened.
Jimmy Butler got
It just
fouled.
happened. No, but I
When-
didn't just say it happened to Jimmy. I say it happened with every goddamn team in the league. These referees was horrible, bro. And
Right. I called
they
it out.
did worse game and caused people the game.
Yo, when Jimmy Butler got
Here's
fouled,
the
I called that
difference,
a
though,
foul
Africa.
too. I called that a foul
Here's
too.
the difference. Even though you can say that it might have caused not to go overtime because he might have hit one, that ain't guaranteed. But okay, let's just give him a bit of the day. He might have hit one, and y'all win.
Oh my!
Y'all still have 5 more minutes to win. Other
Right.
calls that they did, it cost them the game. Wasn't no
No.
overtime.
What about the opportunity to win in regular time though? They
But
cost us
you-
that
But
opportunity.
you got,
That's a big opportunity.
But you got
too.
an opportunity to win when you went overtime.
I know we did, but what about the opportunity to win in regular? You can't
That's
just gloss
not how
over
life
that.
works,
You
man.
can't just gloss
Sometimes-
over that and say, "Well, you got another opportunity," because you know what happens? We have an opportunity to win the game at the line. The other team doesn't have an opportunity to win, but when it goes to overtime, we both now have an opportunity, which is a whole different mathematical equation, right, Big Tom? Come on, Big Tom.
Young
Y'all wouldn't
Africa,
have
that's
all
not
that
how
five
life
goals.
is, man. Sometimes
Yes, it is.
some things
What are
happen
you
to
talking
you in life. You just have to sick it up and try
No.
again.
Hey,
Come on,
Bruce,
man.
when injustice happens in life, you got to call out injustice because it could happen to you tomorrow, Bruce. That's what happens
We
in life,
call
Bruce.
out injustice. We just not going into this conspiracy theory.
Nah, you're not even calling it out. Y'all saying that he should have done this, he should have done that. It's like the man who has
No,
injustice
we
occur
all-
to him.
we
Say, hey
all
man,
said
you
that
got
that was a
tomorrow.
foul,
I
man.
know you got your
Stop
ass beat today. I know it was unjust, but you got tomorrow to get back to do what you need to. Nah. You got to call it out today because it could happen to you and your favorite play and your favorite team. Just like it could
Aw,
happen
you
to you
sad,
if it happens in your
It has
neighborhood.
happened to happen to
Same
my
way.
favorite team, and they did
Same
not
thing.
cry like this. They did
A
not
couple
cry.
weeks
I did
ago,
not
you
cry
was
like
First
this.
talking
off,
Don't make
see what y'all
excuses.
do when an injustice occurs to somebody.
When it
You
happened
can't
to the
explain.
Clippers.
Oh
You
my
can't
God!
really
It's a
reaction. Tell us how to
game.
feel about it.
It's
The
a
man gonna feel
game.
how he feel
It's
about
a
it. The man is
basketball
gonna feel
game.
how we feel about it.
You
He's
didn't
gonna
have that
feel
same
how we
energy
feel
when
about
it
it.
happened to the
It's
Clippers
a
a couple
basketball
weeks
game to
ago.
you, Bruce. But to him, it's much greater than that, which is why he the person.
What about
that
to
he is.
you?
It's
What about
more
to
than a
you?
game,
What
obviously,
about
for
to
LeBron
you?
James.
I'm
It's
not
more than
talking
a
about
game. It
LeBron.
ain't just a
What
game. It's
about
more than a
you?
game. What about
It's more
it?
than
To
a
me,
game for you
it's
too.
more than a game. It's my team. It's more than just a call. It's
Oh
my
my
team. It's my
God!
favorite team. It's my favorite player. So it's more than just a call to me. It's injustice to me. It's actually something that
Well,
should
we
be
going to the Supreme
rectified
Court with
by
this
the league.
shit.
It's something that we as fans should be
Right.
calling out
We
and
taking
holding
this shit
account.
to the Supreme Court, Africa. I need you to come over. We going to the Supreme Court and say why y'all didn't give us. You got to overturn this shit.
They might
Just
have to
like
look
they
into
did
it.
Roe v. Wade they got to overturn this foul and give it to LeBron. Damn that.
Yeah,
I
going
would be
to
asking
the
for
Supreme
investigations. You're right, Big Tom. They need to
That's
investigate
right.
the referees and the calls, especially in the conduct towards
Uh,
LeBron James.
Hey,
These not just
hey,
these
Af-
call, not just that game, but for
Wait,
the
Young
last
Africa.
seasons.
Hey,
The
Africa.
seasons.
Young
Big
Africa.
Tom, you're right. We need the FBI. We need the CIA. We need the NSA. We need a lot of
yeah, now
organizations.
you're joking. You're
Hey,
joking.
Damn.
That's what we need.
But Africa, you better be careful what you ask them for, because
Okay.
if they're doing an investigation and they're
What
gonna
what
find
they gonna
out,
find?
and they're gonna find out that hold on, Mr. LeBron, they gave you all the fails more than anybody in the league.
No, they ain't gonna find.
Can you come in front of Congress and explain this, Mr.
Ah.
LeBron? That's okay. We know that was
LeBron, why you have all those needles? Why you have all those needles?
Yo, what needles? Hey, don't do that, bro. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that.
Hey, be careful what you ask for.
Be careful what you ask for.
Yeah, be careful what you ask for, my brother.
See what I mean? Oh man, see, I be trying to shine light on what we just saw. And Bruce gonna talk about alleged needles and shit. Come on, man. Allegedly, Bruce. Allegedly, man. That's crazy. Come on.
Boy, y'all
Your
crazy,
whole
boy.
your whole soliloquy been alleged.
Hey, I've been told that the man that reported this news has inside sources in the NBA. So I believe what he say, and so and it's not just what he say. There was no evidence. That's one thing. But
My sources too. My sources too, man. My sources too, man.
No, the only sauces you got is sweet and chili, barbecue sauces. That's all you got, Bruce. I'm talking about sauces.
My sources too from FYS.
Yeah. FYS Sports. He
FYS bull
broke it
BS,
down.
man.
And he said that there has been a conspiracy with the organization's owners and the referees since LeBron left to go to Miami. That's a decade's worth of conspiratorial evidence that he said he received, that he cannot name the source because it's still unofficial. It's not on record yet, but it may come out one day, someday soon.
The CIA.
And what I'm trying to tell you is, yeah, that's probably true too. I don't know.
They
But
hate LeBron so much that every year is the captain of the All-Star. He has the most votes.
So Bruce,
the most votes.
That's the people. That's the people, Bruce.
The people only control 50%. The other 50% is the coaches.
Oh, okay. So you think that there's any way that they can somehow keep LeBron out the game? Is that what you think, Bruce? They could do that.
They could.
No.
Could.
You realize All-Star Weekend is at a certain owner's organization, right?
The fans control 50% of the
LeBron
vote.
James makes money for the owners, which is why they can't cancel him out of certain games because he
So
makes money.
you're contradicting yourself. You're contradicting yourself.
He makes money. Even when he walks into your city, he makes money. I'm talking about the effect on winning. They didn't want him to dominate the league and win, which is what would have provided incentive for other players.
He
like
had
Kevin
that.
Durant
Hold on.
So, Young Africa.
Wouldn't they let him win? Because the more they let him win, the more people stick around and for him make them even more money. Ain't that?
No.
Because why would they upset? Why would they upset their golden child?
Because because
that's what I was saying.
The best player on your team is gonna take LeBron James's guidance and say, "Hey, I might as well just leave and go to a team that I like to go win too because LeBron did it and it was very successful. So I'm gonna go do that too." And that's what happened. That's what happened.
I feel you, bro. You know what, man? Hey, like I said, man.
Everything I'm saying is very much making sense. You don't want to call it conspiracy.
Hey, man, if you say it's a conspiracy, bro, you know what? I ain't trying to change your mind. I just need them motherfuckers to lose and keep losing. So I need the conspiracy to keep coming. That's all I need. To let the conspiracy keep coming.
You should take that one off the record if you want to talk about bets. See, if I was betting you, Big Tong, that's off the books. If it's a one-game swing and we have that game in question, yeah, I ain't paying you, Big Tong.
I want the FBI.
I got a passport, motherfucker. I'm coming straight there. I got a passport.
Nah, because you're talking about referees swinging games like that. That's kind of crazy, Big Tong. That's kind of crazy, man. I'm just saying, man.
Man, I want the FBI to investigate, man. With all those needles, I don't know.
Y'all need to go and y'all got the Nets tomorrow. Where about the Nets, man? That
lose. That's an L.
Hey T Sweetie, you can't come up in here and talk basketball, T Sweetie. You can't do that. That's why you in the chat. You relegated to the chat, T Sweetie. We ain't doing no Celtics fanboyisms here. And at the end of the day, we lost the game. And you know what? I spoke about the refs because that was the call. But you know the biggest reason why we lost the game? It was Westbrook and Darvin Ham. At the end of the game, we lost the game. Now, it wasn't the referees that lost. The referees had a big part to play in us not having the opportunity to win. But the reason why we lost is not the referees. The reason why we lost
LeBron starts batting.
Russell Westbrook. Hey, see, Brucey. Why you gotta cut me up when I'm cooking? You always take my rhythm away, Bruce.
You never cook, man.
LeBron,
You're not even microwaving, man. You're not even microwaving.
So y'all ain't gonna blame the coach on this one? Because Go said it wasn't, and now Go said it wasn't Ham. And we sat there and tell him, what game was you looking at that it wasn't the coach? Bad rotation, Ghost. But he said it wasn't the coach.
No, it's definitely the coach. One, he could have shortened Westbrook's minutes. When he comes out, shoots 0 for 6, gunning, pulling up jump shots, turning the ball over.
Like LeBron.
Westbrook didn't play the fourth quarter. Westbrook didn't play the fourth quarter. Why is it Westbrook? Westbrook didn't play the fourth quarter, young Africa.
Hey, Bruce, did you watch the game, Bruce? Did you watch the game?
Yes, I watched the game. Westbrook did not play in the fourth quarter.
No.
Westbrook did not play in the fourth quarter.
Game. See how niggas be trying to push narratives that
think that they make. Westbrook did not play in the fourth quarter.
What happened in the first quarter when we were up 7 points?
Oh my God, the first quarter? Really?
What happened? Yes, because they all count, right? They all count, right, bro? So it ain't just about the fourth quarter. All quarters count, right? To the scoreboard. Okay, so the first quarter, Westbrook comes in, checks in. He goes 0 for 6 to start the game, and he loses the lead, in which we had a 6-point lead when he comes into the game.
You were leading by 3 points, and the coach decided not to foul.
He comes back in the third quarter when we have another lead, and he comes back in and loses the game, which is why he was negative double digits in the plus minus that game, right? He had lost every lead that we had. He benched him in the fourth quarter. Why, Bruce? Because he was playing so bad the first 3 quarters.
He was not playing the fourth quarter, and you were leading.
Why wasn't he playing?
Boston had the ball. Boston had the ball. You were leading by 3 points. You were leading by 3 points. Instead of fouling them to make them shoot free throws. Devin Ham said, no, they're not fouling. Come on, man.
Why was he not playing, Bruce? Why was he not playing in the fourth quarter, Bruce?
Because the coach didn't put him.
Exactly. Why did the coach not put him, Bruce? If you watch
because he's the coach, he makes a decision.
But
look at him dancing, hopping, skipping around the point that Westbrook was playing like ass. He doesn't play the fourth quarter because we're down at that point in time.
Hold on, Africa. Hold on, man. See, sometimes you talk so fast to get your point across.
I'll be hitting.
The whole point is Africa. He didn't play the whole fourth quarter, right? So that means in the fourth quarter that he did not play, y'all took the lead, and you even had the lead down to what, 15 seconds, 8 seconds? You had the lead. Russ did not play at all. So if he did not play at all in the fourth quarter, and you had the lead, and you end up going in overtime and losing, explain to me, how is it Russ' fault?
Okay, I'm gonna explain it to you, bro. Okay, first off, we had the lead, like you say, right? But the first 3 quarters that Westbrook is on the court, he had minus 15, which means when he's on the court, the first 3 quarters, we're losing, right? Okay, and so we come into that fourth quarter, tie bowl game, right? And we should have been up. Hold on, actually, we go up. It was a lead. We had a lead at halftime. Okay, 6-point lead, right? And we go into the fourth quarter, tie bowl game. Okay, after a horrible third quarter from Russell Westbrook. Okay, so and we have actually a double-digit lead in the third quarter. Russell Westbrook check in, lose that lead. Okay, we tie bowl game, fourth quarter. You realize when a player plays so horribly, takes the offense out of the game, out of the team, takes the rhythm out of the team. You go into the fourth quarter and you've already given that team rhythm. You've already given that team intention to believe that they can win the game when the game should be out of reach already by then. And anyways, that fourth quarter occurs, right? And we do everything we can to win the game. We actually play well as a team. LeBron James at the head of that. And what happens is they get how many free throws compared to us? I think they have like double-digit amount of free throws compared to us, who didn't have that many free throws in the fourth quarter. On top of that, we don't get the call. We don't get the call. We don't get the call that we meant to have in that fourth quarter, and we lose, right? We lose the lead, and it's a tie bowl game, right? Okay, and then it goes to overtime.
Where is Russ in all this fourth quarter?
I told you, first of all, I told you how.
But you got, hold on, Africa. Yes, okay. Let me give you 3 quarters of just bad Russ. We're gonna blame Russ.
No.
When
There's
they
an
don't,
effect.
nope, I'm
Is
giving it
there
to
an
you.
effect?
No,
Is there an
hold on
effect?
for a minute. Hold
Big
on.
Hondo.
I'm
Keep
giving
it
it to
100.
you.
Okay.
The 3/4, boom. Russ is his fault. But going into the fourth quarter is 0-0 because it was tied. I'm gonna play that. It's 0-0. It was tied, right? Going
It's
into
a
the
tie
fourth quarter.
going into the fourth. It is.
All right. So Russ is out the game. Coach said, man, look, you playing so bad, man. Shit.
Okay.
We fourth. No, I gotta take it. So Russ
Okay.
don't play. Now you got the GOAT, and you got the greatest motherfucker next to the GOAT, AD, out there in the whole fourth quarter. They couldn't get it done.
Up 6 or 7 points with
Up
6
6 or
minutes to
7, exactly. They couldn't get it done. So ain't nothing their fault, right? Because you can't, Russ is not in, they don't got all that momentum back. Why? Because they went up. So obvious they got the momentum back that you say Russ was the cause of losing. So now fourth quarter, your GOAT and your mini GOAT, AD, got the lead back. Fourth quarter, and in the fourth quarter is tie game. Please explain to me how that's Russ's fault. Explain to me. You got to explain that to me, how that's Russ's fault, because Russ is nowhere in that 12-minute span.
I already said. First off,
but
y'all
it's Russ's fault
by
because of the last
erasing the first
quarters.
3 quarters, because the game should be out of reach by the fourth quarter. Is my point. The game should be out of reach. It should be out of reach. But okay, I'm gonna go with you though. It's 0-0 at the start of the fourth quarter, right? I'm gonna go with you though. It's 0-0 at the start of the fourth quarter. What happened? Well, let me break down what happened, right? That we have a 6-point lead. We go up. LeBron James dominating, taking it to the rim, cannot be stopped, right? Okay, that happens, right? And then guess what happens? The whistle starts getting blown more and more. Dudes start going to the line. Fouls are called.
So where's that Russ if the whistle get blown? Russ not on the court. Where Russ come into this? The Russ not on the court when the whistle is blown.
No, I already told you how Russ comes into it. It should be out of reach by the fourth quarter, but it's actually a tied ball game. We should have a double-digit lead by that point in time. That's the point.
Man.
Yeah,
that's why
I know you're mad.
Hold on, man.
You can't hold LeBron accountable for that.
Yeah, y'all lost. So what I'm mad about? But no, I am happy. No. You don't say I'm mad. I am happy. But I'm telling you, and you hear it here. The same karma that you got last year, blaming Russ and not wanting to put motherfucking a responsibility on your leader and everybody else who had a part in y'all losing and not making the playoff, is the same karma that you're going to get this year, because y'all starting that same bullshit this year with Russ again. I'm telling you. But I need y'all to keep losing. So if it's Russ, hey Russ, if you're listening, keep sabotaging these motherfuckers, because they're going to blame you anyway, Russ. They're going to blame you anyway, Russ. They're going to blame you anyway. Please keep sabotaging, my brother. I appreciate you. And I'm out of here. Come Africa. Even when that man not on the court, it's his fault. Wow.
Yep.
No. He had a part to play in the loss. He had a part to play in the loss.
You
realize all quarters count against a good team like the Boston Celtics.
3 quarters.
So we got leads, and then you come on the court and we losing. Come on, man. Yeah.
All right. But all I know is you took the lead in the fourth quarter, and Russ wasn't on the court. Yeah.
Up 7 with 6 to go.
Exactly. That's what I do know. So do you, man. Do you? Nephew, I'll see you tomorrow. You know I'll be on regular time tomorrow, 8:30, babe. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Okay, nephews, y'all be safe. Peace.
Good cooking.
Nah, he wasn't cooking, man. He was stir frying.
He cooked good.
Stir frying some noodles. Stir frying some noodles, man. You know, it's all good though. OC love. It's all good. Y'all don't hold the same energy for y'all team.
No,
you know, Andre, he knows that Embiid be getting every call in the neighborhood. And you know what it is? It's all good, though. It's all good. Hey, Kobe Jordan, you ain't cooking nothing out here, bro. You know, I've been stay frying y'all. I've been stay frying you, man, Kobe Jordan. It's all good, though. It's all good, because if this was George, if this was one of y'all favorite players, you'd be mad too, man. But at the end of the day,
we said you got a right to be mad.
Okay.
I've been saying that the whole time. You have every right to be mad. If I was LeBron, I'd have been mad too, because he did get robbed right there. He got fouled. That's facts.
Hey, man.
You going too far with the conspiracy theories, brother.
Nah,
That's
man,
all I'm
it
saying.
ain't no conspiracy, man. I really do feel like there's a concerted effort to not get LeBron the same calls as other players, man. Because are you telling me, OC Love, that a man that drives the amount of times LeBron drives to the rim only gets to the free throw 3 times a game, bro? 6 free throw attempts, which means he gets 3 calls a game to go into the rim. And that's all good. So they must be playing all league defense, especially with the amount of times they collapse, not touching him, all that contact. Really, OC? Really? That's what we doing?
Hey, it is what it is, though, brother. I can't change
What is
that.
it? You tell me. What is it? You saying it is what it is. What is it, though? Because I'm
It's
calling
bad
it
refereeing.
conspiracy. What are you calling it? Huh?
It's bad refereeing. It's not a conspiracy.
Oh, my God. So how long has this bad refereeing going on for when it comes to LeBron James, though?
I don't know. You tell me. You the LeBron fan.
I'm telling you. Since LeBron got to Miami, his free throw attempts have been steadily going down, bro. Down. From the peak of when he was in Cleveland, the last
And
season.
his shot jacking been going up, right?
No. He's still not really.
Not really. Come on now. Don't.
No. It's been. Hey, look. His threes have been going up. Hey, this is how I'm gonna tell you what's been happening, right? He averages 15 2-point attempts per game for his career. 15. The last few seasons has been going up, but this season, it's been going down. Okay, so from his last season in Cleveland, he had 15 2-point attempts and he got 10 free throws a game. Right? A lot of people say he doesn't change his game a lot. The only thing that's really changed is athleticism, but the game itself has not really changed for LeBron James. And then the next 3 seasons or 2 seasons, his attempts from the 2 go up. He goes to 15.3 in Miami to 16.5 in Miami, right? And his free throws go down. More attempts at the 2, free throws go down to the point where in his 3rd season in Miami, from his last season in Cleveland at 10.2, he now shooting 7 free throw attempts a game. After that point of 2011, where he has 8.1 attempts in 2011, 2012, he has 7, and he never goes above 8 attempts a game for the rest of his career, bro. This is in the era where James Harden get into the line 14, 15 times. This is in the era where a lot of guys are getting to the rim. This man is on average getting to the rim at 7, 6 times a game, and we know how many times LeBron goes to the rim, bro. And so last season you would say, oh, he's shooting more threes, right?
Okay. Though, so the ref
he's shooting. He's shooting more threes.
He had a disadvantage though. The ref is at a disadvantage when LeBron is going to the rack, but he create a lot of the contact himself.
See what I mean? This is the craziness. So every time, so there's excuses. So he's the only player in the league that creates contact. Giannis don't create contact, and Embiid don't create contact. Is that what we do?
Like
Hey, Luka Doncic don't create contact.
Now Luka does.
Okay. Embiid do.
Not really. Not like LeBron.
Yo, man, you wild, bro. Embiid is 7'2", 300 pounds center. Don't create contact.
He's a finesse player. He don't create the contact like LeBron does.
Wow. Look, so the 15, 16 time LeBron's going to the rim or pulling up for 2 or going to the rim however many times, probably over 10 times a game where he drives to the rim. He initiating contact every single time, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Wow. See, this is the ridiculousness, right? That I'm talking about.
Pretty much.
See, this is the
it's true though.
No, it ain't no true.
I'm not saying he don't get fouled. He do get fouled. I'm not saying he don't get fouled. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the ref is already he looking like what am I seeing here? What am I seeing here? It's not a conspiracy where they're like, oh, I'm gonna make sure LeBron don't get a call.
Mm-hmm. It's looking away. LeBron has said it for multiple seasons, right? He says the refs continually come to him at halftime, after games, in new games when they referee another game, and they say to him, and what he said is they come up to him and say, we missed that call. But the same shit keep happening, though, is what he says. But they come up to him and say, we missed that call. We missed that call. No, it doesn't happen anymore than it doesn't happen as much to anyone else like it happens to LeBron James. I ain't saying it don't happen to other players, but there ain't no intentional looking away from calls like it do from LeBron James. It ain't the same.
You can't hear the bias in your statement right there.
What? Saying it don't happen as much to anyone else like it do to LeBron James?
You saying LeBron gets miscalled more than anybody in history is basically what you saying.
Oh, in his era by far. Yeah, most definitely. That's what I am saying.
Oh my God. Come on.
Most definitely. What you mad about?
I ain't mad about nothing. You the one mad. I'm not mad.
This call only highlights what I'm talking about. It only emphasizes what I'm talking about. But y'all acting like this is an individual circumstance that happens to everybody, right? And it is what it is. It's just a bad call. It happens. Move on, right? And I'm telling you, there is something grander to this, and it ain't about having to be a league conspiracy, but this only emphasizes a clear call. When they're calling soft, touchy fouls on Jaylen Brown on the other end, when they're calling out box out fouls on AD, when he's boxing out Malcolm Brogdon, right? And then and then there's a no call on a blatant foul when there's three guys going up and acting like only he was the one that had contact. There was contact in multiple ways going to the rim as well, if you watch that play. You know what I mean? Where they could have called it before the drive, but it's all good, though. It is what it is, though, right?
On that play?
Yeah, on that play. If you look at it early on the play too, you can call contact on the initial move with the drive. Yes, you could have if you watched that play.
No.
Yeah, you could. Look at hey man, if this was my shit, I'd be playing it right now for you, OC Love. But you should look it up and look at the play.
Man, I watched the game clearly. Yeah, I've seen that play about 1,000 times since then.
Okay.
Because they're making a big old fuss about it, like it's unprecedented.
See what I mean? When it's LeBron James, it's a big old fuss, right? Okay.
They are. Like Unc said earlier, if it was who anybody else, it'll be already forgotten about because it's just a bad call.
They could have easily called contact on Malcolm Brogdon. They easily could have easily. He actually thought it was called on him when he was jumping around and stuff. And that's the funny part. That's crazy, man. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. It is what it is, though. You know what I mean? As you say, it is what it is.
Young Africa, man. You bring a lot of good laughs to my life, man.
Hey, man, you know, I've been meaning this shit too, man. Maybe that's why it's funny.
I know you mean it though.
Yeah. It's what's funny now. It's all good. Hey, at the end of the day, I know you got different energy. Kobe Jordan in the chat, he got a different type of energy. If that shit happened to Kawhi Leonard, if that happens to Paul George, different type of energy. But because it's LeBron, it's whatever.
No, listen, listen. You're not hearing me. I'm saying you have a right to be mad. It was a fucked up call. You have a right to be mad. I'm not mad at you for being mad, but you just going overboard with it. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, okay. So what about the no call when Embiid fouled Westbrook on the drive on the last second shot too? What about that no call? You see that? You remember that no call? You see that?
Well, you know, they fucking up.
Oh my god.
Pure and simple. They be fucking up. That's what I'm saying.
Man. Come on, man. This is amazing, man.
You can't can't be so hurt about it, man.
No. I'm definitely hurt. I'm actually. This is why today, because I watched FYF Sports like a while ago, and I let it slide. You know what I mean? And I've been watching closely since then to say if this is true, then I need evidence, not just from what I've been seeing, but what I looking more closely now and what I am seeing. Because I've been seeing it the last couple of seasons. Because I've been thinking, why does LeBron not get called? And is it because he's so strong? I was under the assumption that he was so strong, right? And because the contact, just like a Shaquille O'Neal, doesn't look evident, and the other guy looks worse off after the foul, even though they are the ones that are not allowed to block and do that, just because he lays the guy out, just because he comes out looking stronger than the other guy, just because he finishes through the contact and one, and they don't want to call it and one every time because it's going to look like he's Superman out here, even though you should call it. Just because he's stronger doesn't mean you don't call a foul on the man when it is a foul. And you're saying that's a part of it, right? That's a part of it.
That's a part of it. That's a part of it. That's a part of why he don't get as many calls as you feel he should. Because he's stronger than most people he come in contact with. That's a part of it. I agree with that.
Okay. And so I want to give you the facts, right, about the stats this season, right? So I want to give you the facts, right? And I could even do last 3 seasons, but I got this season. So LA Lakers, right? LA Lakers. And this is why the stats and the facts be amazing and be getting Brother Salty. I give him the stats about how his free throws will be going down steadily every season after 2011 in the middle of his prime. Steadily, you realize like prime players, their attempts go up in their prime, not down. This man's going down significantly since the alleged article that FYF Sports referenced when he talked about league owners literally conspiring with the referees to diminish this man and not make calls so he don't win, essentially, to affect outcomes, right? Specifically on LeBron James calls on the game, right? So if that's true, well, then I need evidence, right? And there's certain numbers that show me that when you talk about LeBron stats going down. The second one is this season, the Lakers are number 2 in points in the paint per game. Number 2. Only second to Memphis Grizzlies, right? And so if I compare how many attempts do the Memphis Grizzlies go, right? So I'm going to look this up. How many attempts do the Memphis Grizzlies take at the rim this season, at the free throw line this season? Being the team, right, with the most paint points, how many, what would you expect the team with the most paint points to be at the free throw line? Would you expect to be a top 5, top 10?
I figure you're going to tell me.
No, but I want to ask you. I just want to see what you feel like, though. How you see it, though?
I don't know. I want to know the answer.
Memphis Grizzlies, right? Free throw attempts. I'm looking it up right now. I don't even know. I'm looking it up because I do my research. I'm looking it up. It's not that I know. It's just that I already know, though, just from what I've seen. But I'm about to look it up. Memphis Grizzlies free throw attempts this season. When I look it up, when I type it in, right? I go to ESPN.com. As a team, they take 25 free throws per game. Right? 25 free throws per game. Now I'm going to look up the Lakers. 25 free throws per game. It's probably high. I'm going to look up what that is in the league right now. But 25 free throws per game. Now I'm going to look at the Lakers, right? And when I look at the Lakers, okay, so it ain't even that much different. Okay, fair enough. It's 24 free throws a game. So they're right there, right? They're right there. Now we're going to look up the league. Man, why y'all make it so difficult, man? Free throw attempts. Okay. Detroit Pistons lead the league in free throw attempts per game. Then it's the Dallas Mavericks. Then it's the New York Knicks. Then it's the Pelicans. Then it's the Grizzlies and the Lakers, right? So the Lakers are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're ranked 6th in free throw attempts per game, even though they're the second most. But the Grizzlies are right there at 5th, and they're the first most, right? So there's a bit of questionable calls for the Grizzlies as well. And then you look at paint points, which is crazy. How do Detroit Pistons, who are 23rd in points in the paint per game, get into the line, a league leading 28 times per game? That's kind of crazy. I would like to ask the referees what they seeing on that shit.
Bunch of young guys.
And they get into the line more than the best teams in the league. When they're 23rd in paint points per game. How does that work?
You got to realize a lot of these best teams got old guys. They ain't attacking their rim that like that. They're using their skill to score the ball.
Okay. Dallas Mavericks, New York Knicks, Pelicans. All right, you're right. Grizzlies, athletic teams, young teams. Okay. The bottom of the league are guys like Golden State Warriors, Brooklyn Nets, Phoenix Suns, Miami Heat, Chicago Bulls.
Players with skill.
Okay. Fair enough. I'm just saying, man. So you ain't riding with me that it's unjust, but it's all good, man. It's all good.
No, but I will wholeheartedly agree that was a bad call.
No doubt, bad call. You just feel like it's an isolated incident, whereas
no, I don't think it's an isolated incident. I won't go that far, but I just don't think it's a conspiracy.
When it comes to LeBron James, what I mean, like, so it's just a bad call on LeBron. It ain't even about LeBron. It's more so just a bad call. Referees make bad calls, right? They've been making bad calls, and then that's about it.
They've been doing it. They've been doing it consistently, and it's been worse lately. It's been worse lately. I go that far.
Okay. And so what is the reason that LeBron James free throw attempts have been going down since 2011, in the middle of his prime at 27 years old? for whatever reason, after getting 10.2 free throw attempts at 25 years old, the last year in Cleveland, the first go around, he gets 10.2 free throw attempts, and since then ain't even got close to 9. He been at 8 or less, 7, 7, 7. Last couple seasons, 6, 6.
You do
5.
know
7.
LeBron is a bad free throw shooter, right?
I'm aware that he's an average free throw shooter. Okay.
You do know that it's been widely considered that he shies away from the free throw line.
Okay, that's in late game situations, but okay, so he shies away. Be one of the greatest drivers of all time, a guy who's about to be the leading scorer in NBA history, shies away from getting buckets. Okay, so is that the reason why he doesn't get points? Because he jacks a lot of threes, and he's making 5 threes a game.
He would rather jack a 3 or pass the ball or give it to somebody else that he thinks got a better shot of making the.
So in 2011, right, when he takes 10 threes. When he takes 10.2 free throws, he actually jacks up 5 threes a game. At that point in time, a career high in 3-point attempts. So it doesn't even go with your narrative, right? So even when he was at that point in time, it was a career high 5 threes a game. He still got to the line 10 times a game. The next season, his 3-point attempts go down in his first year in Miami, goes down to 3.5, and his 2-point attempts go up half a shot a game.
So
his free throws go down too.
No, so you saying his highest point was his last year in Cleveland?
Yeah, his first go around in Cleveland, it was 10.2. His career high is 10.3, where he got other 2 seasons. Yes. So look at the first outside his rookie season. The second season in the league, he gets 8 free throw attempts. Then he gets 10. Then it's 9. Then it's 10 again. Then it's 9, and it's 10 again the last go around. And then after that in Miami, it goes to 8, 7, 7. Well, so what happened?
Young player attacking the rim.
So what happened? So in the middle of LeBron's prime, at 26 years old, going to Miami, he just stopped attacking the rim.
No, he didn't stop attacking the rim, but he also had other people he was getting the ball to. He had another all-time great player attacking the rim with him. That cuts into his attempts. He got another top 10, top 15 player in Bosh that he gets the ball to. He got shooters galore around him. That kind of
less rim pressure. Is that what I'm hearing? I'm just trying to understand what you're trying to say, because I'm actually trying to ask you and see what happened, because you watched the game too in the 2000s. So what happened? I got, because Basketball Reference, right? Great resource for dudes like me, right? Who are young in the early 2000s and can't check old dudes on the cap, right? Because they be not I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm just talking about the dudes that be talking about the 90s like no one else ever was living in the 90s and that can't really check them. So I'm gonna go to the stats. In the last season, right? It goes by percentage of field goals by distance, right? And it goes shooting. And this is since 96. So obviously LeBron being in the league. And 09, 010, the last season in Cleveland, right? His 2-point attempts, 34% come between 0 and 3 feet of the basket, right? And there's much it goes 8% from 3 to 10 feet, 6% from 10 to 16, and then 16 to the 3-point line, 16 feet to the 3-point line is 26%, and 25% of threes, right? Okay, so that's what happened. It's amazing. So, and that was 75% of his shots coming from that angle, coming from the 2, whereas it was 26%, 25% coming from the 3, right? So the next season in Miami, he takes 81% of his shots come from 2-point shots, more than the 74% last season. He takes 28% of his shots from the 0 to 3 feet, so it does go down, right? 6%. And he takes more shots from the 3 to 10 feet range. He doubles that amount of shots in the 10 to 16 foot range, but his mid range and his 3-point shots go down. So he takes a slightly few shots, but he comes back to that in his next seasons where he gets a career high in 2012, 2013 of 87% of shots from the 2-point line. This man, when he gets to Miami, he's taking less threes per game, taking better shots, which is why his field goal percentage, everything goes up. He has a career high in 0 to 3 shots. I feel like he was taking. You don't think so in Miami in the beginning of his career?
No, he should. I'm saying he should be with that kind of talent around. He should be taking better shots. It shouldn't always be just him driving to the basket.
Okay. And so all I'm trying to tell you is that he goes from 75% of 2-point shots of his scoring coming from 2-point shots to 2 seasons later where it's 87% of his shots, right? So he's taking high quality shots, and then he has a career high from 2012
But you got to
to
realize
2014.
with that kind of talent around him that draws attention away from him, like he gonna have another all-time great player that can draw double teams away from him, so he can get wide open dunks. It was a lot of plays where they be coming down in fast break and way to throw him the lob for a wide open dunk. It ain't no foul on that. Can't foul a man if you ain't even there. You know what I'm
So
saying?
we're talking about most of them were just wide open.
I'm
Huh?
not saying most of them
Okay.
was. I'm saying
Okay.
that's gonna take up some of your fouls that you okay. So you with Cleveland, right? With less talent, you don't got no double team drawing away talent from you, right? You ain't got no top 10 player drawing away double teams away from you. So when they loading up on you, they trying to stop you. So when you get to the rim, it's more players than it would be in Miami trying to block you, trying to foul you. That's just it
So
is
you
what it
think
is. But when you
because
go to
Dwayne Wade,
Miami,
go ahead.
when you go to Miami, you got Bosh, you got 3-point shooters, you got Wade drawing attention away from you. So when you do get to the rim, it ain't as many guys trying to block you. And plus, they made the game where in today's league, the paint is wide open most of the time.
So it changed, right? So the league changed from 2009 to 2011 when LeBron got to Miami. The whole league changed. I know the
I'm
league
not
is
saying
different
the whole
today
league
than it was
I'm
then.
not saying the whole league changed when he got to Miami. That's not what I said.
Okay.
I'm saying that the more talent he got around him as the league changed rules to help the paint get wider and wider, it gradually. All
that would
plays
make
a
sense.
factor is what I'm saying. All that plays a
I would agree. If his numbers stayed the same, right? Like, I'm gonna tell it to you like this, because I want to actually have a conversation with you. I ain't even trying to. If the 2-point attempts, the percentage of 2-point attempts stayed the same, if the amount of shots at the rim or within 3 feet stayed the same, now I'm gonna tell you, okay, because those shots are easier, because the defense has more risk if they do hedge or if they do drop down and they do try and collapse the defense, that's going to create more problems on road rotations. You're going to get easier shots. I would agree. But his numbers at the rim go up from career numbers that he never seen, like getting 39% of his shots at the rim in his last season in Cleveland. Last season in Miami. 80 in his second season in Miami, he has 87% of his shots come from the 2-point, within the 3-point line, essentially. And so if that is the case, and he's taking more shots at the rim, and there is a chance, because Dwayne Wade ain't no sharpshooter. I'm hedging off Dwayne Wade if LeBron coming downhill and blazes his guy. I'm dropping down and from Chris Bosh if LeBron James is
no, but you gotta realize hold on. You forgetting about something. This is back then. This is before Steph Curry and them had won the championship, where people believed that a 3-point shooting team could beat you. So back then they would let you shoot those threes. They didn't believe a 3-point shooting team could beat you. That was like the narrative back then, where you live and die by the 3. That was the narrative going around. You live and die by the 3. So you're gonna collapse. So when Golden State goes and wins, and the whole world starts, okay, well, maybe we can win with the 3. Now everybody's a copycat league, so everybody want to try that. So now you don't want to let everybody shoot. You want to contest the 3, and now the paint opens up more.
I'm not sure I agree with that, man, because at the end of the day, the man, he was like getting to the rim at the same rate or high rate. The defenses, I think, was still guarding LeBron, probably not as tough as they were in Cleveland, but it changed. But he was still attacking the rim at the same rate. The drop off is considerable. Even when you talk about guys like Giannis, who will get into the rim more times than LeBron ever did, Embiid getting to the rim more times than LeBron ever did, Luka already attempting more free throws than LeBron has ever did. And we know Luka ain't no rim pressure type of guy, right? You know,
Yeah,
he
but
has already got.
he know how to milk the call though. He know how to
Look,
flail
see. So
and,
now we go
flop
into everything
around.
but game, bro. We talk about milking calls and stuff. Is it a foul or is it not a
That's
foul,
part
bro?
of it though. That's part of it
Oh my
though.
goodness.
That's the part of the reason why these guys is getting more calls than him. No.
See, so we're gonna talk about everything. So we back to the what? It's a conspiracy, or is that what you're saying, OC? Like, what are we saying? So
No, I'm saying there's no
Luka's a better
conspiracy.
actor than LeBron James. What we saying, right?
Luka, hell yeah, Luka's a better actor.
Okay.
You don't think Luka acts?
Hey man, when you complain for every single call, they're gonna be more sensitive to the ones that are 50-50. But that's why
That's
players
true.
put pressure
I agree with
pressure on the referee to call every single one, because when it is kind of questionable, they're gonna call it. But at the end of the day, Luka coming into the league has been averaging a high amount. He averaged 9.2 in his second season. He had 11 free throw attempts this season, which is why he's scoring so many buckets. And he's still an average free throw shooter like LeBron James, but he's getting to the line. LeBron has never gotten 11 free throw attempts
But
a game.
you
He
gotta
puts
understand
pressure on the
this.
rim
You
like
gotta
no other
understand
player
this.
in league history.
You gotta understand this part too. With Luka specifically versus LeBron. Luka is a tricky player where he switches his speed. He's not really a fast player, so he uses his change of speeds and his footwork and his, he's an awkward player. He kind of weird to figure out for most people guarding him. Kind of have trouble figuring out what he gonna do, right?
Okay.
LeBron, you don't think so?
I do think so. You're right. He
LeBron,
stop and start. He do a lot of that kind of stuff.
do a lot of that, do a lot of flailing, and he can hit tough shots, right?
Okay.
So it's kind of, you don't want to foul him. He know how to flail. So you kind of, this with him and Joker, I think. They good at what they do, but they do a lot of flailing. They can use their body. They got big bodies. They're strong, and they tricky. They're real tricky, right? LeBron is not really a tricky player. He is gonna overpower you, or he gonna drive to the paint and dunk over you. He ain't doing a lot of tricky shit trying to make fouls out of you.
So you got no finesse. He doesn't take it.
I didn't say
finish
he didn't
with
have
either
no finesse.
with either
I didn't say
hand.
that.
Doesn't go reverse on the layup. Doesn't take contact, and so it's like I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand. Okay, because you say he pretty much only go one way. I'm just asking you.
No, I didn't say all that. I said he is more straightforward. He gonna drive. His main goal is to get a full head of steam and drive past you. And if you try to block it, he gonna either dunk over you, or he gonna hit the tough shot. Oh, he ain't gonna do a bunch of tricky shit. Is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. So is that the reason why LeBron has never led the league in free throw attempts in a season? Are you surprised by that stat? First of all, LeBron has never led the league in free throw attempts.
I am surprised by
never, bro. I just looked that shit up. Never.
I am surprised by that.
When you got James Harden leading the league for like 6-7 seasons straight, you got Giannis and Embiid the last couple seasons. You had Kevin Durant before that. You had Dwight Howard before that. You had Kevin Durant again. You got Kobe, Iverson, Amare Stoudemire, Shaquille O'Neal in the league with LeBron James, and he never led the league in free throw attempts.
No, I am surprised with that. With the amount of times he tacked the basket, I'm surprised that he never did it.
Even Michael Jordan led the league a couple seasons.
Yeah, but Jordan was attacking that rim through contact. No. LeBron does too. LeBron does too. I'm not saying LeBron don't do that.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm not saying Jordan didn't deserve it either. But Jordan actually has one of the highest free throw attempt seasons of all time. One of them. Yeah. There's a whole lot of Wilt Chamberlain, Jerry West, Shaquille O'Neal, and then it's Michael Jordan, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah. It was a lot of contact back then, that they don't allow nowadays too, though.
Yeah, but he got 12 free throw attempts a game for a season. That was in his whole career, but
that's impressive.
Yeah,
I think
amazing.
LeBron should have one though, at least one in the season. No, I'm saying
I know, I understand that. That's an amazing stat. Not once in his career, and he only has 3 seasons where he had over 10. This is in a league where Dwayne Wade had seasons where he got like 11 attempts from the free throw line a game early in his career. He was prolific at getting to the free throw line himself. So LeBron not once led the league, man. And so it is what it is, you know. I'm just saying, man, for context.
That is a surprising stack. I give you that. That's surprising to me.
Yeah. Pagan say I'm whining, but I'm just hitting with the facts, man. I'm surprised myself, and it's interesting, man, because when you got a guy like LeBron James that attacks the rim as much as he does, and if you watch the Laker games, OC Love this season, the amount of time since he hasn't been that hot from the three, he can't rely on his perimeter jump shot this season. He's been attacking the hard rim aggressively this season, taking a lot of attempts at the rim.
I watch a lot of Laker games. I watch a lot of Laker games. I know what you're talking about.
And he only gets 6 attempts, which means he only gets 3 calls per game, not even 1 per quarter. You telling me like that's what we on? So either he is just blatantly missing shots with good defense, and players are playing great defense, or there's something else going on, OC Love. I don't know what it is, but you tell me, man. Or it's something else. I'm gonna leave it at that. Something else, right? Or they're playing great defense on LeBron James. I don't know what you tell me though. What have you been watching? You've been watching impeccable defense on LeBron James this season?
I watch good defense on LeBron. I won't say impeccable.
I'm just saying, man. It's amazing, man. It's amazing. But you know, I feel like it is what it is. Like you say it is what it is. You know what I mean? And I feel like he still came to play in the fourth quarter. We can call overtime. We can call the reaction a bit overblown, but I think that's a man. Well, that ain't just the reaction.
That's all I wanted you to say. That's it.
Okay, we can do that.
Agree there.
Okay, we can agree with that. But I would say that what we saw, the emotion, and he doesn't have to show that, especially because there is an overtime. You keep it cool and you let it off in overtime with your play, and then you let it off on the media. If you really still got smoke and you got heat and you're heated that much, that I would agree with that. But that's the emotion, not of a man off one call. That's multiple years. That's him is not most definitely this season, but I feel like for multiple seasons, not feeling like he's getting the calls that he really deserves. And he said that in the press conference when he goes, I'm getting to the rim more than these guys who are leading the league in free throw attempts, and I'm not getting the same calls. And so when he says that, I feel like that's a man frustrated, not just of one call, but of multiple years of frustration, especially this year filled with frustration. Multiple games where I've seen games where he's shaking his head, getting heated at the referee. There's multiple games where players say like, when fans say LeBron doesn't get back on defense, he's really still talking to the ref mad as fuck. Because if y'all ain't gonna call the game fairly, if y'all ain't gonna call the blatant, he does get disinterested in the game. He does. Who wouldn't, bro? Like human nature. Now you're meant to be above this. We're meant to, as human beings, be above the unfortunate events of life. But yeah, as
the GOAT. No, I'm a lesser player. You know what I mean? You can say, okay, he just ain't good as the other guys. He ain't smart enough to lock in and forget about that call. But if you're gonna call yourself the GOAT, you gotta look past that. You gotta continue playing.
Okay. Yep. He did play though. He did play, and he played hard.
I'm not saying he didn't play, but it sets. All I'm saying is, I have no problem with him being mad. I'd have been mad. He had a right to be mad, but him going overboard with him pouting and him going down to his knees, and it sets a bad precedent to your team that kind of gives them the excuse in the back of their head, like, okay, well, we got fucked, so we ain't really got to win this game, because we can always say, well, we got, that's human nature, like you just said. When you go overboard like that, the rest of your team, as you their leader, they're gonna look to you like, oh, okay, well, if Brian already feel like we've been robbed.
Yeah, that's true, man. That's true.
That's all I'm saying.
I hear you, and it's quite evident what you're saying when Patrick Beverly sees that, then grabs the camera and goes to the referee and gets a tech, and we already down 1 to start overtime. Like that. That's what happens, and it sets the example, right? And what you're saying was evident. The consequence of that. Does Patrick Beverly do that? If you keep it cool, ask the team to stay focused and let's get this dub in the huddle, or do they, start still holding on to what just happened? Because at the end of the day, you still got a chance to win. You still gotta stay locked in, and you deal with the rest of that bullshit later. Because we got a game to win still, and I agree with that. But and I agree with that with LeBron too. You got to keep it cool and pop your shit off after the game, and at the end of the day, go into the locker room and say, even though that happened to me, they've been doing me wrong. But what the fuck is your reason, Russell Westbrook? What is your reason, Anthony Davis? Because y'all still got to get this game for us, and y'all play like ass, bro. You know what I mean? When Malcolm Brogdon's got on your ass, AD, you got to demand that shit. Clap your hands and let niggas know that you're about to dominate that possession. But you don't do that. You know what I mean?
I agree.
So I understand. That's why I said, like, even though that was a part of why we didn't win the game, being that call, it could have gave us another chance to win the game, a chance on the line where they don't have a chance to reply with that free throw line. It wasn't the reason why we lost the game, because we lost the game for many reasons, and it wasn't just the referees. It was a lot of things that we did wrong that we should have done better, and that is Russell Westbrook playing better. That is Darvin Ham with better rotations. That is a lot of things that we could have done in terms of hitting the three better, defending better, not fouling as much. A lot of things we could have did, but we lost the game, and that's another game, real close game that we lost, man. I'd like to know what that record is like with games with like less than 5 points in it. We lost a lot of games like that this season, and it's getting annoying, man. It's getting annoying. So
that's fair enough, though. I respect what you just said right there. I ain't got number respect for that.
Oh, so love, man. Yeah, that's why I didn't say that they lost us the game, but we could have had another opportunity to win the game, but so good. But you ain't tripping, huh? You got the Kawhi Leonard on the picture. Your Clippers just got cooked, but it was another low management game, so you're comfortable, right? It ain't no nothing, right?
No, I'm not comfortable. Okay. But I know we didn't have a lot of guys out, so I didn't expect us to win that game with the amount of guys we had out. But I still wanted us to win that game. Yeah, of course, I wanted us. I don't think we should have low managed everybody tonight. I think we should have had some of the guys out there, but I can't change it now. We got to move forward. We got to win this next game and keep going after that.
I don't know, man. I feel like it's interesting with y'all too, because it feels like when y'all good, y'all look so good that it can make your organization complacent. Like, you see flashes of what you can be at your best, but the question is like, can the Clippers sustain that best, the flashes of the best for a sustained period of time, which is what you need to be a champion, and that's the question. And so you haven't shown that because the team hasn't even got an opportunity to be consistent, right, with the amount of load management that's been happening.
Right, and that's what gives players and fans like us the frustration with the front office and the medical team. Like, let the guys play, man, so we can see if this really is the championship team we want it to be. You got to let the guys get out there and consistently play.
Yeah, y'all gonna get fined for that shit. Like you had Covington, Reggie Jackson.
No, Covington was out. He missed the game before that too.
Oh, okay. Marcus Morris,
that was an injury.
Okay. Kawhi Leonard, PG. Reggie Jackson was out too. Like, what? He had a reason to?
He got hurt in the game last night.
Oh, okay. Hey, man, it's crazy, man. Hey, why y'all even low managing John Wall like he's gonna be some important piece? Y'all don't even play him to be that important to low manage.
I don't know.
Unless you're holding that clip like an invisible one.
They say he had an ab injury when he did that dunk in the last game he played in. They said he hurt his abs with that, but I don't know, man.
Okay. Because I saw the video BJ played before where he said, "Hey, I've been good. I was good last season. I'm good now. It's just what the medical staff is saying." So, yeah, man. He said I was sitting out last season, even though I was fully healthy, and he just
I know what tape you talking about. He was talking about the load managers and him missing back-to-backs. He don't think he need to miss back-to-backs.
It's interesting, but I don't know. That to me seems like y'all still think of him as an important player, because you don't load manage players you don't think are important, right? Like you don't do that. No. They either hurt and they're not right, or they're right and you play them if they are just rotational pieces. But you train him like he's a big franchise piece for y'all, and you haven't been treating him that way when it comes to game time. So it's kind of crazy. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know, man, but it's gonna be interesting with these Clippers, man. I don't know. I feel like John was. I don't know if you want to. I don't know. Y'all could be playing a lot of games with the league this season, man. Maybe trying to lower his trade value, maybe not making him a valuable piece before the trade deadline. The trade deadline goes through, and now John Wall looks like an all-star John Wall type of guy. I don't know. I don't know, man. Y'all be playing games. Y'all be not playing the right guys. Like Robert Covington hasn't been playing all season. And when you do finally play him, he starts looking real nice. You know what I mean? And then now he's
I've been
inactive
thinking
again.
Rocco should have been playing.
Yeah, and now he's looking nice. He's been giving you a lot in 20 minutes a game. He'll be giving you a lot of defensive presence, rebounding. He can space
He's a
the floor.
smart
He's
player.
hitting his threes. Yeah, man, exactly. He's not a selfish guy, and he can guard 1 through 4, I think, very easily, man. So I don't know why it is that y'all am doing this outside of just concealing your cards. I don't know. I don't know what else outside of that. So it's interesting. Medical team. Everyone's saying we're getting a medical team. Naz Reid would be nice. I would personally say that Mo Bamba would be better than Naz Reid, but Naz Reid would be nice too. I don't know what the price is for Mo Bamba or Naz Reid, but Timberwolves wanted John Wall. Really? Okay. They are a stupid organization, so they would do some dumb shit like that and trade some young player like Naz Reid for John Wall. Dumbasses. Yeah, so I'm not surprised at that. Actually, that sounds stupid.
I do think that trade they did at the offseason was dumb trade, man.
Stupid, man. Yeah, very stupid. Trading a lot of the future and precious players, man. I would say like Vanderbilt, a very valuable player that they're probably gonna get a lot for Vanderbilt as well if they flip him before the trade deadline. So
yeah, I like Vanderbilt.
Yeah, man, he could have been more valuable piece than Rudy Gobert is now if you just gave him time, developed him.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Took your time with that, but yeah, man, these John Wall and Naz Reid should not be allowed by the league because that's ridiculous, man. That's ridiculous. They're gonna ask for a draft pick as well. Are you gonna throw in a first round pick with that? Like, what are you gonna do? Because Naz Reid,
he ain't worth all that. He ain't worth no first round and John Wall. No.
You acting like John Wall is still got that amount of value in the league, man. I'm surprised.
No, but
I'm
you
surprised
acting like Naz Reid is a game changing player like that too.
Or for a championship team, potential championship winning team, I think he can move the needle.
Nah, he's a solid piece. He's a solid backup piece. He ain't no starter or nothing for to be wanting a first round draft pick. Fuck that.
No, but you got to understand when the team's desperate and needing to upgrade their team, that you ask for a little more than you would.
We ain't desperate.
Hey, I think y'all are desperate.
Stop it. We ain't desperate.
Come on, man.
We do need a backup big, but we are not desperate.
So can y'all win it, OC Love? With the roster you have today, can y'all win it?
I believe so.
Wow. Okay. So what is the small ball lineup with your team right now? Who's playing the 5 when Zubac is unplayable?
No, I said we need a backup big.
Okay, but you say y'all got enough though right now. So who is that guy right now that can play the 5, play respectfully on defense, and still make
Batum.
Oh,
Batum.
come on, bro. Talking about Nicholas Batum at the center, bro. Well, when you come up against a team like the Dallas Mavericks with so let's say Christian Wood is at the center, who ain't the most physically imposing player, but still will out rebound. He will out rebound Batum.
Did you say
no? He ain't the most physical player. I'm giving you that. But at the end of the day, he gonna look like Will Chamberlain next to Batum. OC Love.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
If you say so.
Yeah, he gonna get 20 rebounds in that game if Nicholas Batum is guarding him, bro.
Okay.
And he playing center. No, that ain't enough. Robert Covington at center, not enough.
Okay, if you say so.
Diabate. Now he got the athletic ability and potential, but will he be ready for the playoffs when coverages are at the highest level where you can't make mistakes out here? What's gonna happen? He gonna make mistakes.
Only thing I worry about with Diabate is him being so young, he getting in foul trouble. I think he got the skills to do what he need to do. He just he ain't smart enough yet.
Look at Kobe Jordan talking about we'll give him John Wall and the Subway sandwich for Naz Reid. Like, come on, man.
Right. We got a bag of chips for him too.
Yeah. Now you better throw in some chocolate chip cookies, OC Love. Come on, man. Talking about a sandwich and that's all. Hell no. And I'm talking about chocolate chip first round cookies is what we need.
Nah, no cookies.
Come on, man.
And just a bag of chips, just a bag of some Lay's.
Hey, man. Naz Reid, I think he could put a lot of teams.
No, he's a decent piece. I think he would help our team, but all that desperate is not no.
Desperation. Yes.
No,
Yes. Because
no,
what you just told me should be a team that's in desperation. Nicholas Batum at the 5 is a small ball lineup.
no,
Are we eating?
no.
We
He's not
eating.
the only. He's not the only big on the block.
Hmm?
He's not the only big on the block.
Okay, we're gonna see, man. Yo, that's the only big on the roster right now, man. Who you gonna get? DeMarcus
No, I'm
Cousins?
saying he's not the only big we can go and get. He's not the
Oh,
only
okay, yeah,
big on the
yeah.
block.
You can get a DeMarcus Cousins type of guy. You know what I mean? Guy out the league on the fringes. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna make the difference because if the type of guy you're looking for, he's already in the league. He's a valuable player in the league. He's the type of guy you're looking for. A switchable big that can space the flow, that can switch on the perimeter and not get cooked in pick and roll, versus a guy like Luka Doncic or those type of players who seek out matchups. And if you're looking for that kind of guy who can space the flow, is a 4 or a 5, and that can switch, well, that's a valuable guy. That's a
We
Vanderbilt.
got enough.
That's a Naz
I think
Reid.
we got
That's
enough
a Mo
floor
Bamba.
spacing. I think we got enough floor spacing. We can live without the floor spacing.
Oh, really? You don't need a floor spacing big. So
We can.
because Naz Reid
We need
is
a
one
switchable big. I give you that. A switchable
Okay.
rebounded big, yeah. But I don't know if we necessarily need a floor spacing big.
Okay.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
But we do need the backup big to be able to rebound and be able to switch. Yeah.
Yep. You definitely need that, especially especially against a team like the Denver Nuggets. OC Love, you know what they be doing on the pick and roll.
No, I
man,
agree.
especially
I agree with that.
Jamal
I agree
Murray
with that.
cooking. And so it's tough. And Kobe Jordan say, that Naz Reid defends Jokic really well. I like to know how often Naz Reid has ever defended Jokic. You know what I mean? Naz Reid come off the bench, but in a few possessions, maybe he does. Athletic bigs do give Jokic problems. Guys that don't let him get comfortable and play physical do give
like
him
Dwight,
problems.
like Dwan Howard.
Yes.
Dwight Howard.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yep.
yeah.
He gave him problems. He didn't let him get comfortable. He bumping him off the ball when he's walking up the court, or
We can pick him up for
essentially
free.
slow jogging. Exactly, picking him up, getting in his body, not letting him get comfortable. When he gets to the mid post, sets the screen, asks for the
Yeah.
pass, is looking at the offense. He ain't just getting space and time to look over the offense. You gotta get in his grill. You gotta make him feel uncomfortable when he
No,
makes
that's
his
real.
move. Yeah,
That's
when he
real.
makes his move, every now and then you just gotta foul him just to let him know you can't just go right and just do your little bop step and just go to the rim. No, that ain't gonna work, nigga. And if you're gonna get past me, you gotta put your shoulder through me. And when that happens, now I got you thinking, I'll take the charge. Ref call a charge. Oh, now you don't even know what to do. Now you're frustrated. Now you're mad. And you've seen Jokic get frustrated by guys like Dwight, Draymond Green, another type of guy with the same mentality in the last playoffs. And he got Jokic ejected a game. So I'll be going down that route if I'm the
That's real.
Clippers. When it
No,
comes to
that's
Jokic,
real. And guess what? We can pick up the White for free.
That's true. You should do that at the very least. If you don't get these guys and you don't want to give away too many pieces, y'all really should do that.
Yep, I agree. That's an option right there. If we don't get the trade we want.
And look, I be cooking the Clippers a lot, but as I've been trying to tell us, love even BJ, man, they got a lot of potential, a lot more than the Lakers right now. I'll give you that. You know what I mean? A lot of potential when it comes to championship aspirations. The Clippers should definitely still have championship hopes and expectations when it comes to the fans. It's just about the continuity. Will the regular season be y'all downfall? Is the question. Because the West is wide open, been wide open, and the champs of last year don't look like the champions of this season, which is a rare thing. Because when a team like a dynasty of the type that the Warriors are win a championship, they usually are contenders for multiple seasons just off of the experience and knowledge alone of how to get there. And they ain't looking like that because maybe Steph Curry ain't like that when it comes to the figurehead of a championship team. Maybe Draymond Green ain't like what he was. And maybe the whole team lost too much when they lost what? Gary Payton and Otto Porter Jr. I didn't know they were so valuable. They did have valuable minutes. But maybe the defense, the defense is what they lost with those two guys who were probably their best perimeter defenders on that team. And so that's tough. That's tough. Klay Thompson ain't like that. Kuminga can't do that right now. Moses Moody can't do it right now. Wiseman has not shown he can do it. So that's tough. So that's why it's wide open. Denver Nuggets, unproven. Memphis Grizzlies, unproven. Pelicans, unproven. Like, wow. There's not a lot of teams with championship knowledge and experience like the Lakers, which is why I say we still always have a chance if we're healthy and upgrade and trade Russell Westbrook. But I don't know if we're going to do that and get off them picks. So, and if we don't, I don't expect a lot, to be honest. I expect the playoffs, and that's about it. And whatever happens, I don't see a lot of belief in that. LeBron can only floor race so much. He can get us to the second round, possibly, if we ride it with Westbrook. But I can only imagine the turnovers and the lost possessions and the lost games in the playoffs with Russell Westbrook. And so the Clippers with the championship experience, Lakers championship experience, the Warriors championship experience. I think that's about it in the West, OC Love. I think that's about it when it comes to Western Conference teams.
You ain't
with
too
championship experience. Yeah,
No, I agree.
Portland, they don't have it. Utah, we already know. Phoenix, well, they went to the finals, but they ain't won, so you can question their experience. Dallas got to the conference finals, and a lot of people say that was, you got there at the right time at the right place, kind of like a Phoenix Suns a couple seasons ago. Sacramento ain't even heard about what a championship is, and we all know Memphis and Denver are looking nice now, but the question is in the playoffs, can you get it done? And so that's why I say the West is wide open. And I would actually say right now, if I had to pick, I'm picking Denver. And I don't know where the Clippers will fall in the seeding, but if they don't have to meet Denver in the first 2 rounds, then I'm saying it's going to be a Denver versus Clippers conference finals. And that's going to be interesting. I say either team can beat either one, but I'd be picking the Clippers in that series. But that's a 7-game series, and that's tough. And Denver have shown that they can beat you. So that's a 50-50 thing. I'll just say Clippers because they have the best player on the court. And that's why I say still Jokic is not the best center in the game. And Kawhi at his best versus Jokic at his best in the playoffs. I like Kawhi over Jokic because Kawhi can actually close games. Now, Jokic can still hit a shot, buzzer beater, this and that. But I don't think he can dominate an individual game like a Kawhi Leonard can.
That's
and
fair.
I've yet to see that in the playoffs. Now, in a regular season game, Jokic – He does that, and he does it quietly, which is crazy. Like when he does it, he'll get a triple double in the first half, and that wouldn't even look that like it would just pass by you, not look very significant. But he can do it. But that's what I would say. I'll pick the Clippers, but the way y'all be looking against the Denver Nuggets be trippy, man, because they be looking like y'all big brothers out there, man. I don't know what it is, man.
Last couple games, I say that's fair.
Yeah, man, it's tough since the bubble. I would say, bro, since the bubble, but it's tough.
No, I ain't been since the bubble. I say last 3 games.
Okay. Hey, man, and it's a matchup type of thing, When you got a big like Jokic that play makes at the center position,
he's a problem,
and he takes away Zubac from the rim, like it's tough. It's tough. It gets you in awkward offensive or defensive sets. Yeah, it's awkward to guard that team, and then they got Jamal Murray. So Pagan asks, which Clipper should guard Jamal Murray? OC Love, like who would you like to see in a 7-game series guard Jamal Murray?
Probably Terrence Mann for most of the game, but if we need to lock him up down the stretch of a game, I put Kawhi on it.
Terrence Mann.
I know BJ like to see Paul George on him. But I don't know. I think I like Paul George on Michael Porter.
So we protecting Kawhi for the majority of the game. Is that what we do? You don't want Kawhi to be too much of a load to be the offensive best player and defensive best player on the team.
I don't want him to be gas. No.
Okay. I'm just asking. That ain't no wrong answer. I'm just asking.
I do the same thing for LeBron.
Okay. No doubt. But when it comes down to it, see, this is the interesting question. When it comes down to it, so I agree. Even LeBron at this age, it ain't even a question. He can't do that. Even if he wanted to. If he was to go in a 7-game series and guard the other team's best player, well, now you better hope there's someone on the other end like a AD to get me 40 points because LeBron can't give me 35 and guard the best player. He can give us 20. He ain't gonna give us no 35, right? So I don't think that's possible. And this team's not constructed that way where he should or could do that. But Kawhi, so you're telling me, OC Love, when let's say it's a 7-game series, you're coming into game 6 elimination game, Denver Nuggets up 3-2, and you're telling me you ain't gonna put Kawhi on Jamal Murray, who's been cooking y'all?
I'm done. We're gonna do just like we did Luka in that series. We're gonna put him on. We're gonna put him on them. Okay. We're gonna put him on Murray. Yes, we're gonna do that.
Okay. When it comes down to it, okay. But to begin the games and begin the season,
and history has proven that the Kawhi wants that matchup if we need him like that.
Okay. I ain't mad at you, man. Hey, I feel like I would do the same. I wouldn't put my best offensive player on the other team's best player to start the game. That hurts too much when it comes to, the grind of the playoffs. And so I wouldn't expect that. But do or die game, I am doing that. But I would say I'm not.
If we can get away with it not doing it,
Mm,
then you get away with not doing it. But if you can't, you gotta lock up.
no
You
doubt.
gotta lock up. That's it. It is what it is.
But this is where I'll push back when you say Terrence Mann. I'm saying hell no to that. I'm saying Paul George most definitely needs to check Jamal Murray from the get-go. And that sends a message to the Denver Nuggets and to Jamal Murray that ain't nothing gonna be easy. You're gonna be guarded by one of the best perimeter defenders in the league, and you ain't gonna be able to get your shit off as easily as you would against Terrence Mann. Now, don't you think psychologically? And sorry, Kobe Jordan. A nigga may be sounding like the host up in this, but BJ gone. We don't have the lick, so we can't drop it. And even if
Hey, I
nigga
wouldn't be
drop the lick,
opposed to that, young Africa. I'm not saying that's a bad idea. I'm just saying, like I was just saying, if I could get away with it, I would try to go with a lesser person. You know what I mean? But if it ain't working and we can't get away with that, then yes, we going with the best.
You know why I would say it's important, because the team has beaten y'all often.
No, I
and
get what
Jamal
you're
Murray.
saying. I get it.
Don't you
I
think
get you. I get
Jamal
it.
Murray walking on the court?
You're right.
There's
you're
a different mentality when he sees Terrence Mann checking, which might be a little chip on his shoulder, thinking, "Damn, you don't need your best two defenders to guard me, nigga. Let me show y'all who the fuck I am."
Right. That's
when he sees Paul George walk over, it's like, oh, okay, shit, okay. Niggas getting real from the start. Okay,
that's fair.
Taking on the challenge.
That's fair.
That's what I would say in terms of message, and how I would, even as a player, say if Ty Lue came up with the Terrence Mann, I would say, okay, that might be the game plan. But the first quarter, let me check him just to let him know he ain't getting off, and then you can go to Terrence Mann. But he's on me for today. You know what I mean? I got him. You know what I mean? I would want that message. I want to let him know, and I'm gonna actually let him know when I'm checking him that he ain't gonna get his shit off lightly. And 6'8" versus a 6'2" point guard is tough, right? Well, he won't be easy. Even if he does go off, it won't be easy, and you make him work for it from the first game. And so that's what I think.
That's fair. That's fair. I agree with that. I ain't got no pushback on that. That's a fair assessment. You know what I mean?
No Terrence Mann. You can go Terrence Mann, go guard Michael Porter Jr. You know what I mean? You can handle that. I got Jamal Murray, and we'll see, man. We'll see that. And I wouldn't even mind the switch of like a Kawhi on a Jokic, especially when he's playmaking on the perimeter, to not allow him to just be dribbling and just lackadaisical with the quick hands. And then if he goes in the post, we double real quick and get the ball out of his hands. Right now, he's deadly on the double team, but you don't let him go one-on-one in the post with Kawhi. But at the end of the day,
I said that earlier.
I would like that on the perimeter, just to not allow the playmaking so easily with the quick hands, with him being able to make him uncomfortable, because he just gets it too easy. There's too many teams that just be letting him just survey the defense.
Yeah, just let him surgically tap the defense.
Exactly.
You're right.
Can't let him go off like that, bro.
He's surgical with that bitch if you let him.
Exactly, man. Exactly. And then you got to be smart with the doubles. When you do bring the doubles, you can't allow it. But he makes literally every pass out the double. He's so big. He sees it coming from a while. And so
right.
That's why it's got to be smart with the pressure. Someone like a Kawhi or Paul George.
You got to come with active hands.
Exactly. Trying to get at the ball, not just trying to put your hands up in the air. Now you got to get at the ball. Exactly.
You can't come slow either. You got to be make him get, you know what I mean? You got to come at him. You gotta, you're right. No, I agree with that.
Hey, man. Look, Pagan say, hey, what do you think of Leonard's improved playmaking this season? Look, I've been surprised by his playmaking. Honestly, I've said multiple times to BJ that I don't think he's a great playmaker. I also don't think he can beat you by passing the ball. But what he's shown is that he doesn't need to beat you by passing the ball. He's actually doing great things for the team by moving the ball, is setting the tempo. Set the tempo for the team. When the shot's not there and I'm good enough to just get my shot off anytime I want, and when I'm passing up the good shot for a better one, well, then that's just going to make you do the same thing, right? And not just force up a shot. But when Paul George, when he was playing on the team, especially early in the season without Kawhi, and when he was putting up hard shots, bad shots, difficult shots, I think that sets the tone for guys like Marcus Morris to do the same thing, guys
You're
like
right.
Reggie Jackson to do the same thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then the offense just looks stagnant and bad. You as a role player like a Marcus Morris, Reggie Jackson should not be taking difficult shots like a Paul George. Now, you having so much talent can allow you sometimes to fall into the habit of taking bad shots. But the great thing about Kawhi is he doesn't allow that to happen, and he does have the talent to do that, and he doesn't do that, which is why even though I climb him on not scoring over 40 only but 3 times in his career, he's rarely ever put up bad shots to get those kind of numbers. He doesn't actually take the game that way. Now, most definitely, if he wanted to, he could get 50. He could even get 60 if he wanted to. Came down the court, pulling up every single time for 3, pulling up for mid-range, and he could actually shoot 50% and get those numbers. He doesn't do that. But instead, he surgically destroys you. He gets 65% from the field. He shoots 15 times and drops 35 points. You know what I mean? Like that should be annoying me because it's so productive, so efficient. I can't even lie. And so I feel
That's
like
fair.
he does that's what his passing does do, is set the tone for the team. The speed that Kawhi plays at too is not frantic. He doesn't get rushed by the other team. If you watch Paul George when he's the center of the offense, he can get frantic at times. He can set a bad example of getting rushed by the defense and the way it plays him, especially with the doubles, heavy doubles that come his way with no Kawhi on the court. That's something that Kawhi rarely falls into, is being dictated to by the defense. And so that's the playmaking that I see now. It ain't the 10 assist playmaking. It ain't the flashy passing playmaking. It's how he affects the offense, which is makes them calmer. Now, I still ask you, OC Love, what is outside of the individual greatness of a Kawhi and of a Paul George to break down? What is the offense? I know it's ball movement, pass, cut. Drive. Norman Powell, actually a guy that I see does the most off-ball movement on the team, and he does cut. Terrence Mann also does that, but that's not often. And I don't think that's part of the style. I think that's just individual IQ of knowing, okay, this is the time to cut. Let me cut. And
cuts.
What do you see? What do you see? You go ahead. You tell me though. The offense of the team.
It ain't just Norman Powell. It's Rocco. It's Nick Batum. It's when he in the game, I would say coffee cuts. Like it ain't just Norman Powell. And you know that Kennard, he moves without the ball. He can flash
and get the shot. Yeah, run off screens and stuff. Okay.
Yeah, it ain't you talking about like we only ISO, man. That's not true, man. Not especially not in the games we played. You know, since we went on this little run, we've been moving the ball really well, like we supposed to.
Okay.
We've been running the actual offense. It ain't just ISO, and if we ain't got a shot, you just kick it, and that's all it is. No, that ain't been that.
Okay. Hey, that's all I've been seeing, to be honest. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but I just see individually great players breaking down the team.
I get it.
And when because you can get by against average teams at best, right? That they won't have great perimeter defenders, and so Paul George is going to blow by most guys. And when he does, now the defense has got, they got decisions to make. Do we collapse? Do we give the layup up? Well, rarely will you just give it up to a guy who's 6'8". He can windmill that shit. He can dunk. He can go up with contact and finish at the rim. And so you're going to help. And when you help, swing, Marcus Morris in the corner, 3. Okay. I think in the playoffs, when teams get to lock in, right, and they realize, okay, you cannot rotate off of that guy. Okay. So that whoever's guarding that guy cannot rotate, cannot help. Okay. So you're going to help off of a certain guy and hedge off a guy like a John Wall if he's on the court, a guy like a Zubac if he's at the dunker spot, right? I'm not caring about Zubac. If you keep throwing lobs to Zubac and that's going to be how you beat us, go ahead. But that ain't going to be how you beat us, right? So when teams lock in, trap Paul George. I'm trapping Paul George off of the double team, off of the screen with Zubac. Trapping him. He's going to have to make a frantic play. I'm getting the Clippers to play out of their free-flowing system because I feel like your system is based off of flow. It's a freestyle offense based off of flow more than who's going to get the shot and what the set is. I feel like you really call sets. I don't think you call – and if you call a set, it's not like a Kennard off the screen set because that's really like all he can do. Outside of just standing on the perimeter, you can't just throw Kennard the ball and let him get cooking like you can Reggie Jackson or Norman Powell. So he has to come off the screens, and that's all good and well. He's going to hit most of the shots off the screen and rolls. I think you should actually run that more often, to be honest. You know what I mean? But you don't do that, especially because it attracts more heat. You know what I would tell you, Tyloo, if you were asking me, hey, create some plays off of the heat that Luke Kennard gets, because I feel like when he comes off the screen, he's most definitely going to get the ball and he's going to shoot. But what happens when you run that play and then you get someone from the corner running and the defense is distracted by this nigga called Luke Kennard who's running off the screen, and now you got an open dunk, you know what I mean? And you actually have like secondary plays to your initial play. I don't see a lot of that. I don't see a lot of secondary plays. And my question to you is, when good defenses will get you into those secondary plays outside of just throwing it to Kawhi and letting him cook, which is a lot of pressure on individual plays, what do y'all do? And that's my question. That's the question that I have of the Clippers and why I call it a free-flowing offense. And right now it's flowing nicely. Why? Because Kawhi is so efficient. Paul George recently being so efficient. The offense as a whole being very efficient. You know what I mean? But when it gets stagnant, when those shots that are open that are hidden now don't fall, I got questions on how you can sustain that.
No, but if we got guys like Norman Powell, we got guys like Reggie and Paul George and even Kawhi, if we got those guys continuously attacking the paint, it won't get stagnant. If those guys continue to attack the paint like they've been doing in this stretch, we won't have to worry about it getting stagnant like that.
That's true, but that's my question to you. And I agree that you have your offense is essentially individually great players being able to break down their matchup and make the defense ask questions. And in the playoffs, offenses actually tend to become more like that than not, right? And eventually your first option on your play don't work, and you essentially get the ball in your best players, and he got to make something happen out of nothing. But y'all often do that. And so, but my question to you is this: when Norman Powell's driving to the rim, right? And you don't have the easy shot at the rim. A good defense will be able to rim protect and recover on defense. And the big man doesn't need help.
No, not
like
that
a Jaren Jackson in the Memphis Grizzlies.
Like it's supposed to be, the ball is faster than the man.
No. I'm telling you, like, you're not getting him in rotations because Dillon Brooks has done a good job on Norman Powell, right? He's done a good job slowing down his drive. Then Jaren Jackson is right there, not allowing him to go up. It can be Paul George even. Dillon Brooks does a good job, and he's neutralized the take off, and he ain't just gonna go and dunk. And then Jaren Jackson slides over now, and it's obviously clear that the other lone man who's guarding the corner is kind of hedging on Zubac, and Zubac just can't get the open dunk off the lob, right? So what's gonna happen? So he's gonna pass to who that's open when there isn't anyone open, really? So that's my question. So what does he got to do? He got to create a shot one-on-one against Dillon Brooks in the mid post. And is that a high quality look? I doubt it with a great defender like a Dillon Brooks. And so that's what I mean when I say what happens when the breaking down of the defense doesn't work, because you're not going to get us in the rotation that you want us to. We're not helping off corner shooters. We're not doing all of that. We're going to trust in our big man to be able to recover to his matchup and also help on the driver. We're going to trust in the perimeter defender to keep the guy in front of him.
It sounds good.
Okay, it sounds good. It sounds like a great defensive possession. Oh, see, that's what it sounds.
It sounds like it, don't it?
Okay, man. I'm just saying, man. That's what I expect from the best teams in the league, right? It's like you can guard the perimeter, and you got. That's why I say.
You ever heard this saying though? You ever heard this saying before?
What's the saying?
Great offense beat great defense every time.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But every time it beats great defense in individual matchups. But over a 7-game series, I'll tell you this, bro. From what I've seen, great defense beats great offense. I've seen that. Because rarely do teams play 7 games of great offense, and if they do, that's the Spurs in the finals against LeBron, and that's a record margin.
I
right?
would agree with
Nigga,
that.
A whole team
if
shots 40% from 3.
Team too.
Go ahead.
I would agree with that if you said we was a trash defending team.
No,
but we're a good
you're very
defending team
good.
too.
Yeah, okay, you're very good. Okay.
Yeah, we both.
So that's the question. I've been talking about the offense. You feel like you can win games with your defense, though? You can win games with the defense. Okay.
Yeah, locked in. Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay. That's fair enough. I probably am underestimating your defense, but Yeah, give Zubac early touches in the first and second quarter. Yeah, yeah. Rocco has to be part of the
When we
final
locked
lineup.
in, we're a top 10 defense.
Okay, I ain't mad. Hey, you better be with Paul George and Kawhi. Like I expect you to. With Terrence Mann in the lineup too, and Zubac, one of the
Even
better.
without them, we've been a top 10 defense
Okay,
locked
you're
in.
right. You're right. You're right. And my question to you is, what would your final right now? What would be your closing lineup in games right now?
Um,
'Cause you guys got a lot of
that's
plays.
kind of fluid. I don't know. I probably it'd probably be. I don't know. It depends on the matchup, actually.
Okay. Okay.
I think it would
So
depend on the
so
matchup.
so what is it? Is it just the Zubac that is either interchangeable with whoever the matchup is?
I
or-
think the point is interchangeable too, if depending on the matchup.
Okay. Terrence Mann. Okay. Who you subbing for Terrence Mann?
Probably Norman Powell, depending on the matchup.
Okay. I ain't mad at you, man. Okay. I feel like he is part of your best 5 players, Norman Powell. I definitely believe
No
that.
doubt. No doubt. I agree with that.
Yeah, I ain't mad, and that's why I say, Clippers, you got a lot of potential, and that's why I say, the only reason why I speak of your offense is because the way it's run, and one of the things I saw in the bubble was the pressure, right? And you got to admit there was a lot of pressure in that series of games.
This is not the same team as the bubble, man.
Okay, I understand that, right? Every team is different and all of that.
No,
I'm just talking about.
this is definitely not that same team.
Okay.
The only
How is it different? How is it different?
common denominators is what? Reggie, Kawhi, and Paul.
Yeah. Your best players. Okay, Zubac.
No.
Okay.
It's, come on now. We got more than that now.
Oh, hey, you might be a different team, but I'm just talking about your individual plays, and that was my point that I was coming to, is that the moment was grand, the pressure was hot, and you're probably gonna tell me that it's a different team and there's different plays to take the pressure off the best player.
And we definitely don't have Doc coaching us.
Okay. Well, the way you all talking about Ty Lue, it don't sound like there was much difference to begin the season.
Ty Lue. I know.
Okay.
BJ have his issues with him. You know what I mean? And I do have some issues with him.
Bruce wanted him gone a couple weeks ago.
Nah, that ain't me. That ain't me.
Okay.
I still trust Ty Lue. I just didn't like his not playing Rocco, his you know what I mean? It's just a few issues that he, I know he could iron out. But I never thought he should be gone.
Fair enough. I was just gonna say that the pressure on your best players in that Denver Nuggets series, and when it built up to those moments in the final couple games, when the pressure was solely on your best players, they didn't come up big because of the way the offense is based around of their shot creation, based around of their penetration, as opposed to finding them in their best spots. They need to go look for their best spots. Now, the only thing that I really see is Kawhi getting the ball in the post. And what happens when that is not effective, because teams are just going to instantly double that, and you can't get that shot. And so now what's that going to do? It's going to make him, and when the ball goes swing, and then the guy misses the shot, right? What's going to happen? That's going to make you less incentivized to post up Kawhi. He's going to face up more. He has to use more energy, blow by his defenders, right? He's going to have to go face up, ISO his guy, right? And so he doesn't run that much pick and roll as a ball handler. He doesn't do that a lot. I would say Paul George does more of that than him.
That's true.
And so when he does do that, and he individually, he's one of the best isolation players in the league. I'm not throwing shade at that. But when there's so much pressure and that builds up, and every shot builds up to the next one, when every missed shot is like literally the Clippers franchise hopes on your back, I feel like great players do take upon that pressure. But I feel like it's different when you're in a Toronto Raptors jersey, when no one really expects you to be there, versus your home city, your hometown, the whole history of
and there's some truth
in
that.
the Clippers.
And you're right. There's some truth in that.
Okay. So what do you think? So how can you make it easier on those guys? What I mean when I'm talking about your offense, as opposed to having it be all Kawhi and Paul George or kicked out of the playoffs. Essentially, what it has been like. That's a lot of
With
pressure.
great attacking guys like Norman Powell that can get his own shot. Reggie Jackson attacking the paint. You got to be able to get shots outside of just them. Right? Okay, say that ain't working, right? Then hey, the team that's stopping all of our actions, hey, they better than us. That's why I said it sounds good, but that's a lot to stop. When we clicking, that's a lot to stop.
Yeah, it is. You got to be great on the perimeter. You got to be great in the post in terms of rim protection. You got to be great at rotating. When there's a help man and he drops down and gets your man, you got to rotate. You got to get his man. You got to be perfect, right?
Right. And if a team can do that, then hey, they just beat us, man. I mean, what more can you do? If they stopping all of our actions, they stopping our best player, they stopping our second best player. They stopping our third best player. If they stopping all that, then they just better than us.
Yeah. Well, and then it comes down to just this is with every team at the end of the day. And you're right. For the most part, then you just throw it to your best player and you say, make something happen. That's all you do. That's all you can do. Make something happen. Go ahead. You just throw it back out to him. He got 6 seconds with the ball, and he got to make something happen. And the best ones do, and the ones that can't. And that's why they don't win. And so, I hear you on that. It's interesting how teams will defend. My strategy would be, obviously you can't take everything away from a team, but I would say don't let Kawhi get off. If he gets it in the post, double him every single time. Get the ball out of his hands, deny him the ball so he doesn't even get it, and put a lot of pressure on PG. That's my strategy, bro. Put a lot of pressure on PG to be a primary scorer and playmaker, and see if that beats us. And if that beats us a couple games, okay, we got to change it up. But I would say more often than not, that gives you a better chance to win the game, being the opposing team, than letting Kawhi go off and just destroy you. You know what I mean?
That's true.
He's proven that too many times.
Yeah. I agree with that.
That's why I've constantly asked BJ and you Clipper fans, how good does Paul George have to be? And I'm really saying this not out of hate, but he hasn't shown he can be this, and that's the second best player on the team. There's going to be many times where he needs to be the best player on the floor, not just on your team, the flow for y'all to win.
I agree.
For you to win, especially big games when they are focusing on Kawhi, he needs to step up. And my question is, can he do that? That's the question. If you had a solid number two, there's a lot of questions answered with that, but you don't. And we're talking about bigger moments. Like if you had like a Dame Lillard type of player, and he's obviously a number one, and he's shown that, but just a player that steps up in the bigger moments, that raises their play in the bigger moments.
2021 that one him stepping up, huh? That didn't happen, huh?
What? Who you talking about?
In 2021, that
you're talking about PG when he stepped up, took you out to the conference finals.
That didn't happen though. That just didn't happen, huh?
And that's
all
my
you
point.
Remember is the bubble, right?
No. That's my point, OC Love. There was no pressure in that run, right? Kawhi goes down, no pressure for you to now
take. Mean it ain't no pressure?
What pressure? When Kawhi goes down, what pressure is there to close out the Utah Jazz and go to the conference finals? What pressure is that? Is there pressure? Is there truly pressure?
You act like he stopped there. He took the Suns.
He closed out.
He took them to 6 games, and every game was close damn near.
Okay. Yeah, okay. He did that. He also had a couple bad games. He didn't have a great game.
He was going off in that series too. Now, don't just act like he played bad in that series either. Don't try.
Hey, a lot of Clipper fans tell me that he was the best player on the court that series, but I try and push back and let them know that it was actually Chris Paul who was the best player in that series.
No, Chris Paul was the best player in that last game.
Huh? Yeah, the last game, which is why he was the best player with that 40 piece.
Paul George, the rest of that series,
Paul George was cooking in Game 6. I remember.
I'll say this.
Okay.
Booker had the first game, that 40 game he had. Then he was non-existent because Pat Bear locked his ass up. And then Paul George was the best player for most of that series until the last game when Chris Paul
destroyed y'all. Yeah, didn't miss a shot most of the game. Yeah. Got mad at the Clippers like they stole something from him and shit.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, like y'all should have never traded me and all that. Whatever happened there, but yeah, and he cooked. And I remember that game. That was a historic game where he started the game and he couldn't miss for most of that game. Like he was doing some amazing
but the rest of that series, it was Paul George, the best player on the court.
Yeah.
Go
That's
back and
tough.
look
That's
at it. You
tough.
don't believe me.
Okay. That's tough, man. Hey, when a guy has great stats, I ain't gonna deny him he had great stats, but I would say like, was he very efficient in that series? He was shooting a lot of threes. Did he hit a lot of the threes that he took? He took a lot of threes. He settled a lot for perimeter shots. I don't think he took the best shots in that series. But if you were to look at his stat line, probably very nice. If you were to look at certain games, I remember game 6, he was cooking. Yeah. See, they just posted the stat line 28, 10, 6 pretty much on Mikal Bridges, as Kobe Jordan like to say. Okay, that's all good. Okay. But hey, look, and they say I constantly bombard PG, and is PG the biggest weak spot for you? I say he is the biggest weak spot, not because he is a weak player himself, but because you will need him to step up so much. And that's my question. Because I don't doubt Kawhi can step up. He's shown that. He's shown when he steps up, he actually steps up to historical all-time great levels, right? I give Kawhi that. He
That's
stepped
true.
up and done that. All-time great levels, historically great levels, not just best player in the league type of shit. We're talking about best playoff performance of all time type of shit, right? So he done
Yeah,
that.
that's true.
Yeah, I'll give it up, man. I'm watching history. I'll be watching all time great, so I got to give it up. Why would I deny myself the acknowledgement of saying that I'm watching some of the best basketball that's ever been played? When you talk about Kawhi in certain series, I've seen that and be acknowledging this dude. Literally, he ain't missing, and he ain't missing in the clutch, like in the important moments. And you know what the 28, 10, and 5 doesn't show, what numbers Coley don't show is like when you got it, how you got it, against the defense that you got it by. You know what I mean?
That's
Like
real.
against the individual defender that you got it by and you still got it is amazing. Like you got to
That's
give it
real.
up. And
That's
so
real.
we seen Kawhi do that. And so can Paul George do that? I feel like that's why I would say that's the biggest weakness, is because you will need him in certain games to be the best player on your team. And can you do that? And can you do that and take the heat away from a Kawhi so that you cannot play Kawhi like that? Because if
I don't like the
shows
word
any
weakness, though.
vulnerability,
I would say
huh?
he the biggest
Okay.
question mark.
Okay.
Question mark. Weakness? No. He proved that he can do it, but we need him to constantly do it.
So you felt like that was pressure?
He's proved that he's capable of doing it. He's proved that.
Was there pressure?
That's what 21 showed me.
Yeah, that's why I keep asking you. When Kobe Jordan talks about how he averaged damn near 29 points, 11 rebounds, 6 assists against Phoenix Suns, was there pressure involved in that situation? Would you say there was
damn
pressure?
right it was.
Why? How? Why? Expectations? What was the expectations for you in that series?
What?
What did you expect the Clippers do without Kawhi against the Phoenix Suns that season? Did you expect to win?
Yeah.
Or was it more of a hoping and wishing?
Huh? I thought we had a chance. I thought we had a chance.
No. I'm talking about expectations. What did you expect?
Our margin for error was slim.
Okay. See, it sounded like you were hoping and wishing more than expecting to win, is what I'm trying to say. Which is why I come to the point.
I said what I said. I said our margin for error was very slim.
Yeah, okay. Hey man, you told me
against a healthy team. We went against a healthy team outside of
the best team in the regular season was the Phoenix Suns that season.
Right.
And so that's why I say, what you expect against that Phoenix team, who was the number 1 team?
I did not fear them.
Or the number 2 team in the West.
I did not fear them. I thought we could beat them, but our margin for error was very slim.
Okay. I ain't mad at you, man. I'm just asking. I ain't mad at you, man. Okay. Very interesting, man. I think they were I'm just looking up the standings right now. That season, they were number 2 in the West that season. Who are they number 2 to? Don't tell me that was a season where
Utah. We put Utah the best record in the league.
Oh, it was Utah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we put them
the
out.
round before that. Yeah.
Yeah, we put them out.
You're right.
Yeah,
they were the number 1 seed. Yeah.
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 The first conference finals ever.
Okay. Took out the best
Paul
team
George
in the West,
did
right? Okay.
Yeah, Paul George did that.
Hey, so you ain't gonna talk about
CP3 didn't do that. CP3
the 4 games of help that he had with
CP3
Kawhi.
in Lob City couldn't do that.
You realize Kawhi like he was there for the first 3 or 4 games, was it? So he was there.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's true.
Okay. But yeah, Kawhi. I mean, Paul George stepped up. He won the last 2 games because y'all were down, and he won the last 2 games down 3-2. He did that. I give him that.
Yeah, Paul George.
Okay. Okay. Paul George. Okay.
I fuck with you, young Africa.
Nah, man. Hey, 3-2. I was 2-2, and y'all won the last 2 games, man. I like that. I like that.
And
Paul
they
George,
house.
no doubt, huh?
We went to their house and got one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did that.
Hey man, yeah. You went to their house 2-2. That's a big game. Honestly, that's the biggest game in Paul George. When you talk about pressure, that is pressure. All right, 2-2.
Yeah, everybody said we was done.
And he cooked. He cooked that game.
Everybody
He
said
did
we was done. He went off. Yeah, everybody said it was over with.
Hey man, I can't lie. I expected after Kawhi goes down, I expected the Utah Jazz to win, but obviously they never lived up to potential at all in their whole run. You know what I mean? And so that's
No,
on
don't
them.
blame that
but,
on them. That was Chris.
but-
That was PG.
Okay.
Don't blame that on them. That was PG.
Hey, Kawhi was still cooking in that game as well. You know what I mean? In game 4, he still played the majority of that game, and so y'all were 2-2 that game. It would be interesting if y'all were 3-1 down in game 5. If if Paul George is able to go off and bring y'all back. But anyway, we don't need to do the what ifs. He did it. He has a big game.
Come on now.
Okay. He has a big game 5 and he closes them out, right? So he goes into their building against the number 1 team in the West, who really didn't believe they were the number 1 team in the West. But they were the number 1 team.
Don't start that. Don't start.
And he does that, man. And hey, so I know you're feeling good though, right? First conference finals appearance ever. They come out and they lose a close first game. It was close. The couple games, it was unlucky games, especially the second game. Unlucky to lose those games. No Kawhi Leonard.
We got robbed. We got robbed cold-heartedly, like LeBron just did the other night on one of them games with that Ayton dunk. Yeah,
okay.
he blatantly threw Zubac.
Okay.
Before that dunk. Should
have called an offensive foul on that shit.
Yes, okay. Absolutely.
Okay.
You can go back and watch it right now. You will see exactly what I'm talking about.
I could tell from the bass in your voice that just kicked up. I could tell you remember that shit. I could tell. And that's the bass that I had before. And you telling me cool out. Right, you talking about you still had overtime. Hey, come on, man. You still had another 5 games to let that shit get done. But it's all good. Yeah, no, but that changes series. It changes the complexion of a game.
You had a right to be upset about that. I said that.
And I'm actually looked that up, but I'm gonna feel I don't remember the play vividly like you do because that's your team, you know what I mean? And I'll definitely watch the series. But
as you should with your team, but when LeBron got fucked over.
Okay, I ain't mad at you, man. At the end of the day, close series, lose to the Phoenix Suns, take him 6 games, you know what I mean? Paul George steps up, and it's not enough. His teammates don't really come with him like they did in the seasons. In the series before that. Even though Reggie Jackson rides, Marcus Morris has a subpar series. Terrence Mann doesn't really have a big series, and Patrick Beverly obviously wasn't giving you much that series. So outside of defense, he wasn't giving you much offense, and so team doesn't step up.
Right.
3-point shooting isn't really there like it was the series before that, and they have big games from their best players. You know what I mean? Chris Paul has to go off certain games. Devin Booker goes off, especially in the early games, and DeAndre Ayton was the X factor. You didn't have that third guy to ride with,
right?
Like DeAndre Ayton had for Chris Paul and Devin Booker, right? Zubac wasn't that, and Marcus Morris wasn't that. Zubac still plays solid. Just it's very hard to play a guy like that when you know the flaws he has on defense and how a guy like Chris Paul is so surgical and he can actually expose that. He did for the games that he was on the court and took advantage of that mid-range pull-up, man. Game 6, mid-range pull-up city, man. Like, stop me. Do something with me because he didn't really take he took threes too, damn, but he was just hitting everything. How about that? And so
he was hitting everything. I ain't gonna lie to you.
He was hitting everything.
He lost his mind in that game.
Yeah, because a lot of his threes are catch and shoot, but he was going off the dribble, he was going mid-range, he was doing it all. And that was the hunger of him wanting to get to the finals. Also, how nostalgic, the story of the Clippers. Coming back.
After I put my emotions for my team to the side, I was happy for him to get to see that, and everything. But you know what I mean? It is what it is now. He didn't finish the job.
Yeah. It's tough. And Pagan asking me if I say I'm in that chart that says Luka cooks Kawhi. Look, Kawhi has never lost to Luka in the playoffs, right? I acknowledge the facts, but Luka does cook the Clippers, right? I wouldn't say Kawhi individually.
No, he don't cook Kawhi.
Himself. He
might cook the rest of them, but he ain't cooking Kawhi.
Hey, there's many possessions where he has cooked Kawhi. Kawhi plays solid defense on him, right? And plays the best defense out of probably anyone in the league against Luka. And Luka really doesn't like that matchup because he's physical, he's fast, and he's smart too. He doesn't fall for the typical Luka shit, right? The half step, the change of pace, the pump fakes, the going to the post. He can't do a lot of things that he can do. Like usually, if you're too quick for Luka and you actually can guard him on the perimeter, he'll take you down low. He'll walk you down to the post and dominate. He can't do that with Kawhi. Nor can he just go off the dribble and get space and step back on Kawhi. Kawhi too good for that shit too. And Kawhi very disciplined on defense. He doesn't really get cooked like that in terms of the hezzies. He's smart. I don't know how he perceives the defense, but he seems to know what the other guy's going to do often and doesn't really get out of place on defense, crossed over, just looking stupid on the perimeter. He doesn't really do that.
He got great defensive fundamentals too.
Exactly, fundamentals, IQ too. He'll get into your body, and it's like as if he's not watching the ball or he's not following the ball. He just really sees your body language, can see what you're about to do, what you're gonna do, and what your tendencies are, and he gets into that shit. And so
great anticipations of what you're gonna do. Yeah, you're right.
Big ass hands. And so I wouldn't say he cooks Luka, but Luka be cooking the Clippers though. And Luka always gets off on the Clippers, which is why
he light up when he see us.
Exactly.
He'd
like
be
I don't
happy
know.
to see us.
Since Marcus Morris talked shit and tried to push his ass and tried to punk him, like he ain't ever liked the Clippers since, right? And that's what you should have never done that, Marcus Morris.
And it didn't help us putting him out twice either.
Exactly. Like you tried to put a tough guy on him. You tried to put Paul George on him. You tried to put a lot of players on him, and he cooks. But that's what Luka does. He cooks everybody. It's just can he win, man? Yeah.
Can he win? Yeah.
Yeah.
If he got like, it's almost like if he had a good teammate, like a good superstar teammate, do you think it would be all roses and sunshine and he'll go and win like that? Or you think he'll have an adjustment period where he'll have to learn to work with that other player and take his game down some?
Yeah, exactly. And I actually feel like for example, he had a Porzingis, right? But obviously Porzingis wasn't that player that got the respect of a Luka.
He was kind of jealous though too.
Yeah, Porzingis was jealous of him, and he wanted to shine. He expected to be like a co-star, like a Paul George, where he gets the respect straight out the gate. He gets the ball in his hands.
Yeah, you can see it. It was blatant. He was kind of jealous of him.
Straight up, and he felt like he was underutilized. Like I got way more talent than just be this nigga that waits for you to just dribble and pass it off to me, and me just have to hit a shot. And so he got mad at that, and that's what any player who believes in himself and believes he's a top player in the league would feel like. If you got a nigga sitting out there for 20 seconds of the shot clock and then you pass it to him and he misses it, now it's his fault. Nah, nigga.
Right.
How about you just make the ball move, get us in rhythm? And so that's the question, right? Is for me, it would have to be a player that has that respect already in the league, that's older than Luka, that is maybe one in the league that he already respects. Because if it's another nigga like a Trae Young, DeJounte Murray situation where it's just eye to eye, we got in the league around the same time and you ain't done more than me. Yeah, exactly, nigga. Exactly. I'm gonna keep doing my shit. Between the leg, hezzy, fake, and if they collapse, be ready, nigga. Is what Luka gonna tell him, right? Be ready. And you see Luka's expression too in his face when he does a crazy, amazing pass out of the collapsing defense, and the guy misses. Luka's face is like, "Damn, nigga, you gotta hit that." And it's kind of hard. I can kind of understand where if I'm not in rhythm and you hit me wide open and I'm kind of not expecting it, or I'm not locked in because I haven't been touching the ball. It's natural human nature to
like
not
the
be
last
locked
10 plays you ain't passed it.
Exactly.
And then I feel you.
No look behind the back, hit me right in my pocket, and I'm not ready for that shit. Oh shit! And now I gotta shoot, and I got no rhythm. It's gonna be tough, bro. It's gonna be tough.
Right.
And so, that's why I say it's gotta be an older player. It's gotta be a player that can actually like get his respect straight out the gate. Yeah. And that's a KD, that's a Kyrie type of player that would play with him, on that level, that's won in the league, or that's been like a Paul George type of player that has won or been that kind of player where he respects and knows is,
No, I agree with that. I agree with that assessment.
But a guy like even a guy like a Bradley Beal, let's say, a guy like a Zach LaVine, no, that ain't enough. That ain't enough, and that's not gonna get it done in terms of making Luka change up his game style.
Right. He gonna be like, get in line, punk. It's my show. Exactly, you coming here.
Exactly, man. I don't blame Luka, man, because he feels like he's that guy, but he's gonna find that eventually. He's going through the growing sensation of the league, right? You get into the league, you want to prove that you deserve to be as high of a pick as you are. You've seen your guy who you were traded for, Trae Young, take his team to conference finals, so you did that. Now you've proven that. Now he wants to be MVP, which is why he's scoring so much. He wants to show that he's that guy in the league, cement himself as that guy, and then comes winning, right? And that's why I say it's like 2 to 3 seasons away for Luka until he really does change his game and there's the urgency of winning. Because sooner or later it's gonna be Luka is great. He got all-time great stats, but can he win?
Right.
It's Luka.
Right.
Two ball
It happened
dominant.
to the best.
Just
of
like
them.
James Harden, nigga. Yeah, they James Harden was amazing. Between
That's
the
who
we
he,
ain't seen
that's
nothing
who
like this.
his trajectory is right now.
Yeah, man. Yep.
Hold the ball, dribble, do great things,
Yep.
but can't win.
And you know what's amazing? If James Harden played more like he is now in his prime, he would have had a longer prime, and maybe he would have won if he was on those Houston teams as
Right.
opposed to lost. Because he's been a pass first player now and making his team so good and so dangerous with his passing. Like he's effortlessly averaging 11. I think he's leading league in assists this season, 11 assists a
he
game.
is. Yeah.
That's crazy for a shooting guard heavy player that he used to be to now just average 11 assists so easily. Things that Chris Paul been gunning to do his whole career, like he's just doing that out the gate, and that's kind of amazing when it comes to him becoming a point guard. This is like a new version of James Harden that we're watching, and that's an amazing thing, man. That's something that if he had that in Houston, maybe his
might
plays
have
would have been
won
more in rhythm. Yeah, maybe you don't miss 27 threes in a row, James Harden. It's kinda
Right,
tough,
right. They
but
might have
dang.
won that 3 up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
shit, that's crazy.
Yeah. No, I
But
agree.
yeah, that's what I think. Luka will change his game eventually, but he got to lose first. You know, he got to be. It's got to
Gotta
be
go
known
through
to
the
him.
growing pains.
Exactly, he got to lose more because like it's worked, right? He won in the Euro League. He gets to the NBA, buckets. It's working. You know what I
Right.
mean? Taking these great teams to 6 to 7 games in the playoffs, right?
Right.
The first season where you get a little bit of help and Jalen Brunson plays up to his level like an all-star level player. You go to the conference finals. Oh, you feeling good? I am that guy. I am.
Right.
Like, how you gonna tell him otherwise? You know what I mean? But he got to lose more, like just to show that that's not the way to go. I don't think so. And even if you do get your team somehow miraculously to the finals, bro, that way of playing. And when players say it's kind of like LeBron James, look, man, LeBron James, I think
To a
earlier in
certain
his
extent.
career,
To a certain extent.
yeah, I think the situations are very similar. Even the games to a certain extent, but LeBron James wasn't such a great what would I say, jump shooter early in his career, shot creator
Right.
early in his career. He was
Right.
athletic, could get to the rim, but he wasn't really creating shots like that. And he would have games. He actually had a lot of streaky games where when he was hitting, he would shoot a lot, but that was like not every game like a Luka. And I feel like he would run the offense better than Luka. He would look to run plays purposefully like a point guard should, like a facilitator should. Whereas
Right.
I feel like Luka really be passing
Out of necessity.
yeah. Okay, the defense playing me like this. Okay, I'm a pass. You know, it's kind of like a James Harden. They weren't really
Right,
facilitators, even though
right.
they got a lot of assists. You know what I mean? It's a
Right.
mentality thing. That's why I say it's not like LeBron James.
He get
I feel like
pressured in the pass, and where LeBron is
exactly.
looking for the
Exactly,
play.
exactly. He's actually got an intention of I'm actually going to get Ilgauskas in rhythm because I need him in rhythm this game because there's a
Right, I
certain
agree with
matchup where I need him in that. Or I'm going to get Daniel Gibson these shots. I see how the defense is playing me. That's going to be there, and I'm going to keep doing that until they change it up. And once they do change it up, I don't know if Luka plays with that high IQ where he does see that. Now he sees the open man.
He's a smart player, but he ain't that smart of a player. Like
where he's managing the game. Exactly, where he's managing the game like that. That takes time. I wouldn't expect that. I don't think James Harden is a game manager himself ever because of how he plays. I think it's like there's certain players that play to play and just like from the last play to the next play. And maybe remember what happened the last play and we'll go from play to play. And then there's other players like a Chris Paul, like LeBron James, like these high IQ guys that see plays ahead, that understand this play is going to affect 3-4 plays from now when you got to do something different. When you see the shot clock, there's 3 minutes left. And if I do this play, well, the defense is going to remember that. And so the last shot on this in this quarter, I'm going to get that shot that's right there still, but I'm not getting it right now type of shit. You know what I mean? I don't think Luka has the patience where if he sees a hole, he's taking that hole every time. If he sees a vulnerability in defense, he's taking that every time until they switch it up. And even when they do switch it up, he's gonna switch up his bag because he's so skillfully talented, that he can't do that.
Right, right.
And so I think that's gonna take
Even
time.
at the same age, I don't think Luka is quite his IQ ain't quite LeBron's level. Even at the same age.
Exactly. When it comes to winning, you know what I mean? Talent, it's right there. You could question. It's a question of if LeBron is on the offensive end. Is Luka more talented than LeBron James? You can give him that when it comes to skill.
There's an argument there. Yeah,
you could give him that. It's very comparable. It's a great question. It ain't just LeBron clear. If you take out athleticism, I would say Luka probably is more skilled in that level. You know what I mean? But athleticism does translate to a lot of things too when you talk about finishing at the rim. Defense.
Plus another thing you can give LeBron over Luka though, and even at the same age, is Luka don't play no defense. Even if you say LeBron wasn't a great defender early in his career like that, he still was a great help side defender. He still try hard on defense, especially in his early career.
Mm-hmm. He does. He did, and he does, man, and he still do. I believe he still do on that level in terms of help.
I think he's waned off, but
Oh, no doubt. Of course, he waned off. Just like his athleticism ain't the same, and his athleticism was what carried LeBron early in the season when he didn't really know the game and he wasn't really understanding on how to win.
Which is common with great players like that. With athletic players like that, that's common. That ain't something that ain't even a knock on him. That's shit. If you can dunk over everybody, dunk over everybody. Fuck them.
Yeah, no doubt. Exactly. Until it stopped working, right? Until they stop you from dunking over everybody.
Right. Then
Yeah. And even when there's 5 guys who are all defensive guys like the Detroit Pistons, and you can still dunk over everybody and drop 30 in a row, keep dunking over everybody. Now, eventually, just like I said with Luka, LeBron James, eventually he comes to the finals and figures out and sees that shit ain't gonna work on everybody. Right. And there's gonna be all-time great coaches like a Popovich and all-time great paint protectors like a Tim Duncan that ain't gonna allow that. And they're gonna have more sophisticated defenses, but they don't even let you get momentum to even get your shit off. And so when that happens, now what do you do? Well, at that point in time, there was no plan B, right? There was no plan B, and so he loses, and he gets swept. And so it's tough, and that's what Luka I think needs to go through to understand that.
Yeah, he just gotta go through the growing pains. He's still living off just him being so great, getting the team so far, but eventually that's gonna run out. You're gonna run into some better teams that ain't gonna go for that one man beating us shit, and you're gonna have to figure it out. You're gonna have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, but what were you thinking when Luka was cooking the Phoenix Suns last season in Game 7 and really it was just one man beating the Phoenix Suns?
I was laughing my ass off. I'm gonna be honest, but
that was some crazy shit, man.
But yeah, I mean, it was impressive, man. I liked it. I liked it seeing the game, being dominated like that. I like great players and shit, but I didn't expect them to just go through especially not to that fashion. The way they put them out was, man, that was epic.
Yeah, man. Especially Devin Booker, like early in the series, flopping, talking shit. Yeah, acting like Luka. He was talking about as the Luka special. He was flopping. Like,
it was karmic.
Oh, wow. That was crazy.
It was karmic. Yeah. It came right back and bit them in the ass. Because they was feeling themselves, too. They had the best record in the league a couple years. I mean, well, not a couple years, but you know what I mean. They went to the finals against us. I mean, Western Conference Finals against us. And then the next year they came back and had the best record in the league, right?
Yep.
And so they was feeling themselves. They was talking all this shit. And these are the first times y'all made the playoffs. Y'all acting like y'all been a juggernaut for all these years. Like y'all acting like y'all at Warriors level when y'all really just getting here. And to see them get their karma put back in their face by Luka like that, I was kind of laughing. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, Luka was. That's when I saw that Luka, he is that guy, and he does have the perfect mentality for the playoffs because you need your best players to not be afraid of the moment. And he was showing like
he got
I'm
heart.
Gonna take those shots. I got that heart. I got that belief, and I'm gonna carry my team. And he just he makes tough shots, shakes his head, does that Euro smile where he really laughing at you niggas and acting like he's that guy, shaking his head like, damn, I am that guy. Makes that face like, yeah, I like you just saw that. And
I got that greatness gene. I can pick it up in the playoffs.
Exactly. Like, yeah, and then there's times where he's just like shaking his head and smiling, like, damn, I really didn't make that. That's kind of crazy. Like,
right.
he knows the level of shots that he's making are ridiculous, and he takes them knowing that they're difficult shots, which is why that's to be applauded. But it comes to a point in time where I think the type of player, like when they say is Luka a front runner, most definitely not. When the series we're talking about was a series where he was down and out and came back and showed that he's not a front runner. He's not just talking when he's down, talking when he's up, and quiet when he's down. Because he talking when he's down too. Because I remember that press conference. It was like, yeah, it's easy when you up. Yeah, you talk your shit when you up. We gonna see, nigga. And he was talking this shit when he was down, and then he backed that shit up too, and really did the work and showed that. You know what I mean? And so, and Luka does have a persona in the media where he kind of plays down his level. Like he doesn't hype it up. He kind of plays it down like I'm just that happy-go-lucky kid, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, shit, you know what I mean? Damn, that was a lucky shot. Like he plays it down to be that
kind of like Bird used to do.
Yeah, to maybe catch like people off guard. He don't want that narrative of Luka killer, this and that. Like he does. He's got that persona. Yeah, Magic, Larry Bird catch you off guard. Not have that narrative, but he really is a killer. Like he really is that guy, like a Kobe Bryant that just like he really thinks he's that nigga. Every shot I take, I'm gonna make. If I miss the last one, watch this one type of guy, right? He'll take 40, 50 shots and do that shit. But I would say like when the type of player that I would want Luka against, or what I think even Luka needs with the way he plays, because he ain't slowing down for nobody. Even a great player that comes in the building, I don't think he slows down. I don't think he takes a back seat. I don't think so. That's not his style. I don't think that even works to his advantage when you talk about these type of series where he steps up. He actually steps up more in the playoffs. He actually takes more shots in the playoffs. He actually becomes more efficient in the playoffs, which shows that he understands the importance of possession. So I think a player like a what's a young player like a Jaylen Brown who can get his own shit. I don't think a player that works in a system that makes Luka have to be something else that he's not or hasn't shown. I think a player like a Kyrie Irving that players have said, where you just throw him the ball and he can go do his own thing and get his own shots and give Luka a breather, is the type of guy he needs, as opposed to a Christian Wood or a Jaylen Brown or a player that has to be in a system where Luka now has to be a pass first guy or has to blend his game with that guy's game. Nah. Just give me a guy that can also go get buckets, get me a couple wings that can defend, get me a center that can rebound and rim protect, and I'm good type of shit, right? That's the thing. That's the type of player I want. So look, Jaylen Brown, maybe a Donovan Mitchell type of player, a Kyrie Irving type of guy, a guard that can get theirs on their own, don't need to be set up, and I think he's good. But I don't think the system type of player. I don't think so. Just a bucket getter. Give me another bucket getter. Luka goes off the ball. He can throw the ball to him. He can go get it. He can initiate the offense when he's off the court, and that can actually get buckets. Like Jalen Brunson, which is why they look so good, could do that, but he's a small version. He's a light version of that. He can't actually do that often. He can't do it as much as you would like. Even though he's showing in New York, he was better than I thought. I thought they overpaid for Jalen Brunson, but he's showing that he was like that. But he's playing within the system though. He doesn't have to be that guy every night. It's Julius Randle some nights. It's Jalen Brunson some other nights. You know what I mean? And so it's RJ Barrett some other nights. But on that team with Luka, I think it's a guy that can just get the buckets. ISO ball. Yeah, he played ISO ball. He's so good that it's kind of like LeBron James. Like he is the system. I wouldn't call it ISO ball. Like when LeBron goes ISO, I don't call it isolation where he's just isolating everyone else out the play. Everyone else is still very much within that play that LeBron is in or that Luke is in.
It's ISO ball, but his IQ is what makes it work.
You know what I mean? Like when Tracy McGrady used to go ISO ball, like it was literally ISO ball. Like ain't nobody else touching it. Allen Iverson ain't nobody else touching it. I'm getting this shit off no matter what happens. I don't think Luka plays like that. I don't think LeBron plays like that. But I think a bucket getter is what is. Dinwiddie should be thriving according to the theory. Yeah, Dinwiddie ain't a bucket getter though. He ain't that guy. He's not the guy that can get it.
Streaky.
Yeah.
He can be a bucket
getter. Do you think he fits that definition?
Huh?
Do you think that Dinwiddie fits the definition that I was talking about, a bucket getter?
No, I think he's too streaky. I think he can be that on certain nights, but then he's inconsistent other nights.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Carmelo Anthony in his prime would be perfect. The only thing that he would be is salty that Luka's getting too many shots. But outside of that, Carmelo Anthony type of player would be nice. A type of player that he can just pass to. But to me, the perfect player to me would be Kyrie Irving. It might be a small backcourt when you talk about whoever else is guarding the point guards, because Luka don't really guard point guards like that. But on offense, it would be a Kyrie Irving, that kind of player, a Bradley Beal, that kind of player. You know, a player that you just pass the ball to, he can get it and go, and that's all you need.
What about Zach LaVine?
Yeah, Zach LaVine too. Yeah, Zach LaVine.
I'm just trying to think of guys that's actually plausible.
Yeah, Zach LaVine. Let me see. Yeah, that actually. Yeah, I would have said a Donovan Mitchell. You know, Zach LaVine. Once again, though, it's a player that is there going to be conflict when you talk about, are you comfortable being the second option? And it's really like the second, closer to third than the first option kind of thing. You know, use second, third option some nights, depending on what Luka feel like. But yeah, like that. What else is another more realistic player? A player like
What about DeMar DeRozan?
Yeah, DeMar DeRozan. Yeah, DeMar DeRozan. A Jordan Poole, but he's not really. He
ain't got enough cachet.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You just got to have to get in line, just like we were just saying.
Exactly. What about a guy like a Tyrese Maxey, a guy like a that can get his own bucket? But to me, it's more older guys, like we were saying, like a Bradley Beal, a Zach LaVine, a Jaylen Brown, a Donovan Mitchell. You know what I mean? Like that type of player. Obviously, Luka cooked Devin Booker too much for him to ever be teammates, so he kind of salty. They ain't never gonna squad up. That would be a nice combo though, but that they ain't never gonna do that. But
they'll be scrapping for the first game.
Huh? Yeah, man. But Devin Booker would be a nice compliment to Luka as well. And so those type of guys, man, it's interesting because it would be nice if there was like a two-way player, but there's not many two-way players that are that good on offense. You know, that would be like a Bradley Beal and an OG Anunoby on the wings. I don't care who else you put around Luka. That's a championship squad, right? I feel like that.
Yeah.
But yeah. Even like on offense, even like a Brandon Ingram would be nice as well as small forward. No,
I think he got the skill to do it. I think he got the skill to do it, but
yeah, he hasn't shown.
Got the cachet though. Luka.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think he might be minimized a bit in his role.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think he got the skill to do it though. If Luka trusts him, but I think Luka just like
He got his own fitting in problems with Zion. I'm gonna be interested to see how that works when Zion comes back and
me too.
is back now. See how they.
I like their team too.
Oh, that's a nice team. Yeah, that's a nice team.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, there's not small forward position outside the elite small forwards in the league is kind of light. You know, it's like Kawhi, LeBron, KD, Jason Tatum, DeMar DeRozan, Brandon Ingram. And then it's kind of light when you talk about offensive threats. You know, then there's like two-way guys. Then there's like Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, Andrew Wiggins, Porter Jr., Tobias Harris. Like who else are we talking about? Like, it's kind of tough.
It's top heavy, yeah.
Yeah.
Small forward is very top heavy.
So, yeah, I think Zach LaVine's he's more of a shooting guard than a small forward. So it's kind of tough, man. It's a lot of guys that play shooting guard that play small forward as well. And yeah, that's kind of very light, man. What DeAndre Hunter, RJ Barrett, damn, sniffing top 10. Dillon Brooks, like, yeah, he ass on offense. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Mikal Bridges, we said that. Chris Middleton and shit. Yeah. It's tough.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be interesting, man. Hey,
you think Chris Middleton get back to healthy enough?
I hope so, man. I hope so. Giannis is one of my favorite players. I was disappointed to see. You know, I like comeback stories. I like underdogs. I'm a Laker fan because if I wasn't a Laker fan, I would be a Orlando Magic fan. But that was because I had a poster of Orlando Magic. Like I had a poster of Penny Hardaway when I was a kid. in the late
Mm.
90s. I had a poster of Penny Hardaway, man. And
The
that was just
only
a
other
poster that I
shoe Jordan
randomly had.
wore.
Huh?
The only
Yeah,
other
the
shoe
pennies,
Jordan
huh?
wore.
Yeah, that's a nice shoe, man. That's one of the all-time great shoes, man. The Penny
Yeah, it
Hardaway
was.
kicks, man.
It was.
The
I got
Nikes.
some.
Yeah, they're nice, man. With the green and the black version. It's kind of crazy.
You know it.
Yeah, man. And so I had that poster of him and Shaq, and it was like Penny Hardaway dunking. But that's before I even knew what the NBA was. I just saw that. It just looked cool, man. You know, Penny Hardaway.
That was the first team you kind of really found out about, was the Orlando Magic with Penny?
Yeah,
and
that's
Shaq?
just through the poster. I just saw a poster of the Penny Hardaway Shaquille O'Neal Magic. And the pinstripe jersey, the Orlando Magic
Oh
jersey.
man, that was my favorite jersey in
The
history
black
of-
one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. They just look cool as fuck. I'm like, yo, what is this?
They was dope. Even when they first came out, everybody loved them. It was like instant success.
My older cousin used to have the rim on the backboard, like the rim on the back of the door, you know, the small rim. We used to roll up socks and just
That's
shoot,
a rites.
man.
That's a rites of passage for the black man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We used to roll up our socks and just be shooting, man, and dunking and doing wild shit on the backboard on the back of the door, man. And so
For sure.
like, that was how I got into the game. Then I started watching NBA when I got a bit older. You know, I'm in my like mid-20s, and so like when we watched the NBA, it was like I started watching Kobe, and it was the first player that actually like there was games that we used to get with a lot of Laker games, and that was when Kobe was playing, and that was during the time when Kobe was ass, like his team was ass, I should say. You know, that was
right.
Shaq left, and so I was just watching this guy, and I thought he was amazing. I would watch these other teams, and he just looked ridiculous, like he jumped out, and this is before I understood the game, but he just jumped out and looked
stood
amazing.
out to you.
Yeah, and like the way he moved, the way he scored, the facial expressions, like it was evident that he was the best player on the court. It was evident that what he was doing was the most important thing or had the most impact on the court. It was evident, and that's just the magnetism of how the NBA also markets their plays. You know what I mean? They got the camera angles, they focus on a certain player, and you understand that they just step out. And then as I'm watching, I'm in high school, I'm getting to understand how like Kobe's winning more championships, he's winning more games. I get to watch highlights of certain games. There's only finals games where you can ever catch on a TV, and that's if you're lucky, you know what I mean, catch your uncle watching it. But after watching it back and watching these teams beat the Boston Celtics, beat what do you call it, the conference finals opponents that is heavy in the conference finals, and you know, the OKCs, the San Antonios, these teams coming out the West, I gained more of an appreciation. But I didn't get to see the Kobe Shaq Lakers. I didn't get to watch that live. I didn't see the impact of Shaq live. When you go back and watch it, it looks dominant, but I'm pretty sure just like if you sit down in your room and watch like the 2015 finals, it ain't the same as the moment itself. It ain't the same as the days in between games and really understand the magnitude of what the next narrative of the game is. What the players are like, it's a bit different. And so I understand that. And so that's how I got into the NBA, and Kobe was my favorite player. But I'd be an Orlando Magic fan, I was gonna say, because I like the underdog story. I like seeing underdogs. So if my team ain't getting it this season, that's why I said I'm riding with the Brooklyn Nets, because so many people shit on Kyrie Irving, so many people shit on the Brooklyn Nets, so many people destroyed Kyrie, which I always have liked as a player, and I actually like how he's outspoken. I like what he stands for. I like how he isn't afraid to, you know, speak his mind, even if he's wrong, even if he might be hurt for it. I still like that. I respect that. And so that's why I ride with Kyrie. And so I hope he gets it done to silence the haters. And they're most likely going to give a lot of the praise to KD, as they should. You know, he probably got to be great for them to win. But I want to see, you saw how the narrative switched up very quickly when they started winning. Just everyone just quiet about the Nets. Media quiet about the Nets, not really giving it up to them, even though they're measured by the playoffs and the postseason and what they do. They were very quiet. It's amazing how when you're doing something wrong, the emphasis on that wrong also contributes to why you're losing. But when you win, it ain't no like equivalence. You know, it ain't no you can see Kyrie, the strength of mind, all that he's gone through, still getting dubs. Like, they don't give it up like that. It's just, okay, they're winning, 12-game winning streak. Oh, good. Okay, can they keep it up? Who would they beat? This and that, but it's all good. So,
yeah, I'm the same way though. I root for the underdog too. Like the only time, I watched Jordan when he through his whole career, right? So, of course, I was a Jordan fan, but every other time I watch any kind of sport, I always root for the underdogs. I'm an underdog kind of guy too.
Mm.
I like to see the underdog overcome. You know, that's just who I am as a person. I like to see somebody rise up and take down, you know what I mean?
Against all odds and all that.
Against all odds, right. That's who I am as a person. So, because in my life, I've been through some tough odds. So I gravitate towards a guy or a team or a person beating the odds. That's how I became a Clipper fan, because they've been the underdogs of the league.
No doubt.
So, you know what I mean? Plus, you know, I'm a fan of Kawhi, so that's, you know what I mean? You know, it kind of came together like that. But of course, you know what I mean, you can't really say Jordan and the Bulls was an underdog team once they, you know what I mean, got to they top of the mountain. So that's the only thing that kind of goes against me rooting for the underdog. Because
man, Pagan, man, Pagan gonna tell me that I don't root for the underdog. Look, I love the underdog story as well, and just like you say, you know, like life kind of makes you kind of like that story. Now, I didn't know when I went for the Lakers, right? I had no clue the history of LA. I was watching more losses than wins. You know what I mean? I did not know they had 17
at the time. You said they was in between the Shaq and Kobe era.
Exactly, Shaq and Gasol era. Yeah, exactly. Where like before Gasol got there, so like when I actually was consciously watching and understood like at least like, you know, the purpose of the game and what they were trying to do, and I didn't know that the Lakers had 17 or whatever it was at the time, 16, 15 championships. I didn't know that they were the most, you know, popular organization in the world and all that, or in the NBA history. I didn't know all that. I just
just seen the bean cooking.
Kobe. Exactly.
Seen the bean cooking.
And I watched other teams, and nothing drew me closer than Kobe. Like, I was amazed by him, and I liked how he played. And I guess I got a preference for stars. Big Tom points that out a lot, but I do have preference for individual players carrying and showing me greatness, because I guess that's how I was introduced to the game. Like, if I was maybe a Spurs fan and I saw all the bowl movement in 2015 and 2016 and winning championships with team effort, maybe I would have been different. But I just saw individual players carry teams to introduce myself to basketball. And but now the underdog is not. Obviously, now I realize that the team I ride with isn't the underdog. But outside of my squad, I would say I do. Now, are the Clippers an underdog? Now, OC Love said in the beginning of when he came in to become a Clipper fan, it is. But since Kawhi and Paul George got there, I think underdog status is removed.
You can't get to this season. You can't consider them an underdog. No, I won't say that. Okay. But when you think about the Clippers, come on now.
Yeah, no doubt. Against all odds, bro. Yeah. To even have a franchise in LA and still be there, like against all odds.
Right. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, no doubt. It's all good. Hey, the Clippers, man. I really and this is the thing. I thought there's no enjoyment from seeing fans disappointed. There's no enjoyment from even seeing brothers like not live up to their potential. Like when Giannis doesn't get it done against the Boston Celtics last season, like there's no enjoyment in that. And that's because I ride with Giannis too. When Kevin Durant and Kyrie doesn't get it done, there's no enjoyment. It's not like you're happy. It's like,
nah, don't cap. You be happy when we lose.
No. No. I'd be happy to talk shit to y'all. That's what I'm more happy about. But it's not like I'm sitting there. And I really feel like people sit there because they have a perspective or a take that they have. They really hope that, for example, LeBron doesn't get it done because it will prove them wrong, because they're set in thinking that LeBron's washed, right? Or that Kawhi is not that guy. Paul George. I'm not sitting there.
Yeah, thinking, I don't like them type of people though.
Yeah, I'm not sitting there saying I hope PG chokes right now so I could look right. I actually don't put a lot of weight on if I'm right or wrong. Like I've been wrong, I've been right. I could be right, I could be wrong.
I won't go that far because most it's human nature to want to be right.
No, but not more than wanting to see the best basketball game that I can see.
Oh, okay.
Like if it's at the end of the day, I want to see the best play the best, whether it's my team or not. I want to see the best play the best, and I want to see them at full strength versus the best, right? I keep saying I want to see Kawhi healthy in the playoffs. I want to see Paul George healthy in the playoffs. I want to see Embiid healthy in the playoffs. I want to see Giannis. I want to see Middleton, who is not looking likely to get back to that place, but I want to see him healthy in the playoffs because I want to see the best truly prove how good they are against the best. You know what I mean? That's what I want to see.
It's been a while since we've seen a playoffs where everybody was healthy too.
Exactly, man. And hopefully, the only good thing about this load management is that we'll get that this season. And so when that happens, I'm not sitting there in Game 6 with Paul George with the ball thinking, I hope he misses. I'm thinking I expect YRP to turn up at some point. Is he going to turn up today? We gonna see. But it ain't no hoping and wishing and praying on that. But at the end of the day, I don't think
who you say? Who?
I said YRP.
Who? Who's that?
YRP.
Who's that?
You don't know who that?
I don't know who
that's
that
Paul
is.
George, man. That's Paul George.
No, that ain't Paul George.
Okay. Hey, man. Hey, I might expect something. I may think something, but I don't wish for it. And there ain't no juice. But I might come up in here and say I told y'all. But I might talk my shit.
You might troll a little bit.
I might troll a little bit. But at the end of the day, there ain't no joy. And at the end of the day, these are the players that are.
There's some joy in it. There's some joy in it.
There's some joy in seeing y'all fail like we fail. That's the only joy. Like we fail. I hope you fail too. In terms of not.
That's kind of haterism though, right?
Is it? Is it?
Yeah, because if like for instance, like say for instance, right, we was to lose and like okay when we did the play-in, if LeBron never would have made the playoffs and went on to win, I wouldn't feel joy in them winning or us losing or them losing. No. I wouldn't feel no type of way about that.
Hold on. If so, you're saying if the Lakers beat the Clippers, you ain't hoping, wishing, praying that LeBron lose the next run?
No, I'm not saying if they go through us,
yeah,
that's a different story. I don't want them to beat us to get to over.
Oh, okay.
Now that's different. But
what about
say,
the bubble?
For instance, we don't make it, right? Say we don't make it.
Yeah.
Right. But they make it and they go on to win. I'm not gonna be rooting against them to win. I don't do that.
Yeah, I don't. I feel like I don't either. So I think it's part of natural fandom, right? When your rival in your team gets further than you, you already know that's like in the bubble, and you were meant to meet us in the conference finals. Y'all don't get there. We win. We go to the finals. Now, in that context, you're not rooting for anything but to see great games. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. You ain't leaning no way, so you weren't leaning kind of to Miami. You want to see the upset since you were talking about underdogs, so you kind of leaning to Miami, right?
Nope.
No.
No, I didn't.
Okay, I ain't mad at you, man. I believe it. Okay, me look. If let's say,
because to me, for instance, whether Miami or somebody else beat them, we didn't get a chance to beat them. I want to whoop their ass.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
That's fair enough. You know, I feel like what this YouTube community has become and what it's created is that
there's been a lot of guys like that.
Yeah, and there's guys that also don't want to hear it from a certain fan base, so they rather like like there's a lot of Laker fans or something. I know Clipper fans don't want to hear if the Lakers go further than the Clippers. They don't want that, so they rather Lakers lose. They rather LeBron is washed. They rather the team break down, AD injured, a lot of things, right? But at the end of the day, for me, if the Lakers, for example, meet the Clippers meet the Nets in the finals, right? Because I pulled up in here and talked so much shit and said that, Paul George ain't that guy. Kawhi Leonard may be over. He may not ever regain his status of the Kawhi of old, right? That's what I said. Stand on it. Even though he could, but I think he won't this season. Not ever, but this season. I don't think he can regain that top 5 status like I've been saying. I think he needs to be that for y'all to be contenders. And let's say he does it.
You don't think he getting close?
He getting close in moments. Like how he's been playing recently is top 5 in the NBA. But my question is, can he sustain that? That's what I think he couldn't do. That's what I doubted. And what I said he won't be able to do is sustain that for weeks and what will be needed in the playoffs, which is months, a couple months in the playoffs for you to do that. I don't think he can do that. Because
so you saying you think this is just a hot streak and he's gonna regress?
Essentially, yes. And even if he's able to do this with games off, like like he's doing now, today, load managing games off and then coming back. I don't think he can sustain that when the playoffs come around, where you need to play every second day and you need to be back to back to back playing great games. I don't think he can do that because of the injury, not because he ain't good enough, not because he don't want it, not because he hasn't proven it in the past or whatever it may be, because I don't think his body will allow him to this season. Now, next season, that may be different, but I don't think this season he can do that. And if he will, and if he does, he got to show me that before the season ends. That means the last month or two, he got to have a run, a 20 games straight, playing every other day where he can do that. And if he doesn't show me that, I don't think he could turn it up in the playoffs. And it ain't nothing against the man. He playing great right now. He playing top 5 level right now.
That sounds like a little haterism.
Yo.
I'm just saying.
What part's a little haterism?
I'm just saying because you say he got to prove it to you. He don't got to prove nothing to you.
Okay, you're right. He ain't got to prove it to me. For me to change my mind, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But
okay, that's fine. That's fine. I think me personally, the way you said it leads me to believe you're gonna think that regardless.
Well, why you believe that?
Because he been mostly dominant all season. The games he's played, he's been mostly dominant all season. You said you acting like he's only had like a five game stretch where he did his thing.
I would say he's had a let me check in the mostly dominant. I wouldn't define Kawhi's career in the games that he played this season.
No,
as
most of
dominant.
the games he's played in, he's actually played in. He's been dominant.
Most means the majority, right?
Yeah, majority.
Okay, so he's played like how many, like 30 games? What is it? 29 games, 30 games a season? 27 games a season. 27 games, right? Okay, he played 27 games. I'm looking it up right now. Hold on. Yeah, 27 games a season. Okay, 27 games. And in those games, let's say the first 10 games, he's load managing, right? He load managing first 10
Rusty
games.
on minutes restriction.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Load managing, that's what I meant. Minutes restriction, where he's not getting more than like 28, 29 minutes. There's one game with 30 minutes a game. He being load managed, and he in his first 7 games, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He ain't scored more than 16 points. So that's not the dominant that you're talking about, right? Okay. So out of his first 10 games, he has one 25-point game. Okay, that's when he scores 29 points. That's against Boston. When y'all cooked Boston, that's when BJ came all up in here talking a lot of smack, talking about Kawhi and PG, best duo in the game, right? I remember that stream. Okay. He did that. Best duo in the game. Hey, better than Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. Oh, good. Oh, good. You're looking good. You're feeling good. Oh, good. He has a good game, right? Plays 29 minutes, hits 10 or 12 shots, 25 points, 9 rebounds, 6 assists. You know what I mean? Like, 2 turnovers.
He's pretty much been good ever since.
Okay. So see, that's what I'm trying to get to. So the first 10 games, he ain't dominant, right? He ain't dominant. He has one dominant game. And can you be dominant in 29 minutes? I don't know. I guess you can, right? Kawhi is an exception to the rule when we talk about dominance. So he was dominant that game. But he has one dominant game, so he ain't really dominant for his first 10 games. So we only talking about
he had more games than that. Even in those short minutes, he had more games where he was dominant.
No,
short minutes. He had more games than that.
I don't think 14-point
you going
games.
Just off of stat sheet. I'm talking about
11-point games. So he had a dominant 11-point games. So he tried to tell me.
No, he had more. No, I ain't say every game was an 11-point game. Now stop.
He had a multiple game. He had 2 games. I'm talking about the first 10 games. He scores below 10
I'm talking
twice.
About the first 10 games too. There's more.
11 points twice.
One game in that first 10 games. There's more than just one game where he was dominant.
He scores below 10 points twice. He scores 11 points twice. He scores 14 points twice. He has a 16-point game, 19-point game, and a 25-point game. Come on. Hey, I only pointed out to you because I remember that game, the only dominant game in his first 10 games that I was talking about. That was a 25-point game.
I say he had at least 3. In that first 10 games.
Hey, you going by your feeling? Or what did you see that was dominant, man? So what? The Lakers game, the first game, was that a dominant game? The first game of the season?
Yeah.
Come on, man. He came in the fourth quarter. He had a couple nice buckets. He had a
he ain't hit the last shot over Jokic, the most important shot of the night.
Man. Hey, that was the shot. He had 12 points up to that point in the game, and so he hit that shot. He got 14 points.
He picked his moments in that game.
He picked his moments.
He picked his moments in that game, and he played very short minutes in that game. How many minutes he had in that game?
Yeah, he had 21 minutes. Okay.
Yeah. He picked his moments. He was coming off the bench then.
Yeah, he
And
was definitely.
he still hit the clutch shot on your king.
He did do that. Okay, he got that. He got that. He had a nice shot. Okay.
Okay, that's one.
Okay, man. So what? The next game he has 11 points. They lose to Phoenix. Detroit. I don't think you can have a 6.5 rebound, 4 assist performance and have a great game. Okay. Then he comes up against the Spurs. That's a 20-point blowout. He has 11 points, 4 assists, 1 rebound. Okay. Then he has 8 points against the Utah Jazz in a 7-point win. I don't know if he had a clutch 8 points, but that was 8 points, right? 4 of 11 from the field. He ain't looking the same. This is when people are talking load management isn't working. Then he has a 2-week break right after November 22, comes back December 6th, right? So this ain't even the first 10 games of the season. This is his first 10 games. Comes back, he has 16 points. He has 16 points. Charlotte Hornets. I don't know what he did against the Charlotte Hornets, but
did he just hit the game winning shot?
Yeah.
I think, okay. Oh, my bad.
I know you're gonna.
My bad.
Hey man, I like you, OC Love. I like you, man. Hey, so if I go to the game, play by play on that, right, and I go to the fourth quarter, with 1.4 seconds left, Kawhi Leonard makes an 18-foot jumper from the right wing. I remember that shot. It's a very similar shot to what he hit against my king, as you put it. You know what I mean, my king.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, yeah. Okay. So he has. So in context, to put in context, he does have 2 essentially game winners in his first 10 games, right? As he's coming back from with restricted minutes, and so you would say that's still a dominant stretch. I would fall short of calling it dominant, but he does do that, and so and then since then you could say he picks it up, right? So the minutes restriction goes away. He rarely, essentially, there's only one game in the next 20 games where he has less than 30 minutes a game, right? There's only one game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what happened. I think that's a Detroit loss too, so that's a blowout. Oh yeah, that's when he got benched at halftime because the loss was so bad. Oh no, that was actually Denver. Where was that? Oh yeah, that was Denver. That was an 18-point game. Yeah. That's the 18-minute game. Where he gets benched at halftime because they're down by 25 points and shit. So Kawhi Leonard. But since then, this is where I would say he's became dominant, right? The Spurs, January 21. When he goes off for 36 points,
I would say since that Boston game, he been killing ever since.
Which Boston game?
The one you was talking about.
Which one? The one where he got 25 points. He plays 29 minutes and y'all beat Boston in December 13th.
Yeah.
Well, wow. Since December 13th, man. Okay. He only has one bad game since then. You're right, and that's against Denver, right? He only had 6 points at the half, 2 of 7 from the field, and they blow you out. I would have liked to see what he would have done in the second half. At least throw him out there, Tyloo. But okay, that ain't bad. So since December 13, whereas I'm saying since January 21. So you're saying for that month in between our dates, he was dominant. I would say, let's look at the win losses, right? So he has a win 1, 2, 3. 4. So wait, there's how many games? So since December 13, since that Boston game, right? I'm gonna count the game. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, there's 19 games since then. And y'all get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, y'all 12 and 7 since then, right? Mm-hmm. 12 and 7. Dominance to you. Okay, that's solid. That's like what? 50%?
Yeah, but you gotta realize though,
12 out of 19.
He ain't the only one that been in and out of the lineup.
Okay, that's a 60% win percentage.
We've had a lot of guys in and out of the lineup. Like the whole like only Zubac even Zubac missed games since then.
So that's a 51 win pace, 12 and 7. I know that's dominant. And so you're saying that's not all him. What I'm trying to tell you is, since that game against the Spurs that I saw, January 21, y'all won 5 in a row since then. And what I saw in that game wasn't just, I'm not even really basing it off the wins alone, but is the athletic dominance, right? So he has his highest points total for
you said season. You said okay, I got you.
Athletically, like him as an individual, what I saw that game was him coming closer to, I would say 85-90% Kawhi.
Yeah, I say about 85%. Yeah.
And in that game, he had multiple dunks. If you've seen that Spurs game, not the one that last just happened, but the one
No, I
before
know
that
exactly which one you're talking
at,
about.
at the Spurs, on the Spurs home court. He was dunking. He had 4 or 5 dunks that game. He was
Stealing
looking
the
very
ball
athletic.
regularly, yeah.
Exactly. Defensive intensity, hitting the 3 ball, which he was struggling up to that point in the season.
Not for you.
And so he looked like he had more
He had that
elevation.
bounce to him. Is what you're talking about. Yeah, I got you.
Exactly. Like Kawhi's never had like jump out the gym bounce, but he's had explosive bounce where he dunks and he's explosive.
Right.
And even though it doesn't look like he's jumping so high, he's very explosive with his dunks. And he wasn't really having that. And that game showed me that. And since then, he's had that level. He's taken a lot of shots. Like up to that point, during that December 13, some games he had 12 shot attempts. He would have 12, 11, 15. Since that Spurs game, he hasn't shot less than 16 times a game, and he's hit damn near 60% of those shots since then. You know what I mean? And that's for like a solid week now, over a week, almost 2 weeks. And so that's why I say at that moment he's been dominant. And that Kawhi is what you need. Now, can he sustain that? Well, obviously he does it against the Atlanta Hawks and can't do it the next night, right? And so he ain't playing back-to-backs yet. And honestly, I'm going to say that back-to-backs is working up to this point in that he's healthy. He's looking better. When he had that break in between games, what was it?
You're talking about the ankle injury.
Yeah, the ankle injury, even just load managing the knee itself. When he had that break between games and came back, he's always looked like when he has that rest, he always looks better. He looks extra bouncy. I'm talking about after the load management day. He looks extra bouncy. He looks better. The question now is when you let it go and when you have that consistency for your team, you know what I mean? And so y'all are obviously going to be contenders. And so and Pagan says watch his jumper, not his dunk. I've seen his jumper when he was hurt early in the season looked extra flat. He always had a flat shot, but it looked like extra flat. And now it actually has more arc. He still has a flat shot, but which is amazing how often he hits the NBA, like he hits the jumper in the NBA with that flat shot. It means he has less room for error, but he just be hitting that shot. I don't know. Might be big ass hands.
It don't look like a perfect shot. It looked like a flawed shot, but it's going in like a month.
Because if you shoot like that in the park, that shit gonna bounce out more often than get a friendly roll. But I don't know how.
But it worked for him.
Yeah, exactly. Can't hate on it. It worked for him, and he be hitting at one of the highest rates in the league when you talk about
like the weirdness of it kind of reminds me of Kevin Martin. I don't know if you remember the Kevin Martin kid. He had a very weird, ugly shot, but man, that motherfucker worked.
Yeah. He looked like that Tyrese Halliburton shot today, man. He has that shot too. Tyrese Halliburton got an ugly shot.
Yeah, he got a weird shot too. That's true.
Yeah. It looked like he's never really sure whether to shoot or whether he's hesitating, but it goes in just like Kevin Martin's what do you call it, left-handed flick it from the side of your head shot that he had.
Right.
That looked crazy. I remember his shot too, but he was hitting too. That's Kevin Martin, man. Yeah, Sacramento King. Shout out to Kevin Martin, man. He was hitting back in the day, but like
it looked weird. It looked like it don't. It wasn't supposed to go in, but that shit will hit like a motherfucker. Like what the fuck is this?
Exactly. It's amazing, man. It's amazing, but he trusts that, and and you say, Pagan be saying I'll be watching the stats, not the victories. Look, man, I was just looking at the stats when we were talking about the dominance of Kawhi.
You know who else had a weird ass shot that would go in? Sean Marion, Matrix.
Yeah, man. He had that netball, that like the way girls shoot right at the front of your face shot. You know what I mean?
Right. It showed like them girls shoot. Yeah,
right. Like them girls shoot. Like, straight at the face. But that should be hitting too, splashing sometimes. And you can't hate. If that gets you to the NBA, I wouldn't expect. Well, what do you think about players that make it to the NBA and have whack shots, and then a coach tries to change up his shot, and that shit just all the way breaks down to where he doesn't even know how to shoot at a certain.
Like I think if it's real bad mechanics and you can fix it, you try to fix it as soon as possible. But if the shit ain't broken and it's working, just let that shit ride.
Fair enough.
Just let it ride.
Yeah. Because Lonzo Ball's an example where he couldn't really shoot, and he kind of changed his shot and become actually a really good shooter. Yeah.
Now he decent.
And then there are some plays where you try and change it and they
And
can
it
never
don't
shoot
work.
again. Yeah, shit, it's crazy.
Right.
It's crazy, man. But I ain't doubting Kawhi. I'm just thinking that can he keep it up? You know what I mean? Can he sustain that? And my questions that I said to you before, can Paul George step it up when he has to? We shall see. You said that 2021 gives you belief that he can.
Yeah. Yeah, he proved to me that he can. But is it still a question mark? Is he gonna do it? That's just a question mark for everybody that goes into the playoffs. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Is their best players gonna step up at the right time? Who are going into the playoffs? Who is a contending team that doesn't have that kind of question mark where it's, hey, no, like, is we gonna be able to put this all together at the right time? That's just like what it is.
Yeah, I can understand that. Every team's got that question. Or then they're guaranteed, right? I just don't think that, like for example, Golden State Warriors, they're not questioning if Steph Curry or Klay Thompson are going to step up.
No doubt.
They're just questioning if the team around them is good enough and will step up in a big moment, like they did last season. But can they do it this season? Especially the role players off the bench, the depth of the team, and so I think those are the questions. Denver Nuggets. Is it a question of if Jokic and Jamal Murray are going to step up, or is it more of a question of Michael Porter Jr., Aaron Gordon?
I think there's a question mark with Jamal Murray. Can he sustain it? He's coming back from an injury just like Kawhi.
Oh, he looking good though. Hey, did you see
Kawhi.
the alley-oop dunk? Okay,
So
yeah, that's
Kawhi,
true.
though.
Did you see the alley-oop he caught
Kawhi,
though? Jamal Murray be catching dunks.
Energy though. You don't got the same energy for him though. Keep that same energy.
That's true. Can he sustain? The difference is, right? The difference is, you're right. They come back from the same injury. The difference is, I don't think he has the responsibility that a Kawhi does. I don't think he's the best player on his team like a Kawhi is. So
that's true from that. That's true from that.
So
that's fair.
If he doesn't step up, I would say Jokic can carry the load, which he can now. He still got questions too, and you can and if you haven't won a championship, there are always going to be certain questions. But
exactly, that was my point going to be. I was just going to come back with that.
There's always a certain level of questioning, but I think the part where will he step up, I feel like Jokic will. Last season, even though he got taken out in the first round, he did step up. He stepped up his level of play. He stepped up his scoring. He stepped up his efficiency. He did all that and still lost, right? And so he didn't have enough. But I don't think it was a question of did he step up. But for Paul George, for example, it's a question of can he step up in the bigger moments. Now, you don't have to be clutch. You don't have to be amazing. But I think what you cannot
he got to be the second best player.
Yeah, what you cannot be is below your average self that you were in the regular season at the very least.
I agree with that.
A level up. You can't even be what you was. But
you
what
can't
he's
be
done for me,
Paul George.
Exactly. And what he's done for me too many times is being even lesser than regular season Paul George, which is unacceptable.
That's not true.
No.
He's only did that one season. Come on now.
Okay. Well, what about when he was in OKC and they came up against
you the stat man now. Go look at those stats. You the stat man.
No. I'm just asking you because I seen it.
No.
I seen it.
Stat man. Go look at those stats in OKC.
Yeah. Well, what did he do against Utah in the closeout game? Against Utah in OKC. What did he do?
He got hammered. But hey, go look at those stats though. You said that you the stat man now, right?
I know. I did. I am telling you, he had 5 points against Utah in the closeout game.
He got hammered.
Okay.
But what he averaged in that series?
I know that he had 5 points in the club.
What he averaged in that series? They didn't want to ask you.
Hey, so he's in OKC, right?
You do this for LeBron now.
I know, but coming off his best season of his career, right?
Hey,
2018.
Come on now.
I'm just gonna give you the context though. Coming off the best season of his career in 2018 or 2017, 2018, right? Right before the best season, but this is the first season in OKC. 2018.
What he average
for that series?
What is his stats?
He averages 25 points. 24.7 points, 6 rebounds. So I'm gonna round it off to 25 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, right? He does that. Okay. He does that. Yeah, he has a great game one, which is why they win with Paul George and Russell Westbrook, right? But Paul George leads that team. He has 36 points, Russell Westbrook goes off for damn near 30-point triple-double. Carmelo Anthony's right there. Steven Adams. They got Jeremy Grant off the
First
bench.
year, he averaged 25 points on a big three.
On a who? On the Utah Jazz, bro. What do you mean a big three?
No, that OKC team was a big three.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Those are
that
great
was in a
numbers for
series. So
big-
he averages
for-
21 points. He averages 21 points in the regular season. This was the year before his essentially 22 points a game that season. That's the year before his 28-point best season of his career season when he was with OKC, right? Second season in OKC, his last one. So, and that's what fooled Kawhi, right? He saw that and thought, damn, Paul George cooking, man. If he ride
That's
with
what
me,
fooled Kawhi.
yeah.
I won't say it fooled Kawhi. I won't say it fooled him.
Hey, man, that was peak Paul
If
George.
it
That's
never-
all I'm trying to say.
If they never win a championship, then you can say he fooled them.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying, man. You know, I just like to throw that in there. I like to throw some shots in there.
If they never win, I know you doing. I know you doing. I fuck with you.
Okay. I hear you. Too early to call. Fair enough. So he has 25 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists in that series on 40% shooting, 36 from 3. He has 24, so he has 4 turnovers a game that series. Okay. You know what I mean? He does
You
it right.
that guy. You that guy. Those ain't
Well,
good
what does that
stats.
tell you? 40% from the field? Like LeBron. Okay. So
They
that,
made
is
it
that
tough
is that a
for
good
him.
series?
They
Huh?
made it tough for him. Yeah, I agree.
You know what? They made it tough on him. Right, exactly right. And at the end of the day, you know what hurts him because he didn't
But
have a
are
bad
those
series.
bad stats though?
No. They're not bad stats. They're definitely not bad stats. They're not underperformance stats, right? You know what I would call underperforming when you become small in the moment, like a LeBron James in 2011 Finals, right? When you play smaller than what you are, when you don't even take the shots that you should. I don't care whether you miss
I agree
or
with
make
that.
shit.
I have
Just
no
go
pushback
all
on
out,
that.
empty your clip, LeBron. It can't be any worse than
That
what
5
it is. Just
points in
empty
that
shit. Yeah.
game is not
Unacceptable.
acceptable, Paul George.
Unacceptable.
No,
So,
I agree.
Okay, and so that's why I say when Westbrook goes off for 46 points and it's a close game and y'all end up losing by 5 and you have 5 points and you go 2
Unacceptable.
for 16, crazy.
Unacceptable.
You play 45 minutes in the game. That's what I'm trying to say. And so that's a rare thing for Paul George. I wouldn't say that's the
But
norm.
you kind of, but when you open this conversation up, you kind of led with like he always going and choking and underperforming in the playoffs. When that's not true.
I've seen
everybody has bad game. He had a real bad game at a very bad timing. Yes, true. But
Okay.
outside of the bubble, he's never had a bad playoffs.
Playoffs, I think it's hard for a great player to have a bad playoffs because you're gonna get numbers, right? So that's why it's context. It's like bad playoffs is tough. It's tough for a great player to have a bad playoffs. Now, if you lose in the first round to a better team, I don't think that's
no,
hard.
but
You can
that's
have a
what
bad
the
series.
narrative is for him, though, is that he chokes in the playoffs. That's the narrative.
The narrative is he plays lesser than what he is in the regular season.
That's
because
not true,
what
though.
they expect from better players is you step up your play, right?
That's
In the
not
playoffs.
true. He only did
It's
that in the bubble, and he had a bad game and bad moments outside of that.
Okay, bad moments. What do you call those bad moments outside the bubble? What do you call them? That's just that, right? Just individually bad moments. That's all.
Yeah, like every other player in history has had bad, except Jordan. You know, it has bad moments.
Okay. He had bad moments, man. Hey, Penny Hardaway and Shaquille O'Neal gave him a bad moment. You know what I mean? But he went out all blazing. He went out
That was
blazing.
a bad
even though he
steal.
lost.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was a bad steal. Yeah. Very mad. Yep. I agree.
Hey, man, he had times where Scottie
15
Pippen
games in. 15 games in. Yeah.
Okay. And he had series. He had games where
Still
he had
cooking
Scottie Pippen.
completely out of shape. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, completely out of shape. 55 points against the Knicks. Was
he
out
did
of shape?
that out of shape. Yep.
Ah, come on, don't do that. How you gonna score
He
55
was
points?
not
out
in
of shape?
basketball shape. Don't even try.
Come
I actually
on,
watched
man.
all them games.
Hey, there were reports that he was practicing with those guys for most of the season before he came
that's
back.
not true. That's not true.
That's what they say.
Not
man.
most of the season.
He had
no,
his
that's not
jersey
true.
and shoes in the locker room and shit. He
That's
didn't
not
even empty that shit
true.
out.
That's
He
not
didn't
true.
empty
He was
that shit
playing
out.
baseball. How can he be practicing with this? Come on, man.
Nah, just every now and then he come in. His Jordans was still in his locker room. That's what they say.
Oh, okay, every now and then, I give you that.
Okay. So you're acting like he came in overweight and stuff, dropping 55. Hey, if he can drop 55, I think he can.
No, he was out of
Penny
shape
and
though.
Shaq.
He was not in game shape.
Okay. What's out of shape though? Like what was he? Like 280 or something? What was he act like he was 6'6", 280?
I ain't say
What are you
that.
talking about?
I ain't say that. I ain't say all that.
Okay.
I said he was out of shape. That's all. That's it.
Okay. And so, what about the series?
You see what happened when he was allowed to get in shape. You see what happened, right? Yeah,
when it was
yeah.
allowed. Hey, who disallowed him from getting
I'm
in
talking
shape
about
in the first
the
place?
timing. He didn't have
Okay,
time to
okay,
get in shape. I'm not
okay.
saying
Fair enough.
somebody was
Hey, I
restricting
thought.
him from.
So you playing baseball? I thought baseball was a pro sport. Like you didn't get in shape.
Nah,
Why you
nigga,
not in shape to play
come on now.
baseball?
You know, it's motherfuckers that play
What?
baseball have pot bellies and everything,
Okay, man. I just thought I thought it was trying to
and can
be the
still
goat
be
in
elite,
baseball too, man. I thought
and
you got to
still
get
can.
in shape,
You can have
MJ.
a pot belly and still be elite in baseball, man. Them
Okay.
motherfuckers in basketball shape. Come on now.
You could be elite with the pot belly. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, man, that's crazy.
Motherfuckers that love baseball gonna hate me hearing that shit.
Okay, man. Hey, man, you wild, man. Yeah. You say you don't even have to be athletic to be a baseball player, right? It's just you can be unathletic and be a baseball player. Like, that's all good.
It's possible.
Yeah, you're right, man. I ain't mad at you, man. So what happened when Dame Dollar got that 50 piece on him against when he was in OKC, in that series, like he was meant to be
Dame
one of the
cooked
best
this
defensive players in the
That's what
row.
happened. Shit.
Yeah. What game winner in his face though? Like
He hit the game with it. Hey, it was a tough shot. He made that motherfucker. Dame can do that.
Okay, yeah, he definitely can, man. He definitely can.
You know
Yeah,
what I
hey,
mean?
at least Paul George ain't the
he
first one,
played
man. Yeah.
bad defense on him or nothing.
Hey, he played no defense. I guess he wasn't expecting that shot. That's all.
No, he
was kind of ready. He was kind of. It was a late contest. He wasn't really thinking he was gonna pull that, but he kind of should have known. This is where I question Paul George's basketball IQ, right? So you see the shot clock winding down. You see that
No,
you're down 3-1 in the series.
Before
Hold on.
right before you finish, no, I will say I will agree with you on that. That
Okay.
sometimes he don't use the best basketball IQ. I agree with you on that.
Fair enough.
Now go ahead, finish.
But that moment in time, I would say like you down 3-1 in the series, right? Let me look up that Lillard game winner versus OKC. I want to know what the score was exactly. I know it was a close game, but was it tied or was he down? Because if he was down, it was a tied game. So it's a tie ball game, right? He comes down. I'm watching it right now. He comes down. Okay. Paul George actually looks back and he sees there's no screen. He's looking for the screen, right? Okay. He looked left to right, no screen. He really thinking that something's gonna come and they're gonna call a pick and roll because he's that guy maybe, and he's a good defender. He is like
Defensive player of the year that year, basically.
One of the best defenders in the league, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
And Damian Lillard knows this, and so he knows there ain't no need to drive past him. It's a tied game, and so I can take whatever shot I want. The pressure's off. We go in overtime at worst. We up 3-1 in the series, and it's a close series, even though they're up 3-1.
No, but you gotta think about it like this. Only a motherfucker with nuts and truly believe in themselves gonna take that shot. Most guys is not gonna take that shot. They're gonna try to get an easier shot, something more for sure. For a game winner, no, they're gonna come in right. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it was such a brilliant shot when he made it. It's because nobody expected him to take that shot that deep.
That's true. Hey, Damian Lillard's like genius, right? Basketball genius. He's rocking his dribble, really slow motion, 4 seconds. He looks like he's calling for the screen, right? He makes a motion to call for it, and then he says no, like stop, like he pretty much just sending just smoke screen hands.
Yeah.
Just trying to confuse. Hey, Paul George looking left to right. He's also just before he pulls up for the shot, and I'd like to see what's going on. He looks right to the wing to CJ McCollum to just get him slightly off balance, like slightly thinking that something might be coming, even though there was nothing ever coming. He already had the shot in his mind probably as soon as he came across half court. And when it becomes Paul George is right above the 3-point line. Once it goes down to 3 seconds, he actually takes 2 steps and gets closer to him, right? And as he's releasing the ball, it's still in his hand. Paul George jumps in the air. He a bit late. He probably would have been better closing out on the ground than jumping up in the air instead of contesting up, because you're not really gonna block the shot. Just like get close to him to maybe just affect his body movement. But anyways, ridiculous shot.
Yeah, but he could pump fake you and go up for the contact. And now you gotta give him 3 free throws though.
Okay, that's true too. You land on him, do some other shit. You jump up and land on him. You can do a lot of things, but The shot is ridiculous. The shot is really like a step back.
Yeah.
It's a step back, side
Yeah.
step, 3/4 court shot, like a near half court shot, and hits it right. And so I don't blame PG on that, right? But that's on his record too. I don't blame him for that. That's a
You hit that
ridiculous
bitch
shot
in
by
his
ridiculous.
face.
Yeah.
You know what I
He
mean?
comes
And you
out and
gotta
says
have
that's a
nuts
bad
to take
shot.
that shot. You
No,
gotta
no
have
shot.
nuts to
No
take
shot.
that shot.
Hey, no shot. No doubt. Dame Lillard does have that. You definitely got that. You know what I mean? He ain't got nuts to leave Portland, but he he gonna take the shot in Portland. You know what I mean? I would like him to have some nuts to come to the Lakers or at least go to a team and change the balance of the league right now. But anyway, you do you, Dame Dollar. We know you're a great player. He would definitely make any contender.
I would hate for him to not win a championship though.
Yeah, man. At least see him in big moments because he's such a great player. Being able to do shit like that, can you imagine him in the biggest moments in the
Right.
in the NBA with
Right.
everything on the line? I would like to see a player like that get tested, and we ain't seen
Right.
that, man. And so that's why
Right.
I say it's kind of sad. And so yeah, man. But Paul George, I wouldn't put that on him. That's actually a solid defense. He actually stepped up on him when the shot clock's winding down. He kind of sees too late that he's pulling that shot and still contests and Dame Dollar. But at the end of the day, it's a 4-1 against a team
And plus, motherfucking Westbrook ass had been egging Dame on all series. They had going back and forth. You getting them all riled
talking a
up.
lot of shit. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Now I
Hey,
got
yeah,
to
that
deal
was
with it.
MVP Westbrook feeling himself, huh?
You know what it kind of remind me of?
Mm.
It kind of remind me of KG's his story against him and J.R. Ryder versus Jordan. It kind of remind me of that story. You got this nigga all riled up. Now I got to deal with him.
Yeah, man, exactly. I got to deal with that shit. You ain't checking him, and that was the Russell Westbrook at his like inefficient best. You know what I mean? Like peak Westbrook, inefficient, but still at his best in terms of impacting the game.
Right.
But like that would take a lot of bad shots. That would.
I agree.
Be very inefficient. He was averaging 36% from the field that series, 32% from three, and he still give you damn near triple-double, 20-point triple-double, but like
doing his James Harden shit. I agree.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Versus a guy like Dame Dollar, who's like 46% from the field, 48% from three, and CJ McCollum also cooking. And
doing
that was
his
when
mini Kobe shit. Yeah,
yeah, exactly. That's when Mo Harkless was still balling. Al Farouk Amino was a two-way player and stuff, and you know what I mean. Seth Curry coming off the bench, and so that's a tough team, man. Rodney Hood off the bench, so that's a tough team. They lose. I'm not putting that on PG, right? But at the end of the day,
no, he got to eat some of it.
Yeah, definitely. And you gotta cool that nigga down when you at your peak powers, especially on defense, and he couldn't do that.
You can't put it all on him, but he got
no, definitely not. He was actually the best player for the OKC that series too, and they just lost, right? And so as the number one, he gets kicked out two series in a row, right? Even though Westbrook is technically the leader of that team, takes the most shots on that team. Paul George was the best player on that team. But anyway, he gets
technically the best player, but you know that was Westbrook's team.
Westbrook's team, okay. But he gets knocked out the first two rounds, then comes to the Clippers and needs
kind of like a Kobe Shaq situation. Yeah, Kobe is better than Shaq, but you know he is Shaq's team.
Okay, and so in the first round, and this is after all the moments we're talking about, and you're gonna give. I'm gonna give you that, and you say it's individual moments where Paul George came up small. Even in times when in Indiana, but we ain't gonna hold that against him where he had like
nah. In Indiana, I think he overachieved in Indiana.
As a team, he overachieved, but wouldn't you say individual games like when he had a 7-point game against Miami, like that ain't underachieving? No.
The 7-point game, I'll give you that one. But overall, though, as a player and as a team, he overachieved in that Indiana.
Like I'm talking about, 7-point game in Game 7, like that's tough.
No, I agree. I give you that.
When was it Game 6? Game 6 when? Wait, hold up. Which series is this? I'm looking up the series. Miami. Yeah, Game 7. When Roy Hibbert.
I give you that 7-point one. I give you that.
Yeah.
No, I give you that 7-point one.
Hey man, when he goes 2 for 9 and Roy Hibbert has 18 points and doesn't get any help
I remember that
and
game.
they lose by over 20 points. Yeah, you know that game. And so yeah, that's tough. That's tough. Roy Hibbert actually has the most points in that series, the most rebounds in that series, and I would say had a huge impact in that series. Whether he's better than Paul George in that series in terms of impact, numbers can't give you that alone. And so I'd have to watch the series back, see how he got those 19 points and 7 rebounds compared to Roy Hibbert's
against the
22
big
points.
three,
And 10
though.
rebounds. Okay, but
Big three
he
and all
obviously
the
didn't have the
glory, though.
competition. Obviously, he didn't have the same help, but he had David West, who was still in his prime, right? David West was a baller, all-star.
David West,
What?
he was still in his prime, but David
Come on.
West is nothing compared to what he was going up against.
Hey, so you're telling me Chris Bosh and David West ain't comparable?
Fuck no.
Come on.
Not at that time.
At that moment, they were very comparable, bro.
No, fuck no. I say
Yeah,
David
Rose.
West is probably an 85 overall, and Chris Bosh is like a 92 overall.
Would you be surprised that if I was to tell you in terms of production? Hey, what'd you say? He was a what? Chris Bosh was a 95 overall.
92. I said 92.
And what about David West?
85.
Stop the disrespect, bro. Stop disrespecting the great David West like that. No. If
because he won his versatile. He was a nice mid post guy. He could shoot the little 15 footer. You know, he was
back
tough
to the basket
and everything, but he couldn't defend. He wasn't a defender or nothing like that.
What about his back to the basket game though? Better than Chris Bosh.
I said he was a nice little mid post guy.
Okay.
You know, you can
okay.
You know what I mean? But Chris Bosh was versatile. He could do the mid post. He could shoot the three. He could do all that shit.
Okay. So I ain't saying that he wasn't like New Orleans David West, but he was still dominant at that time in terms of his prime.
No, 85,
he was still
85 overall.
No. First 85. Off, if you're saying that Chris Bosh is 92, then David West was 90 at that point in time. And I'm gonna give David West
85 overall. No. He was 90 with Chris Paul.
No.
He was a 90 with Chris Paul, maybe 89.
You're gonna say he's a 90 with Chris Paul?
89 with Chris Paul.
No, 89. Hey, first off, you acted like David West was never that guy, never on Chris Bosh's level.
89 is not that guy.
No. You got to give him a 91 though. Is what I'm trying to tell you. You got to give him 91. 2K rating.
They'd have won something then. They'd have won something. If you had Chris Paul at point guard and David West at 91, they'd have won something.
Oh really? But my question to you, that's fair enough. But my question to you is, what was Peja Stojakovic's rating? What was Tyson Chandler's? What was Bonzi Wells' rating? Because
Tyson Chandler was what he was like maybe a second, third year guy. How young was he?
Tyson Chandler at that point in time, he was in the league for like 5 seasons.
5 seasons.
Yeah.
So 5 seasons. Let me.
Yeah, he was giving them 12 points, 11 rebounds. Like what you want? One block?
Maybe like a 84 overall.
Okay, and Peja Stojakovic at 30 years old, what was he giving you? He was giving you a nice 16 points, but like what was he doing?
85 overall.
85. So he was on the same level as a David West.
Yeah.
Because David West was giving you 21 points, 9 rebounds. One block.
David West was an 85 on the Indiana.
Oh, okay. So you got to give him a 90 on New Orleans, right? So he's a 90.
No, I say about an 89. 89, maybe 90. Maybe 90, not 91.
Oh, you're underrating David West, man. That's what I'm hearing from you. You're underrating David West. But
no, I got a lot of respect for David West.
You know they ran into the Lakers. That's the only reason why they didn't get past further in the playoffs. Like they ran into the Lakers, like the Kobe Lakers. That's all.
Come on, man. Come on now. Stop it now.
They ran into the Spurs for one season. They ran into the Denver Nuggets with Carmelo Anthony. Like they ain't easy game.
They should have beat Carmelo. If David West was 91, they should beat Carmelo now. Because Carmelo was Lone Ranger back then.
Okay, young Melo. Okay, should have beat young Melo. They were still like one of the best teams in the West that season, right? Being the Denver Nuggets. New Orleans scraping to the playoffs. They don't have Tyson Chandler that series. Oh, he don't play a lot. I don't know why he doesn't play a lot, but maybe he coming off the bench. Anyway, they got dudes like James Posey, Rajawell Butler.
Posey was a decent two-way guy.
Okay, what you giving Posey? 75 overall? What are you giving him? 75 overall? Like what are you trying to say?
No, 75 probably about an 80.
Yeah.
Maybe 70,
souping up.
79, 80,
Okay,
70,
70. Okay.
79, 80.
James Posey. I know James Posey. He was on the Boston Celtics championship teams. He nice. He nice. This was an earlier James Posey. So they had David West, Paige Stojakovic, and Chris Paul. Their three best players. Then it was like Rajwell Butler, Tyson Chandler, Posey.
Rajwell Bell wasn't on that team, was he? No, he was still on the Suns, huh?
Rajwell Butler. He was on that team.
Oh, you talking about Rasul Butler?
Yeah, Rasul Butler. Okay, but yeah, Raja Bell was not on that team. No, not the one that I'm looking at in 2009.
Nah, he was on the Suns, huh?
2009. So yeah, he probably was on the Suns at that point in time with Steve Nash, and so, and then the next season they don't really make any upgrades. They got the same team, and they lose. They lose to the Nuggets, man. After losing to the Spurs, they lose to the Spurs in 7 games.
David West is 91, like you saying.
He was.
They beat Melo. I'm sorry.
No, he was. You know why he was 90? Because he comes up against before the Melo series. The year before that, they come up against the number 3 seed. They were number 2 seed that season, right? They win 56 games. Damn near, I think that's one of the best years of Chris Paul, right? They win 56 games.
Not David West. Okay,
yeah. Chris Paul is obviously the head of the team, no doubt. I'm not questioning that.
Yeah. Okay.
So and then they come up against the Spurs, right? This is Tim Duncan at 31.
Okay,
this is Manu Ginobili, Tony Parker, Bruce Bowen, Mike Finley. Okay,
peak power.
Robert Horry. Yep. And Chris Paul gives you 24 points, 11 assists on great percentages, 50% from the field.
I know.
And David West,
go ahead,
gives you 20 points, 9 rebounds a game, 1 steal, 2 blocks a game, on 45% from the field, 85% from the free throw line, and comes up against Tim Duncan doing all that, giving you 20 points and 9 rebounds.
89.
Okay.
89, 90.
And they lose a tough game 7 in 2008.
Right. 89, 90.
What do you mean 89, 90? What do you mean 20 points, 9 rebounds against the greatest power forward ever? 89, 90. Come on, bro. Come on, man. He leads the team in scoring in game 7 with 20 points, right? And they have no help from the rest of the team.
So you saying David West was a top 5 deep power forward in the league then?
I wouldn't say top 5, but he was borderline top 5. He was right outside the top 5, right at that door.
No.
Right at that door.
No.
Yes.
No, you had guys like, man, there was too many guys ahead of him. No, come on now, stop it.
No, there wasn't. No, not in the mid 2000s. No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
We're talking about bigs. We're talking about bigs. Like,
I can name 5 right quick.
Who? No. 5. I know you can name 5, but you can't name another 5 is what I'm trying to tell you.
I think I probably could.
Oh, go ahead. You give me the 10 bigs of the 2000s.
No, I ain't say bigs now. I said power forwards.
Or even power forwards. That's even harder for you. Go ahead.
No, I said power forward. So
let me give you. Okay, go ahead.
If he's a 91, he should be high on that list.
He would be high on the top 10 power. I would say in the 2000s, he's a top 10 power forward of the 2000s. David West, yes, I would mention David West.
No, not quite that high.
You know what? How I mention? I'll even give you some names that I would mention over him. Right, guys like Antoine Jameson, Zach Randolph, Elton Brand, Jermaine O'Neal, Rasheed Wallace. I got David West ahead of these guys.
Yeah. Who say those names?
Antoine Jameson, Zach Randolph, Elton Brand, Rasheed Wallace.
I wouldn't put him over Zach Randolph or
really?
Rasheed Wallace. They actually won something.
Oh, don't do that, man. Rasheed Wallace, he was solid. I don't think at his best he ever showed that he was a better player than David West. He never really had the numbers.
Zach Randolph was better.
That's tough. See, that's tough. I'm gonna give you some names, right? So you would obviously, these are obvious names, right? Of the 2000, Tim Duncan, Dirk, KG, Amare Stoudemire, Pau Gasol. Would you put Chris Webber in the 2000s? I don't know if you put him in. Chris Webber. You put Chris Webber in there?
Yeah, Chris Webber was better than him.
Okay, but
Chris Webber.
Chris Bosh. Will you put Chris Bosh in there? Okay, Chris Bosh.
Is better than him.
That's 7. That's 7. So that's why I say 8, 9, 10. You got niggas like Rasheed Wallace, Jermaine O'Neal. I think Jermaine O'Neal is the center, so I'm putting him at center.
You got Kevin Garnett.
No, we said Kevin Garnett. We said Dirk. We said Duncan. Gasol.
Gasol.
Yeah. We said them. So that's the first four. Then it's Chris Webber, Amare Stoudemire, Chris Bosh, whichever order you want. That's 7.
Yeah, that's 7 guys. You said he should be higher than 7, man.
No. I'm saying that he right there. So that means he in the top 10. So hey, honestly, I could make an argument that at his best.
Names off the top of my head. I think I could think of a couple more.
No. The only name I'm telling you the names because I remember unless I remember otherwise. Rasheed Wallace, Elton Brand, Zach Randolph, Antoine Jameson, Lamar Odom. Who else you got? Carlos Boozer, Rashad Lewis. All these guys are not better than they. Sean Marion.
Boozer on the Jazz was better than him.
No.
Boozer on the Jazz was better than him.
No. Hey, you telling me Carlos Boozer at his best is better than David West, right? Huh?
Boozer on the Jazz, yeah.
No, he wasn't. No, you don't do that, bro.
It's comparable. I'm stretching a little bit, but
don't do that.
It's comparable.
Boozer was nice. And this is the difference. Was Boozer nice in the early 2000s? Was he better? Okay, so he had a nice run in the mid 2000s with the Utah Jazz. Was he better than David West though? He put up better numbers than David West, but was he better than David West? I don't know.
I would say I say it's comparable.
Okay. I'm saying it's very, very much. You say Rasheed Wallace better than David West. I have to. I say he's more talented than David West, more skillful than David West. But is he better than David West? If I'm making a team, I'm gonna give you. I'm probably
because he's a better defender. Okay, he's a better defender.
I'm probably picking Rasheed Wallace. Okay, now Elton Brand. You put Elton
Brand. He can stretch to the 3.
Okay, no doubt. He can do all that. He's a small forward, power forward, and he can be a center as well. He deadly. Okay, so Elton Brand. You putting Elton Brand as better than David West? Or Zach Randolph? You say Zach Randolph. Elton Brand?
Yes. Yes.
I don't know about all that.
Yes.
Okay.
Even prime Antoine Walker was better.
No, don't do that.
Yes, prime Antoine Walker.
Prime Antoine Walker is crazy, bro. It's crazy.
Was better than David West. Yes.
And prime Antoine Walker was very inefficient shot chucking dude.
Jamal Mashburn.
Jamal Mashburn. I don't even know Jamal Mashburn like that, man. Was he in the 90s? He was the 90s more than 2000s, right?
No,
we're talking about 2000s.
No, he was on. I think he was on that team actually.
On the team with who? With Elton Brand?
On the New Orleans
David
team.
West. Oh, really? Okay. I didn't know that. Jamal Mashburn? Well, David West backup? So you're talking to me about David West backup was better than David West?
No, not his backup. No.
Well, what are you trying to tell me?
No, I said. No, you don't know who Jamal Mashburn is, though, huh?
I heard the name. He's I don't feel like I watched him a lot, though. That's all. I don't feel like I watched him a lot.
Okay.
I heard
Mashburn was the truth. Anybody will tell you that.
Well, was he a power forward? No,
he was a tweener. He was a power forward, small forward.
Okay. We're going strictly power forwards, you know what I mean? And so, I don't know, man. Elton Brand is an if for me. Zach Randolph.
No, Elton Brand was definitely better. Prime Elton Brand was better, man. I'm sorry.
Okay. Fair enough, man. I know Elton Brand, he had a longer prime. He played better for longer. But was he better in the mid 2000s or at their best, as we're talking about?
Yeah, at their best. At both of them at their best, Elton Brand was better. I'm sorry.
Okay. It sounds more like you're underrating David West.
20-10 guy, a consistent 25 and 10 guy.
Okay, no doubt, man. Hey, David West was never the most athletic guy. He was more than a
that was more than his drawbacks.
More than a power forward. Like a lot of these guys are small forwards / power forwards. He was a power forward center, and he transitioned more into center in the second half of his career. But he was never the most athletic guy. He could still score. He had great fundamentals.
He did. He did have great fundamentals. I liked his fundamentals.
Positioning, even to grab those rebounds, box out well. He was a strong guy, tough guy.
And he was a tough guy too.
Yep.
He brought a lot of toughness to your team.
So I can understand that these guys are more skillful than David West. You know, Rasheed Wallace more skillful, Elton Brand more skillful, Zach Randolph probably one of the most skillful, unathletic bigs of all time. When you talk about just how he got his buckets,
probably one of the most.
In terms of like no athleticism and still getting you 20 and 10, like that's crazy. Yeah, so that's true. And then there's guys like Antoine Jameson, which I would still say David West is better than. Lamar Odom more skillful than David West. This question was to who better But at their best, I probably take Lamar Odom just on his versatility. But he right there, Antoine Walker, I think is not close. Antoine Walker is more in the Paul Millsap categories than the David West and the Zach Randolph category. Now he close to Paul Millsap
No,
and a Rashad Lewis. He in that range with Rashad Lewis, Josh Smith. Then
Prime
you mentioned
Antoine
Antoine
Walker
Walker,
was a
right?
beast.
Josh Smith, Millsap,
Prime
Rashad
Antoine
Lewis,
Walker was a
Antoine
beast.
Walker.
See, I know you got it stuck in your mind. You remember Antoine Walker with the Heat, and that's who you kind of take up most of your memory of him.
Yeah,
But you don't remember.
You're right. I remember Antoine Walker in an Atlanta Hawks uniform, in a Miami Heat uniform. Like that shit was not
Yeah,
good.
I know that. I know that, and that's who you kind of remember. So you don't really remember prime Antoine Walker when he was with the Boston Celtics cooking motherfuckers and winning playoff games and shit.
Okay. Okay. I didn't know he was cooking like that, man. I don't know.
No, he was cold. He was cold now.
Okay.
Him and Paul George, not Paul George, Paul Pierce cooked. Yeah, Paul Pierce, that's the cousin right there.
Okay. I ain't mad at man, Antoine Walker. When you look at his numbers, it looked very inefficient. He looked like a shot chucker. His best moments, he was like shooting a lot, missing a lot, even though he
was an inefficient guy. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, you can say that.
Yo, that was a defensive error. I ain't gonna hold against it, but when you in the middle of your prime, right, making all-star appearances, shooting 38% from the field, it ain't a good look. You know what I mean? It ain't a good look. Like
no, I agree. He wanted more inefficient superstars. Well, not superstars, but stars of that era.
Okay.
But he still was cooking motherfuckers down.
Okay. I'm mad, man. I ain't mad. And so when we talk about these, great players and put their careers in context, you know what I mean? It's interesting that their career are contextualized by the greats that they went up against, but also the competition that they went up against.
True.
But in this era, it seems like when we talk about the players, and I feel like past players do get credit, like a Jordan, like for the guys that they went up against. It's like as if we don't say that because the 90s players, like we don't take away from the 80s, for example, one of the greatest eras, obviously, or the 70s, because the 90s, there was a more dominant player. We don't say that the players were worse. But I feel like today, and I want to know what you think, I feel like today we talk about how easy it is to score. We kind of diminish this era. We kind of diminish the accomplishments of this era because of like how, to me, for example, like when you talk about LeBron, for example, or any player, even a Kevin Durant who hasn't won a lot of championships compared to greats of other eras like Larry Bird and Magic Johnson and guys that he's compared to, is the competition. And I feel like it's diminished this era when we talk about it's easier to score, it's easier to get buckets, it's easier to team up with your teams and all that. I don't agree with that. But what do you think? Huh? It's just easier in general to just be an NBA player.
It's easier to score. No, I won't say it's easier in general. I say it's easy to score. It's tougher when it comes to dealing with the media and all the extra shit that goes along with playing. That shit got to be accounted for too. But as far as getting to the basket, scoring buckets, getting foul calls, all that shit is easier nowadays. It definitely is easier.
Wow. What makes it easier about having more sophisticated defenses, more complex defenses in this era? How is it easier to score in this era? Break it down for me.
Because the paint's wide open, and anytime you touch a person, it's a foul.
Wide open?
Yeah, wide open. Yeah, I said it right. Wide open.
Hey. How often per game is that? So it's just wide open the whole game. 48 minutes is just wide open paint.
Before you get into that, let me ask you this. And if you go right now and you look at LeBron's highlights, right? His highlights, right? I guarantee you most of his highlights is dunking over a wide open paint. Right? Okay. Say there were one or two guys that made.
Wait, are you talking about this season or his whole career? What are you saying?
Whole career.
Whole career.
Whole career. No, I'm stretching a little bit, but most of his career, right?
Okay. LeBron dunks. So if I type in LeBron dunks, what I'm going to see.
You type in LeBron dunks. Most of his dunks is him breaking him getting a full head of steam.
Outside of the fast break transition dunks, it should just be
driving
like
to a wide open paint, right?
wide open paint.
Wide
In a half court set, just wide open, right?
Wide the fuck open.
Y'all crazy, man. But
Right?
go ahead. Okay.
Okay. It may be one guy he have to dunk over here and there.
Hey, man.
Right?
You ain't even talking about transition up. You just talking about half court set, just wide.
Half
You just
court
walking
set,
into the lane.
half court set, transition, either one.
That's crazy. So I'm watching
No,
LeBron. I'm watching him dunk on multiple guys. I'm watching
guys a little bit, but for real though, you know the paint is much easier to score in nowadays. Come on now, don't
I don't know
cap.
that. I don't know that.
You don't know that?
I don't know that.
So you
know
never
what?
seen. You never seen.
So you tell me, you lived in the era, right? Because I don't agree with that. And the highlights are not telling me. I wish I could share my screen, but it ain't what it is today. But I'm gonna tell you this: when it comes to the point of LeBron James, first off, no one can really stop him from blowing. What I just seen from the highlights, which just confirmed what I've been knowing, is that LeBron James, no one can stop him individually one-on-one, which is why he's been defended by a team most of the time in his career. And there's a lot of help and collapsing. Now, if they're late and LeBron dunks on their head, it ain't because they're playing bad defense. It's because of LeBron's amazing athleticism, OC Love, that they can't even help fast enough to stop this man from getting up in the air. And so you essentially got to leave your man.
They still have to come and help late.
Okay.
Right?
They do. Okay,
that leaves a wide open paint. Look, when I'm talking about in the area you putting down, the paint was clogged.
The illegal defense era, right, OC Love? The illegal defense era.
The paint was clogged. And
that's
you
the area
had to go in there with them towers blocking shit and dunk on them.
Oh my goodness. Charles Oakley was a tower. I think that guy's the same Charles
Oakley
James.
was a power forward, not a center. And he was in that paint knocking motherfuckers to the ground too.
Okay.
So you had to dunk over the power forward and the center.
Hey,
and sometimes the small forward.
So how are you packing the paint when there is something called the illegal defense in the 90s?
They weren't calling that shit like that.
Oh, come on, don't do that.
Go back to that bullshit. And you know damn well when you go back and look at the tapes, that's not what was being done.
That was definitely being called.
No,
I would even go to the lengths of saying that was a call. That was the most common call, the most common off-ball call in a game.
You going off of hearsay? I actually lived it.
No. I'm not going off hearsay. I'm going off. I kind of am going off hearsay, but I'm also going off what I seen. Hey, I'm also going off the tape, and they were calling offensive illegal defense on the defense at those times. They were calling that. So you telling me they just weren't? They're just looking a blind eye to that. So teams were playing straight up zones.
They was letting
because
motherfuckers
we know
like they wanted to.
No. It's not about hacking. You know, it's about the positioning of the defense. OC Love. If you come and you want to hedge, you cannot hedge in the 90s. I got a hard double, Michael Jordan.
So you can't pull up a bunch of tapes of Jordan getting hit by 5 and 6 different motherfuckers right now. You can't do that.
What does that prove, OC Love? What does that prove?
I'm just saying. You said it don't. They're calling illegal defense. You can't say that.
When the defense collapses, that's because the players of the offensive players on that team collapse too to clog the paint. They are also in the paint, which means you can help because you are next to your defender, which means technically it is not illegal defense because you are defending your man. You know the defensive rules, just like I do, that you cannot leave your man unless you're hard doubling a guy like Jordan or someone on the perimeter. But you cannot hedge. You cannot stand in between your man and LeBron James.
Like that,
and you know,
they
definitely were calling that shit. They definitely were. You know, we could pull up tape on the amount of times they're calling illegal defense. We can definitely do that. We don't have to do that, but we can definitely do that. But my question to you is, why did Michael Jordan say that if illegal defenses were about to happen in the 90s and they were to happen, and when they were about to happen, when he advocated for them not to happen, why did he say that he wouldn't have had the same offensive impact like that he did if they were zone defenses?
Because he's a humble guy.
Oh, see how you do, OC. See how you do for your man's man. See how you do for your era.
Just be real. So you telling me that's the same person that said I would never call myself the greatest, even though he know he the greatest.
Even though everything else that he does evokes that the idea that he knows and feels like he the greatest. He playing humble, right, for the cameras. Okay, so you telling me with your basketball knowledge that zone defenses wouldn't have made it harder if they could just straight up play a zone defense on Jordan? No.
Nope, that wouldn't have made a difference.
Oh my.
He'd have picked that shit apart just like he did any other
How?
defense.
Oh, come on. The biggest aspect of his game
picked that
early
shit
in his
apart,
career
too.
was to get to the rim, was to
They
put pressure
tried
on the
zone
rim.
defenses
Huh?
on him, man. That shit
That's
working.
called illegal defense. LC, what I don't know what to tell you, bro.
No,
that was illegal defense. It was.
Zone defense wasn't illegal in college neither.
I don't know about college. I don't really watch college like that, but I'm trying to tell you, in the NBA, it was illegal in the 90s, and you were not allowed to play.
That shit apart.
Huh?
The lesser Michael Jordan picked that shit apart, man. That shit wouldn't work on Jordan.
Man. No. It definitely was gonna make it harder. Longer players, taller players, more athletic players, players with higher IQs on the NBA in the NBA game. Definitely would have made a difference. No. I'm talking about in the 90s. In the 90s. Would have made a difference in the 80s too. But let's just stick to the 90s when he won the chips, because I don't think he was able to get all those points. You know, he had a unique position on his team, right? Where when you talk about one of the best teams of all time, one of the best defensive teams of all time, combined with one of the best offensive players of all time, right? Like, that's a unique situation. You got one of the best defensive teams of all time, next to the best offensive player, and also you can easily say the best defensive player in his position of all time as a shooting guard. And so you got him, you got Scottie Pippen, you got Dennis Rodman at a certain time, you got Horace Grant in the first three-peat, then you got Dennis Rodman, you got Tony Kukoc, one of the best stretch bigs in the game.
You said Scottie twice.
I said Scottie Pippen. Yeah, that's because you had him both three-peats. Then he had Dennis Rodman in the second three-peat. He has Horace Grant in the first three-peat. Huh?
He always had him. It wasn't both three-peats. He always had him.
Okay. He always had him. I just had to mention it twice because I don't know. Michael Jordan fans like to diminish Scottie Pippen. I think that he's one of the most greatest role players of all time. He actually complements.
Yeah,
if I had to pick any player to complement LeBron James in terms of second role player, second option on a team, outside of all the franchise players, outside of all the MVPs of the league, a non MVP.
Oh, so player, all them superstars he had with him don't count.
No. What I'm trying to tell you is, if you put in front of me D Wade and Scottie Pippen, you telling me who you're gonna put next to LeBron James to win a championship? I'm picking Scottie Pippen 10 times out of 10. OC Love, 10 times out of 10.
So you saying Scottie Pippen?
No, I'm not.
Is better than D Wade.
I already know. Exactly. I already know where you're going. No, I'm not. Did you hear what I'm saying? To win a championship, if you're telling me who should I pick to be the second option, to be the second best player on a team?
Scottie Pippen with back problems.
No. See how you do? I'm picking Scottie Pippen at his best, like Michael Jordan got, for most of the championships at his best.
In the beginning.
Huh?
You talking about soft Scottie Pippen in the beginning?
No. I'm talking about the Scottie Pippen who finally becomes an all-star in the league, right? Who finally becomes a player that has productive numbers in the league.
Oh, you talking about Scottie Pippen?
It's the same moment. I'm talking about that same Scottie who once he breaks 15 points a game, wins a championship with Michael Jordan. You know. Hey man, Scottie Pippen, and I feel like Scottie Pippen would have complemented LeBron's game better than LeBron James. You know what I mean? Because of his defensive, he would have actually allowed LeBron James to score more. Would have gave Scottie Pippen the playmaking duties more so.
Wade didn't do that, huh? Wade didn't do that.
I would say that Scottie Pippen was a better playmaker than Dwayne Wade. Yes, I would say that. Scottie Pippen wasn't. I mean, Dwayne Wade was no defender like Scottie Pippen. He didn't play. He only scored better. He's a better.
Dwayne Wade was a defender though. Don't try.
Not on no level of Scottie Pippen. Not on no level of Scottie Pippen. No, he was not comparable to Scottie Pippen.
He was a great defender.
A great defender. He tried very hard on defense. He kind of undersized at his position, let alone in the league. But he was a solid defender. Solid. I'll give him B+ on defense. He
was a great defender too.
We're talking about one of the greatest defenders of all time, comparing him to Dwayne Wade. We're talking about.
I'm not saying he's Pippen. Okay. But Dwayne Wade was one of the greatest guard defenders in history.
Hey, let's not stretch it, bro. Greatest guard defenders in history? I don't know about that.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I don't know about that. I don't think he's even top 10 in his position. I don't think he's top 10 in his position.
Yes.
No.
As
no,
shooting guard, you don't
Yes,
think he one
no.
of the top defenders as shooting guard?
No, I don't think so.
That's cap.
No, that's not cap.
That's cap. That's cap.
That's not cap. That's me being
cap.
that's
That's
me being
cap.
no, that's me
cap.
being fair and
That's
objective to
cap.
all the great defenders in the league.
That's
what I'm
cap.
Hey, we're talking about defensive first guys. There's a lot of defensive first guys, you know. You making it sound like he's certified top 10, bro. What we talking about, man? Come on, man. Don't do that.
Yes, he was a great defender.
No, okay. So was he a better defender than okay, so we can do Michael Jordan, we already know. Kobe Bryant, was he a better defender than Kobe Bryant? No, I don't think it's close. Was he better
but okay. prime he was comparable.
Was he better defender than and you watch this guy more than me, but Clyde Drexler? Was he better defender than Clyde Drexler?
Yes. Hell fucking yes.
Come on.
Hell yes.
You can't even get past Clyde Drexler, bro.
He was a better defender than Clyde.
No, he wasn't. No, he was.
Clyde Drexler can't fuck with that boy laterally. Come on now.
Yo, don't do that, man. Hey, I didn't even mention like
shot blocker than Clyde Drexler.
Bruce Bowen, Tony Allen, like he ain't no top 5 defender at his position, bro. Stop it.
Bruce Bowen?
Yes.
That's a nobody.
Huh?
All he is defense. That's a nobody. Don't even bring
That's the point. That's the point. That's the point. That's the point. We're talking about defense, bro. That's the point.
Okay. So what?
Okay. So he ain't
Continue.
no top. Huh?
Continue.
He ain't no top. He ain't no top.
You think Clyde Drexler was a better defender than Dwayne Wade?
You know what?
Not a better player or a defender.
No. First off, player is very arguable, but I'm gonna leave you.
It's not arguable.
It's not arguable.
Nope.
Okay. It's not arguable.
I watched this nigga play, man. I watched this nigga play.
Okay, we're gonna come back around because see, I be setting you up for shit for later on. You know what I mean? When we talk about competition,
remember, write it down, take a picture. I don't give a fuck.
Because you know, we're talking about Michael Jordan and the competition. That was the peak competition that he had was a man named Clyde Drexler, right? At his position.
That was one of them. Yeah.
That was the one. What do you mean one of them? That was the one.
That was one of them.
That was the one and the only, really, in the 90s. Let's not do that.
Whatever.
Yeah. Don't be mentioning me like Reggie Miller, one way Reggie Miller and all that. So
one way Reggie Miller played defense too.
No, he didn't.
He wasn't great. He wasn't a great defender, but he played defense too. Now he wasn't like Luka.
He didn't play defense.
He wasn't like
unlike Luka. I would say that Luka's defensive rebounding alone makes him a better defender. He can at least end the possession with the rebound. Well, what was Reggie Miller doing, man? You know
Reggie Miller actually played defense. He would get in them and mix it up with your motherfucking ass. He would. He's skinny and weak, but he would mix it. He was not.
That's what you brothers be doing from.
He was not
talking about those old school guys talking about mixing it up and shit. What that mean, man? Mixing it up.
I'm talking about he would get in his stance and actually compete on defense. Actually compete. Actually trying to stop you, not just okay, well, damn, he got past me. Okay. It's on the center now. Like LeBron do now. Damn, I ain't mean to say that.
You don't need all that. You don't need all that. You don't need all that. But that's all good. That's all good. I see. No. I like that. I like that. Because I've been throwing them in shots too. So you got, as I said, I don't think that Dwayne Wade is a top 10 point guard. Top 10 defensive shooting guard.
I say point guard.
Yeah, shooting guard. So you tell me, right? So you tell me, how good, or how much better? How good was Doug Christie as a shooting guard, as a defensive shooting guard?
Doug Christie was a great defender.
Okay.
He wasn't a great shooting guard.
No. We're just talking about defensive guards because we're talking about Scottie Pippen defense. And we're talking about Dwayne Wade's defense, huh?
He wasn't no top 10 defender.
So Dwayne Wade had better defense than Doug Christie?
I say it's about comparable.
You remember Doug Christie was known as the Kobe stopper, right? Even though there's no such thing, but he was known as Kobe stopper. Hey, that's what they called him. You don't remember that?
Get the fuck out of here.
Hey, he played for the Sacramento Kings. Sacramento Kings, and they were calling him the Kobe stopper.
It was Cap now.
Okay, but you remember they were calling him that. I
remember when they tried to call him that. They tried to call him that. They also tried to call what was his name? What's his name for the Blazers? What's he?
Oh, Gerald Wallace. They were calling him that too, man. Y'all know who you're talking about. Was it Gerald Wallace? They were calling him that. Oh no, it was the guy that Kobe cooked.
In practice, he had one good practice against Kobe when Kobe was tired, and he went on later in his career to try to say, "I'm the Kobe stopper." Nigga, get the fuck out of here.
Oh, that was that Ruben Patterson?
Ruben Patterson, that's the
Yeah,
name I was trying to
I
think
know.
of.
Kobe, my favorite player, man. Yeah. He actually hit like buzzer beaters in his face just to let him know that you ain't that guy.
Man, get the fuck out of here.
There was an amazing game where he did that, hit a tough shot over him. It was a bad shot, but it was a good shot because he made it.
You know what that started from? He
I
played
don't know.
Kobe on one-on-one, and like at the end of Kobe's hard ass workout, where Kobe had been working out all day, he played one-on-one game with Kobe, and he kept it competitive. And he felt like, oh, because I kept it competitive one time in practice, get on down the road.
Okay, he held him down, and so he was talking his shit. He actually was playing good defense in those possessions. I was saying, like when he hit the game winner. He actually played great defense, but he just, that's ridiculous to say, man. There was no such thing, man. You can't really do that. And so we obviously know Michael Jordan is one of the best, right? And then we're gonna go to like, so you tell me, you lived through these times. So Dwayne Wade better defended than a guy like a Sidney Moncrief?
Sidney Moncrief was one of the better
two-time defensive player of the year.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah, now Sidney Moncrief, you could argue that he was better defended than Wade.
Okay.
But that's like one of not very many.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. You make it sound like it's close though. Like it ain't close, right? Okay.
Prime for prime. Okay. Prime Wade is every bit as good a defender as Sidney Moncrief. Prime Wade is.
Okay. I ain't mad at you, man. You rate
Dwayne
Wade very highly. This is a Prime Wade that only made 3 all defensive teams. That's okay. That's
fucking popularity shit. That don't mean nothing.
Oh, okay. I ain't mad at you. That's true too. Your media gotta like you. Okay, so what about Michael Cooper? You watched him more than I did. I only seen his highlights.
I would say Wade was a better defender than Michael Cooper.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
So he was a defensive player of the year at his peak, and Dwayne Wade better than that.
I would say Wade was a better defender than Michael Cooper. Yes.
I'm just asking you. Okay.
Yes.
If that's the case, that puts him comfortably in the top 5 best shooting guard defenders of all time. Is what you're saying?
That's what I would say.
Okay, then. Okay, so what about a guy like a Joe Dumas? Will you tell me, Joe Dumas?
Yes, he better than Joe Dumas.
Wow, this was a man who had success against Michael Jordan, but you telling me, young Michael Jordan?
That's cap. He didn't like Ruben Patterson too. That's cap. The team was fouling Jordan. Not Dumas.
Young Jordan, he had some success with early young Jordan, man. Come on, man, don't do that. That was team.
The team had success guarding Jordan, not Dumas by himself.
Okay, man. I'm just asking the questions, man, for the people. I'm sure they got similar questions, man. So hey, man, that's tough, man. So we ain't giving Sidney Moncrief any credit for the defense.
You do know Rodman.
We ain't giving Michael Cooper no credit. Huh?
You do know Rodman had a lot of that work, not Dumas.
Okay, that's Rodman. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. He would meet him at the rim and stuff, but you're acting like Joe Dumas wasn't staying in front of him.
No,
he making it tough?
Dumas is a good defender now. I ain't gonna say he was a slouch. No, he's a great defender.
Ain't better than Wade though. That's all right.
I just don't think he's better than Wade. No, I don't.
What about another guy called Alvin Robinson? What about him, man?
Alvin Robinson was a cold motherfucking shoot, but he was a point guard more so, I would say.
Okay. But he was another guard. I'm just mentioning all these guards that won defensive player of the year as a guard. So Alvin Robinson, you tell me.
Yeah, he was more of a point guard, I would say.
Oh, okay. So you ain't putting him in there. Okay, fair enough. That's fair enough. And so Kobe Bryant, would you say he better defended than Dwayne Wade? Or
no, Kobe is number 2.
Okay.
To Jordan, I would say Kobe number 2.
Yeah.
Then I would say probably Sidney Moncrief number 3.
Okay.
Wade probably number 4. I would say. I would say Wade probably number 4, maybe 5.
Okay. I ain't mad at you, man. I got all these dudes, man. I got a lot of dudes ahead of Dwayne. I got Michael Jordan. I got Sidney Moncrief. I got Michael Cooper. I got Joe Dumas. I got Alvin Robinson. I got Kobe Bryant. I got hey, you know about Nate McMillan? He was a great defender also. Nate McMillan.
Yeah, Nate McMillan wasn't better than Dwayne Wade though.
Trey Young don't respect him, but I do. You know what I mean? I do. I'm just
That's why
saying.
they gonna kick Draymond Young ass.
Hey man, I give him top 10, but you saying here top 5 shooting guard defender all time. I can't give Dwayne Wade that. And you're only doing that because we were comparing Scottie Pippen versus Dwayne Wade. Because
No, that's
you
not.
indirectly
I really believe
hyping
that.
up Dwayne Wade
I really
more
believe
for
that.
because
Even if he never played
LeBron's
with,
teammate, right?
even if he never played with LeBron, I would still feel that way.
Okay. I ain't mad at you, man. Hey, all-time great help, you know what I mean? And you're talking to me about that's why I would say Scottie Pippen. But you know, at the end of the day, the illegal defense of the 90s helped defenders. I helped
Just like a free
offensive
paint
players.
helps these
Is what I'm
niggas.
saying. No. First, there ain't no free paint.
Free
Okay?
paint.
Now the only reason why it's
Everybody
more
get a bucket.
open.
You get a bucket. You get a bucket. You get a bucket.
The only reason why it's more open, I agree, it's more open, but it ain't no free paint out here, right? Because you can still play a zone in the playoffs.
Where the shot blockers at?
Against the great. Hey, first off, there's better shot blockers today than they were in the 90s. In the 90s, yes, better shot blockers today. Now, outside of the old-time great shot blockers,
8 out of the top 10 shot blockers in history has come from the 90s, dude.
of course, they finished their careers, man. Let their careers pass up. We ain't even watched all their careers
Stop
yet.
the cap, though. Stop the cap.
Hey. When you talk about shot blockers and big men, right? There's all this
I'm talking
hype
about there was
the
real
90s.
shot blockers, though. I'm talking about really
Real
clean
shot
your
blockers.
shit.
Why are they not real today? Why are they not real today?
Nah, it's some shot. It's about a few of them, but it
Rudy
ain't very
Gobert?
many.
What? Miles Turner?
Every team had a shot blocker in the 90s.
No, they didn't. Stop it, bro. Stop it. Come on, man.
Shit, damn near.
They had every team had a guy who attempted to block shots, but they didn't have shot blockers.
Every team in the 90s had a shot blocker, a legitimate shot blocker, damn near. And if you didn't, you was a trash ass team.
So there was more guys. So just by mathematical equations, when there's more guys taking it to the rim, right? Then in this era, there's more guys shooting threes. You're gonna block more shots, right? Just by mathematics, right?
Say what?
You're gonna block more shots because people are taking more threes today, right? So they're not gonna have as many attempts and potential possibilities to block shots, right?
That's
just on the numbers.
That's part of it.
Okay, so because there's more 3-point shooters, I would say
but
the
even
key
before
is more open.
But even before the league started believing in the three, it was less shot blockers nowadays. Well, back then it's a little bit back, but
okay. Look, coming off the 90s era where there was all-time great Hall of Fame big men, there's gonna be a drop-off. But I would say the 90s era was dominantly the best players were big men, which is why Jordan was unique, which is why his dominance was so unique, is because he was a shooting guard that was dominating the league, and he didn't really have a dominant offensive big, you know, even though Horace Grant was a great big man, he wasn't a dominant big man.
Power forward.
Yeah, that's still a big man. I consider that a big man. I guess you think I'm meaning center, but I call a big
I know
power forward or a center.
I know what you're saying.
But yeah. So, anyways, when he dominated, he was unique as a shooting guard, and he even did that throughout the 80s. But because he met other great teams, he couldn't get it done in the 80s because he had Hall of Fame teams he went up against. So what happens in the 90s? He has the best team by far because Scottie Pippen goes into his
by far.
Hey, that's not cap.
That's
see,
cap.
That's 100% certified fact. Okay,
No,
so you tell me who was close.
He did not have the best team.
He was the best player, no doubt. He was the best player, but he was the best player on the best team too. Like by far the best team, and he made it. The best team.
He was the deciding factor.
No. But if you remove, hey, hold on. If you remove, you know why I say that? No. It's not that he wasn't the biggest.
Away from that Bulls team and say that team is still the best team in the league. And
no. It's not that. It's not that if you remove it. Hey, first off, we already saw when you removed him what happens. They go to the second round. They comfortably make the playoffs.
What they do
Scottie
after
Pippen is
what
second in MVP voting. I don't need to know. Hey, that was
all
all I need to see. What do you mean one time? Hey, Jordan comes back and they're losing the first round. Maybe you should have sat out a little more and let Scottie Pippen take the throne.
The question: what they do the next year after he quit on them in the playoffs? What they do the next year?
Hey, first off,
was they still a top 5 team?
Why you gotta say that about Scottie Pippen? Like why he quit because he didn't get the last shot? Phil Jackson should have drawn that shit up.
He said he quit.
Yeah. Hey, Phil Jackson should have drawn the play up and let Scottie shoot. That's what he should have.
I agree with that, but even he said he quit.
Of course he did. He didn't get off the bench. He was salty. He probably was meant to inbound the ball. He didn't do that. And Tony Kukoc hit the. You know what makes it worse? That Tony Kukoc hit the shot. That's what makes it worse for Scotty, right? Because Tony hits the shot and makes him look even worse. And Phil Jackson walks out there with the pup chest like, yeah, nigga, I run plays. I call that shit because I'm the GOAT.
True.
Like he flexes himself, right? But if he misses, a lot of people are asking, why doesn't Scotty take the shot? Also, what Scotty should have done is let the play unfold. Play his role on the team that has a chance to win, right? Humble himself for a moment, and then when he misses the shot, cook the coach, the player, and the team in the press conference and say, "I should have got that shot. I wanted that shot. I'm that guy. I hope I get the shot the next time."
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
What he should have said. Yeah, but he didn't anyway. And so he quits on his team. But at the end of the day, he takes him there to that point. You know, they were one bad call away from going to the conference finals, right? You know they were bad call away from that, right? You know the New York Knicks got handed the conference finals appearance, right? You know that.
I lived through it. Of course, I know what happened.
You know what happened. So don't act like it wasn't the case. Because I go back and watch the most controversial games in NBA history, and that's one of them, right? Where they get a bad call. But that's fair enough. And so when that happens, we see Scottie Pippen go second in MVP voting that season, right? So a so-called sidekick who wasn't that good, wasn't that important, like what many Jordan
just
fans
like Paul George. He was a Paul George. He was a Paul George. Don't try to overblow it.
No. He was much better than Paul George. He was Paul George. He was much better than a Paul George. Don't diminish Scottie Pippen and lower him to the level of a Paul George. Don't do that. Don't do that, my brother.
No, don't start. Don't start, man. I actually lived through this, dude. I rooted every second through this.
Hey, what are you saying? You saying Scottie Pippen and Paul George are the similar type of player, bro? Is that what you're talking about?
For their team, yes.
No, they were not.
Yes.
Scottie Pippen was way more valuable, stepped up more in the clutch, had a bigger role on his team, actually came through. When you talk about who he checked in those games.
Pippen had just as many flaws and failures as Paul George had.
No way.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
No
Jordan just saved him every fucking time.
No
I know what I'm talking about.
Man. No way.
I know what I'm talking about, dude. I know what I'm talking about.
I don't agree that he had that many amount of failures, man. I watched every playoff series. But
before Jordan had to get in his ass and tell him, man, I got your back. Stop being a punk. I got you.
Okay.
Before all the time. Come on, man. I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, but you might be talking about the 80s, right?
Why you think the Pistons used to target him? Because they thought he was soft.
Target who? Michael Jordan? They targeted Michael Jordan too. They thought he was soft?
No, they didn't.
Why'd they target Michael Jordan?
They hammered Michael Jordan. I'm talking about. I'm talking about mentally targeting Pippen, punking him, type shit.
Okay. So they go to the conference finals, right, in Detroit. Why is it when so you say that he came up small, right?
Migraine, Cracker Barrel.
Okay, I understand that he had some games where he had some issues right early in his career. You're talking about migraine. Okay, so
it kept going on
the point
for a while there down.
The point for me is in the early 80s or in the mid 80s when Jordan is losing, getting knocked out by Larry Bird, Sidney Moncrief, Isaiah Thomas, Joe Dumas.
Sidney Moncrief was his first year in the league. Stop.
I'm just letting you know what happened. Why you mad?
Stop. You trying to make it sound like it's sweet or some shit.
It's a long list. It's a long list, man.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't.
First round exits. That's all I know. It's a long list. Yes, it is.
It was Sidney Moncrief.
Yes, it is. It's a long list. It's a long list.
In a three-game series. Sidney Moncrief, right?
Second
year after he coming back from a foot injury.
Gentleman sweep. Yeah. Larry Bird sweep. Okay. Larry Bird sweep.
Injury. Larry Bird with 5 other Hall
He was
of Famers.
cooking. Yeah, he was cooking. Jordan went off for 40 and sweep. Okay.
He averaged 40. He didn't go off for 40. He averaged 40.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
60, went off for 60.
Yeah. The great 60-point game where he lost, but it's still so great all these many years later.
Come on.
Okay.
Put
great game.
To it.
I seen that game.
To it now.
What's the context?
Put context to it.
What's the context? You tell me. What's the context?
And then the only other time he lost was to the Pistons.
So first off,
with Scottie Pippen coming up
the next season where he loses against the same Boston Celtics teams, another sweep, right? So that's 3.
You said what?
He loses back-to-back years to the Boston Celtics, right? Gets swept back-to-back years, right? He doesn't play as great the next season, coming off the 60-point game in the series in which he goes off of 40, right? He comes back the next season and loses to the same Boston Celtics, right? Anyway, this is the great historic Boston Celtics. Ain't no shame in that, right? Okay, so he does that. He comes back the next season. He beats the Cleveland Cavaliers team with who? With who? Who's on that team? What? Craig Elo? Mark Price? Larry Nance? Okay. You tell me Mark Price was nice though, right? You gonna tell me Mark Price is nice though, right? You gonna tell me Larry Nance was nice?
You know damn well Mark Price was nice. You know damn well that's why you said it. You know he was nice.
Hey, Mark Price was all right, man.
No,
I don't know.
Stop it.
I called him like he was a Steve Nash light, bro. You know, extra small Steve Nash, bro. Like extra light Steve Nash.
No, extra small. They about the same size. Stop it.
No. I'm talking about his game. His game was an extra small version of Steve Nash's game. That's what I'm trying to tell you. What? It was.
Their game's comparable.
Comparable, not comparable. It was extra light version of Steve Nash. Okay.
Comparable.
And he was very small too. Come on the size.
They about the same size.
Who was cooking? How is a 6-foot point guard damn near 5'11"? How is he cooking in the 80s? When you talk to me about all them elbows, big centers, blocking the paint.
Because he was a great shooter.
Okay.
Great shooter.
He was a great shooter, but he was getting to the rim too, right? Because he wasn't strictly a shooter.
He was getting to the rim.
Volume. And how was 6 foot 5'11" Mark Price, 160-pound Mark Price getting to the rim in the 80s and 90s with all these great shot blockers? How was he doing that?
Because he had teammates around him.
Oh, okay.
It's
because
team,
no, that's the wrong answer.
Team, remember?
OC, the real no, because he was a primary ball handler. Ain't no one setting him up. He was going off the dribble. He had a nice handle. I give him that, but he was doing all that and going to the rim. You know, getting all spicy with it, finishing at the
rim.
Nash,
you know what? Right? Like Nash,
like Steve Nash. But at the same time,
yeah,
you would tell me in this era,
comparable.
Comparable
games.
No shot blockers like the 90s, right? That's why I told you the true answer is because the 90s era of defense.
He was getting his shit clean too. He's getting his shit clean too. Stop it. Stop it.
Stop it, man. I see Mark Price get to the rim in the 90s in the highlights because I've heard Mark Price often, right?
See, you only got highlights to go by, though. I got the whole games to go by.
Oh, okay. Hey, I can't watch every series. I watch the finals, but I can't watch every series.
That's why you can say stupid shit like that because you only got the highlights to look at. You know what I mean? You don't really know what the context of the games and how he's getting this shit clean just as much as he's going to. You know what I mean? You can't really go into that. They don't put those in the highlights.
You're right. They don't. You don't. Yeah. All the time they snatch this shit out the sky. They don't put that in the highlights. You're right. They should put that in Alonzo Mourning highlights and Charles Oakley's highlights, but I don't see him on Mark Price. But Mark Price was getting to the rim, and I'm amazed that he could get to the rim at 5'11", 160 in the 90s. But you know, that's why I say the 90s
Same
defense.
Way Steve Nash used to do it.
Okay.
Same
way Steve Nash used to dribble the ball for 20 seconds, run around in a circle, and catch the defense off guard.
Their
and
game
some
is
bullshit.
very comparable.
Okay, fair enough. So he beats the Cleveland Cavaliers with Mark Price, right? That's all good. And Mark Price is the best player.
They had a Tim Duncan.
And they go life and death with Mark Price too. They go life and death with Mark Price.
Tim Duncan light too.
Okay, they go 5 games, which means 7 games in that era. They go life and death with Mark Price because that team was so crazy, right? Mark Price, Larry Nance. That's Larry Nance Jr.'s dad. I don't know who has a better game, but I think Junior got a better game than Senior. Senior might have a better game, no doubt. But hey, Larry Nance Senior.
Senior had a better game.
Larry Nance Senior. Ron Harper, like you said. Brad Doherty, who was a solid player.
Brad Doherty was a Tim Duncan light.
Tim Duncan light.
A Tim Duncan light, yeah. He was
okay.
A nice big
very
man.
Light, right? Okay, very light, but he was solid.
Say very light. I say light. You know,
okay.
cheap version, dollar store.
No doubt. To be a
Tim
Duncan light, it means you're a very good player. That's what that means. No doubt. That ain't no shade.
Tim Duncan.
Okay. Very solid player. Ron Harper. Mike Sanders. I don't know who he is. Hot Rod Williams. Okay.
Hot Rod Williams was a a real good power forward.
Okay. It sounds like nothing but power forwards on this team, bro. It's kind of crazy. So they got a lot of forwards. They got Brad Doherty, Larry
Doherty
Nance.
was the center.
Oh, Doherty is a center. Okay. Hot Rod Williams. They got a lot of bigs. Mike Sanders. He was on the team too. And so they go up against Michael Jordan, right? With Charles Oakley, Scottie Pippen, Horace Grant, right? You got guys like John Paxson on the bench, right? Sam Vincent. Yeah.
Scrub.
I know these Scrub. Did you say Scrub?
Sam Vincent was a scrub.
So I've been mentioning all these dudes for the opponents. I don't hear Scrub once. We get to Jordan's teammate.
No, I'm just playing.
Scrub.
I'm just playing. No, he wasn't.
John Paxson, Scrub. Brad
He still
Sellers,
made the NBA
Scrub.
though. He wasn't nothing to sneeze at though.
No, I'm just no. You can tell me how it is though. You can give me context of these plays because I only watched the finals games with Jordan 6-0 finals. I haven't gone through all his playoff runs. I gotta admit that. Then I've gone into some of the Detroit Pistons series, but I haven't watched every run of Jordan, especially the early rounds. I don't watch that. You know what I mean? I watched the individual game, that 60-point game, but it's evident that Boston Celtics got a better team, even in that game that he lost. It's evident. So I haven't watched all their series. And so he does that. He gets beaten by Detroit the next round, right? Comes back, and at 25 years old, he goes to the conference finals. So and you know why he goes to the conference finals? Because at this point, he has a Scottie Pippen, who actually can play. Yes, Horace Grant. He's got a Craig Hodges on that team too, who was providing.
Craig Hodges was seldom seen.
Oh, come on, man. He was still playing though.
No, he was a good 3-point shooter, but he didn't do nothing else.
Okay, no doubt. Most of his shots come from the three. Okay, no doubt. And so you got Bill Cartwright, you got Scottie Pippen, you got Horace Grant. But this is when Scottie Pippen becomes his own play or starts forming, right? And he ain't really even
He starts forming. I say he starts
forming
but
in '89.
This is what I'm talking about. Him getting pumped.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. He doesn't have a great series, and Jordan carries the offense and has 30 points a game, and they lose in 6 games to the Detroit Pistons, right? And so now comes the next season. This is where the championship run begins in terms of how the players are created. So Scottie Pippen has a bad '89 series. They get to the conference finals again. And Scottie Pippen actually has a good series. He has 16 points. He has 6 rebounds, 4 assists, and they take him to 6 games again, right? Or 7 games, sorry, this time. All right, they lose in Game 7. This is the great Detroit Pistons, the great Michael Jordan, who ain't never seen a Game 7 ever in his life, right? Even though they're talking about the finals,
he's seen 3. He's seen 3 in his career.
Okay, and he loses the first one, and that's tough. And he loses against the Detroit Pistons team that blow him out. Now, Scottie Pippen doesn't have a great game, right? In that Game 7, he goes 1 for 10.
You think?
Yeah, okay.
You think?
Yeah, he goes 1 for 10. He goes 1 for 10. Oh, you remember this game vividly, right? So this is one of the moments you mentioned. Scottie Pippen comes up small, right? Okay. Well, Jordan couldn't overcome Scottie in that moment. You say he saved him every time. He couldn't save him that time. Okay, and so they lose. They lose in 6 games to Detroit Pistons, and now they lose in 7 games in that series. So
to the what? To the what?
Pistons become? To the championship Detroit Pistons.
Yeah, okay. To the championship Detroit Pistons. Okay.
So that's 3 years in a row that Jordan loses to the Pistons, right? Now
to the champions.
Okay, to the championship Detroit Pistons. Okay, they're champions because of Jordan too, not just because they beat Jordan and then become champions, right? So like Jordan's a part of that too, but they champions.
I didn't say that.
Okay, they championship Detroit Pistons, no doubt. So now he comes up. First off, everyone hates on LeBron James' run to the finals, right? But let's look at his first title when we talk about Michael Jordan. He comes up against Kiki Vanderway, what? Mo Cheeks, Patrick Ewing. Maybe I should start with Patrick Ewing. Patrick Ewing. Kiki Vanderway, Mo Cheeks. That's what time we on? OC, Charles Oakley, Gerald Wilkins. Yeah, what? Kenny Walker. What? Gerard Mustaf. Damn, where was he from? He sounded like he from Turkey, man. Hey, all I'm trying to tell
you, right?
Huh? Gerard Mustaf. I ain't never heard of Gerard Mustaf.
You joking?
Yeah, Gerard Mustaf. You know about you gonna tell me about Gerard Mustaf? Because I ain't never heard about Mustaf before. You tell me.
No, I'm saying you talking about this team like they won.
Huh? Yeah. No, I'm not joking at all. Kiki Vanderway, Patrick Ewing.
Kiki Vanderway was that guy.
Okay, he that guy. He was nice. He was nice. He was a nice scoring guard. I don't know if he was ever that guy, but he was nice. Okay, he was solid. You know who I compared Kiki Vanderway to? If you were to give me a player like in this era, I would say he was like a Joe Johnson type player. Put up a lot of numbers, but didn't really do shit in the league, bro. That's the type of guy Kiki Vanderway was.
Yeah, he ran into Jordan.
Yeah, exactly. Just like Joe Johnson ran into LeBron James. Ain't no hate, bro. You know what I mean? It is what it is. but he put up a lot of numbers.
Yeah, but you
put up
said
nice
you
stats.
said who else? Patrick Ewing.
Yeah, Patrick Ewing.
Yeah, a top 10 center.
Mo Cheeks.
Mo Cheeks, a top 10 point guard.
He ain't no top 10 point guard. Are you talking about at the time? At the time in the league, a top 10 point guard? Is that what you mean?
Was at the time.
What are you talking about though when you say top 10? You saying top 10 at the time? Okay. Yeah, we know Mo Cheeks ain't no top 10 all-time point guard, but at the time, I'll give you that. I don't know if he was, but
maybe not this late. Maybe not at this time.
Yeah. We're talking about 34-year-old. 34-year-old.
But
at the time, okay, he was considered all-time great, Mo Cheeks. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. 34-year-old Mo Cheeks.
At that time, he was on the top 10 point guards ever list.
Okay. Was Mo Cheeks giving you buckets at 34 years old though? Because that's the time that Michael Jordan ran into him. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he was giving you buckets. He was good. He was.
Yeah. He was giving you a nice 10 points, 5 assists at 34 years old. So what I'm trying to tell you,
buckets just like Chris Paul does today.
Okay. No doubt. So that's
now.
Is that a great team though? Charles Oakley
and Kenny Anderson was a motherfucker too.
Okay, no, I said Kenny Walker. Gerald Wilkins. Gerald Wilkins was that guy?
That was supposed to be the Jordan stopper.
Yeah.
It was.
Hey, in that series, Jordan went off for 30 points a game, so I don't think, averaging 52% from the field.
But that was supposed to be the Jordan stopper.
Okay. So that was the first round. All the context that I'm trying to say is that was his first round competition. The Bulls are the number 1 seed, and there's New York Knicks at number 8 seed. And a lot of people give LeBron hate for who he met when he was meeting.
Yeah, but the reason why they give LeBron hate is because every round was a weak ass team, damn near.
Every round, really?
Except for the Eastern Conference Finals round. That's the only time you really played.
And I'm trying to tell you, that's the same story for Jordan. I'm trying to tell you that.
That's cap. Because
the second round, this is his first championship run. The second round, he comes up against. Okay. So you tell me this. Okay, so this is a team 5th seed, right? First championship run, big cat. You better tell me how great this team is. I know because the names are very recognizable. So he comes up against the Philadelphia 76ers, right? And he comes up against Charles Barkley. Philadelphia Charles Barkley, right?
You don't remember Charles Barkley? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. I know Charles Barkley. That's why I said very recognizable names. Charles Barkley, Hershey Hawkins, right?
Hershey Hawkins was a bucket.
Okay, Hershey Hawkins, no doubt, solid play. Armand Gilliam, you tell me, Gilliam.
He was a good player. He was.
No doubt. I'm not questioning that. Okay. A guy like Ron Anderson. Yeah, small forward.
Right.
Okay, Ron Anderson. You got guys like off the bench, Andre Turner.
Yep.
Okay, 5'11" Andre Turner. Manute Bol. Okay.
Manute Bol was he was better than his son.
Okay.
Yeah, he was a legit
why you
center.
gotta do Bol like that?
Legit center. Yes.
Okay. Manute Bol. Ricky Green. Big ass afro. Ricky Green.
Is for real?
I do know Manute Bol. Is it
not just because of his son though? You don't know who
Bol's father, the tallest player in NBA history. I know.
I'm saying like you don't know his resume outside of his son.
I know he's the tallest player in NBA history, standing at 7'7".
You're supposed to know
7'7". The man from Sudan. I know. Manute Bol. I know he was a solid player. I feel like he was a great shot blocker in the NBA, right? Great shot blocker. I don't know if he was ever a great player in the NBA.
He was on the verge of he was like a semi. I say he was easily better than Gobert. Easily.
Ooh.
Easily.
Better than Gobert? What? Just a better player than Gobert or a better shot blocker than Gobert?
I'm talking about you see the way Gobert is in the league today.
Defensively, yeah. Oh, you talking about the level of player, or you talking about what he could do?
Easily better than Gobert.
Oh wow, okay, that's the big thing to say. So you're talking about Manute Bol is dominating this league defensively if he's in this era. He dominated. Okay,
yeah,
I ain't mad at that. His numbers ain't the greatest when you look at his career and his numbers, but I guess, but he did have seasons where he averaged like 4 blocks a game. Led the league with 5 blocks a game. And so he started off his career, and maybe he was never healthy. He faded away late in his career.
Yeah, he did.
Had health problems.
He did, and he had problems that eventually caught up to him.
Yeah, even in life, exactly. Life in general, exactly. So, I understand that. So we're talking about a Manu Ball that plays 15 minutes a game on this team, and he kind of and then the numbers fade away. But I know a guy. I played with him in 2K called Robert Reed. Now he wasn't at his peak at that point in time, but Robert Reed had game, but he's 35 years old. But I don't know if you watched Robert Reed in the 80s, but Robert Reed was a bucket when he was playing for Houston Rockets. That's who I played with, Robert Reed. Houston Rockets.
Yeah.
Okay, he was a really nice player, small forward. He was actually ahead of his time when you talk about his game style. But
I agree
in terms of jumpers and how he's a permanent player. But hey, Robert Reed was on that team and he was at the end of the bench. So you're talking about Charles Barkley, Herschel Hawkins, Amon Gilliam, Ron Anderson, Ricky Green. I don't know if that's a great team when you're looking at Jordan, Pippen, Horace Grant, Bill Cartwright, Armstrong, Will Perdue. You're talking about John Paxson, Craig Hodges, Stacey King, and that's a 10 deep roster right there. You know what I mean? That's 10 deep.
Oakley and Cartwright got traded for each other.
Oakley and Cartwright. Okay. Well, at that point in time, they got Cartwright, and they haven't got Oakley yet. At that point in time, and so that second round Phoenix Sun team, solid team, great team. Nothing to sneeze at, right? That's what you hear.
Nothing to sneeze at. Nope.
Okay, that's what you're telling me. See,
that's what I'm telling you.
Okay, no doubt. And then they come up against the Detroit Pistons. Now they get past the Detroit Pistons, right? Now they have hit his prime. Scottie Pippen at 25 years old. He gives you 22 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, 2 blocks in a 4-game series that sweeps Detroit Pistons, right? And this is a old, worn down Pistons team that's gone to multiple finals. Right? Yeah, you're gonna let me finish.
Cap. You started off wrong. Cap. They wasn't worn down.
Oh, come on, man.
They had dreams of being a dynasty. They was not worn down. Stop that shit.
Oh, man. Hey, you're talking about Isaiah Thomas coming off devastating ankle injury.
Come on now.
What?
Come on now. Don't try to use that. Don't try to use that.
What?
Don't
devastating.
Try to use that. Don't try to use that. They got their ass whooped. That's all it was to it.
So they weren't old. They weren't going to the finals.
Tired, they weren't injured. They just got their motherfucking ass whooped.
Hey, hold up. So they didn't make the previous 2, 3, 4, 3 finals in a row, right? They didn't do that, right? They weren't about to go to their 4th consecutive NBA finals, right? They weren't about to do that, right? Before they get swept. Like they were about to do that. They're about to go to their 4th consecutive finals. This is a moment in time, right, where they're literally about to have a 6-7 year stretch of dominance of going deep in the playoffs, right? It's about to be almost a decade. If they make it to this finals run, it's going to be almost a decade of dominance in the Eastern Conference, right? And you telling me they're not worn down? They're not.
Nope.
No, not at all, right?
Not at all. They weren't worn down. No, they weren't.
So how many more years does Isaiah Thomas?
If they don't run into Jordan, they do it again.
No.
If they don't run into Jordan, they do it again.
Okay, but they got swept. Hey, how many more years does Isaiah Thomas lead his team to the playoffs and go deep? How many more seasons? We know it's only one more season, right?
Yeah, but that ain't on Jordan.
No.
He the one held on to that loss like
about
that.
Backing up the narrative of old, worn down, deep.
No, he was not worn down. They was young, man. Stop that.
No, young.
Motherfuckers try to say they was old, they was worn down. That's bullshit. That's cap. That's total cap. That's total cap. How old was Isaiah? How old was Isaiah?
Hey, is it different when we say he was 29 years old?
Oh, that's old as fuck. God damn.
He was most definitely an old 29. He was an old 29. He was an old 29. He was an all 21. He was a busted up, worn down 29. He definitely was.
Man, get the fuck out of here. Come on.
He was. You know, 21 in the 80s ain't the same as 21 and 29 in the 90s.
Come on, Africa.
Hey,
come on, Africa.
Did he ever regain his dominance in the 90s?
29. That's old.
He wasn't the same.
Man,
after
stop
that ankle.
The cap, man. Come on now.
I'm just trying to tell you, bro. Anyways.
Stop the cap.
Hey, man. So Isaiah Thomas, right? Isaiah Thomas.
He didn't play. He didn't play some more years. Oh, I thought he played to 92.
He did. He played to 92. He even played to 93.
94, wasn't it?
Isaiah Thomas ends his career in. Hold on. Let me see. In 94. You're right. 93, 94.
Yeah, 94.
Okay.
Yeah,
But hey,
okay.
man,
But
you
he was
telling me
done.
that?
He was done at 29, but he just kept playing to 94 just cause.
Nah, come on, man. Hey.
Okay, I got you. I got you. Go
He
ahead,
wasn't the
continue.
same after
Go
88.
ahead, continue. How old was
You know
Rodman?
Isaiah Thomas
How old was
after
Rodman?
after
How
the
old was
ankle
Rodman?
injury in 88. You know he
How
was
old was
never the same.
Rodman?
In the NBA finals, huh?
How old was Dumars?
Rodman was 25.
How old was Dumars?
Oh, see, you know that nigga was young, but I'm gonna tell you, Joe Dumas was 27 years old.
Oh, damn, they
Okay.
so old.
No, but what about the other guys?
They so old.
So let me tell you, Vinny Johnson, Microwave Johnson, had been in the microwave and it's about to beep, right? You know, when the microwave about to be ready, it about to beep. The microwave was beeping. That shit, the meal has been done. He ain't no microwave no more. And he was 34 years old. He led the team in scoring in that series. Vinny,
That's
Microwave
so
Johnson,
old.
34 years old.
34 is so old.
The microwave's beeping, my brother OC Love. Shit, the microwave been
Damn.
cooking. It's over,
Damn,
man.
that's
The
so
meal is
old.
done. The meal is done, OC Love. The meal is
That's
done.
so old.
Take Vinny out the microwave because he overcooked right now, right? He overcooked.
34 is so old.
Very, very old. He coming off the
Wow.
bench, leading. Hey, you ever heard of a player that coming off the bench and leading the team in scoring? Has that ever happened in the playoffs outside of Vinny Johnson? I need to know that.
Yeah,
Might have been Manu Ginobili, but that's a rare team
yeah.
where the guy off the bench is coming off the bench.
Didn't the guy like Jason Terry do it against your
Oh,
King?
don't do that.
Oh,
Don't do that, OC
oh,
Love.
oh,
Don't do that,
oh,
OC Love.
oh.
Don't do that, OC Love. So you know, don't do that. Hey, don't do that. Hey, man, Mark Aguirre, 31, right? Bell Lambia, 33, right? Joe Dumas, 27.
These are not old numbers. You
31.
giving me.
No. You know Isaiah Thomas, 29. He was more like he was different. You know, after 88,
come
88
on,
years old.
man.
You know,
Stop the
1988.
cap, man.
It
Stop
wasn't
the
the same.
cap.
After
Stop
he
the
limped
cap.
around in the NBA
Stop
finals,
the
never the
cap.
same. Never the same. You know that. You know that better than me, OC Love.
Stop the cap, man. These guys was not old, man.
Okay,
I
so
was
he
alive
beat
then.
it. He beat him at their best. You telling me he beat him at their best, or like he just beat him fair and square? What you
Yeah,
trying to
they
tell me?
was at their best. Yes, they was.
Oh, come on, OC Love, man, come on.
Yes, they was. They
At
just
that
lost.
point in
They
time,
still would've
Chicago was a better
They
team.
still would have won the championship if they didn't have to run into Jordan.
Chicago was the better team at that point in time, bro. Come on, man.
I just
They
said, if
they won
didn't have to
60
run into
something games.
Chicago, if they didn't
They
have to
won
run
over
into
60
Jordan,
games.
they still would have won the championship.
Okay, but they did, and that was when Jordan.
You can't turn around and say they old because they didn't win the championship, but running into Jordan.
No. But essentially, the essence of my point was what changed in that series was Scottie Pippen came of age and came into his prime.
What happened is Jordan finally got some much needed help, just like anybody fucking else.
Okay.
Just like anybody fucking else.
Okay, man.
Like the help we talking about Luka needs. Jordan finally got some help, and he won ever since then.
Okay. And this is one thing that I gotta respect, Jordan. He came into the finals right against a Magic Johnson, and that team didn't allow him to get off the shots that he normally would. But Jordan became more of a playmaker that series. He actually, I now watched this final series, is actually making the right pass more often than not. Was actually the most I ever seen of him passing the ball, which is why Scottie Pippen got off, which is why Horace Grant got off. Even John Paxson got a lot of shots that series, more than he did in other series. And so Jordan averages 31 points, 11 assists, and I actually watched that series. And it's amazing that Scottie Pippen's effect in that series of God and my Magic Johnson and Michael Jordan just doing all that he needed to win, and he did that against who? Against an old ass Magic Johnson. You know what it is, OC Love.
Here we go.
Old ass on his way out, kind of a little sick, but don't know it. Magic Johnson, right? Vlade Diva.
Capping. Capping.
I'm just telling you, man. Hey, Magic Johnson. Ain't no Kareem on that team. I would have liked to see Kareem on that team, but no Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Just Magic
Kareem,
Johnson.
old ass. He been old. Remember, he'd been old.
Okay. Hey. Old ass Magic Johnson.
Man.
Older than what he is. His illness make him a little more older than what he is. He wasn't at full strength.
Okay.
Yeah,
but he lived 40 years after that. Okay. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, we know you live for another 40 years, man. You going strong, man. Shout out to Magic Johnson, man. I'm happy for the
Shouts
brother.
to Magic.
Yeah. But yeah, Vlade Divac, young Vlade, you know what I mean? James Worthy, you know, AC Green. Solid team, man. James Worthy was still a great player at that point in time. Vlade Divac was a great player in early in his career. Sam Perkins, also a solid player, man. They called him a sleepy
Jordan's
Sam.
teammate. He was cold.
Okay. Sam Perkins. Oh, what was he? His college teammate? He played in college with him?
Yeah, he played with
Yep.
in college with Worthy and Jordan.
Sam Perkins. He was a high draft pick, projected to be a great player. Then you got AC Green off the bench. You got Byron
Scott.
Scott
To be a great player. He was
okay.
He was almost a great player.
He
was borderline great player.
Okay, no doubt. Okay. And you got Byron Scott as well. You got AC Green off the bench. You got Michael Thompson off the bench. You got
a deep ass team. You mean?
Yeah. You got.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Hey, that's the one. I give it to him. That's the one and only great team that Jordan beats in the finals. I'm gonna leave it at that.
That Portland team. You better recognize that Portland team was deep as a motherfucker too. That Portland team.
Clyde Drexler and Terry Porter. I already know that team. I watched the series. Terry Porter
team. That Portland team was deep.
Clyde Drexler. You telling me Clyde Drexler and Terry Porter? That's deep, bro. What?
Yes.
Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me.
If you go through the roster, I give you comparable players.
No. So you tell me, okay, we can go Clyde and MJ. Who comparable to Scottie Pippen on the Portland Trail Blazers? And don't give me no Terry Porter. Don't do that.
No, that's not what I was saying. No, that's not what I'm saying. We're not gonna compare. We're not gonna compare the teams because it don't matter what you go up against.
So you agree with me then?
When it comes to prime Jordan, you can bring the whole sink in that motherfucker with you. He gonna take you down. But anyway,
no doubt.
Go back.
So that's why I say you can leave Clyde and MJ out of it. And so when you go to Terry Porter, you're gonna tell me.
I put it to you like this. Okay.
Michael Jordan had the best team in every run in the finals, bro. You gotta give me that. You just give me that.
No, listen to what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Clyde Drexler. If you want to compare him to a guy you might know about, you compare him to a Vince Carter, right?
Okay.
Right. You compare a Terry Porter to like a prime, I say like a prime Kyle Lowry, right?
Okay.
Then you go down the list. Okay, that small forward. Who was that small forward? I think it was
Oh, you're talking about Portland Trailblazers? Go ahead. Jerome Kersey.
Kersey is probably like I say he's comparable to a guy like who would I compare him to?
A guy like a Trevor Ariza.
No, he's better than Trevor Ariza offensively. No, he's better than Trevor Ariza offensively.
Okay, offensively. Okay, he better than. Okay, what about a Tayshaun Prince, or a Corey Maggette? Like, well, what you trying to tell me? I don't know old school players that you talking about. Go ahead.
Yeah, because he in his prime he averaged 17, 20 points a game, something like that.
Okay.
He was that type of player, somebody that could get you about 17 points a game like that. So, we'll go with Corey Maggette.
Okay, Corey Maggette.
Okay. Then you got they got Charles Robinson.
Clifford Robinson. Yeah, Cliff Robinson.
Clifford Robinson was like a better defender, but a slightly less offensive player, like a Lamar Odom. Like he was a better defender than Lamar Odom, but he couldn't score like Lamar Odom. Okay. That's the kind of player. He was a great defender.
Wasn't as versatile on offense like Lamar.
He was versatile. He was long.
Okay.
You know what I mean? He could play 3-2-5, 3-5.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Sometimes he played the center position. Sometimes, you know what I mean? They had Duckworth. Duckworth was like a real strong guy. I compare him to like
Cliff Robinson, like a okay, Duckworth. So you say like a Lamar Odom type player, Antoine Jameson, versatile kind of like
that's who Clifford Robinson was.
Yeah, versatile forward at that time. Okay. They got Duckworth. Yeah, Kevin Duckworth. Okay.
Kevin Duckworth
7
was a solid center. Solid 7
Solid
footer.
center.
Yeah, solid center. I
Okay.
say he's more comparable to like a maybe like a Lopez,
Brooke Lopez. Okay.
Brooke Lopez type of guy.
Okay. He can
Right.
stretch the floor too. Okay.
Yeah.
Without the floor spacing.
Not
Okay.
a 3-point stretch the floor,
Okay.
but he can
Oh,
stretch the
just a
floor.
jump
Yeah.
shooter. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Then they had a real defensive power forward, real strong
Yeah,
guy.
they had Danny Ainge on that team as well. They had
Danny
Ainge.
Ainge. Yep.
They had Buck Williams. You tell me who's
Buck Williams. That's what I was talking about. He was a real strong power forward, real defensive minded power forward, kind of like a Dale Davis,
Okay.
like who would be in the league that's a good strong power forward nowadays? Good defender power forward nowadays.
Defensive power forward. Well, let me think about that.
Rebound well and defend well.
I don't know about power forward, but is he like a Steven Adams type of guy? Because like, really, what is he?
Yeah, strong guy. Yeah, good rebounds.
Yeah.
Defend well. You know what I mean? He ain't gonna let nobody come in that paint and just do whatever he want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of
That's
like
crazy because like a who? Charles Oakley.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, the crazy thing is right now in the league. Back in the day, you used to have strictly defensive centers or defensive big men that all you needed was for him to come in, play some defense, even just foul out and just have 6 hard fouls on the best player.
He can score now. He wasn't no Slauberger now.
But you don't have guys like that anymore. You only have, if anything, there's one way offensive forwards right now as opposed to defensive guys.
They need to be they key toward offense nowadays. That's true.
Yeah, exactly. And so if you one way the ball, you're most likely going to be an offensive one way guy off the bench than a defensive one way guy. You know what I mean?
But back then it was a big man dominated league, so you needed power forwards that can be strong, that can guard a Shaq if they need to on a possession here or there.
True. That's true.
You know what I mean? You needed that.
That's true. There's really not many. There's not many.
Think about it. You
top 15 guys are not defensive, man. To be honest, in terms of like Giannis is one, but then if you go through like Durant, Tatum, Sabonis, Pascal Siakam, Scotty Barnes, Evan Mobley maybe, but even he is young and hasn't really reached his potential. Jaren Jackson Jr. But even these guys are shot blockers, versatile, athletic, lateral movement, light. They're not really big. They're not really strong.
Yeah,
on that
exactly.
Level. So. But you're saying Buck Williams, that type of guy, okay?
Yeah, he was a strong motherfucker too.
David West type of nigga. David West, even though he ain't got the defense, just tough dude. Enforcer, is that what you're trying to say?
He was enforcer, yeah. He could hit a 15-footer too.
Okay, Buck Williams. So first off, you trying to tell me that this. So you're going Buck Williams, and then there's Danny Ainge. There's Mark Bryant. Like who are these guys? Hey, you telling me this? You telling me this is a great team though? Come on.
That was a deep team. They was.
I appreciate the knowledge.
Do you remember
the
Trailblazers, the Jailblazers?
Mm-hmm.
They was every bit as deep as
Rasheed Wallace, the Rasheed Wallace, Scottie Pippen teams.
Yeah, they was every bit as deep as that team.
I don't see the talent. Now you can give me solid team, but you need to have and I can understand deep team when you got like what? So on this team,
Charles,
series,
Clive Drexler was their only superstar on that team,
mm-hmm.
but he had a team behind him. No, it was kind of like Kawhi in Toronto. He had a good team around him.
No doubt, he had a good team around him. I don't see these players as having that significant. Now, this is a big team.
You don't remember because that you don't know you don't recognize the names, but those guys were those guys.
You're right that I don't recognize the games, and then when you look at the series, you don't really see these players having huge impacts on the game. Now, I can see Terry Porter's impact. I can see Jerome Kersey at certain times.
That's partially because of the Chicago Bulls, though. They did. How many wins they have that season?
Who the Portland Trailblazers?
Yeah.
Okay, so they were so they were the number 1 team in the West, and they had 59 wins that season.
Who they have to go through through to get
Oh,
to the
57
final?
wins. 57 wins that season. Okay.
Right, and who
Okay.
they
Good
have to go
question.
through? Who they have to go
Okay.
through?
Hold on. Okay, that's a good question. Just for context, that's a good question. Okay, so Clyde Drexler in 1990, getting to the finals. So Clyde Drexler's greatness, I say he's a comparable player to like a James Harden of this era, but he actually took his teams to the finals, something that James Harden wasn't able to do. But you could say that James Harden
Harden was
ran
a better
into the
scorer though.
dynasty. Yeah, and he ran into the dynasty of the Warriors in his conference. Whereas if he was maybe in the East, LeBron James also it's tough. It's tough, but he met the championship squad more often than not in the conference finals as opposed to getting to the finals, right? But so in the 1990s, when first off, Clyde Drexler the year before takes his team to the finals too. So this is no
They
slouch on this team, right? This very team loses to the Detroit Pistons as well the year before, right?
didn't that team have Pavicic on there too?
Who? That was the year before that. Drazen Petrovic was the year before that.
Drazen
He's
Patrick.
not. Yeah,
He had
He's
got
that cool
traded
dude
already,
with
huh?
the famous. The way I know him is off the famous light blue New Jersey Nets uniform. You know what I mean? I see a lot of Drazen Petrovic jerseys of the
Petrovic had got traded on that team though.
He was there. So he was there in Houston the year before. He didn't play. I don't know if he was on the team, but he didn't play in the Chicago series.
Okay.
So I don't know if he was there or not. Let me click Drazen. He might have been injured, or he just didn't play, or he got traded. I don't know. But Drazen was like young. What was he at the age? He's 25 at that point in time, and he plays for
Yeah, he was young.
Houston.
He was young then.
And his per game stats, he plays for Portland, and then he gets and then he was in Portland in 1990, and then he gets traded in the 1991 season to the New Jersey Nets, where he becomes the real Drazen Petrovic. And then why does he retire so early after dropping 22 points a game and getting buckets on the league and becoming that guy? He just leaves the league. Oh, really? Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he died in a car crash.
Wow.
In the middle of his prime.
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. I didn't know that.
He went home to see his family for like a trip and died.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that's why his jersey is so famous, because you see those light, the light blue,
too. He was cold.
light blue Nets jerseys, the old school jerseys. I see a lot of Petrovic jerseys.
He was cold too. He was like Luka. Like he had nuts, and he would go at you. He was a great shooter.
Okay, R.I.P. man, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, Petrovic was cold. He was a cold dude.
That's crazy, man. Peak of your powers.
He went back down. He would go at Jordan. He would go at Jordan. He had nuts like that.
Okay. And he had that Euro kind of game where he had skill.
Yeah.
He had size. That's tough. He was a big guy too. He was like 6'6". Okay. So so the year before they lose to the Pistons, and they have a similar team. They have Jerome Kersey, Terry Porter, Duckworth, Buck Williams, Cliff Rice. So this ain't no soft ass team, right? And so in back-to-back seasons, so that season before Chicago, they come up against the Utah Jazz, right? That's the Utah Jazz with John Stockton, Karl Malone. Okay, that ain't no easy work, right? John Stockton, Karl Malone. But even I would say that team, Karl Malone, John Stockton, and then I would ask you, and who, right? That would be my question, because that's a top-heavy team. They got
at that time the Jazz was a top-heavy team. I'll give you that.
And so that's why I say if your best two players don't go off, and John Stockton didn't score a lot in that series against Portland, only gets 14 points a game. If I also look at the games, I would ask myself, kind of like a Steve Nash in his prime, why aren't you being more aggressive on offense? But I guess that was his game. And so they lose to the Portland Trailblazers, right? And that goes 6 games. So they beat Phoenix Suns. They beat the San Antonio Spurs, who I think
had David Robinson going off back then.
David Robinson, yeah, that's prime David Robinson. Terry Cummings, what you gonna tell me about Terry Cummings?
Terry Cummings was a really solid big.
Okay.
A really solid big, like
he was getting buckets.
Yeah. See.
His numbers are ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like in terms of to begin his career and in the Spurs, he giving you like 22 points, 8 rebounds.
Yeah, he was real solid.
He was like a Basketball Reference tells me he's like a Antoine Jameson, David West, Carmelo Anthony, Rashard Lewis of his time. Okay. Okay, so Terry Cummings, that kind of guy, David Robinson, and then it's Willie Anderson, Sean Elliott, Rod Strickland. Okay, Rod Strickland averaging a double double with 11 points and 11
Rod
assists
Strickland was
though.
cold.
Okay, yeah.
He was
I hear Rod Strickland when they connected to Kyrie Irving's name and how he got his handles off Rod Strickland is what they say.
Rod Strickland had one. He could only really finish with one hand, but he was so cold. He was tricky as a
With that handle,
motherfucker, dog.
his handle, yeah, they say his handle is crazy.
His handle was nasty though. He could finish with the best of them, dog.
Okay, Rod Strickland and Sean Elliott. Okay, so Sean Elliott.
Sean Elliott was like a long three and D guy. You know, he was long, and I say he was more comparable to like you said, like a Tayshaun Prince type of player.
Okay.
Yeah, he kind of like that.
And so that's who they come up against, right? And then in the first round, so they come up against before they lose to the Chicago Bulls. They beat in the conference finals. They beat Karl Malone and John Stockton, Utah Jazz, and then the year before that they beat the Phoenix. The round before that they beat Phoenix Suns, right? And that's the Phoenix Suns with Kevin Johnson, Dan Marley, Jeff Hornacek, Cedric Ceballos, Tom Chambers. That's a cold squad. Hey, Tim.
That's a cold squad.
Yeah. That is a stacked starting five. First of all, in that era, when you got what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like all 5 of your starters averaging at least 13 points a game. That's kind of crazy. In a playoff for series, that's kind of crazy. And so that's a deep team with Dan Marley getting buckets. Kevin Johnson was a bucket and a great playmaker. Jeff Hornacek was a great 3-point shooter. Tom Chambers, Cedric Ceballos is nice, and I know Cedric Ceballos from 2K. I play with Cedric Ceballos, so you play with these teams, and I try and get a feel, but I can't say I've seen the series, and you would tell me better. But I know their games. I know Kevin Johnson's game, and so they lose to the Portland Trailblazers, right? And they lose in 5 games, which in Portland was much better, and they had the same guys we're talking about: Terry Porter cooking. Clyde Drexler cooking him for 31 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, right? Terry Porter, Jerome Kersey cooking, Ken Duckworth cooking, Danny Ainge, Cliff Robinson. This is a very high-scoring series with every game above 100, where in one specific game, Portland Trailblazers beat the Phoenix Suns 153-151. That's kind of crazy for a playoff game.
Right.
153-151. Multiple guys like Clyde Drexler, Terry Porter going off for 30 points. Kevin Johnson going off for 35 points, 14 assists. You got guys off the bench like Tom Chambers getting 29 points.
Tom Chambers was a dude.
Yeah, okay. This game went to double overtime, which is why the score's so high. That's crazy. This would have been a crazy game to watch. I might see this is the type of game where I go back and watch. Like, what happened to make this go to double overtime? I need to check this out. And so some clutch buckets were definitely had. And that allows Portland Trailblazers to go up in the series. So they beat Phoenix Suns. So that's a solid team. So they beat Utah. They beat the Phoenix Suns in the second round. In the first round, they beat the LA Lakers in 1992. That's kind of crazy.
See,
and so
they didn't go through no slouches.
This is the
you can't.
This is the no Magic Johnson LA Lakers, but they're still the LA Lakers with Byron Scott, AC Green, Vlade Divac,
Worthy.
Did James Worthy play that series? He did not play that series. So he could have been injured. Yeah, he could have been injured, which is why they probably won. But yeah, he probably hurt. He's probably hurt. They don't if I click on the Lakers team, they're the number 8 seed that season. And how many games
they dealt with injuries that year then?
Yeah. James Worthy plays 50 games that season. He's the leading scorer and doesn't play in the playoffs, right? So he doesn't get the chance to.
Yeah, they dealt with injuries.
And so Clyde Drexler plays the Lakers, and then Phoenix, and then Utah, and then goes to Chicago. That's his first finals, and he loses to Chicago, right? He has a solid series, just loses to Chicago. Now, my question to you is, you said that Portland team's a great team. Okay, I'm not going to argue how good the Portland Trailblazers were. I'm going to just say this, right? The Chicago Bulls were clear-cut a better team than the Portland Trailblazers, though, right? Just clear-cut.
No, that's not what the narrative was back then.
Oh, come on, bro.
That's not. It's not. That's not.
So who? No, because wasn't I've been told many times, and I looked it up, that Jordan was favored by the betting odds to win every finals appearance he ever faced. That's Michael J. Johnson. That's Clyde Drexler. That's Charles Barkley. That's John Stockton, Karl Malone.
That's
Anybody?
revisionist history. That's
How is that
revisionist
revision?
history. That's revisionist. It is. It is.
We're talking about
'Cause
the moment's odds, the moment itself's odds. We ain't
I'm
talking.
talking about. I'm telling you, at the time, it was a lot of people thinking, look, which one is the better shooting guard in the league? That narrative was going around. Like, is Drexler better than Jordan? Jordan is just a scorer. He can't win. All that bullshit. Yeah.
Hey, so you're talking about Michael Jordan, who at the time, like, how many MVPs did he win? How many MVPs did Michael Jordan win in the 80s?
They still was talking like that, though.
That's crazy talk. If you're talking about a man like in Michael Jordan, who up to that point in time, he was like MVP in '88, so he was a MVP already. Clyde Drexler was not. He made All Stars and won All Star MVP dunk contest. He was first team All NBA for like many years up to that point.
I
like,
swear to you, God's my witness.
He was Defensive Player of the Year, MVP in one season. And so you're telling me in all of this time where he was also all defensive teams, he was Rookie of the Year, he was a scoring champion right throughout the 80s, and they were talking about who better, Clyde Drexler or hairline fading Clyde Drexler or primetime Michael Jordan. Like, that was a conversation. That's an amazing conversation. So what were you saying in that conversation? What were you talking about at that
I was
point?
riding with Jordan, of course.
Oh, okay.
But I'm saying the narrative back then was they was talking in the media, who's better, and is Jordan only a scorer? We've never seen him win a championship. He can't lead his team. Just like before Magic won, they was talking about it's tragic magic.
Okay, yeah.
All
Even
that
before
bullshit.
LeBron won, they were talking about
right.
Can he win? Okay. So no doubt individually they were questioning if Michael Jordan had it and if he could win, because that's his first finals appearance or second finals appearance. And he just beat Magic Johnson, right? So he comes up against the Portland Trailblazers after beating Magic Johnson.
Yeah, because you gotta think about it. Back then, not a lot of teams back to back. Nobody had three-peated. You know what I mean? They
Okay, no doubt. No guards really dominated outside of Isaiah Thomas that really carried their teams to
it was
dynasties.
it was a feat for Detroit to go back to back. Back then.
It was tough. It was tough.
They was like, man, that's amazing. They went back to back. You know?
Yep, they're calling Isaiah the greatest small guard of all time and all that, right? Okay,
right. So
then
that's why the narrative was going around like is because I think they wanted to give Clyde Drexler MVP that year.
Okay.
I'm serious.
Yeah. Instead, I'm looking at it. 92, they give it to oh wait, let me go to the actual season. So obviously the finals MVP is Jordan, but 1992. Okay, you know they gave it to Jordan anyways, bro. They wanted to give it to Drexler, but they gave it to Jordan.
But they wanted to give it to they was talking like they was gonna give it to Clyde Drexler, like he was.
Okay.
Which one's better? You know, like Embiid and Jokic last year.
Okay. I ain't mad at you. Okay, that's fair enough. And so you telling me that there was even with all the conversation that you really felt like Portland had a chance, and there was any that was a competitive series, if in any way was that gonna be a competitive series to you? Was that a series when you looked at the matchup?
Me?
Yeah, I'm asking you when you looked at the matchup. You remember?
No,
and you
I thought Jordan would beat anybody, but back then the narrative, like it was a lot of guys, like a lot of news reporters and you know, the guys that in the media, guys in the sportscasting that was picking Detroit. I mean, not Detroit, but Portland, because they had a deep team.
Okay,
you know what I mean,
I'm asking you because I wasn't there
live.
No,
I'm telling you, that's what was going on. It was a lot of guys in the news report, and that's why he was so happy to do that shrug thing, because everybody was doubting him, talking about he said I can't. It was insulting for them to compare me to Clyde Drexler. That's why he said that in the documentary.
Fair enough. And they were hyping him up. Okay. And Clyde Drexler was actually that nice. And so, that's the Jordan Shrug series. He hits
Right.
like
He actually felt
six
like he
threes
had
and
to
a half.
separate himself from them.
He cooks him. He has like how many games at the half? How many threes at the half?
30.
He
He
has
had
like
6 threes at the half and
6
35
threes at the
points.
half. Doesn't even hit another three, but he just shrugging, and that's the first game. Just letting niggas know I'm out here like that, right? Blow out the Trailblazers the first game, right? Blow them out. And so at that point in time, I feel like Jordan has the best team in the league by far. I feel like he's the best player in the league by
He's the
far.
best player. I don't know about you. You can't
No,
clearly
no.
say he's had the better team though.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And
can't,
first
though.
off,
You can't.
he had the best. He was the best player by far. Let's start with something we agree with. He goes through the 80s, right, where he faces the Boston Celtics, the Milwaukee Bucks with Sidney Moncrief, the Detroit Pistons, right? And he goes through all these great teams. Then he beats the LA Lakers, the other great team of the 80s, right?
Right.
So he
right.
literally faces all the great players of his time.
Right.
Is made and developed by the best players of his time. Faces a Larry Bird, even though he gets swept, feels greatness, touches greatness, sees what greatness is, loses, which is why I don't define players by their losses. I also don't think losses makes you worse in legacy. You actually, the very players that you feel like are defined by greatness are actually molded through their losses and the actual great players that they face on the way out or later in their careers.
I think
or
there's
in their
truth in
primes.
both. I think there's truth in both.
Oh, and you feel like it lessens you as well? I don't know about that.
I think it depends. I think it's context to it. It depends on how you lose.
Okay, fair enough. So Jordan getting swept 3-0 by Boston Celtics. We don't really hold it against him, right? I don't think people hold it against him.
If he had help around him,
Mm.
I would say that would lessen him.
So Orlando Woodridge was not enough help, right?
Hell, Orlando Woodridge was a crackhead, man. Come on now. That whole team was crackhead.
Yo, stop it, man.
I'm just being real.
The whole team was a bunch of crackheads. Come on, man.
I'm just being real. Hey,
so you telling me Orlando Woodridge was hitting that coke and dropping 20 points a game? Like he must have been good, bro. If you could.
He only played with him one season, and he was a crackhead then too.
Don't do that. Don't do that, man.
He was. Woodridge. I'm being real. And I liked it, Orlando Woodridge.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Orlando Woodridge.
How long did he last in the league after that?
So he plays with Jordan
very long after that.
He
went to another team.
He plays with Jordan in the 80, 84, 85, 85, 86, 2 seasons. That's his last 2 seasons in Chicago. After that, he plays for another 10 years. Or at least another 8 years. He plays. So when he leaves Chicago, he's 26 years old, and he still plays until he's 34 years old.
He made a hell long that long, but how many years did he play after that? I mean, actually play.
He played a solid 7 seasons after that. So after he leaves the Chicago Bulls and averages 20 points and 5 rebounds, he goes to the New Jersey Nets. He averages 20 points, 5 rebounds, then 16 points, 5 rebounds. Then he goes to the LA Lakers, and he averages after not starting and only getting 10 points and three.
Okay, that's why I lost track.
3 rebounds. Then he goes to the Denver Nuggets. He gets back to his status. He starts again because he doesn't start. He doesn't get in no starts when he plays for the Lakers between 88 and 90. He doesn't start.
Okay, that's where I lost track of him.
Yeah. Okay, and then he comes back with the Denver Nuggets, and average gives you a career high 25 points, 7 rebounds. He must have got off the crack that season because he had a career year that season. He had a career year that season at 31 years old. I'm just saying.
He was in rehab that year.
Yeah, he got straight that year. I'm telling you, something happened. You know what I mean? And then he has a couple more seasons in Detroit after Denver. Detroit, where he averages 14 points, 12 points, 13 points. So he plays till 33. He gives you a solid career at 33. He has a couple more seasons where he gives you 5 and 12. But he plays till he's 33. So he had a solid 7 more seasons.
No, he did a good career though.
Maybe 5 years. 5 more productive years after he leaves Chicago. I'm just telling you.
No, he did good with that crack in his system.
Yeah.
He did.
He did great, man. He did great. And so he had Orlando Woodridge. He had Charles Oakley, John Paxson, the same John Paxson who wins titles with. But somehow in the early 80s.
Woodridge, hey, keep it real though. After Woodridge left, who was their second best scorer? I'll wait.
After Woodridge left,
yeah,
Jordan
so
second
they got
best
Pippen. Who? What was their second best scorer averaging?
So didn't first off he got Pippen in like his third season, right? So it's kind of tough. So while Pippen was not doing great, he had Sam Vincent. He was a solid player. He
What he
had
average?
huh?
Huh?
I need to look at the numbers exactly. Hold up. So
I could have
Orlando Woodridge.
I could have swore that Charles Oakley was averaging like 12 points a game as his second best scorer.
Okay. So you're right. So Orlando Woodridge first season he got Charles Oakley who is very limited on the offense, and he gives him a 14 points per game the next season, right? 14 points, 13 rebounds from Charles Oakley. Then he's got John Paxson who's giving him a light 11 points a game, and everybody else below 10, right? But we talk about a not very high scoring league at that point in time, right?
I agree, but still, come on now.
Outside of the best players, there's not a lot
but still, now your second best scorer is 12 points.
Okay, Charles Oakley, you ain't gonna do a lot. Fair enough. Okay, so Charles Oakley, and then in '88 you get Scottie Pippen anyway. You got a rookie Scottie Pippen, and so you still
he didn't do nothing. He didn't get off the bench.
Okay, you're right. And so he gets Horace Grant that season too, right? Okay.
Yeah, they both didn't play much. They both didn't play much at first.
Okay. I'm glad you remember because you're right. You're right on point, right? And so you got Charles Oakley, you got Sam Vincent, and so you're still saying these guys not great. Dave Corzine,
not yet. They was not great yet.
Okay, fair
Horace
enough.
Grant and Pippen was not great yet. No, they was not.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, and so a season later, and now Scottie Pippen becomes your second best scorer, right? Horace Grant
still
becomes
not
your third best scorer.
not Pippen yet though.
Okay, yeah, 23 years old, still developing, right? Okay, 14 points a game, close to 15 points a game, but okay, he still ain't there yet. Horace Grant still ain't there yet, and so this is why this is why it's interesting, right? So he's being developed, he's being molded by all these guys, all these greats. When these greats leave the league, like a Larry Bird, like a Sidney Moncrief, like a Isaiah Thomas, like a Magic Johnson, right? When they come to the end of their primes, we're talking about guys who dominate the 80s, who started their careers in the 70s. When they come to the end of their careers, and Jordan, who was molded by them, who was losing to them, and who learns from them, now comes into the 90s with players that also learned the same lessons, came through the same fire, and have been molded to actually beat the best because they had to beat the best to even get to the finals. When you talk about the Detroit Pistons, when you talk about the Philadelphia 76ers with Charles Barkley, right? You talk about these Milwaukee teams who even in 1990 had players like Alvin Robinson, great player, who was a very good defensive player, right? When you have these guys, and you have to come through these guys, now you're ready. You're battle tested, and then you come into the league. And in the 90s, all these guys leave, right? All these guys are done, right?
Not all of them.
Not all of them. Who's left? Okay, all these guys leave. Okay, most of these guys leave, right? And so you've been battle tested. Came through that fire. You actually learned how to dominate the league, and your dominance came from one of the most popular and dominant and popular times of the league in terms of how it was established in the NBA. You got the best players of all time stacked up all the way through that era. When you talk about Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Isaiah Thomas, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, you got all these guys, right? And so at the end of the day, you come through this league, even the guys that didn't win, like a Dominique Wilkins, you got stacked guys that came through this era. And at the end of the day, you come into the 90s, most of these guys are not there around anymore. And you come up against Clyde Drexler and Terry Porter. Like I'm saying, that's light work, especially after your first finals where you come up against Magic Johnson. It ain't just the old Magic Johnson too that you come up against. And I'm talking about once you get to Portland, you come up against Magic Johnson, who was not the same, didn't have the team around him that he once did, and
that's not true.
But you still coming up against the aura of Magic Johnson. You still beat the aura.
Was a good team around Clyde Drexler, man. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
What I'm trying to tell you is, after you come up against these teams of the Milwaukee Bucks, the Boston
Celtics, that team is easily comparable to the Toronto 19, the 19 Toronto.
Bro,
Raptors.
I'm trying to tell you that ain't a great team either, bro. I'm trying to tell you that ain't a great team either. Golden State Warriors at full strength beats them.
The Raptors didn't beat the Warriors?
I'm just trying to tell you that at full strength, the Warriors. At full strength, the Warriors do damage to that.
That's what happened, though. Did that happen?
It happened. You know the things that had to fall in place for that to happen, though. I don't need to tell you.
They didn't beat the Philadelphia 76ers.
Come on, bro. Hey, who are the Philadelphia?
They didn't beat the Milwaukee Bucks.
Who are the? Hey, you mean the Milwaukee Bucks with Eric Bledsoe at starting point guard? Don't do that, OC Love.
So what?
That ain't
what? That ain't his fault.
No, that ain't a great team. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
That's a great team, dog.
No, that's no great team with Eric Bledsoe.
I won't say it's a great team, but that's a solid team, man.
Okay, solid team. Well, we're not talking about solid teams. We're talking about Michael Jordan came up against the all-time great teams, right? That's what he came through. And so when he gets to the point where he versus, and I agree, Magic Johnson, he's not old. I was just joking before, and you don't just come up against Magic. You come up against the aura of the LA Lakers. As a young Michael Jordan with the pressure on your shoulder, you come up against the aura and the magnitude of a player to the level of Magic Johnson, right? You come up against
an MVP, Clyde Drexler.
Okay, don't do that. First off, don't do that. We ain't even getting there. See, I'm building it up to the point where then he comes up against Clyde Drexler and Terry Porter. It ain't the same. That's easy work, and he shows that
it's not easy work though. That's one of the better teams he's faced though. That's what y'all don't understand because the names ain't there for y'all. Because y'all stat guys love the names and the stats. Y'all don't understand that team was stacked. Y'all don't understand.
It was not stacked. That's not the definition of stacked team. The KD Warriors is a stacked team. This is a good team, a deep team because they had
KD
to be.
Warriors team was front and heavy team.
No. See the ridiculousness, OC. See when I test you and I actually give you a stacked team, you gotta tell me that's a top heavy team
it's and a not top heavy team.
No. That was a stacked team. If you're gonna give me this Portland Trailblazers stacked team,
who was they bench? Who's they bench?
Hey, we done gone through this already.
Who's
right?
they bench?
I don't even need to tell you the bench because you know who was in the starting five first.
Who's they bench?
You know that. Don't do
who's
that.
They bench?
Hey, I know their bench was better than the Portland Trailblazers bench. I know that.
I don't agree.
I know that.
I do not agree. I do not agree.
You have to agree because it's the facts.
It's not the facts.
Come on, man. We're doing so well going into basketball history. I was learning some things from the game. No, it wasn't. So you're telling me so who better on that Portland Trailblazers bench than Iguodala? Who better than that?
Clifford Robinson is better than that nigga. Facts.
You don't believe that, bro.
I do. I wholeheartedly believe that.
You don't believe that. No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't believe that. Ain't no Clifford Robinson better than Andre Iguodala, who's Finals MVP. Don't do that. Don't do that. If Clifford Robinson was better, he might not have got his ass beat in the finals by Michael Jordan, bro. Hey, Clifford Robinson.
Michael Jordan ain't let nobody guard him like LeBron did. I'm sorry.
Hey. First, Clifford. Danny Ainge ain't no better than Iguodala.
The only reason you think Iguodala is so cold is because he locked up LeBron.
Hey, first off, he didn't lock up shit, right? He didn't lock up.
Well, you know
nobody.
what I mean, relatively.
You know that?
Relatively.
Ain't no 30-point triple-double getting locked up. But yeah, he made him inefficient, made it very hard.
That's the only reason. No, relatively to what he usually do.
Okay, fair enough.
That's the only reason you believe that Iguodala is so cold. Other than that, he would go down as a forgotten star. Because he got that Finals MVP, he will be remembered.
No, he was great. I actually remember him more for his Philadelphia 76ers times than he
had one good season in Philadelphia. Stop it, man. Come on now.
And his Denver Nugget years when he was great playing Denver Nuggets. Then that one series where he got a fake ass Finals MVP. I don't think that defines his career. I think he was a nice player in Philly. He was a nice player. In Denver for that one season with Melo and Allen Iverson, he played with them niggas. Like he did that.
Man, stop the cap.
Hey, come on, man. Come on, bro.
Stop the cap. Iguodala ain't nobody.
Iguodala is nice, bro. Hey, why you gotta downplay?
Nice.
So you're gonna hype up Clifford Robinson and you're gonna downplay Iguodala. Hey, I know you remember Iguodala in the dunk contest. He had mad hops. Remember Allen Iverson throw that pass?
I'm giving you shit, but
I know. I'm trying to remind you of that dunk contest.
Iguodala and Clifford Robinson prime. Clifford Robinson is easily comparable though.
See, when you talk about teams, first of all, let's not even mention the KD Warriors. When you talk about that's top heavy, that was a deep team. They had Zaza off the bench, JaVale McGee, Sean Livingston.
Who? You said Zaza?
Zaza off the bench. Yeah, Zaza.
You mean the crippler?
Hey, yeah, I know you're mad at what he did to your boy Kawhi, but hey, I'm just letting you know what he
What else is he known for?
Hey, actual fact, Zaza started. That's why I say Iggy off the bench, and then they switch up the lineup. But yeah, Zaza known for what? For getting hard fouls, screens, being a rough player, getting rebounds. That's what
he known for changing the rule for clipping motherfuckers.
Okay, yeah. Flagrant foul, the Zaza rule for the flagrant
the Zaza
foul.
rule.
Okay,
That's what he's gonna go down in history over.
Okay, hey man, I know you're still mad about it, but I don't know what Kawhi was gonna do to that team.
I ain't mad about it.
Okay, I know you think that he would have beat the Warriors, but I don't think that was gonna happen. Yeah, who was having a good game though. It was looking nice though for a minute though.
Okay,
that's all good. Anyway,
okay, but y'all can act like KD was cooking the Toronto Raptors because it's 11 minutes. But you can't say that
he was. That was a hot 11.
Don't count though.
No. I'm just joking. That was looking nice. We can't.
11 minutes count.
No, because we've seen that. We've seen that multiple times. KD coming in and changing the tide of the series. We've seen that. We ain't seen Kawhi be the all-time great team. Hey, have you seen Kawhi be the
bias right there?
As the number one option, be the all-time great team on his own. Like we haven't seen that. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
We've seen him beat the Warriors. What are you talking about?
No. That wasn't the Warriors. They went through so many wars. They were the broken down Warriors. They were the hurt Warriors.
Who was out?
Klay Thompson hurt.
Klay Thompson.
Kevin Durant hurt.
Stop it.
Klay Thompson. Kevin Durant hurt. You already know.
Kevin Durant played too. He didn't play all the series, but he played.
Don't do that. What do you mean he played? A hot 11 minutes. You talking about that 11-minute run he played? That's the time.
That's you act like it counts, right?
Don't do that. Don't do that, bro. You
try
already
to act
know.
like it counts so much.
Hey, this team deep. They had JaVale McGee, David West, Sean Livingston, Matt Barnes.
Sean Livingston was the best player off the bench.
Okay, Sean Livingston, Kevon Looney. Hey, come on, don't
Looney
do that.
Wasn't nobody.
So you gonna tell me about Clifford Robinson, but you ain't gonna give it up to Kevon Looney? Come on, you gonna tell me about Buck Williams? Hey, you know what? That's the actual comparison to Buck Williams is a Kevon Looney. So you gotta give it up. Don't do that.
No.
Yes, it is
better than Looney.
No, he was not better than Buck.
I promise to God he was. I promise to God he was.
I don't want to do that to you, man. God might be mad, but I'm just gonna ask.
Strike me down if I'm lying. Strike me down if I'm lying.
Hey, I'm just trying to tell you, if there's a difference, don't act like the way you put the bass in the voice. You made it sound like it was clear cut. Like I don't think it's clear cut like that. But okay, Buck Williams better. Okay, I ain't mad at you.
Buck Williams, go look up his numbers, man.
Hey, Buck Williams had an amazing start to the career.
All-time great rebound.
Okay, man. Hey. So you telling me that this Portland Trail Blazers team is a great team? Like I don't know, man. I don't know. And so you saying it's deep team? You say deep team? Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, he comes up against the Portland Trail Blazers. Then he comes up against you know what we already know, the top heavy Phoenix Suns, the Charles Barkley, Kevin Johnson Phoenix Suns that have no one really after that, and it's just
Tom Chambers.
Oh, so what are you gonna tell me about Tom James? You gonna tell me about Dan Marley, Danny Ainge? Like don't
Dan Marley?
Come on, man. Dan Marley, bro. Come on.
Dan Marley was that guy, dog.
Bro.
A 3-and-D guy.
See, it's 3-and-D.
He was.
I know. It's just amazing how
he'll light your ass up.
A guy who would be called like he'd be called like who's a Dan Marley comparison right now? Like a guy who in the league today would be like a he'd be like a Mike Conley. He's gonna get hyped up. That's amazing.
No, Dan Marley would be more like he'd be like a Middleton. No, for real. He'd be like a Middleton.
Hey, why you gotta do all that? No, that's giving him too much praise. I'm trying to tell you.
No,
he
seriously.
more of a Mike Conley. He more of a Mike Conley
like
than a Middleton.
Dan Marley was like a Middleton.
No, I've seen Dan Marley highlights. He ain't nice like that, bro. Chris Middleton is a very nice player.
Going off highlights. I'm going about going off the actual player.
Come on, man. So you giving me the size. He got similar size. I'm not talking about Mike Conley. I'm just talking about the significance to the league. The level of player is more of a Mike Conley type of player.
Nah, he's more like a Chris Middleton.
So Chris Middleton, who was certified second best player on the championship team, Dan Marley was that.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. He's
You,
more
y'all,
like
y'all be
you could
souping up these
at
guys,
best
bro.
you could say Middleton is slightly better. At best.
Wow.
best.
You
best.
feel it like it's that close.
At best.
Wow.
Real talk. I would say Dan Marley is easily a
Wow.
86 overall.
Yeah.
Easily a 86 overall.
Nah, man. The way you be doing my guy, David West, and you be giving Dan Molly's 86s. Come on, man. Don't do that.
No, David West on the New Orleans, he was a 89, 90.
Okay.
Right.
Hey.
David West on the Indiana Pacers is 85, is what I said.
Okay. Hey, man, look, Dan Molly was a great shooter, but
He played
he was really
like
strictly catch and shoot.
too.
He was a catch and shoot type of guy. He wasn't
played
really creating
like
off the dribble, right?
Too. And he can hit it from anywhere on the floor too. He was one of them, the Curry before Curry type of dude.
Yeah, deep threes. He took some deep threes. Okay, but you're talking about he was strictly catch and shoot. He was a big ass dude.
He wasn't
was he
strictly
really
catch
taking
and
it?
shoot. He
Huh?
wasn't
Was he
strictly
off the
catch and
dribble?
shoot.
Could he take it to the rim? Could he finish at the rim?
He could.
Come on, man. You give me too much sauce, man. Dan.
He could. He wasn't extremely athletic, but he could. Yes, he could. Yes, he could take you off the dribble.
Okay, man. Okay. Well, I ain't mad at you. Now I see the highlights and I'm rewatching them right now, right? He took some crazy deep threes. And this is in an era where you remember when Jordan, when they shortened the three for Jordan, right? They shortened the 3-point line for Jordan.
They didn't do that for Jordan.
Yeah. Come on.
There you go, slipping in them little narratives. I'll fuck with you.
Hey, they did though. I don't know if it was for Jordan. It's just that happened to be that Jordan had his best years from three-point line in those shortened seasons. I'm just letting you know. I don't know why they did it for a couple seasons, then took it back. I don't know, but you tell me.
Goddamn, you helped me get them laughs, man. I needed that laugh, bro.
Hey, man. See, it's amazing how we talk about this era, right? When you were saying before about the lane is wide open. It's easier to score, but then you got guys like Dan Marley, Mark Price going off, and they were great players. Like in the same era off the dribble when they were not athletic, as you put in your own words, and Dan Marley was still. Now Dan Marley had a crazy set shot, catch and shoot. He would have been. He actually probably a better player in this era because he's probably getting more shots off. He probably scoring at a more higher production.
He would be a better player in this era.
He's 6'6". He got the defense as well, and so he probably better in this era. But you out here telling me he out here, Chris Middleton is kind of wild, bro. I don't know about that, bro. I don't know about that.
Yeah, he's comparable to Chris Middleton, though.
Okay.
Prime Dan Marley was comparable to Chris Middleton easily.
Okay. Because that was his prime. Like Charles Barkley got prime Chris Middleton.
Yes, he did.
Prime Dan Marley.
Yes, he did.
He was prime with the Phoenix Suns, right? And so
yes, he did.
They go to the finals, and Kevin Johnson, Dan Charles Barkley.
And Kevin Johnson was flat out cold.
I know Kevin Johnson was called. See, there's a reason why I didn't bring up Kevin Johnson because I seen his game, and that translates to all games. There's a reason why I didn't bring him up. So okay,
I know you didn't.
Yeah,
I know you didn't. That was smart.
Yeah. Hey man, because Kevin Johnson can play in every era. Is probably better in this era, he
would be much better in this era. He would be a star in this era.
Yeah. An all-star in this era. Yeah. Okay. Most definitely, he'll be all NBA. He's actually one of those forgotten guys that
he is.
Don't get the hype.
He don't
that he
get nearly as much credit as he deserves.
Yeah, very talented guy.
Yeah, I feel bad for him. Guys like him and Mahmoud, Abdul Rauf.
Yeah, Abdul Rauf. Yeah,
okay. Those guys would be they would kill in this era. They was perfectly tailored for this era.
Mm-hmm. He was athletic guard. Kevin Johnson. He was a guy that could dunk. He could shoot.
Back then, they was getting clowned for being the scoring guard. They would
scoring guard. Yeah. And Kevin Johnson was dunking on niggas before it was a regular thing for point guards to dunk.
They got shit back then for being who they was, and they would be accepted nowadays.
That's what's crazy. Innovators that don't really get the respect they deserve, and that's one of the guys. And he was a very explosive, powerful dunker for a guy.
Yeah, he's one of the more athletic point guards in history.
Yeah, most definitely, man. He had crazy finishes, could get to the rim. He could shoot too, and it's tough that he don't get that. He was a great playmaker, and he was finishing over towers like in the 90s when they had a 7 foot
Real
on every
talk.
team.
Dunking on real shot blockers. Yeah.
No doubt, no doubt. I seen the that playoff series, the playoff run, and then when you go through that, the finals, and when you go through that, and then you watch the highlights of Kevin Johnson, he finished at the rim was predominantly his first option or first idea on defense was to put pressure at the rim, and then he would play make. He would get into the paint. He was a great player, man. Had all these different kind of finishes, takes on contact, solid, strong guy. Hey, underrated. Probably don't get his shot, and that's because you don't win. You know, if you play on a winning franchise, you might be able to. But the Phoenix,
he would be remembered if they beat Jordan. He would be a remembered guy.
Yeah. And so Kevin Johnson
and Barkley, man, Barkley was a beast, especially that season. Especially
that was peak Charles Barkley. Yeah, he felt like he was the best player in the game.
Yeah, he said that's one of my favorite quotes in history was him talking about because I know before the series he was talking about how he talked to God and God said that he wanted us to win. I know he said that part right, but my favorite quote from Charles Barkley is when the series was over and they came to Barkley and he was like, man, at that time in my career, I was playing so well. I was so locked in. I truly believed I was best in the world, right? He said that, and you couldn't convince me at that time that I wasn't the best player in the world. But then we got into that series against Jordan, and he just went to another level on my ass, man. When Barkley said that in one of these interviews, it just shit cracked me up.
Yeah, it was amazing. I remember him. I remember that time too when a quote where he said I really felt like I was the best player in the world, and then I came across Michael Jordan. I realized during the series, like, damn, I'm not the best player in the world, man. This guy's better than me. And he never really admitted on the court. He said to himself that there was another guy that was better than him on the court. He might have lost games. He might have not played great, but he never really acknowledged there was another play better. But he got to give it up, and that's an amazing understanding. That's an amazing.
Because what's crazy about that is even in the All-Star. I mean, even in the USA games, he was the leading scorer on the USA Dream Team because he was balling out of control during that time. Barkley was doing his thing back then.
That's true, and yeah, that's the humbleness of Jordan, as you say. You know, he let it slide and didn't force the issue when it comes to scoring.
We know that, but still, he was.
So you telling me
though.
Jordan didn't just have clear cut the best teams in the 90s, though, just the best. So when you take Jordan off the team, when you take Jordan off the team and you take the other best players off the team, so against the Phoenix Suns. So first off, we can already understand that if you switch, you know how good Jordan was. If you put Charles Barkley, if you put Clyde Drexler on the Bulls and you put Michael Jordan on the Trail Blazers, the Blazers beat the Bulls, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I would say this. That shows how much better Jordan was than everybody else, right? Or than the next best players at his position. It wasn't really close on that level.
True. So, but if you say you just take both of them off each team and you make those teams go up against each other.
Oh, yeah. The Scottie Pippen Bulls are beating the Portland Trail Blazers, bro.
I don't think
so. Definitely.
I don't think so.
See, that's because you like Clifford Robinson so much, but I don't understand why. But that's because you hyping up Harry Potter. Huh?
No, it ain't just Clifford Robinson. You got Porter, you got Duckworth, you got
Oh man.
No, seriously, man, you got.
Yeah, I know. You got Jerome Kersey. You got Danny Ainge.
You got a whole team. You don't have enough scoring on that Bulls team without Jordan.
No, you got Scottie Pippen, who's still he can give you over 20. He gave you over 20 that series alone with Jordan. He's gonna give you 25. He's gonna give you 25.
I'm telling you, you put Clifford Robinson on him, and he's not gonna be able to score.
Give you 25. Yes, he is.
He's not going to be able to score 30. He don't need to be scoring 30 to overcome.
No, he don't have to score 30. Let me tell you why. He don't. He's going to give you 25. He's going to give you 9 rebounds. He's going to give you 8 assists, right? You know what Horace Grant going to do? Horace Grant, yes, he is. First off, he gave you 8 rebounds, 8 assists with Jordan. What do you think you're gonna do without Jordan? You're gonna get more rebounds.
He's not.
You're gonna get more assists and more rebounds because you have the ball in his hands more often, right? You know what Horace Grant's about to do? Horace Grant is gonna go from 9 points a game in that series that he averaged and 8 rebounds. He about to give you 18 and 10 rebounds, right? You're gonna double his
not with Buck on him.
Yes, he is. No. Hey, first off, Buck Williams ain't doing nothing with Horace Grant. First off,
not
right?
with Buck
Because
on
Horace
him,
Grant was shooting 56% from the field that series. With more shots, he's gonna get more points, right? And so there's gonna be another 36 points to go around. John Paxson
not with
is
that
gonna get more shots.
With no
John
Jordan
Paxson,
to take the heat off of Horace Grant and him being the number 2 option, he's not gonna do what he need to do.
I know, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't want to hear it, but I'm giving you all the reasons and how it's gonna happen. Horace Grant is gonna get buckets. John Paxson is gonna get more buckets. Scottie Pippen's gonna get more buckets. Even BJ Armstrong off the bench is gonna get more buckets. No, I don't need a hope because this has happened already. Because you know what? Because let me tell you something.
It didn't happen. It didn't happen. They had Jordan to rely on.
No. It did happen. Because
it didn't happen.
You realize Jordan retired in the middle of his prime, right? That happened, right?
No, it did not happen.
It did
not happen.
It did happen, bro.
It did not happen.
Right in the middle of his prime, he wants to be the greatest player of all time in baseball.
His dad was murdered. Remember?
Okay, I understand that. Y'all
try to put out this narrative that he just chose to leave the game, and it just what he wanted to do.
Great tragic event in Jordan's life. He wants to fulfill his father's wishes or his father's dreams and wish of seeing him put on a baseball jersey and play baseball, right? So he goes and does that, no doubt.
Right.
He does that, okay? I give it up. He does that. So in that time that he does that, you know what Pippen does? The guy that you say ain't really got it like that can't do that. You said he ain't got to do it. You know what? I heard a brother just the other week tell me that Scottie Pippen wouldn't even be a top 50 player all time if he didn't play with Jordan. This is the level of hypocrisy and disrespect that my guy Scottie Pippen gets. That ain't ridiculous to you, right? That ain't ridiculous.
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't agree with that. But you never know if he becomes that player if you don't got Jordan to push him. You never know that.
Exactly. Hey, this is the same Scottie Pippen who was number 7 overall pick in the draft, who was already recruited highly, was seen to have potential. The same guy. If dudes act like this man was picked out the second round, and Jordan molded him.
Think about this.
Come on, man. He was 7th pick overall.
Think about this. There was a point in Pippen's career where he was shaky, right? I just talked about this point.
You're talking about the beginning of his career. Yeah, okay.
I'm talking about when
shaky
he
against what again?
Punked out by Detroit.
You're talking about some of the best teams of all time.
No, listen.
Keep going.
Listen.
This ain't no.
I understand that.
This ain't no Giannis and Eric Bledsoe situation, right? Like he ain't getting. Okay, go ahead.
I understand that.
Okay.
There was a point in his career where he was shaky, right?
Okay.
Who's to say if Jordan's not there, he don't fold under that pressure?
Shaky. So
it's been many players. It's been many players that was great.
He comes into the league.
Hey, hold on. Let me finish. There's been many players that came out of the draft that was projected to be great, and something goes wrong in their career, and they never pan out. Has that not happened? Has that not happened?
It has not. So it has happened. It has. It's definitely happened before. It's definitely happened many times, actually.
I don't agree that what happened with Pippen. I think Pippen still becomes a great player. Me personally, I do. But I can't for sure say that he without Jordan he becomes. I can't say that.
My guy was telling me that he ain't a top 50 player all time. He if he didn't play with Jordan, he wouldn't be considered better than even guys like Tracy McGrady, Vince Carter. This is the level of disrespect that I heard, right? Guys that ain't done nothing in their whole career.
He wouldn't be considered better than Tracy and guys like that if he didn't play with Jordan. Now that's true. That part is true. Because he don't have 6 rings without that.
Yeah. Even without 6 rings, I would say he better than Tracy McGrady and Vince Carter. See, that's me. That's me though. No. Because you know what? Hey,
no.
All NBA teams, all defensive teams. He would have still been an elite, all-time great defender. That's one.
Without them 6 rings, he is not better than Tracy McGrady. I don't care.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is because he puts up better numbers. Hey, first off, he doesn't just average 16.6 rebounds, 5 assists, which is still amazing from his time, right? As a point forward, 6'8", small forward, right? What he does is probably average 20 points for his career, probably averages something like closer to 8 rebounds, 6 assists, looking more like a LeBron James
You hope.
in his prime. No,
No,
it ain't
I
hope.
agree with
It's
that
just
part. I agree. He was like the first kind of LeBron-ish player we seen.
yeah, and instead of the souped up offense like LeBron, he had the souped up
I
defense,
agree.
right?
I agree with that
Okay.
part.
So
agree with
so
that
he
part.
was a better defensive player than offensive player, but he was also a great playmaker, handle the ball, actually distribute, make the right play. But in his peak, he was still giving you so in that season, come back to the point, right? So okay, you just like a lot of Jordan fans, you still question Scottie Pippen, right? I still say
I
he's a
don't
clear cut.
question him. I don't
He's a
question
clear
him.
cut top 50 player, whether he plays with Jordan or not. He's top 50 all time.
You can't say that though. You can't say that though. That's
Okay, that's fair enough.
That's very.
Hey, without 6 rings, he out, right? Even with the same accomplishments and statistical accomplishments he has, he out, right? He ain't top 50.
You think he's top 50 regardless?
Regardless, that's what I'm trying to say.
No.
Okay. Okay. Well, at the end of the day,
top 75 maybe.
Okay.
But not top 50. No,
okay,
no,
man.
No,
hey.
without them 6 rings, they would not give him that kind of credit. No, they would not.
Because you're taking away 6 rings and making it sound like he does nothing in the league. He probably meets Jordan if they're in the same conference in the conference finals constantly. You don't know that. You don't know that at all.
Who he won the championship
with? You do not know that. You do not know that. You do not know that. First off, he almost went to the finals with BJ Armstrong.
Just like you don't know that he goes in and averages such and such and such and such.
No. We know that because you know what happens?
No, we don't.
In the season where there's no Jordan, we got evidence. We got evidence. See, what we don't know is what Jordan looks like without Scottie Pippen. We've never seen him win without Scottie. But we got evidence of what Scottie looked like without Jordan. No. We don't have no evidence of that. We got Washington Wizards years, and we seen Jordan couldn't get it done with no Scottie Pippen in Washington Wizards.
No, but you hold on. Let me before you say something else.
Go ahead.
I want you to stick on this point. Like you just said, we've never seen Jordan win without Scottie, right?
Yeah, we've never seen it.
Aren't you the
Unless what you're talking about college or something?
Hold on. Aren't you the same person that hangs happily on LeBron them being 4th seed or whatever they was their first year in LA? What was it? What was they at?
Before, they were the LA fourth seed. Yeah. They were the 4th seed in the West. Lonzo Ball, Brandon Ingram carrying these young boys.
Really?
High seed in the playoffs. We saw that, and then he goes down, and they don't and they don't get to the playoffs.
Really?
That happened.
Really?
That's just the context. That ain't no accomplishment. That's just
guess what?
Context
to Jordan Williams years. They was 4th seed too before he got hurt.
When was that?
And he had brought that team up to one of the better defensive teams in the league after being the only significant increase in the team. Only significant.
You're talking about what Jordan rookie season? Is that what you're talking about?
No.
When he got injured.
I'm talking about with the Wizards.
Oh, with the
with the Wizards, he had that trash ass team.
How many games into the season is that? How many games?
Team in the league, from the worst team in the league to one of the best defensive teams in the league, just by old ass Jordan joining the team. Also,
so what? He was playing lockdown defense. Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't say lockdown defense, but he was a very good defender, especially when you consider his age. Way better than your boy Wonder King. Your king here. He don't play defense like Jordan did in that Wizards. That's a fact, man. That's a fact.
Okay.
Have you ever watched? I want you to watch this YouTube video. Wizards underrated. Jordan's underrated Wizard years. Watch that video.
Okay. Jordan's underrated Wizard years. I'm gonna look it up. Okay.
I want you to watch it and listen to it too.
Okay.
Because he's gonna give you the stats to go along with it.
Underrated years as a Wizard. Okay.
Yeah, watch that.
Okay. I go 15 minutes. Okay.
But they was the 4th seed though.
Okay. 4th seed. And okay, so he was doing a lot, and then he goes down, and they don't make the playoffs. Okay.
They still win more games than
just like LeBron
last year. Each year.
Just like LeBron don't get credit. Jordan don't get credit.
Hey, they still won more games than your King did last year.
Okay.
Both
years.
King
went down last season. King James went down last season.
Oh no, he didn't.
Yeah, how much did I think he played like a lot of games, Jordan, right? In those seasons. He played like what, 79, 80 games?
He played
They hype
82
up how
games the
many?
second season.
Okay. So
When
first season he plays like
when
what,
he's
60 something
40
games?
some years old. Yeah, he did.
Okay. Doesn't make the
82
playoffs.
games at 40 years old. Yep, he did.
Okay. He hanging by a thread, taking more shots. So was Jordan shot jacking in the Washington Wizards, or was he stat pattern? Like, what was he doing? What was he doing?
He was inefficient. Like when you compare him to old Jordan, he was completely inefficient. But I'll tell you this though, most people don't know. No, most people don't know. Listen to this. Most people don't know he had knee problems. He had broken rib problems. That Ron Artest had broke his ribs before he joined the Wizards. He had 3 broken ribs before that season. Okay. Also, Jordan, most people don't know Jordan had his finger surgically reattached on his shooting hand. He had his index finger from the pip. You know what the pip knuckle is?
Okay, from the knuckle. Okay.
No, the pip. You know which knuckle is the pip knuckle, right?
Which one is it?
That's the second one up from your
Okay,
fist.
your major knuckle. Okay, yeah, in the middle. Okay.
Right in the middle. He had his index finger surgically repaired, surgically reattached. From that knuckle down, he can't move that index finger. Even to this day, he can't move that finger. He can't bend it or not, he have no control. If you watch him in interviews, you'll see it. He keeps it straight.
Damn.
Right. So I want you to.
So this man playing with a disability and shit. Okay, my bad.
No, I want you to understand this though. Okay. I'm not capping about nothing right here.
I hear you. I never heard this before. Go ahead.
No, this is facts. This is God's honest truth.
Okay. I believe you, man. I don't question that. Go ahead.
I want you to try to handle a basketball without being able to move that finger. And see how much it affects your ball handling alone, just let alone your shooting.
No, that finger is very important, especially when you're talking about crossing over, the finessing of the ball, finishing at the rim. That's very difficult, especially if that's your shooting hand. That's crazy. Okay. You saying that's on a shooting hand?
Okay. Yeah, on the shooting hand. I want you to try that. Try that one day when you ain't doing shit. Grab a
all right, I'm gonna take my hand real hard and see what that feel like.
Yeah, and see how difficult it is to control the ball.
Can't move my finger and shit. Okay, so Jordan does the impossible. 4 fingers on one hand.
Man.
The 4 fingers on one hand now, because the mythologies of Jordan are amazing. I'm just saying he played 4 fingers. Washington Wizards. His shooting hand, he's injured, and his efficiency suffers. I understand that you say he had a high seeding, gets injured, falls off. The team falls off in the ranking. He comes into the season with injuries, and so not a great team as well. Jerry Stackhouse kind of not feeling Jordan from the get-go. Okay,
Jerry Stackhouse, a trash team around him.
You don't like Jerry Stackhouse?
Outside of Stackhouse, what they have around him?
Not great. I don't remember that team, but not great. Not great. I know, not great. Okay.
Trash. They had trash. Trash. I'm being honest. Trash.
No, fair enough, man. That was a consensus trash, right? It ain't just you. Consensus.
Yeah,
trash.
like LeBron had his first couple seasons in Cleveland. Just trash around him.
Okay, that was Jordan's choice to come back, and he could have picked any team in the league, but he picks the Washington Wizards.
He owned that team, though. He thought he was going to be able to build up his team that he owned.
What about Richard Hamilton? He wasn't great though. Richard Hamilton
was what, in his second season?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like
that was solid. Way before Richard Hamilton became the Richard Hamilton that we know.
Okay, he was still giving you 20 points a game. Like he wasn't scrub Richard Hamilton, but okay.
He wasn't like that, and he missed most of the season too. I want you to watch that documentary. I'm telling you, it's gonna break.
I'm gonna check it out. And so we ain't really gonna compare. I don't know how we got into Washington Wizards, LeBron. I mean,
I don't even need it. I don't either.
Okay, because we're talking about Jordan prime years, and at the end of the day, like that was to me by far he had the best teams in the league, and we were kind of talking about what they did without Scottie Pippen, right? That's how we kind of got onto it. we were talking
okay.
about. And you trying to tell me that Jordan was doing a lot without Scottie Pippen in Washington, or at least giving the context that it wasn't as bad as it seemed. Fair enough. I'll give you that. I'm actually looking to that video. I got it on my tab right now. But eventually, we got to understand that Scottie Pippen without Jordan came second in MVP voting. Right? He finishes the season over 50-win team. Right? Second in the conference. Right? He does all that with no Jordan. You sound bold, but you know why I said Horace Grant? You sound bold, but why Horace Grant steps up? Because he does it that season. He goes from how much did he average the season before he gets 15 points and 11 rebounds? So the season before that, when Jordan shot jacking, he out here 13 points and 9 rebounds, and he raised.
Jordan shot jacking.
Hey.
Jordan
Hey,
shot
come on.
jacking?
First off, you know Jordan didn't have to score 30 points a game on that team. He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to. He could have elevated his assists and averaged 26, 27. He didn't have to go off for 30, especially when they start winning championships. You know he don't have to do that, right? Come on, man. Be honest. Does he? I can understand when you're losing. I can understand when you're trying to get there. But once you get there and in the finals, you average 30 points, 11 assists, and see your team gets done in the clutch, you don't have to keep doing that, right? You understand that, right? You can let a 26-year-old Horace Grant get more than 9 shots a game. You know you can do that, right, Jordan? You know you can, right? Come on, man. It's one of the reasons I think after the 3-peat, he doesn't get his respect, gets 15 points, 11 rebounds. Jordan comes back. He says, hell nah, fuck that. I'm going to the Orlando Magic. He goes to Orlando. Orlando pays him. He gets there. And what happens? They beat Jordan in the first time when they meet in the playoffs, right? That would have been so sweet. I can imagine for Horace Grant. That would have been so sweet. But I'm just saying, he doesn't have to do that, my brother. But you say he does. I say he's shot jacking. It's all good. You say he ain't.
Far from shot jacking.
Far from shot jacking. Okay.
Yeah,
you know he didn't have to shoot all those shots.
If he was shot jacking, then LeBron is shot jacking for sure.
No. When? Right now? LeBron ain't shot jacking right now.
Okay,
Jordan,
so
LeBron never took shots the amount of shots that Jordan took in a season, bro. Jordan took almost 50. How much? 25 shots a game.
Say what? How many shots is LeBron taking?
LeBron, I'm talking about at the peak of Jordan's career.
No. Don't try to change it now.
Yeah. No. I said he never took the shots like
No,
at the peak of Jordan's career. You know, he took 28. He 28 shots a game. 28 shots a game. OC 28. When he scored the highest points per game of his career at 37, he took 28 shots a game. That is Russell Westbrook numbers, bro. 28 shots a game.
No, but Jordan was a very efficient player. He never
he only shot 48% from the field that season. That ain't very efficient, but that's solid. That ain't very efficient. You give LeBron James 28 shots a game. You know what he's doing? He's dropping 40 points a game.
It ain't like LeBron where 80% of his shots is right at the rim. No, it's not like LeBron where 80% of his shots at the rim. Stop it.
What was Jordan doing when he was in his third season? He was hitting mid-range jumpers like that in his third season. So he came into the league with the mid-range jumper? I don't think so. Don't do that to me.
He had a mid-range jumper. Yes, he hit game-winning shots with mid-range jumpers, dog.
Hey, man, you're lucky when I go on Basketball Reference. They don't have the percentage of shots it only starts at 96, 97 when Jordan was taking more of his shots from the perimeter than the mid-range. But I would, if they were able to go back to 85, 86, I guarantee you that Jordan would have took his shots, most of his shots from 10 foot and under than outside of 10 feet from the rim. So don't do that to me, OC Love.
No.
Yes.
No.
In 86, 87, Jordan ain't pulling up from no mid-range and cooking everybody. He ain't doing that. Don't do that.
He does some. He's attacking the rim a lot, true enough. But
most of it, no doubt. Most of his shots would have came from within 10 feet of the rim. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So it's all good though. So you saying
nobody
first off, Jordan has more
knows basketball is gonna tell you that Jordan is anything but a lethal jump shooter.
No. Yeah, he is a mid-range jump shooter, a lethal mid-range jump shooter, but not in 1986 though. You know what I mean?
We weren't talking about 86 though.
That's what we're saying. That's what I was trying to say. In 86, when he averaged 28 shots a game.
So why'd you go way back to 86 when we was talking?
No, because that was when he got 28 shots a game. So I was just saying that's when he got 28 shots a game. In 86, 87, when he averages 37 points per game in the season.
Okay.
That's my. I understand in his career he's a lethal jump shooter, no doubt about it, bro. Once it gets to about 89, 90, now he's prolific at the mid range. I ain't denying that. You know what I mean? But early in his career, he was not that. That's one of the reasons why he couldn't beat the Boston Celtics and the Detroit Pistons, is because he had to take it to the rim. And so when he had to,
he didn't have to. He still was shooting 48%. Remember?
Okay, 48%. Mostly 10 feet and under, I would have said. But you telling me he pulling up from mid ranges in 86?
No, he was shooting jump shots too.
Not the majority of his jump points were coming from jumpers. What I'm trying to tell you, even in his prime, he was going to the rim a lot. I think Jordan's best years was in individually was in like 91, 89, 90, 91, when he was a blend of both, when he still had his athleticism of the 80s, in which it was peak, and then he had the maturing of his game where he had the jumpers, he had the post game, he had the fadeaway, and he had certain things that he was becoming into. That's when I feel like he was at his best. But you're telling me he was just cooking niggas from the age of 23 points in the age of 23 in 86. He was just pull up jumpers, mid-range fadeaway, however you want it. Jordan was giving it to you, right?
He damn sure was. He damn sure was.
Okay, OC. Okay, man. I ain't mad at you, man.
Not to the
But
level.
at the end of the day,
not to the level he became, but he damn sure was.
Okay, shit. I ain't mad at you, man. You watched that shit. That was old-time greatness. You ain't never seen nothing like it since, right?
Facts.
Okay, man.
I seen something similar.
Okay. Yo, and Kobe Bryant is you saw something similar in Kobe Bryant? Oh.
Yep, Kobe Bryant.
Okay.
A little bit of Kawhi. When he
don't
when
do
he
that.
right.
Don't
when
do
he
that.
right.
Don't do that. Come on, OC love you. You could have left it at Kobe.
Bit. I said a little bit. He
could have left it at Kobe.
He ain't the athletic specialist, but the mid-range assassin, he is. He's mid-range.
Okay, you don't need some sustained greatness because Jordan did it for literally like 15 years straight.
I said a little bit. I said
okay, a little bit.
Okay. I said a little bit.
Glimpses, yeah. It remind you of that nigga, you know, just a couple games here and there.
I said a little bit.
Okay, no doubt. I ain't mad at you, man. I ain't mad at you. So my point was, we saw what Pippen did without Jordan, right? He goes second in MVP voting, wins over 50 games, takes it to the second round.
That's one season. One season. What do you do?
So we're gonna diminish that one season?
No, but you try to make it like it's golden.
It is golden.
It's not.
That's an amazing. That first of all contextualizes how good the team was without Jordan, right?
How you
this
gonna
is the point. The team without Jordan wins 50 games.
Bias,
come on, OC Love. We can't even agree on the fact.
Listen. This is your bias at its finest. You want to give Pippen all this credit for doing something in the regular season. You know what I mean?
And credit. Okay,
he got kicked out in the playoffs. Okay, whatever. I ain't saying nothing else, but you know what I mean. Didn't make it to the finals or nothing. You know what I mean? Oh, I ain't saying nothing. But okay, you want to give Pippen all this credit for what he did in that's one season, but you want to shit on Paul George for leading a team that never went to the Western Conference Finals to the finals when he stepped up without his best player. Oh, he never did that shit, huh?
Okay.
That's your bias at its finest.
So you saying because I give Scottie Pippen credit,
he never stepped up without his best player, huh?
Because I give Scottie Pippen credit, I should give Paul George credit. Or it's if I keep the same energy and I don't give PG credit, I shouldn't give Scottie credit for only getting to the conference finals or the second round and losing and not even getting to the
same energy.
Keep the same energy. Okay.
You want to give Pippen all this credit, so because you're trying to. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to take some fire away from Jordan. You can diminish Jordan so you can lift up LeBron. I get you. I get what you're doing.
No.
I get what you're doing. That's fine. That's fine.
It ain't about. If you come to the conclusion that it diminishes, if you come to the conclusion that it diminishes Michael Jordan, then that's on you.
Stop it. Stop the cap.
Hey, I'm just reporting the facts. I'm trying to put history in context. Is what I'm trying to do. For the people that are listening,
Paul George's accomplishments in context.
Paul George's accomplishments in context. Well, first off, what Scottie Pippen did is not comparable to Paul George, right? Because Paul George
very comparable. It's very comparable.
No, it ain't. You know what the comparison is? Let's say Scottie Pippen has has Michael Jordan for the whole season, like Paul George had Kawhi. And then he had him for the playoffs, like Paul George had Kawhi. And then he misses game 5 5 and 6 or whatever, like Kawhi does, and he takes his team to the conference finals, or he closes out a series and then takes his team to conference finals and loses. He actually doesn't do that. He doesn't do the little that Paul George did. He does the whole thing. He goes through a whole regular season without his best play. He goes through the whole playoff series.
Paul George didn't do that in OKC?
What?
He didn't do that.
No.
Hey, that don't mean nothing. No.
He had Russell Westbrook riding shotgun. He didn't have Russell Westbrook riding shotgun up in that shit. You told me that was Westbrook's team. You told me that. You told me Russell Westbrook was in the driver's seat driving that shit. You told me right there just a couple minutes ago. You said that. Why are you switching up now? Talking about Paul George did all that.
No, I'm saying to you, he was third MVP just like Pippen was.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. How many games did they win?
He was what? Runner up for Defensive Player of the Year?
I don't know about no runner-ups. Yeah, but
he
was top 5. He was top 5 in MVPs. I don't know about no runner-ups in Defensive Player of the Year.
Runner-up for Defensive Player of the Year.
Sorry, I don't keep tabs on runner-up Defensive Player of the Year. Except when it's LeBron James and you get robbed. But go ahead. Yeah. Okay, so he was runner-up Defensive Player of the Year. He was top 5 in MVP voting, right? This is his best season. He has. You know how many games he wins? He wins 49 games that season. Okay, that's great. 49 games. Okay. He does that.
But you don't have no respect for him, no. You don't got no respect for Paul George.
He had a former MVP.
He can't. He's still a big old question mark. Remember?
Oh, great question mark. You're right about that.
Right.
And so he had the former MVP with him.
Hold on. But Pippen is proven just because he had one little good regular season without Pippen, without Jordan, and then the next year he was shit.
He was a shit.
Couldn't wait for Jordan to come back. Please, Jordan. Please, Jordan, come back. Please.
So this is what he did, right? This is what Scottie Pippen did that Paul George didn't do. He didn't play with this If he does all that with no Westbrook, now we talking. Now you can say
a lot of Grant. What are you talking about?
No. First off, Horace Grant is no Michael Jordan. You know that, right? Just like when he had Westbrook, Horace Grant ain't no Russell Westbrook either. He ain't no former MVP.
Westbrook ain't no
league.
Motherfucking Kawhi Leonard either.
Okay, and so when you talk about Paul George's teammates, all better than the guy you're talking about, Scottie Pippen, who had Horace Grant, and his next best player, who's who? B.J. Armstrong or Tony Kukoc. So don't do that with me, my brother. You know better than to actually equate what Scottie Pippen was riding with than Paul George's best teammates. So you know that, and he didn't just do it for a short period of time.
No, but it's all about context, though. You have zero respect for what Paul George did, right?
He fell short.
But you have all this respect for what LeBron. Well, I mean, not LeBron. What Pippen did.
No doubt, I do because first off, it ain't
only
about
because you want to diminish what Jordan did.
See,
hype up.
I can't just respect what. No. First off, why can't I respect a team, right? A team that is a championship team, right? And I've seen championship teams when their best player leaves, like a LeBron James. You know what usually happens to those teams? They are
way more left. Don't even give me that shit.
Don't do that.
Give me that Cavaliers shit.
Yeah. When he leaves Cleveland Cavaliers, what happened?
Then just LeBron leaving happened. Don't
no.
even try.
LeBron leaves lottery. Not just the first time. Lottery, right?
I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
Way more left than.
Hey, what do you mean?
Who
else left besides LeBron James? Who else? When he decided to take his talents to South Florida.
Way more changeover than just LeBron leaving.
Who else left, man? Who else left? Anderson Varejao, like who else?
Go look at the rosters. Way more changeover than just LeBron leaving. Stop it.
Don't do that. So if Ilgauskas stays or some shit, what if Delonte West stays, it's gonna be different. This is the ridiculousness that we talk about, right? So when LeBron leaves, it's
y'all trying to.
When LeBron leaves, it's lottery. Just like when he leaves Miami, they don't make the playoffs. Just like when he leaves Cleveland again, lottery.
Way more changes happen every time he leaves.
Don't do that. And we just seen it when he left again. Cleveland the second time, lottery.
He's never been the only changeover when any. No, never.
Don't do that. No. The difference is when he leaves, like, come on.
Cap.
Hey, so.
Stop the cap.
My good, that's the context. You're mad at the context. No, the context is usually when a star player leaves a team, they are not in contention anymore.
Stop apologizing.
Hey, first off, this is what happens, right? This is what happens.
Stop apologizing.
Scottie Pippen goes from the final series.
You blind witness? Stop apologizing.
No. Ain't nobody apologizing over here. This is what I'm saying, and this is what you said he couldn't do, right? So Scottie Pippen, when you told me if he versus the Portland Trailblazers, he loses against Terry Porter and Clifford Robinson because that's a better team, a deeper team, you tell me, right? But this is what happens, right? You say Scottie Pippen can't elevate his scoring from 21 points a game against the Portland Trailblazers. He couldn't do that and give you 25 if it was necessary, right? He couldn't do that. Well, let me tell you this. Phoenix Suns in the finals in 92-3, he averages 21 points, 9 rebounds, 8 assists. As a second option, that is amazing. 44 minutes a game. They beat the Phoenix Suns 4-2. It's closer than it looks, but they lose 4-2, right? Okay. 21, 9, and 8, which is amazing. In 44 minutes a game. He comes back the next season. Jordan, hiatus. He leaves. He goes and plays baseball. You know what he does in the first round against the Cleveland Cavaliers? You know what he does in 94? You know what he does. And you know who he comes up against. The great Mark Price that you talk about, right? The great Mark Price, right? Let's hype him up now, since we were hyping him up just then.
No,
right? Let's hype him up.
He's a man. He's a big guy. He's a nice player.
Gerald Wilkins, right? The great Gerald Wilkins, 6'6". They used to call him the Jordan stopper, right? The great Gerald
supposedly.
Wilkins. Okay. He was giving him 20 points a game that series. The great Chris Mills. Break down Chris Mills' game, right? The 6'6" Chris Mills out of Kentucky, Arizona. Like you tell me, the team that he played with and his game, the great Chris Mills, he was giving buckets to niggas out here. That was Chris Mills.
Chris Mills is maybe a Harrison Barnes type player to me, in my opinion.
I think you're lowballing him, but okay, Harrison Barnes, yeah, that's fair enough. Harrison Barnes, I'll give him like a okay. Harrison Barnes ain't unfair. I'll say more like a Pascal Siakam.
Yeah, somewhat.
Style of play.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
Okay. The 6'6", anyways, Chris Mills. He was giving you buckets, 17 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists that series. Mark Price, he giving you 15 points that series, 5 assists. You know what I mean? Mark Price at 29 years old ain't no washed up. Last time I heard, 29 years old, you're right in your prime, Mark Price. You know what I mean?
Right, you damn right.
Okay. Tyrone Hill. You know Tyrone Hill, 6'9" power forward. Tyrone Hill.
Yeah.
Okay.
Solid big man.
Okay, solid big man. He a type of player where he high percentage from the field. He just giving you solid rebounds, defense, and he's a type of player like a Josh Smith. Yeah, Udonis Haslem maybe. Josh Smith maybe.
Something like
Atlanta
that.
Hawks.
Yeah. Something like that.
Athletic brick. Okay. No doubt. Udonis Haslem if you want to lowball him. Okay. So Tyrone Hill.
You said something fair. I give him that.
Okay. And then you got guys like Tim Kempton. I don't really know about Tim Kempton like that. But Tim Kempton. Yeah, you ain't gonna tell me nothing about Tim Kempton because you don't want to hype up this Cleveland Cavaliers team. But what I'm trying to tell you is, that was a 6-man off the bench. Tim Kempton, Bobby Fields. I know
Bobby Fields was somebody special though.
Okay.
He died
Bobby
too.
Fields.
Bobby
Okay.
Fields was a nice player.
Career cut short. Okay.
That was one of Kevin Garnett's mentors.
Okay, Bobby Fields. And so they had that team, and then they come up against the Scottie Pippen's Chicago Bulls. I know you ain't heard that many times phrase, but the Scottie Pippen's Chicago Bulls, right? And you know what Scottie Pippen's Hey, in 1994,
even when he was retired, there was Jordan Pippen.
That was Scottie Pippen's Chicago Bulls, right? And you know what Scottie Pippen gives you in the first round?
You know what they used to call them sometimes?
What?
The Jordanaires.
The Jordanaires. See, that's disrespectful, man. That's disrespectful to Scottie Pippen, to Horace Grant, to B.J. Armstrong,
I agree with that.
To Tony Kukoc. Yeah, that's crazy.
I agree.
That's crazy. Like they were just riding the bus, as opposed to they had to develop and become great players to complement Jordan. Now, obviously, Jordan's the figurehead, but he had an amazing supporting cast of complementary players. Now, you would know as
amazing is that's cap. Amazing.
No. You know what was amazing about it? I'm not talking about the individual players. I feel like Scottie Pippen was amazing. I feel like Horace Grant in his role was amazing. Tony Kukoc in his role was amazing. Steve Kerr was amazing. I said what was amazing about that team is how they complemented Jordan's game. That part was amazing. A general manager that was able to complement his star players' strengths and weaknesses with the team around him that actually highlighted and made his strengths even better with spacing.
No.
What do you mean no? How are you going to disagree? I said nothing but facts right there.
No. You said that all of them were amazing in their role. Not all of them.
In their role, yes.
All of them became amazing in their role because Jordan wouldn't allow anything less.
Oh my goodness! Look at the spinning of the narrative, man.
No,
wow.
I'm just being real, man. I'm just being real.
You can say set the example, but you telling me that they didn't bring the skill sets to the table and the game to the table to be able to be great.
Listen. I say Pippen did. I say Pippen did. I say Kukoc did.
Dennis Rodman obviously was already made when he came. Horace Grant. What about Horace Grant?
Horace Grant, you could have picked another power forward and did the same thing.
Oh my goodness.
No, I'm serious. Okay. You could have found a solid power forward and it'd been the same shit.
That's the type of shit I'm talking about.
I'm being real. You
so they picked Horace Grant with the 10th pick of the draft, right? This is what I'm trying to tell you. So crazily and amazingly, I'm looking at the draft. He was the number 10 pick. He was a number 10 pick. Amazingly, they had Reggie Miller right after that. The Bulls could have picked Reggie Miller, but instead they want to go big, right? They got a guard. They don't need Reggie, but Reggie and Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen is an amazing combination, which I feel probably better than Horace Grant. But they go with the positional pick and they take Horace Grant with the 10th overall pick. So you're telling me? So let me go through the rest of the forwards left, right? So who else is a forward up in here? I'm gonna just go by rebounds, and so Mark Jackson, point guard. First off, there's not many. First off, look at the disrespect. Horace Grant was clearly the second best big in that draft. But let me tell you this: so if they pick,
I didn't say nothing about the pick, dog. I said if you just had another solid power forward in his role, they still be the same Bulls. Just solid.
So
nothing special.
Okay. So this is what you're saying then. So if they get a guy like a Greg Anderson, who goes to the Houston Rockets, Greg Anderson, right?
So you being stuck on who they picking in the draft. I'm not even talking about the draft.
You're just talking about any player in the league, just a solid big, right? Okay, solid big. Olden Polynice, who goes in that draft.
Olden Polynice could have become what they needed. Yes, Jordan could have molded with him. Yes, older fucking Polynice. Yes.
Hey man, see Jordan fans, y'all never fail to surprise me, man. Like
y'all LeBron fans never.
Y'all never fail to surprise me because he needed all these plays to develop literally before your eyes in the 80s. You watched this. He couldn't get it done without these guys. They get to that level, and now he could have done it with any of them. And that's the amazing thing.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
You said any serviceable big, whatever you said, right? That could get it done.
Any Grant's position. For
Horace Grant. That's what I mean. And I don't agree. Man.
I said Pippen was special. I said that Tony Kukoc was special. I said who else? Steve Kerr. Other than that, you can interchange those pieces with anybody else that's serviceable at that position and still be the same fucking team. You said you try to act like every player around Jordan was special.
Horace Grant was special. So Horace Grant didn't have a unique mid-range jumper that many of the bigs in that time didn't have. No. Don't even worry about his unique goggles. He didn't have a unique mid-range jumper.
He wasn't unique. No.
Come on, man. So the average big had a mid-range jumper, and we're talking about not just not in the post. He had a close to the 3-point line, like a deep 2 mid-range jumper. Deep 2. He had that. He had the face-up game. He could post up.
Eventually he had that. Yes, but he was developing to that. That's my point.
But so that development is all thanks to the great Michael Jordan.
I didn't say all thanks.
You said all that. You said even more, man. You said he.
No, I did not.
These guys ain't even like they are if it's not for Michael Jordan. Is what you told me. That's what you. I think that's what you said.
That's not what I said. Don't put words in my mouth.
Okay.
I'm saying to you that all them positions wasn't special. You could have found other guys at those positions outside of the ones I just named,
Mm.
and
I don't
develop
agree.
them guys to be the same Bulls team.
Mm.
You can find another. Okay, for instance, you can find another point guard and develop him to be a just as good point guard as a fucking John Paxson. Paxson wasn't nothing special.
Okay, I agree with that. See, but I ain't
Right,
agreeing with no. You can find another Scottie Pippen. You can't find another Horace Grant. You can't find another.
You can find another Horace Grant too.
No, you can't. No, you
And you
can't.
definitely
Hey, first off,
find another center.
no. You know what's
They
amazing
never
about
had
the
a good
NBA
center.
history? We got evidence as to how difficult it is because when they lose Horace Grant, they never get another Horace Grant again. They look for a Horace Grant, but they can never find another Horace Grant again, right? And when he goes to Orlando Magic, what happens? He cooks the Chicago Bulls because they can't find
He
another
didn't
Horace
cook
Grant.
shit. They had
Oh.
Shaq and Penny. Stop that bullshit.
He was he not
They
cooking
had
in that
Shaq
series?
and Penny. Stop that bullshit.
Was
It wasn't
Horace
no
Grant?
fucking Horace Grant.
Hey, was Horace Grant not cooking as well? Well, why act like Horace Grant was not cooking in that series?
Man,
Why you gotta do all that?
Come on, bro. They win that series because of motherfucking Shaq and Penny, not no fucking Horace Grant.
No. It's the lot. Hey, first off, it ain't just what he did for Orlando.
No,
it's
stop
what
the cap.
Chicago
Stop the cap.
loses.
Listen what I'm
It's what
saying to
Chicago
you.
loses.
Listen
Hey,
to
come
what
on,
I'm
bro.
saying to
Don't
you.
do all that.
Listen
Don't
to
do
what
all
I'm
that.
saying to
It's
you.
because of what Chicago loses.
Okay, you
in that
say
series, bro.
you say it's because of Horace Grant, right? You say it's because of
Horace Grant gives them 18 points, 11 rebounds that series, cooking the same amount of points as Penny Hardaway. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Hey, let's go with that narrative. You say it's because of Horace Grant, right?
He cooked.
Let's go
the
with that
Bulls.
narrative. Hey,
Yes,
I'm
he did
listening.
that.
Listen to me. You say they win because
It's not
of
a
Horace
narrative,
Grant, right?
Don't do the whole. It's a narrative. It's a fact, though. It's a fact. They
No,
couldn't
let's
hold
go
back
with that narrative.
Shaquille and Horace Grant. They didn't have anyone to match up with Horace Grant. So they
listen.
Okay. It's
Let's
not a
go with that
narrative, though.
narrative.
Don't do the.
Hold on.
Okay.
Let's go with that narrative, right?
It ain't no narrative, but go ahead. Okay.
It's a narrative.
Because you got Luke Longley to check Shaq. So who guarded Horace Grant? Ain't no Scottie Pippen can hold Horace Grant. Ain't no Tony Kukoc can hold Horace Grant because Scottie Pippen, you got to guard Penny Hardaway. And my MJ, you got to guard.
Okay,
you got to guard Dennis Scott, Nick Anderson.
Go
ahead.
You saying can't no Bill Wennington or no motherfucking
no, we cannot.
Listen what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You saying can't no Bill Wennington or no Tony Kukoc guard Horace Grant. Okay, fine.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what? If Jordan is in shape like he never listen to what I'm saying. If Jordan is in shape, it don't fucking matter.
I forgot Jordan came in 6'6", 280, wearing number 45. I forgot about all that. I forgot. It's all good.
He don't lose that ball if he's in shape and playing all
Nick
that.
Anderson
he
doesn't
don't
cook
lose
his
that
ass.
ball. He don't let no motherfucker sneak up on him.
Yeah, Nick Anderson doing all that. He ain't letting him do that, right? Because he's 6'6", 280 at that point in time. He needs to shed a few pounds. I understand that.
He wasn't fat. It wasn't about being fat. It's about being out of shape, not being able to push through with your wind weighing you down. When you huffing and puffing, you bent over. You can't push through when you huffing and puffing.
How you huffing and puffing and still giving them buckets though? Like how's he doing that? Still giving them 40 pieces.
The same way LeBron do it every fucking night.
Nah. See, LeBron's in shape though. I ain't gonna say LeBron's out of shape. See, that's the difference. I ain't gonna cap for the man.
So why come he don't play defense then? Huh?
Why he don't play defense? Because we all know why. He's 38 years old. He's carrying an offensive load. If he didn't have that offensive load, he would play defense. And on top of that, if this was the playoffs, his intensity on defense would elevate. But we talking about We talking about in the second round
he's scoring
of the playoffs.
And not playing defense, right? He's scoring and not playing defense, right?
Hey, first off, who does he have to stop?
You asked me why can he give you 55 and still not be in shape, right?
Okay.
Right, same way
LeBron
LeBron
all
does
offense, no defense. Okay, so Jordan was playing all offense, no defense.
I didn't say that. I said
that's what you said.
I said he was out of shape. You asked me about the points. You asked me about the 55, dropping 55.
Yeah. He did on the Knicks. He did that on the way to the Orlando Magic, right? So he beats Patrick Ewing. He beats the Knicks, but he can't handle. Okay, go ahead.
He was not in shape. That it was proven he was not in shape. That's a fact.
The loss proves that, right? But if he goes on to win the finals,
the fact that he only had 15, 16 games to play, that would prove that.
So if he goes on to win the finals, ain't that some GOAT-ish type shit where he goes on
he still would have been an out
huh?
of shape motherfucker that won a championship. Yes,
Oh,
he
that only adds to the greatness of Michael Jordan, though, right? He was not even in shape coming up, playing 15 games in the regular season, and he won a championship. How much better was he really than everybody else? Is the question. How much of a separation could LeBron ever only play 15 games and get to the finals and win the championship? I don't think so. So this is what I'm trying to tell you. We're gonna give him praise for getting 55 because they still talk about that double nickel game in the Garden. They still give him credit for getting to the second round and dropping 40 pieces. All them points count towards his playoff total, but we ain't gonna count it because he was out of shape because he only played 15 games. But if he wins, it's one of the greatest finals playoff runs of all time because the whole narrative included, right? But we ain't gonna do that. We just gonna leave it as what it is. He didn't win. My point was Horace Grant gives him buckets, right? They could not stop Horace Grant in that series. He's actually, when you talk about
okay, you said they never
efficiency,
found
the most
another,
efficient,
you said they never
the
found
most
another
efficient
Horace
player
Grant,
on
right?
the team.
Hold
Huh?
on. You said they never found another Horace Grant, right?
Yes. No, they did not. Not a guy, and this is the type of guy I'm talking about. A guy.
Season? Why the fuck they get swept the next season?
Look. First off, hold up. First off, we ain't talking about the next season. Right? We ain't even got there yet, right? But
no, you said
you're
they
right.
never
You're right.
found one.
No, they didn't find one. So the next season, what happens, right? Let me look at it. No.
They got fucking swept.
So he loses.
They got
Michael
swept.
Jordan in the middle of his prime.
Get in shape.
No, I know.
Got swept.
He got mad.
He destroyed their motherfucking
He
ass.
got mad, right? He got mad. They come back the next season. He works out, and you know exactly what happens. And this is why I'm disappointed in you, my brother Osilo, because you know exactly what happens in the next season when Horace Grant gets injured, right? Gets injured in the conference finals. You know exactly what happens, but you want to test me.
That's not what
and
you
know
said,
that
though. You said the Bulls never found another Horace Grant.
No. And you said what happened and what happened. So the context is them niggas had Horace Grant. Why didn't they beat us the next season? Well, the whole context was that they had.
So you saying
Horace Grant injured?
So you saying just having Horace Grant is gonna stop them from getting swept?
It ain't about stop. First off, they're not getting swept with Horace Grant. I know that they're winning a couple games. I ain't gonna say that they're gonna beat the Bulls.
Like a
no, they ain't.
Brooms,
don't do that. Don't do that. That's disappointing. You know. And guess what happens the next season when Jordan watches Shaq cook, right, and get to the finals and sees this young brother just make the top 50 all-time greatest list, and he ain't just got into the league, right? And he sees Penny Hardaway cooking, knowing Penny is going to be cooking for the rest of his days if they stay together, right? Then he sees Dennis Scott, who's a shot shooter, Nick Anderson, who is an athletic guard, before he starts choking, right? And he ain't that guy no more, right? And he looks at the bench and he sees niggas like Brian Shaw getting buckets. You know what he does? He calls Dennis Rodman, my nigga. They ask for backup. You know when the police call for backup, that's exactly what that was. When the police call for backup, the general manager saw what happened and he called for Dennis Rodman to handle this man called Shaquille O'Neal in the post. And now, what do you have? No, how is that cap?
Dennis Rodman was worse than he was in worse shape than Carmelo. They was kicking him out of the league, man. Stop it.
Hey, don't do that. Don't do that.
That's
now, hey, first you finish diminishing.
That's facts.
You finish diminishing Scottie Pippen. Now you want to diminish Dennis Rodman. That's what we're gonna do. That's the time we on.
I'm talking about his play was great. They didn't want him in the league because of his antics.
Hey man, look.
They was kicking him out of the league.
Hey, first off, are you kidding me, bro? Are you kidding me? Hey, with the antics, not because of his play, because of the antics. Because at the end of the day, at that point in time, he led the league in rebounding 4 seasons in a row.
What else did he give you?
Hey, first off, what do you mean? What else? When this man giving you 18 rebounds, 17 rebounds, when he giving you 18, 17 rebounds, he giving you damn near 6 offensive rebounds per game. You know what he's doing? He's giving you 18 rebounds. He's giving you 6 offensive rebounds, which means he's giving you 6 extra possessions on offense. And you know what happens? Huh? Yes, he did.
He averaged 18 rebounds on the Spurs.
Well, no, he did that in Detroit. Then he averages 17 rebounds on the Spurs. He averages 16.8 rebounds on the Spurs. This easily clears the league. He's leading the league 4 years in a row, right? He becomes a prolific rebounder, and that's because he's getting these high minutes he didn't get to start the season, to start his career. When you talk about regular season time, he gets 30, 38 minutes, 40 minutes. And once he gets 40 minutes, what does he do? When he goes from 33 to 40 minutes, averaging 13 rebounds, he goes to 18.7 rebound career high. That's what he does, right? Okay, so he does that. He's giving you 6 offensive rebounds. You know what happens when a player gives the best offensive player all time 6 extra possessions per game? What does that do, OC Love? What does that do? You talk about what else he does. What does that do alone?
Yeah.
It helps. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Don't
Okay,
underrate.
let me ask you a question.
It makes you damn near unbeatable is what the real answer is, OC Love.
does.
You know what the answer
It
is.
does.
Huh?
It
It does.
does.
It definitely does. Hey, are you questioning that? 6 extra possessions to one of the best offensive players ever. And you're talking about close games, and you got 6 extra possessions on the offensive rebounds. Come on, man.
But
You know
that's
what
the
that
only
does?
reason, huh? Just the extra position, huh?
First off, hey, what do you mean only reason? He giving you 16 rebounds a game. That ain't nothing, right? So he gets to the he gets to the Bulls and he gives you 14.9.
It's solely because of it's solely because of Rodman, though, right?
Hey, first off, Rodman allows you to beat the Orlando Magic the next season. That's what he allows you to do. Give it up.
Only Rodman does that.
Come on, man. You know what Rodman does? He allows you
Man,
to guard
what
Shaq
they need
one-on-one.
Jordan for?
Hey, hold on.
Only Rodman need.
He
all they need was
allows you
Rodman.
to guard Shaq one-on-one. That's what he allows. He allows you to guard Shaq one-on-one. He does that, right?
Who guards Shaq one-on-one?
The Chicago Bulls guard Shaq one-on-one when they got Dennis Rodman. That's who.
So Rodman guards Shaq one-on-one, and that's all they need to do. That's it.
No, because when you do that, you allow your other players to now guard their plays. You don't have to load up. You don't have to allow Dennis Scott to get off his shit. He doesn't get off. You know what happens the next season? Penny Hardaway, look, Shaq still gets his. He gets 27 points, 11 rebounds. Penny Hardaway gets 25 points, 4 assists, 4 rebounds. But you know what the rest of the players do? Absolutely nothing. Dennis Scott gives you 7 points on 26% shooting. Nick Anderson gives you 8 points on 31% shooting. I'm going to assume that these niggas got their shit off, right? And the best plays are guarding them niggas, right? Anthony Hardaway gets his 25, but I would question, and I'm going to look back on that series to see who is guarding Anthony Hardaway. But at the end of the day, when you talk about that, and then you don't have Horace Grant, who was your 3rd best player on the team that's the season before. He doesn't play. So you got Brian Shaw giving you 6 points a game. What you going to do with that? When you got Dennis Scott giving you 7 points a game. When you got Brooks Thompson, I know
6 or 7 points a game, huh?
Yeah, 6 to 7 points a game. That's what you get outside of Shaq and Penny giving you over 25. You got nobody giving you more than 7. What we going to do with that? Nick Anderson bricking everything, missing free throws. You know what happened?
I don't know how Jordan beat them. I don't know how Jordan beat them.
Hey, yeah, exactly. How do you not sweep them? Don't even worry about beating them. I don't know how you not sweep them. But at the end of the day,
how
that's what
Rodman
happens.
When he came to the Bulls? How old was he?
Hey, first off, he's giving you 16 rebounds a game in that series.
Answer the question.
He is. Hey, first off, you already know he is 34 years old.
Oh,
giving you leading the league in rebounds.
It was done by then. He was really old.
Except if you're Dennis Rodman, who was an elite athlete, who was in shape, an elite athlete, leading the league in rebounds. Leading the league in rebounds.
You said 29 was old, right?
No. Hey, see, that's the context I put on it though. 29 with a busted ankle. With a busted ankle. Huh? With a busted ankle though. Hey man.
So
I was telling you, Isaiah was 29 with the busted up ankle that was never the same.
Right? You said Isaiah was done at 29, right?
Absolutely done. He was never the same after that ankle injury.
So what is Rodman at 34? 5 years?
Rodman at 34 is still an elite athlete who is dominating the league, leading the league in rebounds. That's a fact. You know that's a fact. Elite athlete dominating the league in rebounding. That's what he was. And it's still an elite defensive player at that point in time in his career. Why? Because he still plays for another 4 more years.
He still was a good defender, and he still was dominating the league in rebound. I give you that.
Okay.
But you said they was old, remember?
No. See, hey, first off, the age ain't one the same because at 34, LeBron James is dominating the league and still the best player in the league, right? So 34 for some guys ain't the same as 34 for the others. So when I was giving you
keep that same
no. There ain't no absolutes in absolutely what we're talking about. You know, hey, context is what's needed in a discussion
keep that same energy.
Hey man, you cool, Ozzy Love, man. You cool.
Yeah,
man.
I fuck with you, man.
The way you be, you know what I mean, just undermining Jordan's players is wild, man. Because Scottie Pippen, Dennis Rodman, Ron Harper, Michael Jordan, that's one of the greatest defensive teams of all time. That's why I say
no doubt.
they had.
I wholeheartedly agree with that.
That's why I say they had a beautiful complementary pieces around one of the best offensive players. Now, I would say Jordan's career quite possibly would not have been the same if he didn't have such complementary pieces around him. But we've seen that. And we've seen that not just with Jordan, but when Jordan wasn't on the team, them winning 50 games, I think highlights how good they were. It ain't to discredit Jordan. It's just to say to prove and to actually make a statement about my point. I feel like he was above and beyond every team in the league by far. Was not close. Because if you take Karl Malone off Utah Jazz, they ain't winning no 50 teams. If you take Charles Barkley off the Phoenix Suns, they ain't winning no 50 games. If you take Clyde Drexler off the Portland Trail Blazers, they ain't winning no 50 games. If you take Patrick Ewing or Reggie Miller off of the Indiana Pacers or New York Knicks, they ain't winning no 50 games. So we know what's Cap. Hey, I just said a whole lot of facts that put the era in context.
You wasn't even live, dude. Stop.
No, man. I'm letting you know, man.
You're going off strictly highlights, bro.
Hey, man. I watched the finals games of Michael Jordan, but I ain't talking about no Chicago versus Indiana in the second round. But what I can tell you is that Indiana team wasn't great. That's what I can tell you. You know what I mean?
Cap.
Great.
Cap.
Come on, man.
You said Indiana Pacers weren't great.
No,
the Reggie Miller Indiana Pacers?
Yes, definitely Reggie Miller Indiana Pacers. Not the great.
Who took them to 7 games?
Hey, the Shaq and Penny Hardaway did.
No, they didn't.
Shaq and Penny Hardaway did. They actually
Shaq them never took.
It was yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Shaq and Penny did not take them to 7 games.
Reggie Miller, they took Reggie Miller to 7 games.
Oh, you saying Reggie Miller? Reggie Miller's Pacers. Reggie Miller's Pacers with him and Jalen Rose had a great team.
Who are you talking about? You talking about the late 2000s? When I'm talking about
before
the teams that Jordan faced in the playoffs.
Pacers. The 98 Pacers team was a great team.
That took Jordan 7 games, right? That team that team with Rick Smits as the second best player.
Yes. Come on. No, he wasn't the second best player.
He was most definitely the second best player.
No, he wasn't.
Who was the second best player on that team?
Jalen Rose was.
No, don't do that. Jalen Rose was not the second best player on that team.
Yes, he was. Jalen Rose was a true.
You talking about it later on, Jalen Rose. Jalen Rose was a baby faced Jalen Rose at that point.
No,
don't do that. Don't do that. He
wasn't
wasn't an important part to play on that team. They had guys like Rick Smits, Dale Davis, and Mark Jackson, who had more important roles than even Antonio.
Mark Jackson was the second best player. Mark Jackson was.
Okay. Even Antonio Davis had a more important role than Jalen Rose on that team. So don't give me Jalen Rose, who was off the bench on that team. Even Antonio Davis. You know Antonio Davis, right?
Nah, he didn't have a more important role than.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't. No, he did not. You weren't alive. How you know?
Hey, I remember what I watched, and I remember.
You said you only watched the finals, man. You don't know what you're talking about.
Look. Hey, the stats need to tell me all I need to know, right? When I see Jalen Rose,
stats don't tell you everything. You know that for a fact.
Okay, but so you tell me this: why was Jalen Rose in that series against in '98 when he only played 19 minutes a game and averaged 7 points a game? Why? How was he more important than these other niggas we talking about?
You know what though? I'll tell you this. You ain't gotta take my word for it. Go watch that series. They got it on YouTube.
So a hot 7-8 points he was giving me per game.
No, I ain't say that. I said go watch it.
Okay. So you just on the eye test, you're telling me Jalen Rose is the second best player on that team?
No, I said Mark Jackson was.
Okay.
I was wrong about that when I first said it.
Okay. Because that's why I said you're talking about the 2000s Jalen Rose when he comes into his own. I'm talking about because I would agree later on he becomes better, but not at that point in time. And so when he comes across Reggie Miller, who in that series, even though
that's the Fab Five Jalen Rose, man, he was that guy in '98.
Come on, man. Come on, bro.
He wasn't the second best player, but that even helps.
Jalen Rose doesn't actually come into the league and make his name known until the year 2000. That's when we know about Jalen Rose.
That's not
2000.
True. That's not
year
true.
2000. Before the year 2000. Before year 2000. He's just another guy in the league, bro. He's just another guy.
Wrong.
trying to
Wrong.
make his way in the league, trying to find his
Wrong.
place in the league,
Wrong.
trying to get his
Wrong.
respect in the league.
Wrong.
Yeah, that's not wrong. Come on.
It's wrong.
So why he only getting like 20 minutes a game up to that point in his career?
See, you going strictly off a stat sheet. Go watch that series.
What was okay? I will watch that series since you tell me. I got a lot of homework to do, just to let you know. But when I come back and let you know that he was not that guy, I'm gonna tell you that. Okay, he
wasn't the second best player, but that even helps my narrative. That team was a nice team.
Okay. I know what he did with Chris Webber and stuff. They almost got it done in college, multiple years, but they didn't. Okay. There's a bunch of almost guys on that team. Okay. You tell me what's up, man.
It ain't their fault they ran into Jordan.
Okay. Hey, so you gonna tell me Rick Smits is a come on, man. Dale Davis. Come on. Man.
Yeah, them guys was good players.
Solid plays. Exactly. Good plays don't
right.
cut it when you're coming up against the GOAT, right? Good plays don't cut it. So what are these plays? Dale Davis?
Full of good players.
Dale Davis. Good player. Dale Davis.
Fucking right.
Come on, bro. Chill out on the good player shit, bro. You can't give everybody good player status, bro.
No.
Dale Davis. Dale Davis does not even compare to a guy like Paul Millsap in this era.
Y'all don't know what the real is. That's cool.
He ain't even Paul Millsap in this era. Dale Davis.
Cap.
He ain't even Paul Millsap, bro. I'm trying to tell you what's Cap.
Cap.
Well, come on, man. You be hyping up these guys too much. How is every average guy in the 90s just somehow an all-star level player in the 2010s and 20s?
He was an all-star player. I think he did.
I'm telling you, he ain't no Paul Millsap.
I want to say he did make an all-star team, though.
He ain't no, yeah. Paul Millsap was like he made the all-star team multiple years.
I want to talk about Paul Millsap.
Oh, okay. But you saying Dale Davis is that type of guy? Like,
I think he did make an all-star team. If I remember correctly.
Did he?
Or maybe that was the other Davis. I can't remember.
Nah, he did. He made one all-star team.
Okay. Oh no, but he wasn't nobody though, right?
Huh? He made one. What does one say to you? Like one all-star team? And he averaged 10 points, 10 rebounds.
That means you're an all-star player.
10 points, 10 rebounds gets you in the all-star game in 1999. In 1999,
all-star player.
I think they got it because they got a lot of wins that season. Exactly. And then I look at how many wins they get. 56 wins that season. Halfway through the season, they probably getting a lot of wins, and so you got to throw in 3 guys in the all-star team. Player. So Jalen Rose got it, Reggie Miller got it, and Dale Davis got it. Did Rick Smits get it too? 99, 99, 2000. No, he got left out, and that's the guy that really got robbed on the Indiana team. Rick Smits probably should have got it over Dale Davis, but it's all good. Dale Davis got it, and they got 3 All-Stars in that team that season, bro. Did Jalen Rose get it? Jalen Rose was never an All-Star. That's kind of crazy, bro. How does a guy like Dale Davis, who gets 10 points, 10 rebounds, and Jalen Rose out here giving you 20 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, not making the All-Star team, bro? That's kind of crazy. In the same season that Dale Davis makes the All-Star appearance with 18 points, 5 rebounds.
Did you say 20 points?
He was giving you in 2000, 2001, Jalen Rose is giving you 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists. He was doing that. Never made the All-Star team in his whole career. That's kind of crazy.
That's sad. That's too bad. So sad.
And you telling me Dale Davis with his 10 points and 10 rebounds made the All-Star team that season when in that season, Jalen Rose, the season before that, he gets 18 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists. Like, come on, bro.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
That actually highlights the bigs of that era and how they weren't even that good. You can make the All-Star game with 10 points, 10 rebounds.
That's cap.
I'm talking about the depth. The best of the best are great, but I'm talking about the depth.
Cap too.
The average big man was not
cap.
all that. But okay, but what was your question, man? I know you mad. What was your question?
That's cap. Let me ask you a question. Nick Batum for us.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say he's an important player for our team?
When it comes to winning, he has an important part to play. Yeah, he do. Okay.
Oh, really?
He do.
He don't do shit in the stat sheet.
I wouldn't say like when you say important, like there is a level of importance. There is a hierarchy to the importance. You know what I mean?
Why? Because there's some shit that don't show up in the stat sheet, right?
Yeah. Okay. He's still giving you numbers, even though it ain't big numbers, but he giving you like 6 points, 5 rebounds, shit like that. Okay.
But why is that though? Because everything don't show up in the stat sheet, right?
That's true. Look, I'm saying that Paul George has
Okay,
more
so that's
significance
why
to
you
winning.
can't go by
Kawhi,
strictly
Norman
numbers.
Powell,
I'm telling
Marcus
you,
Morris.
Dale Davis was a nice player, man. You talking
You
about
saying
10
in
points and
Nicholas
10
Booker?
rebounds? Oh, he ain't
Okay.
nobody. He ain't shit. Y'all so stuck on the stat sheet that
Okay.
y'all look over guys that was actually great players.
Okay. So Dale Davis. I'm gonna look up Dale Davis right now. Right, Dale Davis highlights and shit. You gonna tell me that the highlights won't actually bring and highlight what he did great, right? Dale Davis, he won't be reflected in his greatness with the highlights because he did the small things, right? The things that added up to winning, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Dale Davis, okay, great finish at the rim. You know, opens up with a dunk, catching lobs. Okay, athletic, big. I done seen this. You know what I mean? Mark Jackson throwing lobs. Okay, he got no offensive package outside of athleticism. That's what I see. Hey, look, I ain't trying to diminish play. Hey, honestly, everything is under the basket, catching lobs, catching great passes from Mark Jackson. He did that. It should actually show me some defensive highlights, but obviously YouTube like to hype the offense and not the defense. I want to see what he did on defense. I'm gonna type in Dale Davis defensive highlights, right? Okay, and um,
You're a fool, young Africa.
mhm. I got a highlight. It's got Dale Davis destroys John Starks in midair. So let me see what happens. John Starks gets the ball on the perimeter, goes up and gets taken out by Dale Davis. Okay, enforcer on the team, a guy that sets the tempo on the team. He's a big player, and the New York Knicks are mad at what happens, and John Starks still on the ground out here. Okay, and so he set the tempo. Enforcer, no easy buckets. Dale Davis, he had a great game against what they say his best game was against the LA Lakers in 2000 in Game 6 for the Indiana Pacers. You know, he has a great game. And so what does he do? Does he just catch 18 lob dunks? Oh, like what? Okay, back to the basket. He dribbling. Oh, what? Oh, okay. Turn around, fade away, post jumper with the foot still in the paint. But he got that. Yeah, they actually. Oh, is that Dale Davis? Oh, not yet. Okay, shit, that was not. No, that's Dale Davis with a putback. I thought he had a handle, but that was really another player. It ain't in HD, so that's why I can't see OC Love. I thought he was cooking on the perimeter, but he catching and he doing this against Shaq. He has 20 points. He has a nice game 6 and puts him in position. Okay, offensive rebounding, great offensive rebounder. And these are things that you're talking about, the little things that win games. Okay. Because there's a lot of times where his players go up, they miss everything, and he grabs the rebound, go back, dunk. Okay. So he did all that. So this is my point, man. And I'm gonna leave it at this because we've been cooking. You know what I mean? I think I might make an actual channel, you know what I mean? Call it like B-Ball Radio or something, just have it just online all day, let niggas come up in there and cook anytime they wish, you know what I mean? They just have a 24-hour stream of just NBA cooking. Because people need to get the show, especially when we talk errors. I think you could talk all day about this, but I'm gonna let it slide. But and I'm gonna leave it at this, right? And I might just call it some radio type of shit where it's just anytime any players come through, there will always be a moderator on the panel that can let niggas in at any point in time. I'm gonna get to some shit like that at some point. But for now, I'm gonna tell you this: when and you will be one of the moderators, OC Love, because you can check dudes coming in when they get salty on your man Michael Jordan. But I hope you don't block niggas and let the power get to you, because I see a lot of players where when they check your man's MJ, you get the feeling salty talking about Scottie Pippen might not be a top 50 all that. But this is what I feel like we've come to understand. We've gone through a lot of Michael Jordan.
Nah, he top 50.
Okay, but we oh yeah, we holding it down because hey, we've been here and we just talking the game. I think what's evident is the passion of the game. We've been going on consistent tangents, just going naturally, flowing off the top of the dome, and that's because the game is so interesting. Errors are interesting, and respect to the players, right? We even gone to OC Love breaking down who what kind of players they are in comparison to this era, Clifford Robinson. And obviously you can't tell guys' careers from the 90s off numbers alone, because just like you said, Nicholas Batum might not look like an important player, but really in a playoff series, he could be the difference between winning and losing in the way that he plays and how he checks his defensive matchup. And if he does well at that, or if he gets cooked, that could be the difference between winning and losing. And that don't really be shown in the stats. Or like we were saying before about how you can't actually measure when a guy gets 26 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists, how he got it, who he got it against, the defense, and how those defense was playing him compared to another guy like a Kevin Durant, who, if you look at it 30 years later and see Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, everyone on the team, you might think, Kevin Durant cooked LeBron James in the finals, when really he didn't cook it. When really he got to play one-on-one and got to play the easiest basketball at the peak of the moment, when rarely do players at the peak of their powers ever get to play one-on-one basketball in the NBA finals. You don't get that luxury. That is luxurious living when you got Steph Curry and Klay Thompson on every wing, and you can get into your dribble hezzy combination and pull up from 35 feet. Like you don't get that luxury, but that's all good.
No, that's facts.
And so Kawhi won't get that luxury in the playoffs. Paul George don't even get that luxury when he plays and he's the best player in the series. And so that's what I'm trying to say. So we come to that level. So can we come to agree, my brother OC Love, that Michael Jordan had by far the best team of the 90s? Can we agree on that? We broken that down, I think, far enough to by far. And it's not because of Jordan, but the supporting role cast. He had clearly the best role players.
I won't say clearly. No.
Can you we'll finish the discussion on who had anywhere close to the roster that the Chicago Bulls had? Who was even close? And I'll give it a whole decade, my friend. Who was even close?
I say that Portland's team.
Okay. Who else?
I say that you could argue there's a couple Knicks teams that was comparable.
Wow. Okay. Patrick Ewing Knicks teams.
I say
John Starks. John Starks is the second best player. Is comparable? Come on, man. You need better than John Starks.
No,
second best player. Huh?
No, John Starks wasn't the second best player. Mark Jackson was the second best player on that team too.
Okay, so this is the hey. Does this not explain the lightness of that era where he was the second best player on one team and switched up?
But those teams, you got to see. You going strictly off stats. That's my problem with this narrative. You going strictly off stats because you weren't there to see what was going down. You have no concept of how good those teams really were, right? So you and I understand it. I understand it. It's not your fault because you don't have tangible evidence to look at to go off of it. You have no real concept of how good those teams back then was that he had to face. So your backup plan is let's look at the highlights. Let's look at the stats. And that's all you can go by. But when you actually get to watch those teams, you get actually invested like you are today in the teams that's playing today. You get to watch those teams and you can actually tell that, this Bucks team is better than this Toronto team of 2023.
Okay.
Right? But 10 years from now, everybody would think, that Bucks team was just Giannis. You understand what I'm saying? That get lost in translation as the years go on, man. So your concept of understanding how good those teams around those players was, it get lost in translation. People only remember the big numbers. They only remember the star players. It's stars that have gotten forgotten, which we talked about in Kevin Johnson. It's stars. He was a star and he got forgotten.
I gave it up, no doubt. Kevin Johnson was a great player in his time.
But that's what happens when the years go by. The casual fan and even the fans that actually watch the shit, most of them forget.
Okay.
It's just human nature. So if you're only going by stats and highlights, you will never understand how good each individual player or each individual team was. So I would say he definitely had one of the better supporting casts. I would definitely say that. But
the best.
No, I won't say that. You can't say that. You cannot say that.
You know what's amazing? You know the
You
two
cannot
best,
say that.
the two best teams, because there's literally a different team every year, but the two best squads of the 90s are literally two different Bull teams. That's how amazing it was. It was the Dennis Rodman Bulls teams when Dennis Rodman was on that team, and the Horace Grant Bulls teams were literally the two best teams of the era. And
That's not true.
That's
true,
a
though.
fact. That's by far a fact. It ain't
That's
even
not true,
close
though.
either, bro. You know, you mentioning me Terry Porter and Clyde Drexler. Don't do that and be disingenuous to how great these Chicago Bulls teams were. Don't elevate Michael Jordan.
I'm not
more
being
than he needs to be
disingenuous.
elevated.
I'm not being disingenuous. I'm not.
You're talking to me that what?
I actually watched those teams play. I got this chance.
You literally said some of those Patrick Ewing teams. So you telling me guys like what Xavier McDaniels and John Starks and Charles
See,
Oakley
that's my
and
point.
Anthony Mason.
No. See, that's my
huh?
point though.
What?
You stuck on names. You stuck on
Wow.
stats. When a team is made up of more than just the guy that pops out at you. When you got a stacked team, you don't need any single individual player to be great. You understand what I'm saying?
I hear you when you
And
say
those
you got
guys,
a team.
and even
Okay,
those
go ahead.
guys get forgotten in translation. They get forgot.
Yeah. We should definitely elevate Xavier McDaniels. He was a great player, and he was actually better than John Starks at his best. But I'm telling you, that still don't come close because they get stomped by the Chicago Bulls. Now, there's a series with Xavier McDaniels and Patrick Ewing. When Patrick Ewing gets a little bit of help in an Xavier McDaniels, right? In John Starks is still on that team with the Jordan Stopper Wilkins, and Mark Jackson. When he gets a little bit of help on that team with Charles Oakley, Anthony Mason, Greg Anthony, called Anthony's father and shit.
Anthony
Kiki
Mason
Vandeweghe
was a cold player too.
Okay, he was a what? He was a what? An enforcer in the league, a tough guy, big guy.
No, he was more than just an enforcer.
Okay,
he could actually score. He had post up moves. He got a 15 footer. He could hit the three.
Okay, hit the three. Okay, didn't know that. Okay,
he was a versatile player. He was one of the most versatile players in history, to be honest with you.
Okay, Anthony Mason. So I ain't heard praise like that on Anthony Mason ever, but I'm gonna give you that. Anthony Mason, Charles Oakley, Mark Jackson, Gerald Wilkins, and Anthony Mason. And I'm gonna look at these guys, and I'm actually look up this series. They take Jordan's Bulls 7, and this could be evidence for you to say
you're talking about
Jordan's
93,
Bulls.
right?
Yep, 93, 92, 93. Yeah, and so when they take Jordan's Bulls 7, this could be a context of you saying, "Hey, look, Jordan's Bulls went 7, right, in the conference second round of the playoffs." They go 7, right? And that shows how good the Patrick Ewing's team was. But at the end of the day, bro, Jordan cooks them for 31 points a game, right? Scottie Pippen averages 16, 8, and 7. Elite defense and makes what do you call it? John Starks, Xavier McDaniels' life very difficult on the offensive end of the ball, right?
Okay.
And at the end of the day,
so that's Jordan Pippen. Pippen.
That team gets blown. Huh? Go ahead.
You said
that team gets blown out in Game 7. That team gets blown out in Game 7 to show you the context of how much better they were than the
how much
New York Knicks.
Willpower. The teams were comparable.
Not even close, bro. I'm trying to tell you, not even close, bro.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Not even close, bro.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
I'm even letting you know that we can take out Patrick Ewing and the two best players, right, and Michael Jordan. And I'm gonna tell you, Xavier McDaniels ain't on the level of a Scottie Pippen. I'm gonna tell you that the level of a Charles Oakley ain't on the level of a Horace Grant. I'm gonna tell you that the level of a Gerald Wilkins ain't the same level as a Bill Cartwright. And I'm gonna tell you that John Paxson as a role player is better than a guy like what's his name?
Mark Jackson?
No. That's where it's a clear cut. They got a better guard play. But then obviously, you don't need guard play when you got Scottie Pippen who's a point forward and Michael Jordan. But but Mark Jackson, better play.
No,
so
Mark Jackson did get his head chopped out. They chopped the head off the snake. That was the game plan. Chop the head off the snake with Scottie Pippen.
Don't let him play. Yeah, don't let him get playmaking, cooking, throw lobs, get them all involved. And what they gonna do? Now you're gonna stagnate the offense.
Magic. Cut the head off the snake. Yes, they did that.
Okay.
But those
And so-
that still don't take away the fact that, man, those teams were decent, man. They wasn't no slouch teams. You acting
I'm
like
not
they was clear.
saying they
No,
slouch teams. They're
you
not
acting
great
like the
teams.
Bulls was clearly better. They was not.
Yeah, clear cut. I am
No, they
saying
was
that,
not.
bro.
They was not.
Oh
The
my
team
God.
itself wasn't clearly
Way
better than
better,
them.
bro.
I'm sorry, that's not
Way
true.
better, bro. Way better.
That's
It's
not true.
amazing, man.
That's not true.
Then
I
you
know
got
y'all
like,
try to say that so you can diminish
nah.
Jordan's competition, so you
We
can
just
lift up
acknowledge.
LeBron. I get it. That's
We just
fine.
acknowledging the facts, man. We just acknowledging the facts.
No,
But
I know what
I
you're
like
doing.
this
I
conversation
know
because
what
we
you're
actually
doing.
had a
I
basketball
like the
conversation. And
conversation
yes,
too, man. I like
yes,
the
Jay
conversation.
Reese, we've been on here. We've been cooking, and I'm actually gonna come out with a channel. It's just basketball
No, it's been
24/7,
fun.
anytime
It's been fun.
radio. It's been great, and I've been educated, and I'm actually going to go look back at the conference finals. I looked at the finals, but I'm gonna look at the conference finals runs of Jordan. I haven't done the playoff series outside of the Boston Celtics when he was young age, and I watched a 63-point game outside of certain individual
Don't forget to
moments.
watch that Wizard years shit too either.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna check that out and see the forgotten years of Michael Jordan. I heard that because LeBron James, OC Love, is about to break the record. Jordan's about to come up with a new documentary. You know, you see how these things line up. It's about his Wizards years. You know, lost and forgotten Wizard years of Jordan. You know how
I
they be
did
lining
hear
up.
that,
Yeah, you know how they be lining up.
but it ain't because of
Most
LeBron
definitely is.
breaking the
You
record.
know why the Last Dance came out, right? Jordan,
on,
LeBron
man.
James
Come
comes back
on,
from
man.
3-1 down in the NBA
Come
Finals,
on,
creates
man.
history, and looking like he on the GOAT road, the road to GOAT status. And what is Jordan
you say
gets
so.
Hey, he calls the
If
director.
you say
He calls
so.
he calls the film squad, and he lets them know, hey, put that shit together.
If you say so.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying, man. Hey, it's only a
You
coincidence, right?
You need
Okay.
that much. You need your king to feel that important.
Hey, man, I'm just saying, man, that it must be a coincidence. Every time LeBron's about to break through something historic, Jordan documentary just drops out of the air. That's all I know. That's all I know. It's okay. It's okay. That's all I know. But it might just be a coincidence, man. But hey, you know what it is. But hey, shout out to OC Love, man.
No, shout out to you, man.
Cool,
Hey,
man. You cool, man.
You cool too, man.
Yeah,
Keep up
man.
the work.
Nah, it's all love, man. You know, I'm
It's
gonna
all
be
good.
coming out with some radio channel. You know, pull up. I don't know if you're listening, but you know, if you are, you know, we be out
For
here.
sure. For
You
sure.
know,
Let me
and
know
shout
what
out
the
to
name of the
BJ.
channel is when you do it.
Yeah, most definitely, man. Most definitely, man. Pull up podcast. Shout out to you. Pull
Shout
up a
out,
chair.
yeah.
Pull
Like
up a
and
seat.
subscribe.
Most definitely, like subscribe to a brother BJ, pro bowler, been there, done that. You know, he has belief in the Clippers, and we're gonna see this season. I hope they get to their road, man. And I'm not talking about win the championship, but I hope they live up to the potential and become healthy and really see the best of what the Clippers have this season. And that's truly sincere because I want to see the best versus the best. OC Love. I don't want to see no technicalities. I feel like it's a default championship last season for the Warriors. They got a nice road. Certain players injured at the right place, right time. You know, it is what it is. They got it done though. But I want to see the best versus the best at the peak of their powers. And I think
Fair
it's a good
enough.
season. So we're gonna see, man. But shout out
Fair
to you,
enough.
OC Love, man. Peace
Shout
out.
out to you too, man. Keep it strong in the motherland.
All day, man.
All right. Peace.